It appears on live. Rad. Rad. Okay. We are doing a chill stream. Passport bros, gold diggers, and more. I had some videos saved I wanted to watch about like these topics, kind of gossip about people, I guess, in these communities who have fallen off of their pedestals. So yeah, I kind of want to just I don't know, for one, learn a few things because this one story I'd never heard of. And then there's this other woman, Isis. I can't remember her last name at the moment. It might come up in the videos. It came out like last month. This woman, who was a big influencer, did a video titled I Married a Monster. We're going to watch it and then kind of dissect a little bit of that. But more and more information has come to light about these things. So I kind of thought it'd be fun to talk about it. Maybe not fun, but edifying. Because, yeah, that story is wild. I mean, I first heard about it when Shira kind of was asked about it because she was asked a few times, and this woman was really like copying her brand and that kind of thing. Obviously nobody can be Shira, you know, we all can only be ourselves. But hey, Gregatron, he says it's too early for you to be on. I'm still listening to your call on Hake. People are complaining that I didn't laugh. I was like, what? I don't laugh for show, okay? I laugh because I find something funny. If it ain't funny, I ain't gonna laugh. Like, ooh, an unknown caller who will not leave a message, I bet. So yeah, I'm I don't know, hoping to talk about these things. I figure my chat would be a good place to discuss it because we like to delve into the nuance a bit here. Not only that, but we also like to, you know, address the fact that human beings are evil a lot of the time and they don't have any love or, you know, sense to them. And they, because of this, act very badly. But yeah, let's get into it. See what we come up with. Hello to Nicholas Woodall, by the way. Is my lipstick smeared? I just like shoved some food in my mouth. I hadn't eaten yet, and I've like it's beautiful day, by the way. I'm so glad I did go outside because God, it's gorgeous. Yesterday was gorgeous. You know, yeah, as many of you know, yesterday was my birthday. I had a beautiful, beautiful day, like just sunshine and warm, and like I didn't even have to wear a jacket most of the time when I was out. It was so fun. It was so fun. My friend and I went out for brunch, and we had like a really nice meal. And the waiter was this guy that used to serve me like back in the day. He was actually my favorite waiter at this place that I was a regular at, the Roxy. If you know about Portland history, the Roxy was this diner that had been around a long time. It was a 24-hour diner. It was trashy, had a bunch of like nonsense on the walls, dingy. And they had a jukebox and all of that. So like I loved hanging out there. They had really hearty food, good prices. Like it was kind of like a gay hangout a bit, not completely, because obviously it was open to everyone. But the owner of the establishment was a drag queen. And you know, Portland has been kind of a mecca for gays for a long time, and it just kind of served as a resource in that way. But so I started going like probably when I moved back to Portland in 2016. I started going there regularly because it was. Yeah, I blocked your main account. You were creeping me out, Curse Zero. Acting like you weren't being creepy. Oh, hey, Skip Log. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Nicholas and Skip Log. And yeah, my Cash App is there, you know. If I don't post it, people won't send money. Better post it if you're inclined. No need to. Hit the like button, you know, hang out, keep the chat lively. You know, we all contribute in different ways. But for those who have the means and want to send me money, go right ahead, you know. I ain't going to be able to do this forever. Might as well enjoy it while we can. Okay, so anyway, I'm going off on about the Roxy. They closed a few years ago. Miss Suzanne, the founder of the place, died, and it was sad. You know, they had to have renovations. They couldn't afford to stay open. They were a really nice place. I really loved. They had like really. Their menu was very Hollywood inspired. They had like a lot of dishes on the menu were named after different celebrities. I used to like really dig their Antonio Banderas omelet. It was so filling. The portions were always really generous. So like if I was, doing OMAD a lot of the time, just go there and have a meal and be good for the day. No, it's because of how you were talking to me, Curse Zero. It's not because you're a non-Christian. There are other non-Christians in the chat. You're being creepy. If you don't understand how you're being creepy, I don't know what to say. Like, come on. You know you were being creepy. Thank you, Yoda. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Anyway, so it was lovely to see that waiter again because he was always like the best and so professional, and nice to see that he's working at another like pretty strong Portland establishment. We went to Mother's Bistro, which I haven't been in like 6 years, honestly, and it was so yummy. Finally tried their French toast. I'd been before, but never tried their famous French toast. So I got a frittata. I got like a coffee cocktail thing. I can't remember what it was called, but it had, all that stuff in it. And then my friend and I split some French toast. And then we went shopping, and oh boy, did I go shopping. we planned to like walk back and like I really want to hit like Nordstrom, and I want to hit Sephora because I want to get my birthday present from Sephora, which was nice, and they gave me a bunch of samples, and I actually signed up for one of their credit cards so I could get even more discounts. So that was nice. And we ended up going to like the Portland Outdoor Store, which is like this old Western place. We ended up hitting up a pawn shop, like it just happened by. And then I got this, when I was there, I got a necklace, silver. Let me pull it up here. Since I'm wearing it, I got this lovely cross, silver cross. Then we went to Nordstrom, and I got some lipstick. Actually, the lipstick I'm wearing now, lipstick and perfume there. Actually, I wasn't even expecting to find it, but they had this kind of smaller size of the Tory Burch Electric Sky, and I really liked that perfume before, but I wasn't able to like drop $120 on it. So yeah, ended up finding a smaller like $30 bottle at Nordstrom, and I was like, oh yeah, get that, Then we went to Muji, and I got some leggings, and I got a cute dress that was on clearance. Did I get anything else? Some truffles. They have these like amazing pistachio chocolate truffles, which I've eaten most of. Then we got a coffee. Then we went to Pendleton. And then we went to like the Goodwill boutique. We didn't really get anything there, but it was fun. It was fun to just walk about and like be out in the sun and kind of see all these lovely places, and also to do it on a weekday because, you know, most of the time, you know, working a normal job, I'm inside, you know, I don't get to enjoy. Get over yourself, Curse Zero. You don't have to be here. If you don't understand like why you were bothering me, like, and why you were creeping me out, and what is worse, I'm the one who determines what's allowed here and what isn't. Your idea of what is inappropriate may be different than mine. I don't care if people are inappropriate a lot of the time, but you like were being inappropriate with me and I didn't like it. So your account got blocked and now you're here on a backup account. How about you get over yourself? You want to get blocked on this account, or you like, do you want to be here or not? You don't have to be here. That's your perception. Dang, I'm already arguing with my chat. I'm trying to tell you all about my birthday. So yeah, it was a beautiful day. Then we came back here and hung out and kind of just talked for a while. And I ended up getting a package of like presents I ordered myself early. So I opened those while she was here. I don't know. I'm spoiled. Yeah, I do think you care because you're complaining and you're here on a backup account. You're complaining and you're here on a backup account. So I do think you care. If you didn't, why would you do any of that? You care. Don't act like you don't care when you care. Zenny's praying for Joelle. Yeah, we're praying for Joelle. God, poor Joelle having to evacuate. That sucks. Imagine you had to evacuate your home. Get to the topic, lady. Are you interested in passport bros and gold diggers? It says and more. It says and more. Does it not say and more? There are so many YouTubers out there. There's multiple YouTubers live right now. You complaining about me. You'd be cheesed if you had to evacuate your home. I would be terrified, honestly, if I had to evacuate my home. And then also thinking about like Nero and dealing with that and like where would we go? I mean, I'm sure there are friends we could stay with, but it would just be really awful. God, I'm worried about just everything. It's so close to where it's, ugh. It's I mean, the Hollywood Hills, man, that's very close. It could very easily blow into the city. Like, it's terrifying. Meanwhile, the damn mayor's out. I hope this ends Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom's career, honestly. Like, this is just, and then when you get into the layers and layers and years of incompetence, and how long have they been, you know, how long has there been issues with fires? And honestly, like a fire like this in January, when it's been a wet year, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, honestly. Put the dumb cat in a bag. He is not dumb. He does have a bag, but he doesn't like going in the bag. Dang, he don't like going in the bag. He gets upset because when he goes in the bag, it usually means he has to go to the vet or we're like traveling, and he doesn't like that. It's stressful to him. He's just a baby. Where is my baby? We were fighting earlier. Where'd my baby go? I think he might have went to his other little spot. He's got spots, you know, where he chills out and, you know, has his little cat naps. He was napping up there earlier. Then I came home and we had a fight, and then he like I think has gone to his other little spot. Hey, Icarus Ballin, how you doing? Okay, guys. Well, I've been rambling enough. Point is, I had a nice birthday. I got myself lots of presents. I'm still opening some of them. You know, I have the week off, so I'll be spoiling myself and kind of like being domestic. I have a party planned tomorrow night, but apparently most people did not get the invite through Facebook that I sent. So I've got like 3 people coming. I did not do a birthday stream. I mean, my friend was here pretty late, and I just figured I didn't want to stay up doing a stream. I'd rather just, I ended up like having a shower and like going to bed. Exactly. I'm doing a stream. It'll probably be a few hours, to be honest. I'll probably be here a few hours. I mean, we're 16 minutes in. Hell yeah. Praise the Lord. He went to church. What kind of church did you go to? An Anglican church? Okay. I guess I should start queuing this stuff up. Y'all want to watch these videos with me? Y'all want to judge these people with me? The passport bros. Let's start with the passport bro videos. I think I have 2 saved. This stuff has always been dumb to me because like when men talk about like getting a passport, and going abroad to find a wife, first off, who cares? Secondly, like if you think you're gonna find the kind of woman these men usually who are into this are looking for is more likely to be found in America than it is to be found in a foreign country. So they say they want traditional wives, but usually they're not looking for that kind of arrangement because one, they can't afford a traditional wife, which is why they got their passport in the first place, thinking they could go outsource. I mean, it's no different than companies outsourcing, employees from the third world. They want to import, outsource a wife from the third world and think they're going to get, a better deal. But traditional women want traditional husbands, and most of these guys are not traditional husbands. So anyway, it's all very silly, and it just, I don't know. Was he? Do you think so, Maina? Maina says Hake was flirting with me, but I think she's just grassing me up because she knows I like him. Was he flirting with me? Maybe. He can't help himself, Who can blame him, Little old me. Maybe it was. Do you think it was the dress I was wearing? Do you think it was this Asian inspired dress maybe that inflamed his passions? Do you think? Resonate thinks Lithuanian women are hearts and fire. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with liking women from other places, but like if you don't like your own women, it says something about you. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, stay in her country. That's right. Don't think you're going to bring her here and have the same life. Cultural appropriation. I don't give an F about cultural appropriation. I will appropriate any culture I wish, and everybody else should do the same. I look as good in it as an Asian woman does, and what the hell? Like it's a dress. If I wasn't meant to have it, they wouldn't have sold it to me. My money's as good as an Asian lady's. And I look good in it. So why can't I have it? Anyway, y'all stop distracting me with your mess. I don't know. Maybe I said that, but well, let's get into it. Let me just pull up my watch later here. La di da di da. Okay, so all right, so let's see. Let me see if I can move these around a little bit and get them in the order I want. No, no, no. Well, no, and then the gold digger thing. I don't know. Like a lot of these women are as delusional. Like, you know. Anyway, let's start with the gold digger one because I can't really move these around in my watch later, and that was the one I saved. I never watched this video when it came out. I watched a ton of people reacting to it. I don't want to say a ton. Latina in Cali says, I have better peripheral vision. What, than an Asian? Odin says if he doesn't find a wife in the US in the next 5 years, he's going overseas. What makes you think that you're entitled to a wife to begin with? If God wanted you to have a wife, he'd put one in front of you. Like, right? Why are you like searching for a wife? You're supposed to let God bring your wife to you. Matthew likes when women role play as Asians. Me hate you long time. How about that? Yeah. But whatever. I mean, it's your life. I don't think there's anything wrong with marrying somebody from a foreign country, but like, why you're doing it?
Welcome back to my channel, or welcome if you're new here.
I'm definitely new here because I never followed this chick. And I've watched some of her content as well, like some of her actual content that she was making before, like trying to advise women on how to be trophy wives and gold diggers. And let me tell you, it was a mess. Some of the advice she was giving was like ridiculous. And actually like the way she was talking about women was like really putting them down. And she's not really any different. You know, this woman is like, I just can't I can't stand women thinking they're different from other women. A lot, you know, like, and she made videos being like, close your legs. Meanwhile, she had 2 baby daddies before she married this guy. Like, she didn't follow her own advice, but she's out here giving advice that she didn't even live or follow. Like, it's just crazy. Anyway, I don't want to like, I don't know. Anyway, I don't even know. Let's just watch this together. I know too much about this already, but like, man.
If you hear any noise in the background, that's the new baby. A lot has happened since the last time that I recorded. I think the last time you guys saw me, I was in my 2nd trimester, and yeah, I think I did post an update in the community section when the baby was born. And I said that I would be back soon. And that was a few months ago now. I thought that when I came back on here that it would be to maybe do like some kind of newborn favorites or meet my new baby or something like that. But unfortunately, it's been a little over a month since I had to end up leaving my husband. I honestly don't even really know where to start with this, just because it's just such a hard topic. And I honestly thought that by the time I got on here that I wouldn't have any tears left because I've just cried so much. It's like I built this channel and this whole brand around being this man's wife and trying to teach other women how to attract good men and provider men and all these different things. And I truly held my husband, or saw him, as the bar for what every woman should, type of man that, or type of husband that every woman should aspire to have. And I didn't realize that the person I married was actually going to be my biggest nightmare.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know what she's gonna say and talk about. Like, I haven't even watched this video of its own. I've just seen other people talking about it, and I'm kind of like holding back a little. I put it on when I sped it up a little, so it's not that long. Let's get through it.
So basically, when I first met my husband, as I've already talked about in another video, I think it was my single mom video, I explained, a little bit about how we met. And I really thought that man was my Prince Charming. So when I first met my husband, I thought that he was my Prince Charming. I thought that he was my knight in shining armor, and he portrayed himself to be this amazing, upright, righteous Christian man. And I believed him. I think shortly after we got married, and this is something that I haven't talked about, I started noticing like certain things changed with him. And I just started to see a few things that I didn't like. But I honestly thought that some of these were things that I could get past.
He R-worded me 4 times in the first few months of our marriage. Wow, okay.
It was like sad to even say like I could get past some of these things.
He R-worded her 4 times, but she stayed. Lord.
I don't even know where to start.
I vehemently disagree with that. Of course you can. Of course you can. All right, Chris is off the roster. Oh God. It's horrible.
My daughter.
Sorry.
My 4-year-old daughter. And I noticed that when I changed her, she was red and very sensitive. And immediately, my first thought was, did someone touch her? Oh, God. Gosh. So I asked her, I said, baby, did somebody touch you? And she ended up saying it was Daddy. I felt like my world ended on that day. My husband wasn't home at the time when she told me, but I knew he would be coming home soon, so all I could do was just say, don't tell him that you told me. And I just instantly started trying to think of how I could get my kids out of the house, because I knew if I confronted him or asked him about it, that he would just lie, and that he would probably just continue to keep doing stuff to her, but just become more covert or more sneaky or whatever. As soon as my husband got home, he was actually picking up the boys from school, my two older boys from school. As soon as he got home, I told him that I was going to go Halloween shopping with my sister, because I just needed an excuse to get out of the house with all the kids. And I knew if I said something like, oh, I'm going to the grocery store, that it would be suspicious. Like, why am I bringing all the kids and like packing things, like things that we would need and things like that. So going Halloween shopping was the best thing I could think of to just hurry up and get the kids out of the house. I'm sorry, I had to get myself together. So when I got to the hospital, they basically told me that we had to go to another hospital because they didn't do physical exams, like that kind of physical exam there. So a police officer escorted the kids and I to another hospital where they were able to evaluate my daughters. It ended up coming out that he had actually been touching both of my daughters, who are only 2 and 4 years old. It still feels like a dream. Like when this first happened, I just kept waking up every day and just hoping that this was a dream, because it's literally my worst nightmare. It's my worst nightmare. I myself am a product of RAPE. That's how I came to be, and was also, abused as a child by a neighbor's husband. And I specifically prayed to God that my children would never, ever, ever have to go through this. And I'm just not quite sure how this happened, why this happened. I just don't know how he was able to get away with it and so sneaky, because with my own trauma, I watched my kids I watch my kids like a hawk. Like, I don't like them sitting on people's laps. None of that. And he knows how much I cannot stand men like him. And to think, like, I couldn't even go to sleep in my own house and know that my children are safe. Just by me going to sleep, my children were left unprotected. So I don't know what the future of this channel is going to be.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I'm going to change the name or what.
Sorry. I don't know what the truth is, or what the, oh man.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that it?
Plant-based dog food.
Okay. All right. Just a few things I wanted to talk about with that. First off, why would you, I mean, the thing for me is why you would put this out there like that. They're not even divorced yet. This is like a criminal matter as well. So like if charges haven't even been pressed against him yet, or if there is some kind of like investigation going on, like, and also why would you expose your kids in that way if that did happen to them? Because like she's a public person, her kids are going to grow up, people are going to know who they are, and they're going to know that all this stuff happens or happened to them, you know? And like people judge that kind of thing, you know? Unfortunately, it's true. I mean, she's putting it out there about herself as well, but like people do judge. They judge that stuff. And so now her kids don't even have the right to privacy. And I also wonder, like, what about the boys? Were they examined? Because like, why would, I mean, I'm not saying like people who like molest children, like often like will molest both sexes. So I don't know. I have a lot of, yeah, I'm not going to speculate about whether it's true or not. It could very well be true. But if it is, like, I do think, like, what a way to handle it. And Zenny's like accusing me of laughing at a woman whose kids were R-worded. I don't know if that's a joke or not. I'm laughing at her being like, I don't know what the future of this channel is going to be. I mean, amidst all of that, that's the thing that's like, that's what I laughed at. Like, she puts all that out there and then she's like, I don't know what the future of this channel is going to be. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I know that anyway, there's been more information coming out about it. She was putting out a lot of fake content. She pretended to be at the Ritz when she wasn't. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's a really ridiculous thing to say amidst all of that. Like, the future of my channel. This is a woman who was making content advising women how to secure provider men like her husband. She married her husband. She had been, okay, this is the backstory for anyone who wants to know. She was living with another man. She had already had 2 children fathered by 2 different men, to my understanding. Or maybe it's the same father, I'm not sure. But she had 2 children from a previous relationship. She had never been married before. She was living with another man who was not the father of her kids. They broke up, and she basically convinced this guy to let them all move into his house. So she moved her kids into this man's house, and within a week of them like doing whatever, they got married. Like the whole thing is crazy. And apparently at this time when she was living in this fashion, she claims to have been working a job that paid her $90,000 a year on her own. If you are a single mother, why would you make yourself and put your kids in any kind of vulnerable situation with a strange man if you are making enough money to provide for yourself and your kids? 90,000 is more than enough to provide for yourself and your kids. And like, the math isn't mathing. It doesn't add up. She's a very reckless person. She did put herself in a very precarious situation. And then she was making content basically like putting other women down, telling them like just, I mean, I watched a number of clips from her where she regurgitated a lot of like red pill kind of talking points, telling women they weren't feminine enough, telling women that, you know, their issue was, you know, that they needed to close their legs more. Meanwhile, she was not, when she got married to her provider man, she in no way was, you know, a chaste woman, a virtuous woman in any respect. Like it was all a fraud. And she also posted, like I said, content where she was in a bathroom showing off her like Yves Saint Laurent purse and wearing this dress that she's like, oh yeah, I got this from Amazon. And she was like showing off. And it was like a really cheap looking bathroom. And she was claiming that she and her husband had stayed at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and that they were checking out that morning. I'm like, but the only footage she showed was of this cheap looking bathroom that in no way looked like the bathroom in a 5-star hotel. Like it was ridiculous. So she was, and this stuff, their marriage problems started a long time ago. They've been going through it. I mean, the whole thing is like, I don't know. And this man, her husband's niece has come forward and has started like defending him. I mean, it's a pretty big thing to put out there. I mean, even if it was true, I don't think it's right to put out there. Like, if it were me, let's say I had children, right? Let's say I had children and someone R-worded them or molested them or did something like that. Like, I can't imagine coming on here and telling you guys about it. Like, would that be appropriate? Would that be right? The whole thing is crazy. I don't know. Like, but it also speaks to like, yeah, he was a provider man, but like, you know, like she was pretending to be a trophy wife. And it no sense. Like, it's just delusional out here and people making this content like, and they're as messed up and trashy as anybody else you know. But she was charging women like money. She was charging like hundreds of dollars to women to counsel them and advise them about how to get a husband like hers. And now she's going to pivot her content, you know. I don't know though, because like this divorce is going to be a mess. Like we're going to hear more about this story because like The fact that she went public with all that stuff, you know, the divorce is going to be messy. I'm sure all her social media content is going to get brought up. And now these poor kids, whether or not they were molested, like I said, I don't disbelieve or believe, like, it's possible. I mean, honestly, a lot of men who are, this is another reason why women who have children shouldn't date. Like, single mothers should, like, not be dating, should not be trying to get another man. Because men target women who have, men who are predators, men who are sexual predators, or men who are pedophiles, love single mothers, especially if the daddy's not there. Like, hello. You know what I mean? Like, this is a big reason why, if you're a single mom, you want to protect your kids, you be very, very mindful. And she's just moving her sons into this strange man's house, multiple strange men's houses. She had her kids living with multiple men that were not their father. Like, I never seen her before until this whole thing came out, and like all the people are reacting to it. I only know about it because Shira reacted to it. Shira 7 was in a live, and because this woman was a follower of Shira and claimed Shira went off about it. That was the first I heard about it. Shira was like, I told you all not to be stupid. She married a man after knowing him for a week. I told y'all to do background checks. I told y'all to protect, like, you know, like, hide your kids. Like, you know, Shira was like ticked. She was like, don't claim me, you know, do not claim me if you're going to be out here acting like a pick-me, you know? So that's how I kind of came across it. And so, and it spiraled, and now the internet sleuths are coming out and digging out all the stuff. But like, it's just crazy. I've wanted to watch it, talk about it, because like there's so much in here that like I can't even get into it. Yeah, a lot of them do make themselves easy. They're like sitting ducks. If you're a single mom, you are a sitting duck. Okay? Like, you better, and if you ain't gonna protect your kids, like, that's your one job. It's your one job. Anyway, like, if it didn't work with the baby's daddy, like, just walk away from dating for 20 years, guys, because it ain't gonna work. Dang, Latine's got a story. Oof. But yeah, a lot of them are easy because they don't value themselves, like, really, or their kids. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, so this channel.
My brothers and sisters in third world country.
Let's pull it up. Let's, oh, wait. Okay, so I'm still sharing. Why isn't it coming up? Yeah, here we go. There's this lady. Okay, I like this channel. She's called Delululand. I've watched a few of her videos and I subscribed, but she's responding to this like passport bro thing. So I guess there was this passport bro whose like wife is divorcing him. That's true too, Matthew. Like, take your L in private, you know? It's okay to share things, but like when I talk about my life and like what I got going on, like I'll be like, oh, I went shopping, I did this and that. Y'all don't hear about the, you know, the mess. Y'all don't see the full picture. Like, don't compare yourself or think anybody out here is like not just another human being, because you're never ever getting the full story. Okay, so yeah, I like this channel. She's Delululand. She's a Caribbean woman. I don't know exactly where she's from. She might be Trinidadian, actually. I love me some Trinis, but anyway, let's see it.
You have to discern beyond the gold facade. When you are a person in a third world country who's looking to these Europeans and Americans to give you a life beyond what the niggas in the hoods can give you, what them niggas you grow up with can give you, the guys who are trapped in the same socio-economic climate as you, who have the same problems as you, who don't have the ability to rise to the economic state that impresses you and gives you luxury, because behind luxury is abuse. You will subscribe to Delululand. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my channel, Delululand. My name is Uhari, and it is so lovely to have you here. Firstly, I'd like to say happy 2025 to everybody.
I think Air is responding to the story. I've seen a bunch of people responding to the story, making content about the story, but I don't know anything about the story we're going to hear. This is the first video I'm watching about it. I've just seen all these mainly Black female content creators doing their reaction videos about it. I don't know if this is the one I wanted to watch though, actually, now that I think about it. I think I wanted to watch Bourbon Bougie. Maybe not. Let's just watch a bit of it.
We did a little hula hoop around the sun, 365 days. Now we're into the next one, and let's hope it is a better one than last year. Does anybody know where Cat Williams is? Because he feels kind of like the old man in the tribe that goes to the top of the mountain and tells everybody what's going to be happening, especially after he called last year so well. I feel like I'm waiting for some guidance from him. So if anybody knows Cat Williams, tell him to go back to talk to Shannon Sharp again, because that was really fun. Anyway, let me get to today's topic. My earrings, don't you like them? Aren't they so cute? Would you like to buy them? Well, you can, because I bought them down a random street somewhere in South Africa, and I'm not making merch. I just wanted to rub my beautiful earrings in your face.
Girl, don't show me the beautiful Africa earrings if you're not going to tell me where to get them. Am I right? Where am I going to get my Africa earrings?
Because I want to channel my African heritage, because what I am talking about today ties into it slightly. Today we are talking about the world's most immature man, baby. Other than being a very immature man, he is also a very antisocial man who perceives himself as being above other people. And that sense of superiority plays into how he treats people from another country and culture. But before I go into it too much, I just want to show you the video that triggered this video, and then we'll discuss it a little bit more.
Well, it didn't take long. It only took 2 years, literally to the day, December 27th, for my Filipino wife to become fully Americanized, hate everything about me and what I provide, and decide to leave. Yeah, welcome to the post that I'm ever going to make. There's a lot to it. I'm not going to go into it, okay? But suffice to say, after providing and going on the Disney World trip, which included the funeral for my mom, I got up to day 6, I think, on that, because it all broke down at Magic Kingdom. Ironic. And I didn't post anything after that, because when we got back from Orlando to St. Simons, Georgia, I was greeted with the announcement from Jayan that she wanted a separation. And then I discovered through text that she had been discussing this with her family and making plans to also take the children. So that's heavy, right? That's a nuke. And I'm going to go into my bunker. So I came downstairs in my nice 4-story mansion and just stayed by myself through Christmas Eve and through Christmas Day. And I missed Christmas with my children. My in-laws.
Even bragging about his mansion, but he's talking about his wife leaving him. Y'all, okay, sorry. That's funny.
Mother and my father-in-law and Jayan, they proceeded to open the presents without me. Presents of which, all of which I bought. Yeah, the separation is a separation. I'm lucky enough to have a big house, and the logistics of it can be met right away, but I spent Christmas utterly by myself. And it's coming up on New Year's Eve, and I'm still alone because there's no communication from her. Why? Because she's communicating with her parents. She has the total backing and validation of her parents, plus TikTok, all external sources of validation. And it's my position, my feelings are not relevant. She's got it figured out. She's got a plan. I'm waiting to hear what the plan is, and we'll see what happens from that point. But I'm pretty, I'm at peace with what has occurred, what could occur. I am done being Mr. Fix-It. Fix-It Felix. I'm not going to be the simp, nice guy, Fix-It Felix anymore. A relationship takes 2 people. And she made a decision for the separation. She's made the announcement and made plans with family to take our children back to the Philippines. And she's an adult. She has accountability. It's on her to come to me and explain to me what her plan is, such that it is, and what can be done about it. So
if she's Americanized, why is she going back to the Philippines? Does that make sense to y'all? Why would an Americanized woman who's now like able to stay in the US, why would she go back to the Philippines?
surprise, no more countdown with the great fun in Disney World. It was a disaster. And, you know, that's the truth. Social media is not about the truth, but I'm about the truth. So that's what my Filipino wife has been Americanized. My Americanized Filipino wife. That seems to be triggering a lot of people. Let me explain what I mean. In America, if a woman, if a wife, even a girlfriend, is not happy in the relationship, all she has to say to the world on social media, and especially to the government, I'm not happy. And if she drops the word abused or anything along those lines, the American system steps in. It steps in to protect her against any for any allegations that she makes. And the man's side of the story is, it's all assumed. I'm an evil, controlling.
That's a good point, Matthew. Another reason not to marry foreign. That's another reason not to get a wife from the Philippines, especially the Filipinos. They do not play. If you get a Filipino wife, you're going to be paying for their whole family. It is not always cheaper to go abroad. How many American women expect this? That's the thing too. Like, American women expect so little compared to like what foreign women demand. It's interesting to me, but like, men don't want to give it to American women. It's interesting. Adriana, what's up, Adriana? She said, your young wife didn't actually love you for you. Well, I mean, come on, the way he's talking, does he sound like he has any love either? You know, if you don't have any love, don't expect that you're going to find anybody who has love.
Patriarchal, oppressive white dude. And the narrative instantly becomes me bad, she victim. So the fight that we're having, that's still there. Okay. That's always going to hang over my head. I'm a passport bro. I brought her here. I married her. I signed all the government forms saying that I will support her for a minimum of 10 or 1,000 years. I don't know. And we even know what I signed.
10 years, you know.
And all you dudes out there who have been through this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Americanized means weaponization of the male-female relationship to benefit the female, because family court is not a judicial system. It's a corporation for profit, digging into the pockets of dads, of men. Because, yeah, we're in a patriarchal system and men still have most of the money. And now that's exactly what's true in our relationship. She doesn't have any money. I have all the money. And it's, you know, a relationship goes south when the woman has lost love for her man and she's just going for the bag. And if she goes for the bag, she's going to get a huge portion of that. That's what I mean by Americanized. Jan is solidly Filipina, and that comes with a lot of stuff. And one of those things is she's going to be fiercely defensive for her family, her mom and dad. And this whole fight is hinging on the fact that I disrespected her mom and dad. Never mind that they disrespected me too. We'll get into that later. But Jan is not Americanized in that she's materialistic or even greedy. But she senses and she knows the support that she would get if things really got ugly between us. The American system is on her side, not mine.
Yeah, so that was cringy. Other than being very immature, he is extremely insecure. And that is why he would go and pick a young woman from another culture. He's seeking control.
Hey guys, I just wanted to give you an update. I am safe and the kids are safe, and I just wanted to thank all of you for your positive comments, supporting me through this process, and I just wanted to let you guys know that I am not setting up any GoFundMe or any donations. I just wanted to clarify too that I am not getting any allowance and I don't have credit cards. So everything that I am purchasing, I have to ask permission, and this needs to be discussed. So if you want something, we're gonna discuss it. This is how our marriage works.
Now, I saw my wife post on TikTok.
For real, Adriana, for real. She wouldn't be marrying outside of her culture if she didn't want to be American. If she didn't want to be American, she would not be marrying an American man. I had a friend that was like, he was dating this Brazilian woman years ago. And he was, he was telling me about it. And I was like, well, she wants to come to the US. And he's like, no, she's doing great here. Like, she's got everything she needs here. Like, she's well off. And I'm like, she's well off there. She could be way better off in America. like way better off. And it doesn't make any sense to me because like he's just a normal, like lower middle class dude. Not particularly very intelligent. Like, I'm not saying this to put this guy down. Like, he was my friend. He had a lot of good qualities, hardworking, funny, resourceful kind of person. However, like, in no way was he at the status level she was as a human being. Because, like, in Brazil, she comes from, like, you know, upper middle class family. She's very well educated, speaks, like, multiple languages. Anyway, parents are both like professionals. Like in America, he could not get this kind of girl to pay attention to him, you know. There, she's in love with him. Now, why do you think that is? He's like, I don't understand why she likes me. And I'm like, because she wants to come to America. He's like, no, that's not it. And I'm like, dude. I am your friend. Listen to me. I know. It's so, I know. Women are women anywhere you go. Women are not different. Women are not different. You got to be different. And that's the thing, too, about men. Men are not different. You got to be different. Don't listen to that, Chris. That's lies. That's lies, Chris. Don't listen.
Yesterday, I think it was, that she has to ask permission to get money. Like, yeah, actually, that's true. And when I thought about it, I realized that was pretty embarrassing.
See, this is a man who left his previous wife of 20 or more years because she fell sick and got cancer. And because she couldn't devote all her attention to him anymore. And
whoa, I didn't know that.
He didn't want to be the loving, supporting husband.
Whoa, I didn't know that. Whoa, I didn't know that. I haven't done any. I've seen this guy's face everywhere. People have been like dogging him and stuff. I didn't know that. I didn't know he had been married for like 20 plus years and left his wife who was sick. That's effed up. And no wonder the internet's losing their mind. Okay. Lord have it. Let's continue. What up, though, Kiara? How have you been? Happy New Year. Good to see you. What up, though? Oh, my God. Let's continue.
Who helps her through her healing journey. He decided now would be the perfect time to use the excuse that, you know what, I want kids and you're never going to have them. You've been together for 20 years. This whole you can't have kids thing, if that was the real deal breaker, would have happened before. It was just an excuse that was convenient at the time. Okay, see, he's now free and he decides, I want to start a new life. What am I going to get myself? A new wife. Goes to the Philippines, finds himself a pretty young thing, and brings her back to America to marry her and have her all to himself. People who are in first world countries, who seek out people in other countries that aren't first world countries, countries that have higher rates of poverty and crime, countries where the people living within them would be highly incentivized to leave, people who are vulnerable, people who would be attracted by what is mundane to other people who are from the first world culture. His main problem is his inability to control her to the extent that he wants. And it is scary because he has almost complete control over her. And that isn't enough. The most disturbing thing he said in that video is this. She hasn't been talking to me. Why? She has the total backing of her parents plus TikTok. This all started because she asked for a separation. I thought separation like she was going to leave. She just separated to a different level of their 4-story house. That's right. All she did was, you know what? I want to separate. Can't deal with you right now. We're just going to be upstairs if you want to come to the rest of the family, if you're ready to apologize, you can come and join us. This wasn't said. This part is just in my head. Fills in the blanks. So they were here on the upper level. And did he go to talk, to apologize, to mediate? No. This man, who is probably closer to twice her age, decided that he was going to throw a tantrum and stay downstairs instead of going upstairs to his wife, children, and in-laws. Spend Christmas alone and then view himself as the victim and then get mad because she opened the presents that he bought anyway. God, I hate this type of person. I really, really do. When I say he is insecure, that is the embodiment of it. People who are secure in themselves.
She was just upstairs. She was in the same house, but just upstairs. And he's putting this all out on the internet. She does have a big forehead. No woman needs bangs. No woman needs bangs. Ladies, don't listen. Don't listen. You don't need bangs.
What they have to bring to the world, to their relationships, are not that controlling. They are willing to allow the person that they're with to continue to exist within the parameters of free will. They trust the people that they are with to go outside and participate.
That's true.
With the real world, to be functioning adults, to work, to share responsibility. They aren't afraid because they know that they bring more to the table than just the promise of a luxurious life. This is not that man. His biggest point of contention is that she has people to turn to. He's mad because at this point, her parents are in the house. They're there to listen to her and validate her feelings. He's mad that when he goes online, people listen to her and validate her feelings, which is unfair because people listen to him and validate his feelings too. It's the internet. Anybody's feelings can be validated. But he doesn't like the fact that other people talking to her adds an extra layer of accountability because she's going to be aware of his toxicity and she's going to push against it. He's mad that he's taken her from the Philippines, yet she isn't completely socially isolated. That is the biggest act of social isolation, taking somebody from a different country and putting them in your country and then not empowering them to be able to have some sense of freedom, to be able to develop beyond just being your housewife who gives you children that you're willing to not spend Christmas with because you're throwing a tantrum. One of the things he says in the video, she's an adult. It was on her to come to me and talk. He's the bigger adult in the relationship. She's 28. I'm 28. I can't imagine what it's like to be so burdened. So burdened. And that plays into my next point. We have to talk about her. We have to talk about the other side of the coin on this whole passport bro phenomenon.
All right, y'all making fun of her appearance, but I think she's really pretty. I think she's pretty. She's got, like, what? She may have a big forehead and all, but she's pretty.
And that is the people. You can be a passport bro or hoe, because women be doing it too. Bros and hoes.
Passport
everybody can be a
hoes?
host and everybody can be a bro.
Are there passport hoes? Have y'all heard of passport hoes? Is this a thing? I'm going to look into that. I know that's the thing too. Yeah. Like, oh God, and God forbid you go to the Dominican Republic, y'all, or like, yeah, be careful, boys. Yeah, I don't think she's a victim either. I mean, it doesn't sound like she's a victim. She's in the same house. Like, she didn't even leave the house. She was like, I just can't deal with you right now. I'm going to go to a different room or a different story of the house. But they're in the same house. She hasn't left. Yeah, I've heard of that. Or like women going to like Jamaica. That's nasty. That's nasty though.
It's about the psychological makeup of someone who wants a younger, more attractive person to be an accessory in their lives. See, the thing about the American dollar.
Okay, here we go. I don't know. I think I've seen enough. All right, let's go to the next video because like I don't need her commentary. Like she just or wait, let's see. Is there more footage of this happy couple? Okay, let's see.
It's not like I spend a lot of money on myself. I don't go drinking with the boys or golfing or play video games, stuff like that. See, my philosophy is the money that I earn is the family's money. There's no mine and all that. But, you know, what she said was pretty triggering. So I want to tell you something. I've come up with a plan. And the plan is for Jan to earn the money that she wants. And how are we going to do that? She started a business. She started a business as a landlord. That way, she can file taxes and contribute to Social Security. She needs to do that anyway to become a U.S. citizen and learn responsibility with money. Landlords have a lot of responsibility. They have a lot of overhead, right? The construction that I'm doing down here, she's going to have to pay for that out of the first couple, 3, 4, 6 months of the rent. And any maintenance and support that I give her, she got to pay me like a handyman. And learn responsibility with money by running a business, profit, loss, everything else. After about a year, I just stopped giving her money because I was getting pissed off at the waste, right? And another thing is, I don't feel like a wife should get paid to be a mom, right?
I mean, I can't even, like, you can hear the kids in the background. She hasn't even left, and he's making videos bitching about their relationship. How beta can you get? Like, how, like, what, man? He's putting it all out here for me to judge. I don't even know these people, and here I am sitting here having to judge him along with these other ladies. See, this other lady here was judging him. And then the lady I subscribe to is judging him. And now all my chat is judging him. But let's continue.
Right? You're both contributing to the family with your sweat equity. I use sweat equity as well as cash. And a mom taking care of kids, being a stay-at-home mom, that's her investment in the family. I don't think she should get paid to be a mom. So I don't know if this will work. But I think I found a way for Jan to generate the income that she wants, contribute to her citizenship.
What the hell? You better be giving your wife money if she's doing all that. You better be paying to get her feets done.
And earn the money that she has so that she can be more responsible for it. And stop saying that she needs permission from me to spend money or to get money. Thanks. Bye.
She can work. You know what she's going to be? She's going to be a landlord. She's going to get this property. She's going to have to pay me for this. She's going to have to do this. His idea of her gaining independence is to throw in her face all the responsibility that he perceives himself to continuously be burdened with in order to give her a standard of life. My favorite part is when she came out and said, you know what? That little Disney trip he keeps chirping about, his ex-wife, whom I love, paid for it.
Just wanted to let you know too that we have a really good relationship with the ex-wife, and to be honest with you, she's really nice to my kids and she's really nice to me. She's like my closest mother here in Hawaii. I can talk to her.
His ex-wife paid for them to go to Disneyland. Look at this girl. I mean, I'm not trying to be like hateful, but like, you went abroad for a wife and this is what you got. You paid for a wife and this is what you got. Girl, for real. They plotting. They plotting. She meets the ex-wife. The ex-wife meets her and she's like, sup? And they're like, yeah, let's take this N-word for all we can. She's like, why did he leave you? And then his ex-wife tells him, I got cancer and he didn't want to help me. And she's like, no, let's get him. Wouldn't that be cool? That would be a good movie. This is better than a movie.
Anytime. And, you know, she's really a good person. And I remember when we were in the mainland, she told us, my parents and me, and she said that this is my gift to you. Just for clarification too, half of the trip paid by his ex-wife, all of the park tickets in Universal and also Disney World, it was paid by his ex, and also the Airbnb and the grocery.
He isn't grateful for anything that she does. He expects it, but he wants her to be eternally grateful on her knees. Thank you, Master. Thank you for anything that he does. But why should she be when he's not affording the same level of care? And like she said, she is very grateful to him. He's mad because he did something in a moment, and in that moment, she didn't respond the way he wanted her too. I watch a lot of true crime. And I know how things like this with men like this.
I qualify Filipino because different cultures get disrespected in different ways. So don't come at me for being a racist. This is the context. Hi, Chad the Dad here. Had a horrible Disney World experience with my in-laws.
Goodness gracious, sir. Come on. Shoot.
And I'm just going to tell my side of it. Not my side of the story, but I'm going to say what I did to disrespect my Filipino mother and father, and as well as my sister. Number one, I did not eat the food that they cooked. It wasn't because I didn't like it, and it wasn't because I wasn't hungry. It's because I protested. I didn't eat the food that they cooked.
So you being
And then number two, when they left the food out on the table, that stayed out all day. When we came back from one of the Disney World days, I called them slobs for leaving the food out. Number three, I clapped sarcastically when Mama finally stepped in and helped Jan by bathing the kids after a long day. I clapped loud and long and sarcastically. Number four, I snatched the keys out of Papa's hands. He spent his morning loading the car up, getting ready to go back to Georgia, and he went to hand the keys to me, and I just snatched them out of his hand and went down to start the car. And number five, I told Ate, you too, when she said that I was being a bad host.
oh, because she told the truth.
That's the facts. That's the truth. Those are the top 5 things that I did to disrespect my Filipino mother and father-in-law and my sister-in-law. I'm going to make things right. But it's too soon for that, and we will get to it.
When it comes to the in-laws, when you get married in indigenous cultures, you know what I mean, the words that white people use for the brown folk, us people. When you get married, it's not 2 people getting married. It's 2 families coming together. One of the most unrelatable things that I see in American media particularly is this thing of people coming and being like, Mom, Dad, he proposed, we're getting married. And I was like, yeah. So he just up and decides he wants to marry you, gets on the knee, you say yes, and then you announce at home, are you mad? Martin? A mouth. Can't do that here. If my boyfriend wants to marry me, start by sending a letter or email to the family announcing, I would like to marry your daughter. I would like to get together.
All right. Doesn't look like there's any more clips of their drama in here. Let's go to this next video.
With the whole
Now this channel, Bourbon Bougie, I've watched some of her content. I don't really agree with her about a lot of things, so I don't subscribe to her. But she sometimes does have funny things. Like this was, but the video was, I'm the daughter of a passport bro. So I thought it might be interesting to look at. Just after watching that, like, what happens to these kids? Yeah, I know. I mean, this is the thing. Yeah. Women are women all the world over. Like, if you have problems with women here, you're going to have problems with women anywhere. We're not different. We ain't different. I'm no different than Adriana or Latinang Callie or Maina or what other women? I saw Roman here. We're all women. Okay? And we're going to women. And that's just it. And this chick, Bourbon Bougie, is also a woman. And I bet she women's her ass off.
whole Chad to Dad situation and talking about passport bros, I think that it is important to talk about what could happen as far as the children goes. And this woman jumped on TikTok to tell her story because she is the daughter of a passport bro. And obviously, since she's an adult, this is an original.
That's the damn truth. That is the damn truth. And men are the same as well. That's right. That's why we need to give ourselves up to God. No, and let me tell you, I've been there. Being a lesbian is hell. It is hell. Straight up.
original passport bro before dating apps and social media
Shout
and
out
all
to
of that.
Coffee Bean.
And just because the medium of communication and choosing a wife has changed, it doesn't make her dad any less of a passport bro because he was old and the technology wasn't there. Anyways, let's listen to her story.
I'm the daughter of a passport bro, and I've been seeing, I didn't watch his video because fuck that guy, but I've been seeing a lot of discourse on here about passport bro, and TikTok might be gone, so I don't know. Never really talked about this because it's embarrassing, but my dad passed last year, so it doesn't feel as wrong to talk about it. But my dad married my mom in the early 80s, and growing up, they always said, so my mom's Korean, so everyone assumed that they met through the military. But my parents always said it was through a pen pal service. And I also remember my dad telling me that he had been writing to 3 Asian women, a Korean woman, my mom, a Japanese woman, and a Chinese woman. Somehow my mom, I don't know, I can't remember why she was the one. But I did see like a letter he had written her. I just can't even imagine my mom like not even knowing English. Like,
Mina, go to bed. You've been up all night. It's like what time there now? You were up watching Hake. I saw you in the JLP chat. I know that's midnight your time. I know that's like 3 a.m. for you. When are you going to bed, girl? Is it mess to tell the truth about your father? Is it wrong to tell what your father did? You can honor them and still be honest. It's 7 a.m. Go to bed, Maina. But he wasn't. I mean, y'all, he was writing to 3 Asian women, one from China, one from Japan, and one from Korea. Get your ass to bed, girl. Maina, what about your beauty sleep, girl? Get your little self to bed, girl. Go put your little face mask on, Put your hair up in curls. Get your little comfy robe on. It's time for bed.
I don't know. Anyways, and there was a magazine I remember where it had like my mom's ad in it. It was just like black and white magazine of all of these Asian women, little picture, I think their name, age, where they were, and then my mom's little bio that she wrote was like, my name is I like Jewel Thing, which, if you know my mom.
Can you imagine
I like
what your life would have to be in your home country to put yourself in an ad to basically be bought by someone, a foreigner, just to get away from that culture or that country or situation? What must life have been to be there? And then what kind of person, what kind of man is just like, okay, do I want Japanese tonight? Do I want Korean? Do I want Chinese? What do I want? How dehumanizing. Like, you can't see people as human if you're picking them out of a book or something like that. That's not how you connect with other humans. Okay, so let's get back to her story though.
But overall, I guess I would just not recommend. They were not a good match. It was very difficult. Very difficult. Just watching my dad treat my mom like garbage all the time made me also think like my mom deserved to be treated like garbage. Also, we'd go out into the world and I'd see everybody treat my mom like garbage.
Okay, I need to pause there, because when you think about the dysfunction in your home, she said that her dad treated her mom like garbage, so she thought that her mom deserved to be treated like garbage. That is another.
All right. Yeah, this comment is so real. That is so real. That's exactly what it's like. I had a friend over at my house on Tinder once, and the way she was looking through it and like swiping on it, I was like, you look like you're on Amazon shopping. That's the look I get when I'm doing my grocery shopping on Amazon, or like, going through my wish list or something, like, for real. It looks no different. Good point.
the reason why you don't just stay for the kids, because you normalize that type of thing. Obviously, when you're looking through the eyes from a child, you see that this is your basis for what relationships are. Her dad treated her mom like garbage, and she thought her mom deserved to be treated like garbage. That's the reason why you don't just stay when there is emotional or physical abuse, because the child in question will start to think that this is how people deserve to be treated.
And then, of course, it made my mom like outrageously angry, rightfully so. So then, even more so, I felt like she deserved to be treated like garbage. All of it's just very messed up stuff. Just to be clear.
Okay, now, like I said, those were the thoughts of someone who was a child at that particular point in time. And here now she is clarifying that obviously her mother didn't deserve to be treated like garbage, but
What up, though, Miso Hani? How you doing? I love, there's this ramen dish I get at one of the local places that's like miso ramen. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, totally. It is like it's like Amazon or DoorDash or something. It is kind of like DoorDash because like don't people just like meet up and hook up through these options? My friend like ended up dating a guy that she met on the app for a couple of months that had a skullet, you guys. He had a skullet. She was showing me his pics and stuff, and I was like, he has a skullet. And she was like, it's so cool. And I was like, no, it's not cool. It's horrendous. Of course, she don't want to listen to me. I'm not fun.
Think about the cultural aspect of things coming to the United States that's built on sexism and racism, and you're plucking someone out and putting them here that is not of your culture, that's already stereotyped a certain way and looked at a certain way. You're just setting them up to be treated like trash. And obviously he's not the type, her father wasn't the type to protect this woman because he didn't even see her as human. But let's listen to what she's saying now.
All right. This one, let's just I need to respond to this before time runs out. This is what a skullet is. It's where they have it shaved on top and they've got like it long everywhere else. Kind of like that chick from The Antwoord. It's bad. It's really nasty. Most guys get it something like that, where it's like shaved and a mullet. I know, girl. I know. My friend was dating a guy with his hair. I was like, you cannot date this guy. He has a skullet. She was like, it's so cool. I was like, it is not cool. It is not cool. God, she pisses me off. She is so pretty, too. She is pretty. She is thin. She is white. She got blue eyes and blonde hair. She has no business dating a guy with a skullet, but she does it anyway. She doesn't care. She's taken all the glory and gifts that God has given her. The fact that she's like most men's like fantasy girl. And what's she doing? She letting a guy with a skullet hit it. God, now I'm ticked thinking about it. They didn't last very long. They only dated a couple of months. Then she started dating a guy that was like 10 years older than me. Mind you, I'm like 10 years older than her. And man. And I don't really have a problem with age gap relationships, but like sometimes it's really wrong. And you guys know when it's really wrong. We all know when it's wrong. There's times when it's okay, it's normal, and there are times when it's really wrong. Just like interracial relationships, I guess I feel kind of similarly. There are times when it's okay, and there's just times when it's really not okay. What up, Hurricane Paro? No, a Republican man wouldn't have a skullet. She friend zoned me. I would never sleep with her. I mean, I wouldn't sleep with a woman at this point regardless, but like she I remember her actually, she was in my house, she was on Tinder writing to girls actually, and she was like, I want to hook up with a girl. And I was like, wow, that's very gallant of you. I don't know. She a mess. But I need to stop talking about my friend. Y'all don't know who she is. I always have these like younger female friends, and I want to like, you know, warn them and protect them, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do, you know. That's true. You're right, Stacy. No, DJ on Paw wants a skullet. Not a skullet. Stop. They're horrible. Ugh. Okay, let's get into hearing more about her passport bro dad.
Clear, my mom did not deserve to be treated like garbage. You can probably see in some of my past videos, we've come a very long way. Repairing our relationship is honestly a true miracle. She has shown me that really like anything is possible. I would have never guessed we would be here where we are today. I don't really want to talk about, I'll have to ask her because it's really her story, like why she was in.
David, I would not hook you up with one of my friends. Not because of you, but because of them. You do not want to be with one of these girls. They're crazy. If I knew a nice young lady, maybe, but they ain't nice young ladies. No way.
In the position of marrying my dad, but she was like, you know, she didn't have a lot of options. And she didn't meet my dad until I believe the wedding day. If it was not the wedding day, he flew to Korea. It would have been like 1 or 2 days before. My dad always said that he showed up to what he thought was the wedding rehearsal, and it turned out to be their wedding. Yeah, and just like hearing about my mom's like first reactions of just like seeing him. My dad was very tall; he was 6'7". My mom's like under 5 feet. I just really like feel so much for her. I don't know how I just like could never have survived what my mom survived, lived the life that my mom lived. It's honestly like, it's overwhelming to think about.
Okay. This is the reason why it is so important to listen to women's stories, because sometimes you can base your opinions on someone based on what they show you in the moment, but you don't know what the basis of that is. And had she not talked to her mom and gotten the fuller story, she would have continued to believe that her mom deserved what she got, especially when she starts to go into the fact that her mom was actually cruel and mean to her. So you would think, I mean, that's the reason why it's important to know your parents' stories, know your grandparents' stories, just know women's stories, because we didn't just get here in a vacuum. Nobody is just like mean just because they just woke up mean. So there has to be something more to it. And I'm glad that she knows her mother's story. So let's continue to listen to this woman.
What else do I have to say about this? What else do you want to know?
Actually, I am moving on to this one. So she's commenting on this comment right here. She doesn't read it, so I'll read it to you. This person V says, he probably picked your mom because she was more submissive. The guiltiness you most feel for treating her like that. I'm sorry, the guiltiness you must feel for treating her like that. I'm not sure. I hope you made it up to her. So that is what she is about to comment on. He probably picked your mom because she was more submissive. All right, now let's watch her speak on that.
I think this is just such a funny comment because my dad, who knows if that was the reason that my dad chose my mom, but that is certainly not what he got. My mom is an absolute tornado. And I did follow up in another video that like I know my mom did not deserve to be treated like that. To defend myself also as a child, my mom was extremely cruel to me. She was very, very, very mean to me. And through lots of therapy and like medication on both sides, we have come in an incredibly long way. I would have never imagined I would have a relationship like this with my mom. And I don't know, I have somebody on my side somewhere out there, because one of the things that really helped our relationship is my mom said that she got a vision from God, that where God showed her all of the terrible, mean, cruel things that she had ever done to me. And it was a shock to her.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
She was then able to like fully understand and see where I was coming from, which, I mean, like, what a blessing, right?
Although, to be honest, like, I don't know if any of y'all know Koreans that well, but I've never met a nice Korean mom. Anybody else? Like, every Korean I know got a mom from hell. I mean, am I right or am I right? Press 1 in the chat if you know that Korean moms are hell.
Okay, so this next video that I'm going to show you, she's talking to her
Oh, her
mom.
mom's pretty.
And
Look at her.
it would be amazing.
Look how pretty her mom is. I wonder if she had a little Botox or something.
If other people who have a mom wound actually got a mother that looked back and said, I made a mistake here. I apologize. Let's fix it. I was mean. And you can just, you know, talk about these situations and how they made you feel without that parent being defensive or mean or acting like it didn't happen or whatnot. So that's the reason why I wanted to put the mom in here, because it just shows you that sometimes healing those mom wounds, it's definitely possible. But like I said, you have to be open to hearing the story of the women in your life. And the women's stories are so important. So let's listen to her mom and her talking to her mom.
So, Mom, did we have a good relationship when I was a kid?
No, it wasn't, you know, because I was controlled as a Korean mom. Everything, I want to be perfect to my children. I want to be my children a win-win, not losing. And I want to be my children's success. And I want to always compare to somebody. And I want to be, my children is not bad behavior in front of people. And so kind of like a cover up.
What do you mean?
You know, when you in front of people, you pretend to be, I'm a just perfect family. I'm a great mom. My children is a great children. And then behind the back, you know, just was not good mom, because always a push to education.
I relate to this so hard because this is what Black families.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I obviously don't know every Korean mom out there, but I've noticed a pattern like that where, like, they put so much pressure on their kid, like, and yeah, growing up, they are a bit like, they've had many moments where, you know, their mom just made them, you know, humiliated them or treated them cruelly, or was like very, you know, used them to show off, is a big thing in Asian like culture, but specifically like Koreans, you got to be the best, you know, and that really how is your like little half white baby supposed to be the best? I don't know. That's a good point, Adriana.
Do as well. We have to present ourselves. We have to push our children, because we know that our children have to be 10 times better than white children. And like she said, you have to put on a mask for all these other cultural reasons. You have to push hard.
Oh my gosh. Look at her over-identified. She's like, yeah, this is just like Black people struggle. Like, we got to be better than white people. We got to be 10 times better than white people. Since when?
When you are the other in a country, so that you don't get looked at strange and all of that stuff. So I relate to this so hard, because we're still doing this here in America. Like, you know, just to be accepted, to succeed or whatever, you have to push your kids like this. So I do understand where this mom is coming from, but I also understand that the daughter didn't see this or understand that is the reason why her mom pushed like this. Now, this woman could have been cruel and mean or whatnot, but that could also be because she was treated like here in America. So I'm sorry for editorializing. I just really felt that to my core when she was talking.
Push best without the love. But I learned that losing relationship between children forever. But the good things, I realized that relationship is a very important. Number one, trust and the love, no expectation, and just be there, listen. Now I didn't listen. Bad mom. So number one is what I was wrong things. It's not too late. A lot of people didn't want to say sorry to children. And I really like to say sorry to my children what I was.
Oh my God. How many mom wounds could be healed if people just said sorry to their children for what they put them through and listen to what their children said. I'm sorry. Watching this just makes me happy to know that it is possible.
Thank you, mildly attractive snake pit chat tard. That is nice. I mean, that is, how many times do you hear a mom apologize and be like, yo, sorry? I don't hear it very often. My mom called me last night, y'all, on my birthday. I was having a nice birthday, and my mom calls me. I'm like, oh dear. Got to hear about my uncle. But I'm glad. Oh, yeah, she's been listening to JLP. Amazing. Isn't it a beautiful thing? You too could have a good relationship with your adult children if you just apologize for messing them up.
For people to change.
I was wrong. And I deeply say sorry, I was wrong, but I'm old. So the habit is not going to be a change back to normal person, not over one day. And I have to be proud.
Nice. And she got the get out of jail free, I'm old card. Yes.
Practice to be a better person. But I ask my children to let them know that sometimes my old habit coming back and I can be judging to you guys or hurting the feeling. So I let them know that if I have those behavior coming up, just to gently remind me so I can think about what I did and then want to be rethinking, reprogramming, and I have to say sorry to children.
Okay. That was the last video that I pulled from TikTok. And this person, she just put it out there, and she was vulnerable, and her mother was vulnerable. And I just think it's such a compelling story. Definitely can learn from that. There's so much that we can learn from just those interactions in those videos right there. Let me know what you think.
That was beautiful. Beautiful, guys. Wasn't that beautiful? All right, y'all, let me pull myself back up in here. How did I do this to myself? I was trying to make myself circular, like put a little circular thing in my style, but I guess, I don't know, I haven't figured it out yet. There's so much stuff I need to figure out in these here StreamYard streets, like how to work with all the technology I got here, because it ain't easy. That's right. She had to go and forgive her own mom. My Jewish nose? What are you talking about? I don't have a Jewish nose. It don't even got a bump in it or nothing. It's a cute little button nose. I think you're jealous of my nose. I bet you got like a really skinny little like hunk of big cartilage with a big bump on it, and you're hating on me. So rude. Chris says, I got a European nose like him. Can we make Chris's picture bigger. I don't think our noses are that similar. Mine's definitely better. That's right, out here in these StreamYard streets. StreamYard streets. Okay, I think that was all the videos I had saved to share with y'all. Let me take a look here. Let's see. Virgie Tovar should not be advising the medical system. Oh, I did have another video about that, like Passport Bro one that we could have watched. It probably was better than the one we did watch. Dang. Yeah, I don't see nothing to share here. Well, what else is there to talk about? I look like a Mexican singer called Denise Guerrero. Interesting. Let's look her up. I've never heard of Denise Guerrero. I've had people think I was Hispanic before. I was like, what the? I ain't no Hispanic. I mean, oh, I guess a bit, yeah. I mean, not really. I don't look like none of the people y'all say I look like. I mean, a bit, I guess. Like, we have some similar features. I got a white Hispanic look. Let's see. Okay, so this is Denise Guerrero. I do like her style. She is pretty. I don't think my nose is too similar, though. I feel like hers is a bit more long or something. But maybe it's a little similar. As in some of these photos. I don't know, y'all. It's tough. But yeah, I do like her style. She looks cute. She looks like a millennial queen in a lot of these outfits. I don't know how old she is, but I would reckon she's about the same age as me. Whoa, what is this? That outfit is crazy. Oh my God. I sometimes wonder with like female performers and singers, like, how do they feel getting in these crazy outfits? Let's see about her. Let's see if we can pull up a Wikipedia about her or something. Learn a little bit more about her. What the heck? She was best known as lead vocalist of the electro-pop band Bellanova. Okay. She was born in 1980. Okay. So she's a bit older than me. Not too much, but right on. Cool. She's a mezzo-soprano. Nice. Nice. Wait, how do I get back here? It just defaulted to coming back here? Terri Estrada. Is Estrada mean strange? Carrie, you think I look like Carrie Bradshaw? Not that again. Put a bird on it. Terri is strange. Estrada. Italians need to assert their dominance so Mexicans aren't always the first mention for brunettes. I mean, I am a quarter Italian. My mother's father was Italian, but like the majority of my heritage is Irish, and my father was mostly Irish as well. And no, baby. And he was dark haired and dark eyed. So, I mean, like, there's a number of Irish people with like dark hair, and like the ones with dark hair and dark eyes are called Black Irish. So I'm not that odd. People just want to make me feel weird or something because I'm not like, I don't know, blonde. Where's my baby? Come on, get on Kim. Where's my baby? You want some wet food? You want mama to give you some wet food? You want another can? Is it time for another can? You think it's time for can number 2? It's only 1:30. It ain't time for a can number 2. Oh, he think it's time for can number 2. What you guys think? Is it time for can number 2 or no? I love you, Nero. Row, row, row. You so handsome. Do, 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 do. You so handsome. You're so good, kitty. There are many kitty out there, but this one a good one. This kitty the best one. Yeah, this is my kitty the best one. Pull it back up for y'all here. Baby. Oh, gosh. You're so good boy. Oh, you're so cute. You give me a kiss? That's so nice. What I ever did to deserve a kiss from the handsome kitty. That's so nice. He loved his mama. That's so nice. Why my kitty so nice? What I ever did to deserve the handsome, nice kitty? No, we don't never deserve no nice kitty. I ain't no nice lady. Why I got nice kitty? Did that make sense? She a mean lady. She got a nice kitty. That don't make no sense. No, stop. Stop. Lestrada, the streets. Oh, what up, though, Trevor Biota? He is pretty alpha. Black Irish is still line it. Yes. He also had a very good solo album before his untimely passing. I've never eaten snails. Strange. Terry's in her 20s still. Y'all stop. Y'all, I just had a birthday and I'm feeling all kinds of, sensitive about it. Y'all don't say I'm in my 20s making fun of me and stuff. Y'all know I ain't in my 20s. Is it time for can number 2? Is it time for can number 2? You think it's time for can number 2? Nero has to overcome mama and return to his daddy. We don't know who his daddy is. We don't even know who his mama is. You got a daddy? Where's your daddy? You ain't had a daddy. You've had to put up with me this whole time. You've been a child of a single mom this whole time, you poor kitty. Ain't had no daddy to look after you. Oh. Ain't had no daddy to tell you I was doing you wrong. Poor kitty. Matthew says I look like Janice from Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem. Lord, let's see. No, stop with the claws. That wasn't even typing it. Stop with the claws. Come on, baby. All right, let's pull this up. Let's see. Oh man, I do look a bit like that. You're right about that, Matthew. What do y'all think? Is Matthew right? Do I look like Janice? I mean, a little bit. I'm not blonde, obviously. But if I went blonde. Stop it, you mean kitty, with you claws. Stop it. Stop it, you mean kitty. Stop with your claws. My mean kitty, you're so mean with me. Stop with your mean claws. You so baby. You so baby with your claws. I'm gonna kick you off of my lap. You keep up with them claws, boy. Mm-hmm. Chris, what the heck? You're supposed to press 4. That's nice, Yoda. I'm glad that you think that. Terry Breams. Birthing person's home. Chest feeder's home. Y'all crazy. Oh, wrong button. There we go. There, I'm back. Me and the cat are back. Do I look like Janice or not, y'all? What do you think? I think a little bit. I think a little bit. I got a little bit of that going on. A little bit of that. Oh, you baby, though. Uterus haver. That's another one. Uterus bearer. I've heard that as well. Bearer of a uterus. Chest feeder. It's so funny because I remember like back when that debate was raging on Twitter. I mean, back when I was in it, they would be like, you're reducing women to their genitals. You're reducing women to their genitals. And then they turn around and come up with language like chest feeder, birthing person, uterus bearer, like menstruator. Yeah, I know. They're like, don't reduce women to their genitals, you fascist. And then it's like they're literally reducing us to body parts. Okay. Aspiring gay trans man. Oh God. That is so, like, those couples are so cringe. The like straight couples where the woman has like transed out. Yeah, Menstruator would be a good metal band. Why has no one ever named a band Menstruator? That would be like a great name for a band. Stop being a fascist, chauvinist pig, Terry. Dang. I don't want to stop. If being a fascist, chauvinist pig is wrong, I don't want to be right. We're supposed to be getting a grocery order soon. Oh, was you cold? Now you up there. Was you cold? Now you up there. He hates me being condescending. The deathly menstruators. I do have that crazed look, but I'm not a redhead. So what color is your hair, Stacy? Are you a blonde? Are you a brunette? Tobias thinks I look like Amy Winehouse. I've had that comparison sometimes, especially in person. I don't know, Stacy, brunette. You a brunette girl? We will wait and see. Yes. We stand a brunette queen. Yay. If I quit being a fascist pig, then Mina's out. Amy had a little baby fat in her face. I sure hope she did. She didn't have any fat anywhere else. The poor thing was skeletal. Poor Amy. God, that was a celebrity death that really upset me. I don't know how y'all, maybe you want to share the celebrity death that got you right in the feelings, but Amy Winehouse was like, I wasn't even that big of a fan of hers. I mean, I had like the Back to Black album and Frank. Like, I had those albums just because it was good, but I wasn't like obsessed, you know, or anything. But man, I remember I just remember like the press around her leading up to it. And I was like, man, they're really like it's harsh. It was harsh, you know? And you could see she wasn't well and she didn't need to be touring. And like, she was just like really not well. I don't know. I just felt like it didn't need to happen. I felt like, you know, she needed, you know, people to like care about her. Yeah, Amy was Jewish. Yeah, don't do, well, she did, yeah. Well, not just drugs. She died from, I think, from alcohol mainly. Like, alcohol was the biggest problem with her. As far as I understand, like, I think it was alcohol, like, that killed her. I could be wrong. It's just sad, though, you know? It's just sad, though, because she's just so talented and interesting. And, like, she was a funny person, too, like, clever. And I don't know, just sad. Didn't need to happen. And I just felt like people were content to use her and make money off of her, but nobody really cared about her, except maybe her fans, you know? It's sad when people are in that situation. And she didn't really care about herself. But how? How, you know? I've never heard of Bella Nova either. We're going to be listening to them later on. We're going to look them up on Spotify. See if we can get into any of the songs. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, Icarus Fallen. Mana says, it's nice you have sympathy, albeit fake as a mug. I don't know how it's fake. I mean, when she died, I was genuinely like, oh, man. People were joking around about it, too. I got all upset. I was like, it's not funny. Look up Rosa Pastel later from Melanova. Okay, I'll check that song out. Man, y'all need to share your celebrity deaths that really upset you. I'm trying to think of other ones. Since she just got brought up, it came to mind. Am I going to see the new Bob Dylan movie? Ain't no way in hell I'm going to see that movie. I love Bob Dylan. I am not going to see that movie. Oh, yeah, Sinead and Shane McGowan. And they died so close. That was pretty devastating. Oh, yeah. Let me look that one up. I remember. Was that a female? Or no, it's a male. I know there was like a famous like K-pop female singer that killed herself, but I didn't hear about Jung Yun. Oh, he's kind of cute. Look at him. Pull him up here. I mean, that was K-pop. Yeah. K-pop fellas generally are, but yeah, pretty cute. Too bad. Jung Hyun. Oh yeah, Robin Williams was pretty devastating. That's true. That's true. I mean, they've all had a ton of plastic surgery. See, this is why North Korea is superior, because they've all got their original faces, the North Koreans. Oh, he's got that cute hairstyle. He was born in 1990 and died in 2017. Dang. He was in BTS. Sully. Is this the girl? Who is Sully? Oh yeah, she died. This might be the one. Oh, that blonde hair looks cool. Ooh, she was an endorsement model for Estee Lauder. Come on, we want to hear about her death. Ooh, pink hair. Dude, she hung herself. Oh my God. Okay, I think this was the one. I remember like one of my Korean contacts that I met through like the 4B movement. Like when she died, they were upset about it. Like just because I think she was. She went through a lot of, she went through a really rough time. And she's just like, it's so hard being a Korean woman. I think my groceries are here, guys. I ordered some groceries. So I'm going to have to take a quick break. Isn't that exciting? Look at how domestic I am. Oh, wait, what's happening? Is the garage is open. You want to see me? You all want to see what I got in my grocery order? Y'all silly. Do you really want to see my order? I got like some cream cheese, some chicken stock, some half and half. I think I got some frozen chicken thighs. I got a steak. What else did I get? I got some like Cool Whip. I got some pound cake. I got like one of those frozen pound cakes and like some frozen berries because I'm going to do for my little gathering for my birthday tomorrow. I'm going to do like the pound cake and I'm going to make a strawberry compote to, go over it as a kind of glaze and then have the Cool Whip. Y'all, I'm not going to be unbagging and showing y'all my groceries. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, guys. Come on, let's be real. If there's something I want to munch on, though, you'll probably see it. I am feeling a bit peckish. I do have a donut from earlier I didn't eat. So I might eat that on camera if y'all want to see me eat something. But let me put something on to entertain you in the interim. Let's see what I can find here while I go get my groceries. Oh, don't you whine too. Everybody wants something from me. Why can't I just live? Why did Kitty want to harass me? Why did Kitty want to harass me? Why he being that way with me? Why my own Kitty being that way with me? Why he my kitty, he'd be that way with me? Let's see. I know I got something saved here I can put on for you guys. Oh yeah, I can set this up. This one was funny. Y'all are gonna like this. Are you going to bed? Good night, Icarus Fallen. Grocery haul, cooking tutorial, and then mukbang. Oh God, put on some make. Hell no. Hell no. I do have like one of his videos saved, like one of his old videos in my thing, but we ain't doing that. Okay, let me see. Pull this up. All right, we're going to start with the penis size video because I thought it was funny. Get down.
Is it possible to predict the size of someone's penis from looking at their nose? You're in the right place because science has just uncovered exciting new data linking nose size to penis size. But there's a catch. It only applies to certain men. Want to know if your face reveals more than you think? Stay tuned for the full story and a hands-on tutorial at the end. I'm Dr. Stefan Buntrock, a board-certified urologist and specialist in sexual health. Some of you may have watched other videos about penis size on this channel, so you know that there is a correlation between the ratio of your second and fourth finger and penis size. It has to do with pre-birth exposure to testosterone. You know, testosterone defines whether we develop into a boy or a girl, and testosterone is present even before we are born, between weeks 10 to 15 to be precise. This first surge of testosterone is crucial for any further development as it sets the tone for what is going to happen later. The same applies to the size of nose. Men have a 10% larger nose than women. So could a large nose predict penile size? So far, we didn't have conclusive research to support that hypothesis. But now we have two studies. One included 1,160 patients at a urology unit. The other one was a cadaver study on 126 corpses. Both studies looked at flaccid and stretched penile length in relation to nose size. Yes, they also examined stretched length in the cadavers. Both studies revealed the same conclusion. The larger the nose, the larger the penis. This was true for both length and girth in the study on living men and for penile length only in the other study. Now, before I tell you if your nose will predict the size of your penis, you will have to keep in mind that we are talking about correlations. Before dismissing this as nonsense, let's dive into the facts. A scientific correlation is when two things seem to change together in a consistent way. It could be that as one thing decreases or increases, the other tends to do the same. However, it doesn't necessarily mean one causes the other. They just happen to move in a related pattern. Depending on how closely related these changes are, we are talking about a weak or a strong correlation. Just look at these graphs. Each dot represents a measurement. On top, you see penile length, and down here, penile girth is depicted and related to nose volume. As you can see, we have a medium correlation. The line results from calculating the underlying correlation among the two variables. So if your nose and penis size don't correlate well, remember these graphs. You may be one of the dots which are far away from that line. And by the way, this is also true for digit ratio. I've received countless comments accusing me of being a liar and that all of this is not true. But it is. only that it is a correlation. So now, whom does this apply to? The large study was from Korea and the cadaver study was from Japan. I mean, in principle, testosterone works the same worldwide, so it shouldn't make a difference in other countries. However, while testosterone works similarly across all men, there may be variations in facial features across ethnic groups. So unless you're from Korea or Japan, it's uncertain if these findings can be universally applied. If you want to measure your nose, this is how you do it. To measure the volume of your nose at home, you can approximate its shape as a pyramid and use basic measurements of length, width, and height. Here's a step-by-step guide to help you do it. First, selecting the right tool. You'll need a flexible tape measure for more accurate measurements since it can easily follow the curves of your nose. If you don't have a flexible tape measurement, a rigid ruler can work for straighter parts, but flexibility will give better results. Second, measuring the length. To measure the length of your nose, place the tape measure at the top of your nose bridge, where it meets the forehead, and extend it down to the tip of your nose. This gives you the length. Third, measuring the width. Next, measure the width of your nose at its widest point, typically across the nostrils. Place the tape measure horizontally across the base of your nose to get the width. Fourth, measuring the height. Now measure the height by holding the ruler perpendicular to your face, starting at the base of your nose, where it connects to your face, and measuring vertically to the tip of your nose. This gives you the height. Fifth, calculating the volume. Once you have these three measurements, you can estimate the volume of your nose using the pyramid volume formula. Multiply the length, width, and height, and then divide the result by 3 to get the volume in cubic centimeters if you measured in centimeters. Example, if the length of your nose is 5 centimeters, the width is 3 centimeters, and the height is 2.5 centimeters. The calculation would look like this. Volume equals 1/3 times 5 times 3 times 2.5 equals 12.5 cubic centimeters. This method provides a fun and easy way to estimate your nose's volume at home with just a few basic measurements. Now you will only have to measure your penis. This video will tell you exactly how. If you want to know how you compare to your fellow countrymen based on your measurements or even to the world, this playlist has become quite comprehensive during the years. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
A new year brings along a somber start for some area businesses, several coming into 2025 with having to close their doors for good. And while the ones still open, though, they are staying hopeful things will get better in the months ahead. Let's bring in Ariel Yakabazi joining us live from downtown Portland tonight. Ariel, why are so many businesses calling it quits?
Well, Liz, I'm told that it's really tough out there for these local businesses, and I'm told by their advocates that it's for a plethora of reasons, whether it's their leases expiring or even election years, which have proven to be difficult for these small businesses. But one small business owner tells me she's staying cautiously optimistic, even though business isn't what it used to be.
Appreciate your support.
The beginning of a new chapter for some is also the end of another for others. Several local businesses across the Portland-Vancouver area are closing up shop, including one of Portland's oldest LGBTQ plus bars, Crush, plus Foreland Beer's Southeast Side Pub, and in Northwest, Anna Bananas Cafe. And in Vancouver, Beach's Restaurant and Bar is also closing.
I'll scan these again.
Other local businesses, though, are managing to stay afloat.
I opened October of 2023, so a bit over a year now. We renewed our lease, so it's kind of exciting.
Diana Alberg is the owner of Allburn Wax, a small storefront filled with trinkets and products, all locally made.
I'm just going to wrap this up for you. We're mostly a weekend shop now, but during the weekday, it is a bit slower.
She says she's seen small businesses close down, but all for different reasons.
I don't necessarily think that people closing is because they've run into hardships, foot traffic, low sales. I think a lot of the times it's actually just more a sideways step, or just a different direction. I'm hopeful. I'm thinking it's going to be okay, but that's only because that's just how I survive.
She also says downtown isn't all that bad.
I think that with Portland, I think people see other things on the news that might scare them, aspirate the situation. But honestly, I love this area, and I will continue to stay here.
Have a great day.
You too. Be safe.
Now, as Diana just mentioned, she just re-signed her lease, making this her second year in the Burnside neighborhood. And she says she's very excited to get that underway. And she's also very thankful and grateful to all the other small business owners, but also the customers that continue to show their support. Reporting live in downtown Portland tonight, Ariel Yakabazi, Coin 6 News.
Yeah, Ariel, and you highlighted how, downtown Portland has seen some tough times, but Diana is staying through, hoping things will be better. Thank you so much.
Well, new on AMX for now, musicians and music lovers alike have a new destination in Portland to go check out. 3 local businesses have joined forces to create a modern-day music mall. This much-anticipated music alliance is located on Northeast MLK and Failing. Now, the 3 shops include East Side Guitar Repair, Hank's Music Exchange, and Rhythm Traders, all 3 now under one roof. And hey, how about this? Just so happens to talk about this new project and the hopes to invigorate Portland's music industry, we've got the 3 with us here. We got Ryan Lynn, owner of Eastside Guitar Repair. We also have Brad Boynton with Rhythm Traders and Hank Failing of Hank's Music Exchange. Good morning to all 3 of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for having us.
I'm glad you're here. This is a really cool idea. The term music mall was new to me when this was sent our way here. I think it's fascinating. Would you describe a music mall? Brad, maybe we'll start with you. How do you I guess put this energy into work here?
Absolutely. Well, I've been in that location and I had some extra space, and so I was looking for a neighbor that was like a music industry business that would be complementary. So for me, a music mall would be a business that complements what I do as a drum shop. And in fact, instead of just one, I kind of hit a home run because I got 2 guys in. And so, a mall is going to offer not just products, but also services. So we have repair, we have lessons, and then we have sales, which we're keeping in our community.
I think that's great. I think it's great. And to talk about each one of your businesses here so people know what they're walking into, Ryan, tell us about Eastside Guitar. What do you do?
Well, Eastside Guitar Repair, I've been in business since 2008. And I've just been serving the music community of Portland since then. And before that, I worked at a local music store. And so I have about 25 years of experience in the business. And I just love serving the music community in Portland and making sure their guitars are tip top.
Yeah, I love that it's all local too. I love that emphasis that you 3 have put into that.
Yeah, and my experience includes working for Breedlove Guitars and Bend. And then I've also been a guitar tech on the road for bands as well.
Nice.
When I can find the time. But it's been a great 17 years or so now. And I look forward to this new endeavor at the Music Mall.
Yeah. Really cool. And Hank, what about you? What about Hank's Music Exchange?
Hank's Music Exchange just started in 2022. I previously worked at another store starting since 1997. So collectively, we've got roughly a little less than 90 years experience between the
I'm
three
starting
of
to
us.
feel old right now.
We're going to have a really big party when we do the 100-year of combined experience. So we like to offer a lot of our expertise to the public, and the public has responded really positively to what we've all done. And we really appreciate that. So if you're a musician, we do really appreciate you, and we are really excited about the future.
Yeah. So how's this going to work, Brad? You got everybody kind of under one roof now. So if
That's
somebody's
exactly
looking
right.
for lessons or whatnot, give you a phone call, and really is it kind of just like, hey, you can talk to any one of my guys now. We're all here. How does this work?
We're actually run as 3 separate businesses. So we share one address, we share one parking lot. Interestingly enough, people will walk in my store looking for Hank.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice idea, guys? What do you think about that? Look at these guys. What? My groceries got delivered. I had to put them away. I had a lot of stuff that had to go in the freezer and refrigerator. It is what it is, guys. What do you think about that video at the beginning? Now I'm in my wheelie thing. I was in my chair. I decided to come back here quick. The most casual newscasters you've ever seen. Hey, baby, it's the West Coast. We don't need to be professional here on the West Coast. That's true. It is difficult for me, especially when I get my groceries delivered. I had so many bags this time just because there were so many different kinds of things. Oh, I got a fake text saying that my vehicle has an unpaid toll bill. Oh, dang. They're trying to get $6.99 out of me. That's a shame. All the guys in the chat have big noses. Right on. Oh, I thought only one of the gay bars shut down. Crush. I think I've been there. I went there once for like it was when I was going to the meetup group for the queer femme beauty meetup group. I went to a couple of their meetings. They did one at Crush, and then they did one at Nordstrom that I went to, and that was the last of it. I think they might have found out I was a TERF, honestly, so. But yeah, from what I understand, only one of the gay bars shut down. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna click on any of those links. Interesting stuff. Stuff I had shared, guys. Thanks for bearing with me while I got my groceries. I got my little groceries now. Yeah, well, I think two of them were trans women that I met at the events. One of them was a really hopeless case. Like there was a lot wrong with him, and he was and we were all going around, like I got paired up with him. I got paired up with him when we were doing like an interview thing. So we like interviewed each other, get to know each other thing. So I got paired up with this guy who was a trans lesbian. Oh man, he was tragic. Okay. But he, how do I put this? Like, yeah, he just didn't know anything we were talking about. And then one of the questions we had to ask each other was like, what is your like favorite brand of makeup? And he didn't have a favorite brand of makeup because obviously like you know what I mean? Like he didn't wear much makeup. Like he wasn't the type. And then like we had to give our biggest beauty mishap, like we had to talk about and share the worst, the time that we messed up our make our appearance the most. And I shared that like the worst beauty mishap I had was when I bleached my hair after having it permed, and then like it all like just broke off. So I had this beautiful hair. I had this really cool haircut. I actually gave it to myself. It was like a bob, and I had like one long piece in the front. And I just got a whim one day to like perm it, and then I had it permed for a couple of months, and I just got like sick of my hair. And I was like, oh, I'll bleach it. And then, yeah, it had to get it cut real short after that. Stacy doesn't have a favorite brand of makeup. I think my favorite brand of makeup would probably be like Smashbox, honestly. Smashbox. Although, how's Jesus gonna get me pregnant, Maina? Jesus ain't finna get me pregnant. I gotta find a regular man to get me pregnant. Tobias, I don't even know how to describe this guy to you. Like, he was not a normal straight guy. He was a straight guy, but like, in all likelihood, the only like gal he could probably find to get with would be another trans man, or trans lesbian man. You know what I mean? Because no real woman was gonna be interested. Smashbox. Guys, you know about Smashbox Cosmetics. Come on, stop being dirty. They're a major brand. Come on. I'm also like fond of MAC. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, but here we go. No, it's not dirty. It's not dirty. Stop it, you perverts. Smashbox is not dirty. Okay, maybe it's a little dirty, actually. Look at this. Rated H for hot. And look, it says sex right here. Or no, it says SBX. It looked like sex. My bad. They got blush sticks. Okay. Hot sticks. I've never tried violet or like lavender, like purple toned. I've never tried like purple toned blush. I don't know how it would look on me. This one looks pretty nice. No, that's not the one I picked. Poppy, this one. Wow. Wow, this website sucks. Let's see. What about lips? What do they have for lips? I used to love their lip gloss sets. I don't think they have them like they used to, though. Oh, yeah, of course. It's like website is impossible. Ugh, I don't want to chat to a makeup artist. What? I'm trying to look at the gloss. Okay, I'm irritated. I guess this is the only gloss they have available, which is a clear gloss. Wait, let me see sets. Yeah, it isn't what it used to be. I used to love their makeup. Now it ain't what it used to be. If you go to their website, I can show you the lip color I wear. Wait, what are you talking about? Red apple lipstick gloss, lip gloss. Oh, was that Smashbox? Maybe. Smash Mouth was that band. Red apple lipstick lip gloss. I'm not familiar with red apple. I got some makeup there yesterday. Actually, did I get that much makeup? Actually, I did, because, yeah, I went to Sephora. I went to Sephora, and I went to Nordstrom. And at Nordstrom, I got the MAC, like, Ruby Woo lipstick, which I'm wearing right now, and I need to actually touch up. I mean, my lips have stayed decently red, but they're not, like... Well, yeah, it was... But let's see what happened to good old-fashioned Maybelline. I mean, Maybelline is like drugstore makeup. Sephora. That's what I said. Sephora. What are you talking about? I like makeup. I don't know what y'all talking about. It's fun. Y'all don't like my look right here that I did for you? Look at it. See how cute? Actually, I'm just wearing the lipstick. I used the lipstick on my lips, and then I used it for blush, and actually on my eyes too. And then I did some glitter liner, and then I did my red liner. Since you eat lipstick, it needs to be non-toxic. Jeez. All right, let's see. Red apple lipstick. So this is what Stacy is into. I know. That's so crazy. I didn't have any money when I was a preteen. Like, I'd be lucky if my dad would give me $20. It's crazy. And also they don't need all that. I don't think it's appropriate for little girls to be, doing all that. Okay, so this is gluten-free vegan makeup. Okay. Oof. Let's see. So you like the lip gloss? What lip gloss do you use? Stacy, what's Stacy's lip gloss? I've never heard of this brand. Oh, dang. We're looking at makeup. Oh, man, I love that Dr. Pepper chapstick. That was my favorite. Chapstick I like now, though, it's not even, I use like a balm. What color, Stacy? We want to know. Lip gloss for me is like, I don't know. I don't like it too much because I often, I have to like reapply it often. I don't like having to reapply makeup too much. Like, I don't know. With my lipstick, I don't want to be applying it more than twice a day. Twinkle Toes Entanglement. This is Twinkle Toes. Okay, so it's like a glittery pink. Or a shimmery pink. That woman has no lips. Dang. Girl, get some filler. What you doing? That's better. Dang. Okay, no lips as well. All right. Nice. I like that they have older models. It's nice to see on like a normal looking woman. Entanglement, is that dark one? Yeah, I was liking this one. Yeah, that looks nice. A warm shade of orange red. I do like with a little bit of shimmer. You like it with shimmer, huh? That's pretty on her. Yeah, that looks nice. There it is on a white lady. Okay, nice. Oh my. Oh my, the lips. The pretty little thin white lips. Pretty little white lady lips. You like the shimmers? All right. I mean, that's dope. It's tough out here. A lot of women don't have any lips, man. Although when I was younger, guys used to ask me if I was black a lot. Like black guys would be like, "Ooh, are you part black?" I'm not used to seeing white girls with lips. Made me feel all kinds of weird. Yeah, lanolin, you can use it anywhere. But it is good for like if you're breastfeeding and your nips are chapped, I guess. Any part of you that can get chapped. My groceries were delivered. I got the email about it. Y'all wanted to see my grocery order. Like I'm gonna have you judging my grocery order. White women. It's hard out here for the white ladies and their thin little lips. I mean, those lips were amazing. Like they were so small. When she smiled, they just disappeared. Man, the struggle is real. I mean, even my lips aren't what they used to be. Like, when I look at like older pictures of me, like in my early 20s, and I see my lips, I'm like, dang, what happened? What happened? How'd they get so, so thin? Lord, what's wrong with you, Yoda? No, they would do that to my poor Hake. Would I save us? Of course I would do that to prevent a worse. Of course, to save a life, I would, yeah, if it came down to it, if I had to do that to save a life, okay. I guess that's where it is, One is a worse evil than another. So to prevent a worse evil, I will, commit an evil. I don't know. Yeah, winter is tough on my skin too. I got a little oil dispenser online. I haven't used it yet. But I got this little oil dispenser that has little prongs on it and it distributes it. And so you rub it in your scalp. So I'm going to be using this soon to see if it helps treat my dandruff issues. Cause like my scalp gets so dry and like I do like I have a salicylic acid shampoo that helps like keep it down. But I also need to moisturize the like scalp regularly and I can't do that. What would I do first? I don't know. Probably give him a kiss, you got to start somewhere. But that's like really, it depends. So we'll see. We'll see if that works and helps keep my scalp, I know, chat's hard. I know. Well, Yoda's here, He's going to ask inappropriate questions. But I don't think I've crossed the line with anything I've said. I don't know what else to talk about, guys. Has this been a fun chill stream? Have we had fun? Have we had a good time? Do you want to see me eat that donut? Oh, how is it? I don't think it's fungal though. It only like really flares up I don't think it's fungal, Latin and Cali. It only really flares up with the weather changing. You're starting to. Oh, dang. Should I open up? Press 1 if I should post the link and see if anybody comes on. Should I open it up for calls? Do y'all want to have me open it up for calls? Eat a popsicle? Should I? Man, you in court. Latine says I need to listen to her. I don't know. I'd have to like go to a doctor and be sure. Like, not all dandruff is the same. It's my day off, T-Bone. It's 8:30 a.m. and you're gonna leave. You've been up all night, Maina. Tobias says slave paint. What about slave paint? Are you all snowed in? Did it snow where you guys are? We got 1 vote to open up the chat. Open up to calls. You want me to talk about what, Karen? Karen is a slur. It's a slur against white women. Karen is a slur against white women, guys. You all know that. It's to, make women feel bad, specifically white women, make them feel bad about having boundaries and demanding respect. Although, to be honest, like, there are some Karens out there. I did used to work in service. I know. Just to be honest. There I am. Let's see. Let me pin that little link so I don't have to post it again. Yeah, what's the temp out today? It's a nice day. I went out earlier. 49 degrees. 49 degrees. And look at that sunshine coming through. It's hard to get around here though, but we might have some poking through on the balcony. Nero, you want to go sit on the balcony, baby? The StreamYard is a link. You can jump in and come on and say hi. And we have a guest. Hold up. Why isn't it popping up? Give me a sec. Gruesome Newsome is here. What's up?
Hello. How are you?
I'm not good. When are you going to do something about these fires?
Yeah, Gavin the Gruesome Newsome. No, he definitely wants California to burn. He wants us to burn so hard we all feel it, like a bad case of diarrhea.
Dang. That's messed.
Yeah. People are really fed up. I actually went to the grocery store yesterday and people were talking about how fed up they are with Gavin Newsom. It was amazing to see so many people like having one big conversation about Gavin Newsom. Nobody knows each other and they're talking trash on him. It was amazing.
I can't stand that SOB for real. I hope this is the end of his career.
Oh, you mean because he was crying on TV about Trump is trying to cause us to be divisive and, Biden, he's being nice to me.
Hello, Toby. I can hear my cackling on your background. Toby, can you hear us? Are you playing my laughing? Are you intending to play my laughing? We can't barely hear you. And we can hear my video in the background. I guess that's where it is, you know. Lord. Are you playing the video? Are you watching the video? That was a while ago, I feel. He's not muted. Oh, Lord. Okay. Well, you can't be watching the video and be in here. You're part of the video now. You got to be here with us. You're typing. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so you come on here if you want to chat verbally, not in private chat.
I hear him typing away.
I know. What the hell? You guys talk with your words. Don't keep typing. Just talk.
I think my mic doesn't work. I think. Do you hear me?
Barely.
Oh.
You should get out and then come back in, and then make sure that you have your Are you on a laptop?
Yeah.
Okay, make sure you close your tab when you get in here, okay? You know the tab that you have Terri on and the chat on. When you click on that link, you come in, but you have to go back and close that extra tab, okay?
Yeah.
That might be causing the issue.
Is this live on YouTube or something? Because I don't want
Yes.
Yeah, but go ahead and exit and try again.
Because I don't want to be on YouTube, actually.
Well, then get off. Why you don't want to be on here?
Are you doxing yourself? We can see you, Toby.
Oh, fuck. Am I on the stream?
Yeah, we can
He
see your
said the
face.
F word on my channel. He said the F word, y'all.
Toby not a bad looking guy. You don't have to, be self-conscious.
He don't know what he doing. He just came in here like guns blazing.
Maybe he accidentally clicked on the link. And then
he asked about it.
And then clicked on the other links. Because you can't just get into
Right now he's
StreamYard.
swearing in the chat. Dang. Toby. He's far away. He sounded European. He probably is far away.
No, he sounded Spanish.
Well, Spanish or European? Isn't he Dutch?
I don't know.
I think Tobias is Dutch. Yeah, see, I was right. He's Dutch. And he doxed himself. Doubly doxed. We seen your face and we know your nationality. He can't help it, Chatard. He's European. They think it's normal. Europeans think it's normal to cuss. It's okay, Tobias. Your secret is safe. Although this will be going out, in public. So people will know that you participated in the Terri Strange saga.
But he didn't say anything. And
that's true.
He could always come back as a different name. Yeah, a different name. Since we don't really know what his voice is like, he could come back with a different name and a different picture.
Yeah, he could put a picture up.
So Terri, you have dandruff. It won't go away.
Oh Lord.
Does your head?
It does. It's kind of seasonal. When it gets like winter, my scalp starts to get dry.
Have you tried putting olive oil on your head?
Well, that's why I got this.
Is it? It's the dispenser?
Yeah, it helps. It's got little prongs on it to help get it down into the roots, because otherwise, like, I'm just going to be putting oil on my very thick hair. But if I use this, then I can get it onto the scalp to actually.
So you're saying your hair is so thick it's like wool?
My hair is very thick. Yeah.
Is it like woolly?
Yeah, it's like Jesus hair or something.
Oh, so but you're not Jewish though, right?
I'm not Jewish.
Okay, just wondering.
I'm gonna break my head. That's right, Stacey. Stacey wants pizza. That does sound good. I'm planning to get pizza tomorrow.
So, but does your head itch?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, then that's dandruff. You should try getting that shampoo from the doctor.
God, guys, I don't. Head and Shoulders. I'm not using Head and Shoulders.
No, don't use Head and Shoulders.
I use a salicylic acid based shampoo, which helps get rid of, or like to help clarify the scalp, but I also need to moisturize it.
Are you getting congested? You sound like me. I'm congested a little bit.
I don't think so. I might be a little mucusy, but I can breathe okay. If your hair is thin, you're gay. Oh, dang. Matthew uses green apple Head and Shoulders. Well, you're a man, Matthew. Your hair ain't like mine. Your hair ain't as good as all this.
Oh my god. Amber, whatever their name is, just reminded me of a meme I have on one of my videos of AOC. She says, "How do I give shoulders?"
Oh no. AOC. I don't think she's pregnant. We thought she was pregnant for a bit, but she's not.
Because AOC already got it down. She already knows about the head. She just doesn't know how to give shoulders because she's that stupid.
Well, isn't that like a blonde joke?
It's now the dumb politician's joke.
I remember hearing that years ago as like a blonde joke where like she was asking about like getting rid of dandruff, and someone was like, "Oh, I use Head and Shoulders," and the blonde was like, "How do you give shoulders?" Tee hee hee. But that's funny that she made such a joke. Mildly attractive Snake Pit Chatard said he loves her.
Oh yeah. She's good for smashing and dashing. But, is she going to be a good mother to your children, mildly attractive Snake Pit Chatard? Is she going to be a good wife to you?
Apples do grow on trees. Poor Tobias. They don't have this kind of technology in Holland. She'll be a good wife and mother. That's nice. Aw. I'm going to eat my donut.
That is so sad that a man is going to believe that AOC is going to be a good wife and mother. And then you're going to end up on child support too, like how many months later, What you eating, Terri?
A lemon-filled donut.
Oh, see, you should make the screen where you're bigger and I'm littler.
So that people can enjoy me eating my donut?
Yeah, it's mukbang time.
No, we don't say the F word in America. That's a swear word here.
Don't say food when you're eating food.
I haven't reached the filling yet, Stacey. Yeah, I went to the donut shop today. I was like, it was sunny out. At first, I was just going to go to Starbucks and get like a coffee, but then I saw how sunny it was, and I was like, why don't I go visit my local donut shop and get like a breakfast sandwich and a couple of donuts?
Well, I don't know why you don't just come back right now, Tobias.
There you go, Stacy. Oh, there we go.
You know, if you eat your steak before you go shopping, you don't get crazy, insane cravings for carbs.
But I didn't go shopping.
Oh, that's right. You ordered.
I went out for coffee. And then I was like, why don't I hit up the donut shop?
Well, since you're Italian, do you like your greens steamed and then drizzle like some red wine vinegar on it?
Depends on what the greens are.
Well, I know an Italian lady, she used to drizzle the red wine vinegar on her, what is it called? Arugula? And you can put it on some homegrown chard. You can grow chard, you know that, in your house.
I could grow spinach in my house.
Yeah, spinach.
I'm not doing any of that. But you know what? I used to grow my own green onions.
Oh, your scallions?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice. Did you ever get one of those little herb grow kits? Those are interesting. I've never done that though. But I heard
sometimes I do. I make my own sprouts. Like I make sprouts because I really like having those.
Oh, that sounds really. Yes, I do love my beans, nephew.
What up, though, Josh?
I love my green
Yo,
beans.
what's up? Let me. I'm trying to fix my. So that. Hold on.
To answer Yoda's question, I did not get a buttermilk bar this time. We had a ton of buttermilk bars. What up, though, Mariana? What's up, girl? Hey. Mariana, that's a girl. Happy New Year, Mariana.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Josh. Okay, I'm going to make myself.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear y'all.
You're going to explain to us, right, why you love AOC?
Mariana, jump on.
Terry.
Jump on in the chat. Make it a girl stream.
Can you please tell Matthew how much you love your beans too? Like you love some red beans, some green beans, probably some beets, but I like beets in a glass jar only. And the higher quality vegetables are going to be in glass jars.
I don't really like beans very much.
No, not even a lima bean or a green bean?
Yeah, I can hear y'all now.
I like lima beans or like fava beans. I don't know. I find most beans kind of hard to digest though.
Yeah, the fava beans are very Portuguese.
They're really good and you like cook them and have butter, have them all buttery and soft. They're good. And sometimes like a soup with white beans in it.
Hi, Chat Tart. Are you going to tell us why you love beets too? Like, have you ever grown your own beets? I've tried to do it. It's hard because it's like not just a plant you can plant whenever, like in zone 9, because it gets too hot here. You have to do it when it's cooler weather. Anyways, you're gonna just tell us like why you love AOC, right?
Yeah, tell
Yeah,
us why
she's
you love
my
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez so much and think she would make a good wife and mother.
she's my queen. I don't judge her
Nice.
for her past things, for her past mistakes, and I see the beauty in her. All she needs is a guy like me to put her in the kitchen barefoot pregnant and take
Oh, so
control. That's all she needs. She's never had
so
she's never had that. That's all she's missing.
but for all you know, she might not be a biological woman. We don't know, you know.
She's definitely a
Yeah, we
biological.
know. She's definitely a woman.
I mean, what if she can't
She
have babies because she's had like too much testosterone from her birth control, or maybe she's got a permanent IUD in there?
Well,
then
then
you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead, Terry.
I'm sure she could still be made barefoot and put in a kitchen.
Yep, we'll adopt. That's why you adopt.
I mean, she has a man right now. How come he don't impregnate her?
I think he did
Because he's
impregnate
gay.
her.
Didn't
I think one of his little beta swimmers got in there, knocked her up, and I think she had last year.
beta swimmers.
Oh wait, wait.
I think she aborted his little ginger baby.
Yeah, I remember.
Because
Really?
she looked pregnant as hell last year. But where the baby
Are you
at? She could have
Are
had
you assuming?
she could have had a miscarriage as well.
Are
But
you assuming?
I'm assuming she could have been extremely stressed out from the election. But she looked pregnant.
See, but she's gonna be happy again. You know, this time she's gonna be like, wait, is she sad because Trump is gonna be at the erection this time?
She's gonna turn into a trad wife. It happens all the time. I used to be liberal like that too. I used to be crazy liberal, and people change, you know. So you gotta be patient with people. That's all.
She should be happy because Trump won the election.
Nah. Turn your camera on, let's see, Latinx. What?
He won the what?
She's being a pervert. Why is everybody being perv today? This is a Christian stream. This is a Christian stream.
I thought she said election.
She said the other word.
Well, she's Asian.
Disavow.
She's Asian. She talks with an accent.
She's not
Yeah.
Asian. She's Mexican.
I'm totally Asian. I got some Asian in me because, you know, that's what all the Native Americans and all the Native North and South and Central Americans were. Those natives were Asian. They aren't special, okay? See, I used to hear rumors that the natives were so special. They have special blood and blah, blah, blah. But really all that happened was that a lot of inbreeding happened and blood types got like made, you know, weird.
Dang, I
Oh
didn't.
yeah. So are the fires still burning down LA right now? Is the sky still black?
From what I saw this morning, you know, a lot of those buildings burnt down so fast that they're all
Oh
just
yeah.
ashes now, and there's nothing really on fire
Whoa.
anymore. That's just in like the main homes and buildings area. Like there was a gas station that was on fire.
Oh man,
Yeah.
a gas station on fire? That sounds so dangerous.
Yeah.
Yes,
People are.
Tobias. I'm a Christian.
Does anybody in the chat have an update on the fires? I'm not sure.
Tobias followed me 10 years ago, and I was a feminist then. Thanks for sticking around.
Whoa. Whoa. Are you a feminist, Tobias? Is Tobias a feminist now?
Are you a feminist, Tobias? Tobias? He's a feminist. Right on. What's that like, being a man and a feminist? He's like the oldest Terry. You didn't look that old. You only look like you were in your 30s or something. I got older fans than you for sure, even in the chat. Do you mean you just follow me a long time? Is that what you mean? He's 33. Dang.
Oh
You've been
my
following
God.
me a long time.
Since you were 23 years old, that's how old you were when you first fell in love with Terry? You fell in love with Terry when she was a lefty insaniac, like the way Chat Tart is in love with AOC. Oh my God! Oh my God! There's like hope for AOC, is what you're telling me, Tobias?
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around.
See, but if AOC catches you talking this way about her chat tard, she's gonna say, "Oh, y'all right-leaning guys are trying to get my big booty because I'm a big booty Latina. I'm AOC." People, you know what she made those accusations, right? You know she was making accusations.
Yeah, I'm a trad guy though, so I'm gonna turn it to. I'm not about that. I'm gonna make her a trad wife.
You can take the woman out of Washington, but you can't take the Washington out of the woman. That's right. I'm still an underground legend. We keep it small here at the Terri Strange channel.
Underground legend.
Underground. I was a underground legend. You had to dig.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, like Tobias was only 23 when he first met you. So did he have a crush on you?
I still got friends to this day.
But Tobias, did you have a crush? You had a crush on Terry, or you just liked listening to her and being subbed to her?
He was a groupie. I don't have groupies. Not yet. Oh my, oh no.
No, I mean when you first met her, like did you have a crush on her?
Well, I was pretty back then too. Just
I
because
have a crush on Terry right now. Y'all hear me? What?
We heard you. That's why I was like, oh.
You're too old to have crushes.
You know, Tobias, when you first discovered Terry on YouTube, that's what I meant by met her.
Tobias needs to come back on, man. See how easy it is to come on, Tobias?
I know, especially because he's Dutch. I want to know, do they really have good chocolate there?
So he's Dutch, that means he's in Holland? Is he in Holland?
So Tobias, tell us where you're from in the chat, and do you guys drink hot cocoa at night?
Of course they drink hot cocoa at night.
Do you make it with sheep milk, goat milk? What kind of milk do you make your hot cocoa from?
Do you have cars in Holland? Mena, don't say that. Oh, they wear clogs. I remember that. Do you have windmills as well? And tulips? They have tulips in Holland.
Oh,
what else they got in Holland?
Matthew says it's simp hour to call in. Yes, Matthew, if you call
simp
in, I will
hour.
simp for you. I will simp for Matt if he comes in the chat.
I'll simp for Matthew.
Come on, Matthew. Let Nate simp for you.
So hard, that loves his kid. Wait, no. He's a single dad that works real hard, that loves his kids and tries something. Well, how's that song go? He's a survivor.
What?
I'm singing that Reba McEntire song to Matthew.
Yeah. I never heard that. I never heard that somewhere.
Let me look up the lyrics.
Terry, but can you please explain to Tobias what simp means?
Okay, so a simp is, I don't really know what it means.
It's usually somebody hoping to gain rewards like sexual favors in the future. Like they have a crush on them and they want to get close and like cuddle and kiss and stuff like that. You know, they want their attention. They want their affection, their love, their attention. It's not always sexual or anything like that. Sometimes it's just pure attention.
A single dad who works 2 jobs, who loves his kids and never stops, with gentle hands and the heart of a fighter. He's a survivor.
I never heard that song before.
It's so
I
bad.
never heard it.
I changed the
Shout out
lyrics.
to Reba.
Shout out to Reba McEntire.
So Tobias, is it true there's a lot of tulips there? You like the tulips, the cocoa, and the clogs? Do you guys get a lot of clogs in the toilet too? Or do you guys got good plumbing there?
Oh my gosh. That only happens if you're eating too much fiber.
What? What y'all talking about? I can't read the chat now. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Or wait, no. This is Gavin McGrayson Newsom eats too much fiber.
Who?
They sell the flowers near you, Tobias? They sell the okay, so there's a field with flowers and they sell the flowers. A man that obeys his woman.
A lot of the tulips and the bulbs come from Holland.
That's true.
They're very expensive too. They're not cheap.
You know what else they
So
have? They have bicycles. The
Talking about Denmark, right? That's Denmark, right?
Not
Oh, no.
Denmark. Denmark, they have really liberal age of consent laws.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
If you want to sleep with a teenage girl, you go to Denmark.
And when you
But
go
is
on a
it?
date, do you meet the girl on your bike or do you pick her up on your bike?
You know
Or
what else
whoever
that
you're dating?
the Dutch do? They go 50-50.
Yeah, they go Dutch 50-50.
That's right.
See, Terry, you're
What does
so
that mean?
smart. You
What you
pay
mean 50-50?
50-50. You pay
That
for
means
your
the guy don't pay for the date. The girl has to buy her own lunch. He'll be like, hey, you want to go out with me to lunch? And then the bill will come, and then he'll be like, okay, your half is this much. And you're like, what the?
Is that? You think that's a good thing?
You just wanted to be friends? And he's like, no, I want to be more than friends. I'm like, well, why you ain't paying for my lunch?
The only reason a guy pays for it, the only reason the guy pays for your lunch is because he wants sex, right?
Yeah. The
So,
only reason he asks you out is he wants sex.
So, but
right.
Adriana wants to know, is it weird
Well, there's some.
to drink?
Hi, baby.
Is it weird to drink iced coffee in the winter?
Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Baby.
Chat card.
Baby Lewis.
Is it weird to drink iced coffee in the winter where it's snowing?
Tobias doesn't like sex. Whoa, Tobias is asexual.
No, that's not weird. I'm asexual too.
Shout out
I'm
to the
celibate.
Well, no,
Shout
that's
out
not
to
the
the celibate.
this being
What?
celibate is the same thing as being asexual.
What's the difference?
Asexuals don't want to have sex. Celibate people just ain't having it.
Really? I don't. That doesn't make sense. What you mean? Like,
Look at you. Hi.
if you're celibate, that means you don't want to have sex, right?
Well, yeah, but that means you can still be celibate and have desire or like it, but asexual people aren't into it at all. They don't like it. They don't want to ever do it.
Really? That doesn't make
Yeah.
sense because if you don't,
People just don't do it because either they're focused on something else, like seeking the kingdom of God, or they don't want the mess and hassle of dealing with like the drama of sexual relationships, or they in their like,
right?
I'm focusing on me era,
I don't want the drama. I don't want child support. I don't want the problems that come with it. So
How do you know, Mina?
what does that make me? Huh?
Mina
You hear me?
says Terry likes it. Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. So what does that make me?
That makes you celibate.
But I don't want it though because of the consequences.
Yeah, that's
So
why.
then that make me that's the same thing as asexual.
No, it's not.
But I just want to know, what are you selling a bit of?
Doesn't want it, period. An
But what
asexual
are you selling?
doesn't want it, period. They don't have any like desire for it at all. Whereas a celibate person has the desire, they just don't act on it.
So, but what do the celibates sell?
They sell bits.
We sell bits.
Yeah, they sell a bit.
Sell a bit.
Adriana's been celibate for almost 3 decades. Get it, Adriana? Dang.
Nice.
She's a gig
Yeah. That's normal to be celibate. It's abnormal to be out here hoeing around.
I concur. But in this culture, this culture is satanic and everything normal has been turned on its head. So to behave normally, i.e., not opening your legs for any Tom, Dick, and Harry, is considered odd. You're the
But
weird.
you know what?
It's like that. It's like that meme where the guy's in the pool and the little circle around him is blue, and then everybody else in the pool that's all yellow, and they're pointing at the guy that didn't pee in the pool, and they're laughing at him.
Yeah. But you know what? I don't know if I'm really celibate. It's just my situation I'm in right now has me that. Because to say that you're celibate is saying that you have free will when nobody has free will. What you think about it? Do you think people have free will, Terry?
Look, Terry
I
does
don't
not have no boyfriend or no husband that she locked up. She don't need to free nobody named Will, okay?
She needs to free will. She needs to free will. Will is locked up.
Will is happy where he is.
Will is
Did
Nero's
Will
daddy.
Smith ever get free from Jada? Jada really took his manliness away.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, Will Smith needs to get free.
Poor Will Smith. But you know what? I feel bad for him.
Free
But
will.
the reality is he is a grown man. He is in control of the choices he makes. He chooses to stay with that woman. That's his business. That's true, Adriana. I felt that way. I certainly felt that way. How she's
Oh, wait, I
described
can't read.
it. When
What
I
you
was
say?
18, I still had my V card, and I felt like a freak.
And what?
Because I had my V card. Everybody made me feel like a freak. Like, oh, nobody likes you.
All right. Yeah, but yeah, there is no there's no free will, so there's no such thing as wholesale or incel or celibate. You don't know what you'll do at any given time. You don't have control over that.
Man, I don't know about that because I can definitely if I wanted to have some, S word, I could.
Right.
Because
But
these men give it away like government cheese in the projects, but I don't want that, so I choose not to.
but you don't see.
I
You
don't
don't
want
know what you want because
I don't want that government cheese.
if you randomly bumped into Brad Pitt, all this would go down the drain, right?
I am not
And
attracted to Brad Pitt.
you don't like Brad? Who do you like?
I never liked Brad Pitt. I
Oh,
thought he looked stupid. Like he don't look
I thought
very
all the
smart,
girls.
He looked
I
like he
thought
was
all
low
the girls like
IQ.
Brad Pitt.
He looked
No.
low IQ in my opinion.
You like who? You like Leo DiCaprio?
Leo
You like
DiCaprio
Leonardo?
was just, too. I don't know.
I heard he was dating a 19-year-old. I heard he dates like a 19-year-old. He's in his 50s.
It
I
was
mean,
like
every time his girlfriend turned 25, he breaks
just
up with
Leonardo DiCaprio.
What up,
Leonardo DiCaprio always seemed like. Sorry. He always seemed like he was still a teenager for a long time. Like, when are you gonna grow up? Be more manly.
Yeah. What's up, Lions Den? Or what's his name?
Because he always looked like a teenager for a long time.
That would be probably his pecs, Yoda. Also, his personality, his mindset.
I cannot read the chat. What are y'all saying?
Yoda
What are
was
they talking about?
asking me what the manliest thing about Hake is.
If you ran into Hake, Terry, and he was and y'all just happened to, go out on a date, and you can't control, and then y'all ended up in bed together. You can't control that. And you can control that.
Yeah.
I don't think you can control that.
I ain't going to bed with nobody that ain't my husband. No.
See, but you can't say what you will and won't do, right?
I can.
Don't believe that. You should never say what you will never do.
Doing it ain't gonna happen. No way. I ain't doing it.
That's like when
you take me to the courthouse right now, this instant. You take me to Tiffany's and then the courthouse. You're doing this. That's
like when Peter. That's like when Peter said.
Oh, he's trying to come back in. I think the Zealotson is having problems. Hey, David.
Yeah, we can't hear you, bro.
Hey, thanks for that. I was glitching out. Sorry about that.
Yes, it's okay.
What's up, David?
What's happening,
What up,
Chat
David?
Todd, Tim Todd, and Gavin?
Nothing much, bro.
Hey, Terry.
Good to see you.
Likewise, always a pleasure.
We're talking about free will, bro.
Oh, I love free will.
And if you say you're celibate, that automatically implies that you say you have the free will to be celibate. I don't think you do. I think if you say you're celibate, you're really lying, because at any given time you don't know what you'll do. Kind of like how Peter denied Christ 3 times in a row. He said he'd never do that, but Peter ended up denying Christ 3 times in a row, right? So that's the lesson. You should never say what you will and won't do, right? What y'all think?
Well, everyone loves free will. Nobody wants a slave will.
I want
Yeah, so I
slave
guess
will.
your argument, Chat Todd, is everybody's involuntarily celibate, or they just don't have the chance to engage in sex. Because if they did, they would.
I got the. If I wanted to, I could. There are plenty of guys.
Right.
Ryan.
But it's not. It's the way you were raised. It's the way you the things your personal traumas. That's what causing you not to go out and be a total whore. You know?
I don't think that that follows though, because people with the same life could take two different routes. People react to trauma differently.
You think so? I think you don't have no control over that. I think whatever you like, you didn't choose how you were raised. You didn't choose your parents. You didn't choose where you was raised. And
I agree, but people choose how they react to their surroundings.
I don't think they can control it, bro. They can't.
Yeah,
like gay people can't.
Some people think they're a victim, and some people fight their way out of it.
Think so?
I think we see it all. I think we see it in people every day.
No, you know what I do? I'd be like, no, we're going to Tiffany's and the courthouse first. That's what I say.
You say you do that.
Tiffany and then the courthouse. That's it. Or maybe we'll go to another jeweler in the area. But we go into the jeweler and then we're going to the damn courthouse if you're trying to do that. But I
ain't saying she a gold digger, but
What?
she ain't messing with no. That's what it would lead to, Terry. You're right.
Yeah.
He called you a gold digger, Terry.
No, I said I'm not saying she's a gold digger.
I'm joking. I know I'm playing.
But she ain't messing with Chat Todd.
If he can't afford a ring, then he don't deserve it.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
If he ain't prepared to put a ring on it, if he hasn't saved up his money, if he doesn't do nothing, if he ain't that far ahead in his life, then he does not need to be focused on putting his thing in a woman. He needs
That
to
reminds
be.
me. You remind me of Eddie Murphy, Terry. Talking about Janet Jackson. I know he used to do stuff for you, but what has he done for you lately?
That's right.
Eddie, what have you done for me lately, Eddie?
I'm an American woman now.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was African.
Maybe we should change the topic. We're discussing Happy the Half-Head.
So, did you tell us what was the most desirable thing about Hake that you appreciated? I think somebody was asking.
Ask me what the manliest thing about Hake was, and I said it's his mindset.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Be a man from the inside out.
Because he's got two minds, right?
Mm.
I got a backup mic right here.
Nice.
Joe Dierte.
That's not what the Bible says, Golden Rule TV. That's not what the Lord said.
I like the shirt you got going on, Terry. That looks very Eastern Orthodoxy.
It's a dress. It's a Chinese.
Oh, even better. Even better. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it got the little thing and it got the little buttons.
You need your fan. Where's the fan thing?
Oh, where is my fan? Hold up. I got one right here.
You have. Nice. Nice. I love it. I love it. Looks like a
it's very
peacock's
pretty.
tail.
You need to get another. You need to get a couple more, Terry. A couple more.
Oh, I have
outfits.
another one right here too.
No,
a little.
Oh, check these out, huh? Check. Do they really work?
Yeah.
Quite well, huh?
I usually carry a fan with me during the summer.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Fancy, huh?
Stop being a pervert, Yoda. I don't want you making up little stories in my chat.
Stop being a pervert, bro. This is a Christian stream.
Stories. He's making up dirty stories in my chat.
You got to time him out, Terry.
Should I
You
time him
got to ban him.
Yeah,
time him out.
Press one if
Time him
I
out for
Yoda.
time him out.
Yeah, you're making us look bad as men, Yoda. You can't be simping.
We need Hake, man. Hake would have timed. I heard Hake timed him out like what was 2 or 3 days ago.
Yesterday, I think.
Being vocal, yeah.
Maybe it was the day.
Oh no.
Because I missed most of it yesterday because my friend came by and we went out to brunch. so I missed the Hake Report. I had to watch it later.
Oh, happy belated birthday, Terry. Did you have fun?
I did. I had a lot of fun.
Oh no, I missed your birthday. Did you do a live stream?
I didn't do a live stream. I was planning to, but then I was just tired out from all the, shopping I did.
Oh, nice. Is that where you got the dress?
No, I did. I got this dress online. Like, it did come yesterday, though. It came in the mail yesterday. So I did order some stuff for my birthday. This was one of the gifts. But no, we went out shopping. We went to Nordstrom and Muji and Sephora and like Pendleton and the Goodwill Boutique. And we went to a pawn shop.
Nordstrom and Goodwill. You hit the gambit, huh? You hit all the stores.
Well, there's a Goodwill Boutique that's like high-end Goodwill where they have all the like designer stuff and name brands and vintage stuff as well.
You didn't strike me as a materialistic girl.
All women are materialistic.
Touche. Even you, Gavin the Gruesome.
We have to be because we have.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it.
Gavin the Gruesome.
Girls like stuff.
Gavin
Women
totally has a woman's spirit. Yes.
Hey, Gavin's been under hot fire lately.
How? Where? When?
Because of these fires, he's taking a lot of heat, saying he's not doing a good job.
Oh,
His career is over. He's finished.
Oh, looks like your prayers have been working, Gavin the Gruesome. Your prayers have been working.
Finito. Yes, he's going to go down in history, known as Gavin the Gruesome Newsom. He has blood on his hands, literally.
What's a tangible?
Like, she's talking about material things. So, like, women have to be concerned with material things. We're more, for one, we're like more weak, so we can't always like get things the way men can, and like also, we have children to worry about. So, like, because of women's nature and being like the ones that tend to children, we have to be concerned with material things because we have to create an environment for children.
Yeah, if women didn't.
But I don't have any children, so I just,
Terri,
have to spoil myself.
You don't need to have children to want tangibles, because you just getting a menstrual cycle, you're like, oh, I want some pads, I want some Kleenex or something to stop this mess. You know what I mean?
And I want some ice cream to make me feel better
I don't
about
like
this
ice cream.
or whatever you're like. What's your you don't have a sweet tooth at all?
Yeah, I do. I had a donut just like 20 minutes ago on stream.
Oh, nice.
I went to the donut shop today. I like pastries and that kind of thing.
They are very good.
Golden Rule TV, where are you going to find a non-materialistic woman? The nunnery? They don't exist.
I mean, can you imagine what a person would be like if they didn't want something?
They'd be like Jesus.
No, they wouldn't want to be combing their hair, taking a shower,
Oh, no
Stuff
one
like
wants
that.
a man or a girl like that. You can't be stinking up the place.
Men act like they don't like materialistic women, but then when we come out like this at them, they're like, ooh. They're like, ooh, femininity. They're like, ooh, femininity.
I like those things you're wearing. That's funny.
They act like they don't like it, but then, they see the woman all done up and they break their neck trying to like see her walk past in all her finery.
And
How
then
did
they
they
work harder, and then that
You don't
makes
date
them
any
want to
women.
work
What are you
harder.
talking about? You don't date no women, Golden Rule TV. Stop capping.
He's capping.
He
Full
capping
cap.
hard.
We capping in the chat tonight. It's usually lit when I'm in there. It'd be Cap City when I'm not in there.
That's right, Adriana. That's the thing.
Hey, Zealotston. So what do you think about like these guys that say Christian men are like, weak?
Oh, well, I think there's some validity to that, but I'd say it's more in the Protestant sects. Catholics and Orthodox do have it too, but no, I would actually agree with that. There's a lot of Protestant men that kind of simp. They're definitely catered to because the Protestant women are more westernized and they like the independence, so they're not the more submissive or homebodies. And the Protestant men are okay with that. So yeah, there's some truth to that, I'd say. Those are the ones who preach the hippie Jesus. Jesus loves everyone, and you can't be. So yeah, they're kind of soft because they don't think they can be mean to anyone.
Yeah, Jesus wasn't nice to everybody. He did
But
get pissed off.
but there's a lot of people that preach that Jesus loves everyone and accepts you as you are.
No, I think Jesus was alpha and had lots of muscles.
Well, yeah, all the apostles, they were definitely like blue collar fishermen. So yeah, they weren't weaklings pulling in all them, rowing them boats and pulling in them nets.
No. I'm thinking like Jesus actually like had muscles and was like really strong, because if he was a carpenter, didn't he have to like lift heavy wood and a lot of tools and stone?
Sure did. Yep.
I mean, like when he got mad in the temple and threw that table, how heavy do you think that table was? It wasn't no plastic.
He probably
IKEA
threw that like a
table,
rag doll too. Yeah, I do. You can't be fantasizing over Jesus's muscles, though, Gavin Gruesome.
And a man, in order to get other men to follow, for a man to be able to lead, that's got to be a man's man. You know what I mean?
I actually never even thought of that, but that's a very valid point and a very good point. Yeah, that's actually Tell me more about this Jesus.
I mean, Adriana's pitching in. She's even, saying that Jesus must have been shredded. Yeah. Because he was a carpenter.
Yeah, he was probably really humble about it too.
Yeah, because when a man is strong, he's wise, he doesn't have to go around saying, I'm wise, you need to listen to me. Oh, I'm strong. Look at me, how strong I am.
Yep. Is it like those men who get the really big trucks because they have to, makes them feel good?
I mean, I'm not gonna judge men's trucks or nothing like that. I judge them by what they say and what they do.
And what Jesus was saying made you think he was big and strong and tough?
Oh yeah, really strong and tough.
Yeah, he told the woman what time it was too, huh? Even his own mother.
Oh yeah, that was so cool. He would call his mother woman. Get over here, woman. Bring me my beer.
Bring me the water so I can turn it to wine, woman.
Yeah. He was turning water into wine. He was so awesome, and he would even like go to some poor lady's house and he was just so awesome and amazing. She was like, yeah, I'll give you the last of everything I have. Here, you can have my last piece of bread, the last of my oil.
That's alpha.
I can't say no to you. It's so awesome to get some strong man to come and pray for me,
So Jesus seems like the opposite of Gavin the Gruesome Newsom.
Yes, because Gavin the Gruesome Newsom is a thief and a liar and a cheat.
And nobody follows him. People follow Jesus.
And do you notice that Gavin looked like he was laughing when he was standing in front of the Paradise Fire, when he was, saying, oh, how devastated the area is. And he was so trained to not laugh. He thought it was so funny that people were like homeless and dead and stuff.
No, I didn't see that, but I believe it with him.
I'll have to find the clip and post it.
What happened to Chat Talk? We started talking about strong alpha men, and he left the chat.
He's right there, isn't he?
Chat Talk, what up?
Yeah, hear me. Yeah, oh, what's up?
You You got to
my
change
signal
SIM
died.
card to Alpha Card.
Chat Tar, turn your camera on so we can see you better.
It's dark. I'm driving and it's dark, so y'all it would be all black. See?
Oh, pay attention. Pay attention. Drive safe out there, brother. Drive safe. So yeah, what's going on in California? You got to move out of there.
My signal might die.
What? Chat Tar?
You don't live near the wildfires? You don't live near the wildfires?
Me? No, I'm very far away from them.
Oh well, I'm
I'm in
glad you're
Central.
safe.
Yeah, I'm in the Central
Oh,
Valley.
South Central. South Central.
No, I'm in the Central San Joaquin Valley.
Oh, okay.
The Great Basin where all the farmland is, but all of like the trinkers are taking it away and turning it into, more Section 8 homes and stuff. Low income housing, low income housing. Because we need to
You're a character.
the
You need to make yourself a
SHIT out of
stand-up special.
California. Well, I'm not even saying anything.
Yeah, I think there's a market for you. A female who talks this kind of trash. Yeah, people. Yeah, people would think you're a female making fun of Gavin Newsom and all the Section 8 people. That's funny.
I did want to say earlier that I see the Section 8 people get so happy to get the government cheese. The
government?
Yeah, the government cheese. It doesn't even have to be refrigerated. It never molds. It stays
No, you know
home in a
that's not
box
even.
forever.
So let me tell you. So I grew up on on poor and not I don't know Section 8 food stamps or whatever. And we grew up on that. Nowadays, they can go buy lobsters, they can buy steaks, they can get like all the fine stuff. It's crazy these days.
So, but I mean,
You can
when
buy
you were
cigarettes.
growing up,
They can go buy
when
cigarettes.
you were growing up, people were ashamed to be on food stamps and stuff, right?
Agreed. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now these mofos come here and be like, "Dame tu stupid food stamps. Give me your food stamps."
You can get some too.
Oh, me
It ain't right. That's all I'm
long
telling you.
time. Give me food stamps now. Give me money now.
It's my money and I want it now.
No, but you got to use a foreign accent, like fa ra 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 ra. Give me money now. Me want money long time.
We love you long time.
No, food
You
stamps
know
long
that's a
time.
real that's a real thing over the military guys get all that. The Navy guys when they
What do
deploy
they
over
get?
there.
What do they get?
They get the Asian women in the brothels who say, "Me love you long time. $5, sucky sucky."
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
That's what. Yeah, it's like a whole market over there. Mainly the military guys.
Gosh,
So
that's
chat
probably
died.
really terrible. They probably feel like they're being hunted and
No, so we used to have it here in America. They call them the red light districts.
Oh, you're a military, ex-military?
No, not me, but like no, they in the cities, like in Boston, like they have the financial district. They in the 80s and 90s, up until like the 90s, they call the red light district, and that's where you go. They had brothels, and a lot of the gay people or people cheating on their husbands or wives would go there. It was the after hours place. But yeah, there's a market for that out there. That's why we need less simps and less women who are selling it. So then it cleans up the streets. We need because Gavin Newsom ain't cleaning up the streets. We got to help clean up the streets.
No, he's filling the streets up. They're taking the farmland away, and they're tearing down the farm. They're taking the cows away, and then they're bringing instead human cows.
Cows and whales.
They're bringing the human animals instead.
How long's he got left as governor or whatever he is, senator?
I think California just reelected him. I'm not
Get
sure.
out of here. Maybe he is a little alpha then. He does have some followers, huh?
No, I think he steals. He's a thief.
Oh,
It's
that's
not
right. You
okay.
said that.
It's not okay for people who can't even the social workers are filling out the ballots for the people in California.
I need
For the ones
to
that are
defend myself. I need to say something.
What's up, Terry Berry?
Mena is lying. Mena does not know where I was. I was not on the loo. My friend
Don't
called.
defend yourself.
I was on the phone with a friend, and then I touched up my lipstick.
That's exactly what someone on the loo would say, Terry.
Trust and believe. If I had to use the ladies, I would use that language. I would not say loo. That isn't nice.
Don't defend yourself. You're not supposed to defend yourself, Terry.
I'll do what I want. My
So,
channel.
Terry, we were talking about if Jesus had muscles or not.
Oh yeah, Jesus was ripped.
That's what Gavin was saying.
Wait, where? So I want to respond to this. Golden Rule TV said those are the people Jesus hung out with. The adulterers and the fornicators and the prostitutes and Johns. He may have hung out with them, but he didn't encourage them to continue sinning.
Amen.
He might have went to them and been like, "Hey."
I mean, was he really hanging
But he
out
wasn't
with
like,
them?
"Yeah,
He wasn't
keep
hanging
being
out
a
with them.
hoe. Yeah, keep cheating."
There's nothing wrong with being a hoe.
Wedlock. That wasn't Jesus. Jesus wasn't like, "Oh yeah, girl, get you money, get your bag, girl." Jesus wasn't like, "Get your bag, girl."
Get your bag, girl.
Here, get the F out of here. I hate when people say that about Jesus. They're like, "Oh, he hung out with prostitutes." I'm like, "Yeah, well, they stopped being prostitutes."
Because Jesus was so alpha. They're like, if you say that's wrong, Jesus, it's wrong.
Oh, I think Adriana Flowers, come and hop on here. She knows a lot about the Bible and stuff. But yeah, I think that Jesus was, casting out demons too.
Casting out demons out of the prostitutes and the adulterers and the fornicators and the Johns. Chat, if Jesus can save all them people, he can save you, brother.
Here's another one of my presents about myself. Some brush pens.
Ooh, Terry, do you tie up your hair with like chopstick thingies?
I'd like to. I haven't really figured out how to, but I'm sure I could if I got like the right thing.
I think it's a leather piece, and then there's like these two sticks that stick in them.
Oh yeah, I've had a thing like that before. But you can also just have a couple of sticks. There's like these sticks that are twirled a little bit, and you work them into the hair, and then you can like pin the hair a little bit with it. But it is hard to keep your hair up with it. So, but I'm gonna figure it out. Don't worry, I'm gonna look like a really good white Asian girl one day.
Yeah, you should
You don't wanna
totally
look
culturally appropriate everything that you can, because
that's right.
If you don't
White and Asian.
buy their trash, then nobody will make money.
What's that? Who's not gonna make money?
If you don't buy their stuff, they won't make money. They need your money, you know?
A white Chinese woman, is that like kind of like Blackanese?
Kind of. Well, no, Blackanese is when you're half black and half Asian.
They're
I'm
some
not
of the finest fucking women.
I'm European descent.
Blackanese. Blasian. They got Blasian too.
That's true. They got Blasian. I mean, maybe Blackanese could be Japanese or Chinese.
No. Golden Rule TV, you're confused.
Oh, thanks, Jess.
Jesus went and spoke among the people and cast out demons and healed them, but he wasn't like, hey, brother, can I have some of that marijuana too? You know, can I have some of that beer? Can I have some of your beer? Can I have a beer? You know, like
Can
he
I have
wasn't
sex
like,
with your wife?
You made Jesus sound Jamaican.
I'm terrible at accents.
But that, I mean, that's just God is within, not some book written three. Okay, you know, that's just an excuse for you to like justify sin. But okay, I can be getting with that. Like, I don't judge prostitutes. I don't judge people for that. But like, you know, I'm not going to pretend like what they're doing doesn't destroy them. If you love people, you tell them the truth.
Amen.
Dang, that's what Jesus did. He wasn't like, you're fine. He knew they were destroying themselves and he told them.
Yay.
What's
Who's
up?
this? Who is you?
Hey, Jess.
I am me.
Oh, snap.
I was just
Welcome,
saying
brother.
this panel's a lot better looking than the one I was just on.
Where you coming from?
Where are you?
Gangster Ghost's channel. I don't know. They were all yelling and calling each other heretics. I was looking for something more chill.
Yeah, welcome to Terry's live stream.
The vibes are better here.
We don't Bible thump too hard. Every now and then it'll happen, but mostly we just talk about things.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not into
Love
that.
stream.
Yeah, we
This
try
is
to
the
love
love stream, bro.
We talk about things and we try to
Yeah.
speak from the heart, you know.
And I think Jesus is
And we hate on
a
Gavin
really
Newsom.
cool guy. Jesus is a cool guy. It's cool to be like him. And Gavin is not cool.
Yeah,
Gavin is cool. I love Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom looks like if like
No. Sorry, I have to
What?
interrupt you. But whenever you address Gavin Newsom, you have to say Gavin the gruesome Newsom. He's
I
going
call
to go
him
down
Gavin
in history
Newscum.
as
I love.
He's going to go down in history as Gavin the gruesome Newsom because he has so much blood on his hands.
Can someone explain why he keeps sending the water into the ocean instead of letting people use it to like put out
Because
fires?
I'm going to tell you why. He wants California to burn and he wants the farmers to lose their land. He doesn't want the farmers to have water for their cows, their chickens, or the land to grow food. He wants us to buy potatoes from India. Have you seen those potatoes? No, thank you.
They're not like
And
Ireland's potatoes.
I
Have
don't
you
want
seen the
tomatoes.
Hold on, let
Can
me
I tell you
find
one
that.
more thing? Sorry, let me just, and I'll
Sure.
leave if you want me to.
You don't have to leave.
Okay. The
What the
tomatoes.
heck?
Okay, I live in California and I can't find not one tomato from California in any of the grocery stores.
Wow.
They're all from Mexico. Why are they trying to be green?
Because they're
and then
globalists.
bringing the tomatoes from Mexico. Isn't that
Yeah.
more wasteful to bring
Did
me a
you see
tomato
that
from
you're
Mexico?
that the
And also one more thing is in Mexico, they say do not drink the water because you'll get Montezuma's revenge. So how are they growing the tomatoes then? You know, in Mexico, with what water? The water that they say don't drink because you'll get diarrhea from it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you think about that fire chief that was in
The
Ghana
female?
when everything was burning down?
Well, no, the mayor was in Ghana. The fire
Yeah.
chief's lesbian.
Oh yeah, the mayor was in Ghana,
Our mayor was-
and she gave away all the hoses and nozzles to. Didn't they give it away to Ukraine? Like they gave
Terry,
away the
I love how
firefighting
Jesse
equipment to
Peterson
Ukraine.
I love how Jesse Lee Peterson says lesbian. Lesbian?
Lesbian?
He says it the best.
Oh, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's pretty amazing, like, to think about. And they have fires regularly in California. It's been a problem for years.
Yeah.
But also, like, they've been wet lately. Like, it's been raining way more than usual the past 2 years. And they have all this, they should have all this excess water. But yeah, it's all been diverted.
And they canceled all the fire protection on the insurance plans.
It's all Gavin's fault.
know
It's all
that.
Gavin's fault.
Okay, yeah, they are trying to get people off their land. I think it's intentional now.
Did you know they're also going to build some
this
kind
is
of?
getting interesting.
They're going to build some kind of eco village. Someone went to the one of the construction sites and showed what it looked like, and it just looks like slums. Like they're these little tiny houses. And it's these like little slums. They're all in a row. Hold on, let me find it.
Slums like Section 8. Don't get
Like
Gavin
those
the new
little tiny
going.
houses that they build for the homeless to live in.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to post it, and then I have it on my phone. I saved it earlier.
I saved it.
Post it in the
I
private
did.
chat. Post it in the private chat here, and I'll be able to post it.
All right. Do you have X?
I don't have X, but people can go and view it.
Okay. Here, let me find it.
Hey, Zealous Den, did you hear about you heard your boy was on Joe Rogan, Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan talking about the new movie, The
I
Passion
seen
of the
it.
Christ
I
2.
seen it.
You
You gonna
seen
check it out, brother? Y'all seen it?
I'm gonna check it out. I didn't see the podcast. I'm gonna listen to the podcast. I'm a big Mel
You gotta
Gibson
check
fan,
out the
bro.
first. You gotta check out the first movie. It was intense.
Yeah. Everyone's seen the first one. Yeah, that's like one of my favorite movies of all time, man.
I never
There
seen
is-
it.
You gotta see
I
it.
never seen it?
You ever seen the movie White Girls?
No, I've never seen
White Girls.
It's like one of my favorite movies ever.
Is Mel Gibson in White Girls?
I wish he was. It's the
No,
Wayans
he's not.
brothers. Oh, White Chicks. No, it's called White
Oh,
Chicks.
White Chicks.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
When
White
when they
Chicks. I've
have
never seen
when
it.
they have the oh my gosh, what's his name? He's in the he's the big black guy that's in the Expendables movies.
Terry Crews.
Yeah, Terry Crews. When he has the whistle on the dance floor, it kills me every time. It's so
Who we
funny.
got? Oh, brother AJ. Brother AJ's in the house.
Hold on, I'm gonna find it.
Who
And then when
else
he
is
starts, singing Vanessa Carlton in the car.
Oh yeah,
Oh my
that's
gosh.
one of my favorite scenes too. Ooh, and when he when he was high. You're talking about when he was high, blowing the whistle on the dance floor, right?
Yes.
How did he get high again? I forgot.
I don't know.
Walking
Here,
around,
I'm
my
sending
head
it to
down.
Terry so we can put it
Home
on the
band.
stream. And I need you.
Need you.
And I miss you.
And I miss you. And now I'm wondering if I can fall.
There you go.
1,000
It's a Terry
miles.
Crews dance. It's
Terry
so
Crews. Terry Strange and Terry
He
Crews.
stole your name, Terry. He stole your name.
Oh no, and he did it back to me. I don't think I can play this. I think this is copyright.
Oh.
White Chicks,
Good
but I can post the link if
music.
people haven't seen it.
Oh.
Or I could watch it and describe it in detail.
You can't
Oh,
watch it? You can't like look at it?
I can watch it and describe
I'm
it.
gonna get in trouble. I have all kinds of stuff in my clips and stuff.
No, they keep striking me, but I can post the link.
Really?
Yeah.
Terry's
You're a
popular.
woman, Terry. They're
Plus,
just hating
people
on you because you're a
seeing
woman.
the N-word in my streams.
Oh.
No names, chat.
Well,
Todd.
Bruce Wayne said the gay F word like several times on Daniels.
Terry,
who
you
did?
should totally be live streaming simultaneously to Rumble because you can say more over there.
I'm thinking of getting a
and
Rumble
you can
account.
play more clips of stuff over there.
Mm.
And
And
you
Twitch
get
is
monetized
better
right
about
away
it too.
almost. They pay you
And X
sooner.
is too.
Oh, you get rich over there, Terry.
On Rumble?
Yeah.
And X. Yeah, you should
Go subscribe
monetize
to the
on that.
Devil's Den. If you sign up, so go subscribe to me.
I used to be on X, but I got off of there. Well, I wasn't on X. I was on Twitter, but I got off of there because I was running my mouth and I needed to stop.
Oh yeah, you want to know something funny? Even I do that, and I'm not
I
one
was
to
like,
do that.
I was like, you know what? I don't need
It's
to be
an
on.
outrage chamber for sure.
Yeah.
Here's the
Never
video
signed
of
up
the houses. I don't think there's any music. You can just mute
Okay, I
it.
might be able to show. I think I should be able to show this if it's
Yeah.
gonna let me.
But
view it.
how spooky is this? Like, look at these things. They go
Oh.
on for miles.
God, yeah, it's like.
Isn't that weird?
Okay, let me pull it up.
They're
here.
building places like this all over the country. What are they for?
They're trying to move.
I think they're for
well,
migrants.
I think so, but I think also they're trying to move like the unhoused population in there, and then also eventually all of us.
So I
That's
heard that
scary.
they
Look
are
at this.
gaining.
Look at this thing.
Man, I'm about to jump off the stream, y'all.
So I hear
All right,
they're
see ya.
bringing
I'm
people.
gonna holler at y'all.
Bye, chat
All right,
yard.
I'm gonna holler
Good
at y'all.
luck. God
Later.
bless.
Like, look how small they are.
So okay, by putting these houses.
Look how close together they are. That's so weird.
So they're gonna be able to get more
Why is he
representatives.
running like he's
You know,
Well,
they're
he's
gonna-
trying to show how many there are in his 30-second clip. But if you look down the street, it just keeps going and going.
They're all the
with
same.
barred windows. They got barred
Yeah, they have
windows.
bars on the
That's
windows.
crazy.
Look at the bars on the windows.
That's crazy.
For all I know, it's some other country that starts with the CHINA building these to protect themselves for when they come here. I don't know.
I don't know. It's spooky.
Those do look like civilized World War II camps.
Yeah. You can even have a little pretend front yard if they put some grass down.
Yeah, those are like cells. Those are like big jail cells.
They look like jail cells for like a whole family.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
But I don't know. They might be. Well,
It
You
might
probably
be,
literally can get a bed, a stove.
but they all
and
have
a
bars on the
toilet.
windows too.
yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you all think in the chat? What do you think about these houses? Would you live in one of these houses?
I would
Press
not.
1 if you would live in the house. Press 2 if you would, live there temporarily as some kind of work thing. Press 3 if you would not.
That's how it always starts, Terry. That's how it always starts.
Yeah, it looks like housing for like maybe migrants but yeah, the bars on the window. Although,
Oh, is that what they are, Matthew? He says these are COVID towns in New Zealand.
whoa, that didn't
Is this
look
so
like
they can lock people up if they get sick? That's what they did. That's what they did in Australia. They were locking people up because they got sick. Or there was one person that went somewhere.
But
Yeah,
in
there was-
Australia, the people were
man.
going there voluntarily because they give them the internet and free corn.
Got to get that corn, man.
Corn like maize.
Yeah, like what? Like cornmeal to
That's
make
how they got.
corn
That's how they
pornography.
got my people.
No.
That's how they got my native people. They offered. them
Your
all
head is
corn.
always in the gutter, Gavin.
They said we'll give you this corn if you give you us your land, and then we were out our land, man. Not cool.
It's a
What's up,
shame.
AJ? Welcome to the chat.
I mean, what would Jesus do? I think Jesus would walk up to Gavin Newsom, and just by looking at him, he would cast out demons out of Gavin Newsom.
Amen.
Maybe instead of like trying to yell at Gavin the gruesome Newsom and like ask him questions, we need to be like trying to exorcise him. Like,
Gavin-
I cast out demons in the name of Jesus, and then like start speaking in tongues at him. Or how would he exorcise him from far away?
Gavin
Like that.
Newsom reminds me of like if an alien just made a human costume. Like he's creepy.
Yeah, that's
He's
so
really
true.
creepy.
But
He's like the opposite. He's like the
what would
opposite of
Jesus
Mr.
do, though?
Rogers. He's just creepy.
Like, do you think
Won't
Jesus
you be
would be
my
able
neighbor?
to walk up to him and touch him and exorcise him? Or like,
I
you
feel
know,
like he's
in the
actually a
Bible-
wax statue that can move.
Okay, but like in the Bible, when Jesus casted out the demons from some man, and then the demons went into the swine, did he lay hands on the man, or what did he do?
No, he gave them permission to go into the swine. He called out to them and they were like, please don't
But
destroy
how
us.
did he get the demons out of the man?
He
flexed.
he
flexed
started
with
he
his
started
body.
to talk to them and they were like, please don't hurt us. And they were like, please let us go into those pigs. And he said, okay. And they went into the pigs and ran into the lake.
Man, I watched a sermon by Billy Graham, and he was talking about that, and he was like, I often wonder how horrible a place must be that hell is, that you would choose to go into a swine rather than go back there. And I was like, ooh.
Ooh.
But it's so sad the pigs
So,
ran off the
so the
cliff.
demons were inside of the man before the swine, right?
Yeah, it was an
Yeah,
army
weird.
of demons. Yeah.
Okay. So, but did he lay hands on that man? How did he get
I
the
don't think
demons
he
out
touched
of
him. I
him?
think he just called him out. And he called
Welcome,
out to him.
Daniel.
Daniel, Daniel, did Jesus lay hands on the man, the madman who had legion inside of him, or did he just verbally call them out?
Oh, I would have to
Oh snap! We got brother
check that
Daniel
out.
too.
Didn't he cast him out into
Hi.
swine?
Hello.
Yeah, he did. Well, but that's the thing. Like he was about to cast them out, and they said, "Please don't, like
Please,
don't,
Hammer, don't hurt him.
yeah, don't destroy us." And they asked if they could go into the swine, and Jesus basically said, "Okay," so they went into the swine. So I
Yeah.
don't even know if Jesus actually cast them out. They were just so terrified when they saw Jesus, they wanted to get away from him.
So
And there's
Jesus
an
cast
interesting
them out.
context with that too, because the Jews weren't allowed to be pig farmers, so it was like also showing like the sin of the farmer himself.
Yeah.
Well, like, weren't they in a different land? Weren't they with a different people? Yeah, they were visiting. They were like,
It was all the crypts would be on the edge of the town. They would be on the outskirts of the town because, you know, if you touch something dead, you become ritually unclean, and then you have to be cleansed again. This is why like sometimes the Pharisees would get really upset at Jesus because he would do things that they saw as making you ritually unclean.
Mhm.
But he's literally God, so he can't be corrupted in that way.
Literally.
Well, and also, I mean, like, purity isn't. It's not a physical thing; it's a spiritual thing.
I'm pretty sure you can mess with your spirit quite a bit if you do enough physical things, though.
Of course, but like, you know, just because you like, I don't know, hug a pig.
Well, I mean, in the new covenant, we're allowed to eat pork. I mean,
Yeah, but you know
I
what?
love bacon.
Are we allowed to give a pig a big hug?
of
'Cause
course,
they're
you can
sweet
smooch them right on their little snout.
It's
They
so
seem like
cute, Terry.
I know.
I have a customer that sometimes I spray her house, and sometimes her pig is out, and it follows me around and lets me scratch it behind the ears.
Yeah, they seem
cute.
like sweet animals. To be honest, it's too bad they're so.
They're nicer than dogs.
Mhm. I know. Well, I don't know him, but I have a neighbor that has a pig, and he walks it around town sometimes, like just
Yeah.
out. on
And
the
you
sidewalk.
guys
And her
are
little
not
tail is all curled, and it like moves around. It's so cute.
okay. Okay, you guys aren't talking about the police. Okay, I just wanted to make it clarified.
The pig.
Not those kind of pigs.
Have you ever seen the movie Dirty Jobs? Because talking about pigs is making me think of that Adam Sandler.
Yeah, with Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, and they I think they like take some pills or they smoke something, and all of a sudden they're in the car and they're hallucinating, and they just see Adam Sandler dressed in this like crappy devil costume, and he goes, "We eat the pig and then we burn."
I've never seen that.
It's so funny.
Is that Little Nicky?
No, that was before Little Nicky.
That's right. We changed the racial demographics at the channel. He black.
I'm sorry, he black. Sorry for
No,
my
he
whiteness.
likes white people. He gets excited. He gets angry if I have too many black people on the panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think he
I
don't
thought
like.
I was about to get kicked off, but I'm a quarter Native American, so I can stay, right?
Oh yeah, of course. This Terri Strange channel is welcome to people of all races.
Oh, okay, so you don't go out like that. That's good.
Yeah.
Daniel, is your cross get bigger every time I see you? What's going on there?
This?
Yeah, it looks bigger than the last time I saw you. Is it a different one?
I have different crosses that I wear different days. Yeah.
I have one. I own one that I wear, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I got myself a cross for my birthday yesterday. A new one.
Oh,
I want to see it.
Hold on,
Yes.
I gotta.
I'm wearing
Since I've been Orthodox longer, I need to outdo Daniel here.
See if I can.
There we go.
Oh yeah, you got the big pictorial cross.
How about that? All right.
All right, what do we got here?
If I went out like that, people would want to talk to me about this.
I've gotten in trouble because of big crosses before.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. You'll make the bishop mad.
Yeah,
Oh, look,
well.
Terry has a beautiful little cross.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
There's a little gem in it.
The diamond.
What's your
maybe?
ring? What's that big ring you're wearing?
Which one? This one?
Yeah. Is that like a baby's
abalone?
finger?
It's a pearl.
Oh, pearl.
Yeah, it's a black pearl.
So it's not like a baby toe or something.
No, definitely not. But yeah, it's my new cross. I'm very fond of it.
That's cute.
Oh heck.
Sorry, I'm busy talking about rosaries and Catholicism in the chat. Your chat's lit again, Terry.
Oh yeah, what are they talking about? I've been ignoring them. Sorry. What's going on, guys?
Are they going crazy up in there?
Crazy about Catholicism and Jesus.
Cece's Catholic.
I feel like rosaries should
You're
be.
right. It's abalone. Is it?
Yeah, rosaries should definitely be like real stone and silver or gold.
This one has it's resin. It's amber.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah, my mom got me that.
That is gorgeous. Yeah, amber. I don't know. I think my rosary beads are glass. I'd have to go look. They might be plastic. I need to get me some nice ones.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to work tomorrow. I hear the storms tomorrow's going to be really bad.
Oh yeah, y'all are on the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you on the West Coast?
Mhm. It's been beautiful here, like upper 40s through the mid 50s.
Yeah.
Yesterday was my birthday, so I went out.
Oh, happy birthday! Many years.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you. I went out and it was sunny, and then today it was sunny too. It's just been lovely and warm and all the good things. So God bless me with a beautiful birthday.
That's good.
Yeah, it was nice to be out in the sun and actually like getting some, especially in the middle of winter, you know,
My shoulder, man.
because we don't get much sun in the Pacific Northwest as it is. Is Gregatron here? I missed it. That's right, man. I turned 50 years old.
There we go.
Or between the ages of 13 and 55.
Ow. I don't know what's going on here with my neck and my shoulder.
It's probably all that snow. It's getting into your bones.
Right? It's making me old. I got my favorite mode.
Hey, I had another question. I wanted to say that women have been a secret weapon in war for many, many centuries. And, you know, Samson couldn't resist Delilah. She was a weapon. Who sent that weapon to go and sabotage him? And why would God give those powers to such a gullible guy? Or is there like something in that, you know,
It's a symbol.
Are like a weapon and
Women
or something?
Women are our other half. Like you're our other half, and like a lot of people think that like Eve was made out of Adam's rib, but it was literally his side, like a side of beef, like half of him. Like women are literally men's other half. And when you corrupt men, you get tyrants. But when you corrupt women, it's usually manipulation. It's usually a different kind of tyranny. It's like moralism.
Well, also
doesn't really work.
the worst thing you could do to a man is go after his wife or children or family, as opposed to him. Especially like a strong man. If you can't attack a strong man, that's how you can get to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on up, Matthew. Matthew disagrees. He says, wrong, you beta.
Okay.
Come on up, Matt.
Matt's gonna tell me about
Women
the
are not her other half.
They're definitely
they're
are
monsters. Now they're their favorite sex.
It's only due to Islam that we have a lot of this like weird women are inferior to men stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. It's
not part of Christianity or Judaism.
Islam.
In Judaism, every single king of Israel, his mother was the queen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not calling anybody here a beta. I'm just saying everybody, all Americans that love freedom need to take care of their health and their strength physically and spiritually, because our health is our wealth. Okay? They could, they can take everything away from us, but they cannot take our mind away from us or our spirit
Unless
away
they
from
give
us.
us
And I need
airborne
to hop
AIDS
off.
like they're trying to right now.
Well, okay.
Yeah, and they're trying to put the
water.
mRNA. They're trying to vax those pigs and the cows. Yeah, they're trying to vax the meat up because they're trying to force us to eat it since we won't take it. So I gotta hop off here. Thanks, guys. Peace out.
See ya. God be with you.
Newsom.
Yeah, there's a protein spike on COVID-19 that is eerily similar, if not exactly the same as the AIDS protein spike, which was isolated when they were trying to find a cure for AIDS.
Weird, huh?
Well,
It
the
is
whole thing
strange.
was created in a lab anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This is why you don't trust nerds. Scientists are not.
Nerd
your-
alert.
It's
Nerd
China.
alert. China.
China.
China. Mommy China.
The Kung
Wuhan
Fu
flu.
flu. Yeah, the Wuhan flu. Kung flu.
Who got kidnapped?
I love how they were like when he said it was from China. They're like, "You're a horrible racist."
How
And
can
then
you say that?
Later, they were like, "How can you
Oh.
say it's from China? That's so racist." And then later, they're like,
It's from
it was
China." Yeah.
We funded it.
He
Now
was
we
calling
need
it
to
the Chinese virus.
preemptively pardon Fauci and Liz Cheney before Trump gets in office, so that they don't end up.
Yeah,
What
he's
did Liz
calling it
Cheney
the
do?
Chinese virus. And he said, why are they calling it the Chinese virus? He said,
Liz
because
Cheney-
it's from China.
Liz Cheney is very responsible for this whole Ukraine thing.
Oh, I look at the Biden family too. I mean, what about Hunter Biden getting all that money? Like he was on
What?
an
How about
energy
him getting
director board.
pardoned? He got pardoned. That's wild.
He's a drug addict. What is he doing on an energy board in Ukraine?
Making that dollar bills,
Making that
y'all.
money. Making that them fat stacks.
Funneling money to his father, obviously.
Yeah, his father said that the big man needs a cut.
Big Joe, yeah, Big Daddy Joe.
It's like Hunter Biden. There's no way your drugs cost this much. You got to give some back to Biden. Like, that's why
Did you know? Did you know that today documents got released showing that Fauci was trying to make a mutant virus that would get people sick? They thought that COVID was going to work better than it did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was
They
supposed
thought
to
it was
kill
going to
us.
work way better than it actually did.
Well, there was too many people who didn't comply with the ouchie, with the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Praise Jesus.
Please,
I drew
guys,
blood.
don't dox your back status.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna give. See, this has happened to my streams before, where like I'll go back and watch them, and then underneath it, I'll have like a bunch of information about. the
I've
COVID
had that.
vaccines, and I'm like,
It's like the climate change
I
is
barely
real.
said anything. I barely said. Oh yeah, the climate change thing. I've gotten a ton. Like,
Me too.
ugh.
It's weird
Yeah.
that they do that to certain things, huh? It's almost like they don't want people thinking otherwise.
Yeah, and we have
Almost.
to
Almost.
think about it in like all kinds of like I don't know, convoluted ways. Like back in 2020 and 2021, I was people were coming up with all kinds of names for it to like, or euphemisms for it, so they could get around talking about it. And we can't say like the suicide say word, or people say, they say, or we can't say
Yeah,
RH.
people say delete, which
say
is
R
so
word.
stupid.
Like,
But what I think silly is because you can't say those things, but everyone pretty much does. Like instead of pornography, they say cornography, and instead of the R word, they say grape. And it just shows how silly it is that like you can't say that, but if you just add a G to this word, you can say it, and if you just say a similar sounding word and just change, it's all silliness.
Wow,
The censorship.
guys, I'm not gonna dox my status. You're
It
not
doesn't
gonna
matter.
put me into
I wouldn't think any less of you.
I got
I wouldn't think
the
any
regular
less of
and
you.
full boosters, and I'm due for my 5th next week. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I have had 12 boosters.
Gosh.
Please let me in the club.
Oh my goodness.
I'll tell you though, I'm on like town pages on Facebook, and I see people asking in town pages all the time, like, where can I go to get my next
Every
booster?
time I walk past
Still to this
Walgreens,
day,
I get
people are
another one.
Getting more.
That's true, Gregatron. Yeah, they're totally policing the language and making the language also more robotic. I mean, that's computer language.
Yeah, it's
called
almost like
Newspeak.
1984 with the
Newspeak.
Yeah, it reminds me of dystopian novels.
What are we to do? We're living in a very strange era.
What we had to do, we come to Terry's channel and talk about things.
That's right. Where freedom lives for now.
Yeah, on Terri Strange's channel.
I try to keep it free speech as possible. But then I also like to,
Well, no, they got a hold of Terry when she changes her last name from Strange, but she's not Strange anymore. They're like, oh, she's been occupied.
Well, if I get married, I'm going to have to change my name.
Oh, I thought that was just a funny like stage name, pseudonym.
It is a stage name.
Yeah, the Strange one.
But like, I don't want to be like Candace Owens out here,
Yeah, I do.
People speculating like, oh, she hasn't changed her name. I mean, she did legally change her name when she got married, but she just kept the Owens and stuff, and people going after her. But I don't know.
Yeah, but that's like I've had teachers, and you know them for like most of your school.
That's how
career,
people
and then
know
they get
her.
married
Yeah.
at the end. And I still know them by whatever their first name was. You still call them that because it's like I've known you that for 10 years.
I suppose, yeah. It's.
Can I have
I don't know.
How am I supposed to eat this?
With your hands.
I'm not using my hands to eat it.
What are you eating?
My wife made egg roll in a bowl.
Nice.
Keto
Yeah.
Oh,
food.
you like an egg roll? Your egg roll in a bowl?
Oh, egg roll.
I did hear that.
Very nice.
I did hear
No
that.
MSG.
Yeah,
You guys
Candace is pregnant again. She got another boy on the way.
Nice.
Hey, more baptized Catholics coming. I love it.
Is Candace Owens Catholic?
Her
Yeah, she
husband
just converted
is.
actually.
Is she?
Yo. Can't have this channel being
I
too
love it.
orthodox.
She got 3 million followers that she'd be
Oh,
preaching.
I should probably turn my
the
camera off.
Catholic too.
You have to subscribe to watch me. Hold on.
Yeah, that's for your OnlyFans.
Badger Snake Productions.
Hey Daniel, do you guys have pilgrimages?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Those things are intense, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really good to come with. So you get some brothers from your church, and you're like, hey, do you want to go to this monastery? And like, you make a date, and you go up there.
And then you have to fight all the monks to be able to leave.
That's the only way. Yeah, that's how you learn the martial arts of the Orthodox monks. You came here to train.
If you can't beat them, they just make you do chores until you can beat them.
You put on a turtle shell, so you do weighted training.
But the combat's like that game you were playing on Gigi's channel.
Right?
Yeah, we had Master Blaster came on there because you both were on Gangster Ghost earlier, and Master Blaster was like, yeah, I was in this monastery, and learned how to kill people with my hands.
I mean, to be
Oh,
fair, we
crap.
all know how to kill people with our hands.
Judo chop. I saw Austin
I know how to
Powers.
do it when the gun's in my hand.
I could
like you did to Josh earlier.
I could do it with just my hands, but I've trained in jujitsu, so
Yeah, I only wrestled, so
Yeah.
I'm okay at fighting, I guess. But I also am a gun owner, so I don't need to know how to fight.
yeah.
But yeah, my catechumen
That's
just
not
got
true,
back
'cause
from
if they get
her
a hold of your
classes,
gun.
so I'm gonna go see what she learned.
That's why you have second gun, Jess.
Yeah, but if they're already shooting you with the first one, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, you'd be dead at that point.
Yeah. I'm sure that's good for Terry's channel.
Well, so when it comes to defending your life with a gun, you definitely don't want to get too close.
Yeah.
You want them to be far away at a distance, and typically what happens is there's no fight at all.
Yeah.
And that's the best part about having a gun. Like when somebody has a knife or just their bare hands, people are more likely to engage you. But if you have a
Yeah.
gun, they're like, no thanks, don't want to die today.
I don't know. There's a lot of crackheads, and they don't care.
Well, sometimes they
They'll
don't
be
even
like,
realize.
"Oh, free gun."
Yeah.
I keep a backup and a breakout knife on me. I don't need that. I found this fork over here, dude. I love you so much. Thanks for thinking of me. Appreciate it. Having little people that I made, it's a weird reality.
Your little kingdom.
My little people.
Do my bidding.
That stand around me and stare at me while I pray. A whole audience. Hey Daniel, you do music and stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what this is? Hold on, I'm going to show it to you. See if you've seen one before.
Oh, what do you got there? It looks like some kind of MIDI controller.
Oh yeah, it's called the
Is it Korg?
It's Arturo.
No.
It's called the Micro Freak. And these are actually electrical capacitors, so you can like change the sound by going like this.
Oh yeah, the Flexboard does the same thing on the Korg.
Yeah. And it's got so many dials and stuff. You can make like the craziest noises on this thing. It's like one of my favorite things to make music on.
We should collab.
Maybe. Do you have instruments? What instruments do you have?
Oh, to my left here, I got a baritone ukulele, an Appalachian lap dulcimer, a strum stick, a tenor guitar. I have a keyboard over here. I have down in the basement, I'm keeping like a few guitars and electric
I got an
bass.
all black Johnny Cash acoustic guitar back there somewhere. I love that thing. I have a couple of electric basses and I like, oh my gosh, I always forget what they're called. I like Ibanez guitars. I like the tone on them.
Yeah, my tenor's an Ibanez.
Yeah. I have like 3 Ibanez electric guitars. I have a couple Vox amps and some modeling amps and stuff.
What up, those C-Cell?
Who are these questionables?
I know what you
I
call
want
them.
to start an Orthodox
These are
metal
my
band
guests.
like Holy Name.
These are my guests, C-Cell. You've been a guest on my channel.
I have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here right now.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Stacy, that's an interesting insight. Y'all crazy. Why are my chatters so crazy?
We don't even know what race AJ is.
Yeah.
He's Korean.
AJ said in the private chat he would be a few minutes, that he wouldn't be able to come off of mute for a bit.
No, I'm off.
AJ's from North Korea.
Actually, I think I already told Daniel this, but Nigerian American.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. For the chat out there. It's diverse.
Yeah, isn't that great? Do you feel better now, P Black or C-Sal or Stacy? I don't know who was upset. They just always feel the need to comment.
I don't think the deportations are going to be racially based, though.
It's definitely not Atheist Junior.
Is it Josh? That's probably Josh saying that. I feel like Josh would say some crap
No,
like that.
that's P Black saying it.
There's an actual guy named Atheist Junior on YouTube.
Yeah, Atheist Junior he came on my channel, started some drama real quick, and he couldn't handle my chat because my chat will roast you. Okay, he went nuts. He went nuts. He couldn't believe it. Like, he was so offended. He went live right after he got off my channel and was like,
Did he do a cry stream?
yeah.
No.
I don't know that many racist jokes. I only know a couple, Matthew. The chat is brutal. The chat is undefeated. No DJ on pot. He's eating
That guy Matthew looks like he drinks Jaeger.
He's eating a egg roll bowl. That's where they put all the stuff that's in an egg roll in a bowl.
Hey man, I was hungry.
No, yeah. Hey, I had a donut on stream earlier.
I ate my sandwich on Gangster Ghost stream before coming here, out of respect. No, I respect Gangster Ghost. I love Gangster Ghost. It was a shame to even leave, but I saw that everyone else came over here, so I was like, I gotta show Terry's stream some love.
AJ, this is what He Black said. Oga.
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 Is it Olga? Has he been from Nigeria?
I don't know. He
Why
Black,
do
are
you
you Nigerian? Or he's some kind of African. I don't know.
What is that, Jess?
It's a hydrogen flask.
Oh, neat.
That's how you're gonna defeat COVID.
Yeah. It actually, what's funny is whenever I get a stomach bug, I start drinking hydrogenated, like hydrolyzed water, and it actually helps a lot.
Mm.
Nice.
Like everything like comes up very, very fast, and then it's gone.
Oof. I hate throwing up.
Kind of violent, but it gets the virus over way faster.
Said send the jollof comment. That's some food. That's something y'all eat, right? Some rice
Yeah.
jollof or something.
I taught Annabelle how to make cappuccinos the other day, and now she makes them for me every morning before I get up.
Oh, lucky man.
Oh, that's nice.
She even steams the milk for me.
Aw.
Yeah. She's a good kid.
You
I
got a
was
good
talking
boy,
to her.
too, a good dog.
I've been talking to her about head coverings, and she's being grumpy about it. I'm like, I'm not telling you have to. I'm just saying it's church tradition. And she kind of gets her feelings hurt, like I'm trying to force her to do it. But I'm like, no, I just like it if you did.
Just gotta wear a burqa. It's no big deal.
She doesn't have to wear a burqa. She has to cover her hair when she's praying. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Actually,
But-
some women it can really pull it off, and it looks beautiful on them.
Well, whenever I see a woman wearing a head covering, it makes me think of the Theotokos, and it gives me a kind of a sense of peace, because a humble woman who's like reverent about her faith is a very beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But why don't you just get her a nice head covering or a nice little?
Her mom's got a ton. It's just she's just like she tried it for a while, and she's like, I don't know.
And then it's a present, and then she'll
Exactly.
feel obligated to wear it.
Well, she has some. She
Uh-huh.
has some.
Well, shit, I don't have any advice.
The only time we tell her she should is if we get like a Rokor bishop or something that shows up at our church, because in Rokor churches you have to, and I just feel like it's respectable.
Rokor is taking way too many hot takes. I'm seeing these memes online of like Rokor being like, the Catholics are heretics. We can never be in conversation with them. I'm just like, this is not where it's at, guys. Like, you guys got to
But
relax.
man, do ROCOR get the aesthetics of Orthodoxy correct?
Oh, I love their prayer book. I mean,
Yeah.
it's great. It's just, I think they're just way too like hostile to ever having like a united church.
Do you
Yeah,
know
we're not gonna
about?
get anywhere.
Do you know how many like rubrics they have like behind the iconostasis? Like as far as you can have a ROCOR service that ends up having like 6 deacons and 10 priests, and
That's
like
awesome.
there's an outline for like however many there are, what the responsibilities are. It's all decided, and they have it on the back of their iconostasis. It's
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty intense. If you're more casual, like a OCA or an Antiochian, and you get asked to like help a ROCOR liturgy, it's very intense. It's high level stuff, but they shouldn't be all extra about it. Like they should just enjoy having the intricate, like the intricity of it, without being so extra about it at the same time. I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But I also want to see the Protestants come to the true church too. I want us all to be together in one faith.
Well, you're always going to have people who, I think that the more people attack what you are when you're in a sacramental church, that actually the more they're doubting themselves. Like I don't like Terri never attacks our beliefs. She doesn't strike me as somebody who has a lot of like heavy doubts about her faith. But like someone like Bruce Wayne, I feel like is struggling all the time. So I pray for him.
I think the thing with Bruce Wayne, if I may, and I feel bad about judging a man's heart, but it seems to me like he engages with his faith through argumentation. And like he needs to be like somehow shown that that's not the Christian path. That's not what we're supposed to be doing, is arguing with each other who's right.
I feel like Bruce had a dad, and he kind of confirmed it to me a little bit, had a dad that was very forceful and just forced his way on him, and that stuck with him since he was a kid. That's what I see. Because I have friends that were like that like
see Sal. Satan wants to bring everyone under one church.
That's the Roman Catholics. Just saying.
Cecil was I don't remember her dad. She's a daughter of a pastor.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what denomination.
Yeah, so here's the thing I'll say about Bruce Wayne, actually. Like Jess was saying, I just think it's trauma. He's putting all his trauma on the Catholic Church, and all that anger you see is that trauma coming out.
Because I think like if you asked him if his mom was saved, he would probably tell you yes.
Yeah.
I didn't want to outright ask him because Dustin was in the room and he was being an absolute douchebag. I didn't want Bruce Wayne to say something vulnerable and then get jumped on by Dustin.
Yeah.
But I feel like his dad was probably very forceful, and he said his dad was not in the church and was not being a leader, and he probably won't say this, but he probably found a male leader figure that he could respect in a Protestant church, and that gave him kind of a healing like my priest did for me. So I can understand that. I can also understand how he might be very heavily invested into that system of doctrine because of it. But, if you're constantly against other people and you're attacking other people, that's definitely not a fruit of the Spirit.
Right.
But when he relaxes and he stops jumping all over everyone, he seems like he's actually a decent person. And I catch glimpses of regret. Like he's obviously divorced. He's got a child out of that divorce.
How do you know that?
Because he was talking about it to me in the room that day.
Was he? Wow.
Yeah, that he has kids. When he saw that I had kids and he started making those jokes, and I told him to shut up. He's like, "I'm sorry, I have a kid too. I would be mad if you did that." You didn't hear him say that?
No, I don't think I was there. I might have like popped out or something.
Yeah, he got a little respect from me just for pulling himself back and instead of trying to be right and be nasty about things. And
Well, Bruce Wayne was right about Dustin. He actually.
Did you hear what I said though to him? Because when he said, "Yeah, I'm divorced," and I said, "I'm not surprised," and he's like, "Ouch." You didn't hear all that?
Oh, I think I do remember that now that you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's by
Yeah,
virtue of
he's
what a
not-
good woman my wife is, you know.
They're not Catholic, Matthew. They're Orthodox. Didn't you hear?
I'm the only Catholic.
Yeah, AJ's the Catholic.
We're not gossiping. I really do pray
What
for
up,
Bruce.
Chris?
Yeah, I pray for Bruce and I hope that he finds peace.
None of
in
my
it.
chat knows who Bruce is.
Yeah, they're just like, who's Bruce?
What are they talking about? They're talking
I
about
think
guys'
I
problems.
think though if he is like he's just so spiritually belligerent, but like I think that if he really is coming from a place where he really was scared he was going to go to hell if he kept being Catholic, and then he kind of was like, I have to save everybody. You can't fault a Christian for that.
Yeah, if
You
he
can't-
legitimately believes that, he's
He's got a
out of
bad
his heart, he's trying to help people, right?
Yeah.
But
he's not
there's a way to do it, and the way to do it is not to.
evil
You
place,
can't-
but
You
he's
can't
belligerent.
save anyone. That's not our job. We can only
Exactly.
tell them the truth.
Exactly. But there's a lot of evangelist types that they have to evangelize all the time, and they're the same people that say you can't have any kind of works or whatever, but it seems like their evangelization is a work in itself because they're compelled to do it.
Yeah, preach to all the nations. That's a command of God, and it's like they take that one very seriously, but not
Yes.
like the other.
You can tell people the gospel, but you can't make them believe you. And if they don't want to hear it, you don't ram it down their throat.
Yeah, and ramming it down their throat and then just telling them, well, you just don't understand, or you're just stupid, or you're just being willfully ignorant. Like there's no reason to be
Matthew.
Gossip queen.
What up, though, Chris? Are you done working, Chris? What y'all tripping on? Everybody can be deluded. That's so true. I mean, I don't know. I don't have much experience with Bruce, so I don't know. I just don't like to debate. I'm not really, first off, I don't feel very qualified to. I don't get into theology like that. And I don't really think it's that relevant.
Well, we need to have a simple faith, It doesn't say we all have to be theologians.
Yeah, you don't have to be a theologian to love God. As a matter of fact, some of the people I know who love God the most don't even know that much about what Scripture says or have the best theology.
Well, they're trying to improve that in the OCA. They're like, we need to get people reading the Scriptures more. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a benefit that, how do I know that I'm interpreting things correctly?
I just think go ahead. Sorry.
I don't even think it's that relevant. I don't know.
Well, memorizing a certain amount of Scripture ain't getting you into heaven.
Right,
Let's
exactly.
just be honest.
I'm supposed to let the Spirit teach me, and just be moved by it and read it to be informed, but not to again.
Oh gosh.
Clay.
Clay.
What do you
He's
mean, oh
finally
gosh?
comfortable enough to show up without a shirt on.
I don't know where you've been, but I never wear a shirt.
I know, but when you first showed up on my stream, you were wearing a shirt, and I was like, "Wow, I've never seen you with a shirt on."
Were you confused?
Yeah, it must have been.
You almost have a stroke when you saw that.
I was like, "Oh, he's so respectful. He
Oh
put
my
a shirt
gosh, I
on."
have 203 subscribers.
Nice.
Oh wow. Look at your demographic. Are they all from the Philippines and Vietnam?
Probably. Won't that tank my algorithm though? And then now it's just gonna show me the Filipino people.
No, I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Yoda, don't say muff.
They YouTube said I can't upload any more videos today, but I'm gonna upload those 2 tomorrow. The ones I recorded.
Chris.
She's
Don't
probably
you have like
sharpening
pretty
her
bad?
knife.
You got
What?
bad anxiety, you say?
Who?
You?
Yeah.
My old lady got me these gummies today.
Oh gosh.
Called
I'll
Kava.
probably get
Kava.
fired if I take. Oh, I've had.
No, it's like
I've done the thing where you put it in the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I don't
Yeah, I've
know.
done
I never had it until today, but it's like
Does it make your
I ate
tongue
it.
numb?
Yeah, it made my whole mouth numb.
Yeah.
Like, but it made me feel like real chill and relaxed. Where I'm
They
like, man,
make
this is kind
kava
of nice.
gummies now?
It's like just
Yeah.
the chill part of weed with no actual psychoactives. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I
it's-
don't feel high. I just feel like relaxed. You know,
Yeah.
it's weird. But I guess it says on here really good
Maybe
for
I'll get some
stress.
gummies. I stopped doing the kava because it was annoying to have to sit there and shake the shaker bottle for like 20 minutes.
These ones, it's called Mystic Labs, and it's 12,000 milligram.
Wow.
Well, that's
What?
interesting. So you don't have to drink the dirty
Yeah,
water.
kava actually helps.
No, and it actually tastes good. It tastes like real candy, but it made my mouth numb. So I was like,
You're
whoa,
not worried
something's
about
happening.
anything anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you something, Clay. Have you seen the I can't remember what it's called, but it's like alcohol without getting drunk? And it's
Yeah, I have. Me and Dan, like years ago, watched a video on that where it's like some kind of botanical thing that makes you real calm, but you don't get drunk.
It gives you a buzz without being drunk. It's really weird.
Hey
can't remember what
guys,
it's called.
I just have to say something really quick. I want to speak against these things, these supplements you're talking about. I don't think it's good to waste your money on any kind of supplement or products that claim that they're going to help you. Instead, just eat clean. Come on, eat some more vegetables, eat some green leafy vegetables. Put some ginger in your blender and make a natural fruit juice. Put the whole orange in your blender with
What
some
about
water and some, put some real mushrooms, non-psychedelic mushrooms in your blender. You'll get the vitamin D. You can make
About lion's mane.
these liquid products that you can drink at home that are going to be like nutritional for you, so that it'll hopefully boost your immune system so
Yeah.
you can stay strong, so you can work out harder,
What
longer
about
at
the
the
stuff
gym.
Alex Jones sells?
I don't
brain
know
force.
anything about what Alex Jones sells,
The
but like
testosterone boosters.
if you need a testosterone booster, just buy a
What if
couple
I
of
just want
oysters.
extra?
Eat some oysters. Eat real food. Eat healthy food. Eat the best food you can find.
Yeah.
And make sure that you keep up on your health, because your health is your wealth.
I'm the opposite, where I'm like, I
children
want to
need
inject
good.
testosterone.
Yeah.
No, children need good, strong fathers and role models.
Yeah.
You do not have to be a father to be a role model.
I am a father.
I've been on TRT for like a year, and it's the most amazing thing I've ever done.
And what does this TRT mean?
I'll show you. It's
Testosterone replacement therapy.
No, don't show me anything. Just can you tell me, please?
It's testosterone, but it makes you feel like, I can't explain it to you, obviously, because you're not a man, but Jess knows it makes you feel like you're 18 again in
But
terms
it
of like
doesn't matter.
recovery.
What I'm saying is, people need to
They got
stop
this whole-
taking these products, because we don't know what the side effects are of these products. You can gain these, health benefits from eating right, exercising right, resting right, taking care of your
I see,
spirituality, too.
Yeah.
The bad thing about these though is
It's called mycoline, Clay. Have you heard of that one?
mycoing,
Yeah, mycoline.
microlean.
No, myco, like mycelium, myco, MYCO, lean, like.
Is it like like supposed to be like lean, but it's a mushroom.
It's a mushroom extract.
I never heard of that.
And it comes in, you know, those Mio squeeze bottles. It kind of looks like that.
He Black says you haven't hit black puberty yet.
I like them. I really like that.
Isn't that when you're like 60?
I like the what you call it, the gourmet mushrooms that also have medicinal value, like lion's mane and oyster mushrooms and enoki.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a grow system and start growing lion's mane and what's the other one I want?
Chaga.
Do you live in a house?
Black gold chaga.
Truffles?
Chaga.
Chaga. Chaga grows wild on birch trees if you got birch by you.
Yeah, I'm gonna look and see if I can find some chaga.
But if you got a house, you can do like, if you have a flower bed, put a bunch of it's got to be a hardwood mulch in there. Like it can't be any type of evergreen tree. And then you could go online and buy wine cap mushroom spawn. And I got a video where I grew it, and that's a really easy one, and it's nice because you grow it outside. You don't have to worry about being sterile and all that. And then it comes back every year.
Yeah, what's up with everything having to be sterilized with mushrooms? Why is it like that?
Because so like growing psilocybin mushrooms, probably like 30% will get contaminated and they'll get like a slime mold. And then it kills like all the mycelium from the mushroom you're trying to grow.
So it just stops growing.
So like for mold and stuff, because the substrate is moist and it's like the perfect environment for like fungus in general.
Yeah.
So
is it kind of like dealing with a really touchy aquarium? Is that kind of what it's like? Like where like just one little you introduce the wrong thing in there and then everything just dies?
Yeah, it's like when you're inoculating, like even using those self-healing inoculation ports and stuff, like the grow bags, probably still like 30% of them get contaminated and don't grow.
That's why people wipe everything down with like
yeah, and they'll use like still air, like a still air bag to do it in.
That's crazy. It's so wild how sensitive.
But see, I've never grown
mycelium is.
All I've ever grown mushroom wise is like psilocybin mushrooms and the wine caps.
Let's see your nipples. He wants to see your nipples.
They are pierced, though. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're crazy.
No, they're not pierced.
I feel like you would just have something hanging from them. Oh no!
Oh no! I'm gonna get censored.
No, you're not. If we were like all at the beach, shirtless, and you could see our nipples, like nobody would care except about you.
Yeah.
They would censor it if it was you, but not us.
You know, in my city, women can be
caused all of us to sin.
There's no law against women being topless here. So if I wanted to walk around or stroll around without a shirt and a bra on, I could.
Yeah, but if you strolled around and then like 2 days later I went down the same street, you would stir up way more drama than me if I was shirtless.
I know people would just cover their eyes if Clay was walking.
Like if you had your kids, there's a shirtless man walking down the street on a hot summer day, you wouldn't say nothing. But if it's a woman, you'd be like, "Oh my God, don't look."
No, he Black. I got more than one Mexican watching my channel.
You wouldn't actually do that though, would you? Wouldn't you feel convicted about doing that?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely not. I wouldn't do that.
I heard one time.
I don't.
There was a lady at one of my older churches I was at, and she was a missionary, and she said she would go out like that, but only because it was like regular in the African culture they were a part of at the time. But I was like, I don't know. Even if I was like with other people and it wasn't a big deal to them, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, even if I was around other women, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. Like,
yeah.
or just, you know, it was only women, I still wouldn't be.
You got to keep those things locked down, you know.
Yeah, that, and just, I don't know. I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable.
Remember the whole like free the nipple campaign with feminists, and they're like these
Do
men.
you
It's
remember
like,
when they
you realize like most men don't care for if you did do that, lady?
Yeah, no one cared, but they were just like, it's kind of weird. Do you
Yeah, they're
remember?
like, we're gonna.
Do you remember when they were taking their photoshopping guys' nipples on to like get around it? Do you remember that? There's a whole campaign on the internet.
That's so
Oh.
weird.
They would
I
take
probably would if I
baby
seen
bottles
pics
that
of it.
put it over hers and get around it that way.
I
'Cause it
keep
was-
getting these random
It
ones
was a double standard.
on Facebook and Instagram. I'll be like, I always look at reels, and then there'll be one where it's like some chick breastfeeding, but it's obvious she's doing it to show off her boobs to get views, and I'm just like, man,
That's
kinda
weird.
Like, this is like very
That's
weird.
really over the line. Like that's borderline. You know
There's
what?
one I seen like not too long ago where the chick's like on the toilet completely naked with her legs spread, and you can see everything, and she's just holding the baby, and I'm like, this is like
Can't do
insane.
that.
That ain't right.
I know.
People
Facebook
will
doesn't
push
take
and
it
see what
down.
like if it's birth related, Terry, on Instagram, they'll show everything. Like if it's a birthing coach or something, they'll just put the whole thing
It's
on
weird.
there.
That ain't right.
Same with YouTube. Remember the Nair video of that gay dude who's like, I'm gonna be showing you
Oh
how to use
gosh.
Nair. And it's like,
Because
how
it
is
was
that
for
not
because
removed?
I've seen that too, and he said, well, it's for educational purposes, so they can't take it down. I was like, nobody wants to see that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wild.
if only Nero could talk and give us the real Terry scoop. What do you mean the real Terry scoop? What do you want to know?
Where's all the gold?
I don't have any. Well, I mean, I don't have
I
much.
thought you don't carry like a little bag of gold around.
No. Not yet.
It looks like this storm's going to be really bad tomorrow.
Stacy said women should give birth in a pool, not in a bed. I think they should give birth on one of those birthing stools. You know, just sit down and it has the little opening there. And then, you know, the assistant can like go under, but then you have gravity helping you. I don't want to, if I were giving birth, I don't want to do it in a pool. That's nasty. So I have all that like blood and mucus and pee and other stuff that comes out.
Honestly, I can't even, because I was so fixated on getting to see my kid. I don't even remember any of that.
See, that's my thing. It's like
my mind just kind of blocked all that out.
And no, and my husband ain't gonna be in the room. He gonna be in the other room waiting.
I was in the room both times with my kids. My wife, both of my kids were born at home.
Nuh-uh.
I'm gonna be in the room, but I'm gonna be like by her head.
That's nasty. It's gonna be dirty. There's gonna be pee and nasty
My
stuff.
son out on the bed, and I caught him, and the cord was around his neck, and I grabbed it and untangled it from his neck, and I was holding him. It was really cool.
What do you guys think about these people that eat the placenta afterwards?
We can't do that. No, so
I think
my
it's so
wife,
gross,
the encapsulation. So I know people have done that, but actually Orthodox can't do that because it's eating blood. So we can't do it.
Really?
Yep. We can't do encapsulation.
Wait, so what constitutes eating blood?
If it's blood, like if you're eating something that's just made out of blood, like because most.
What about liver? What about like a cow? What about like a liver?
Do you have to cook your steak? Like
I think it really depends. I think if it's like muscle and it still has the blood in it, or if like you made blood pudding or something, then that would be, you wouldn't be able to do that. But you definitely can't do placenta because that's all blood.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about how some women encapsulate their placenta after they have a baby, and then they take capsules.
Don't do
of their
that.
placenta.
They do other
But
things,
you
dude.
can't-
I've
you can't
seen
do that if you're
videos.
Orthodox because it's consuming blood.
There's videos of like women and men like cooking it. Or it's like they make like soup and stuff.
I've been around when someone was doing an encapsulation and it smells awful.
Man, this is gonna make me sick.
I know.
Because isn't the placenta like all the babies like shit and piss too, like in there, like all the waste?
Not eating that. Oh, here we go. She's gonna go off again, guys. Look what she did.
Oh my God. I'm just going to say that I've never seen any decent women in Mexico breastfeeding, showing their breasts or their nipples or anything. The only ones I've ever seen do that are like the such poor and peasantly people that don't know any better. You know what I
Most
mean?
women cover with something.
They don't know any better, or they're so poor, and I don't know what's their mental health is shot. I don't know, but that is just like not what decent people are supposed to do. They're not supposed to be showing the breasts. That's like not decent.
Well, even if you wanted to make porn, like you should make real porn. But I think it's just to get. I think it's these girls that just want a bunch of likes on Facebook, probably.
Well, they're definitely looking for external validation. Like, it's
why would you not just like
don't get along
like
with
an X videos video?
I do believe
with
it's
no baby.
important that there be videos on how to breastfeed, but if you're not an actual lactation consultant, leave it. I mean, I don't know. There has to be a line somewhere.
I don't know.
I
think all of that stuff should. I think all of that stuff should be behind
How
the
much
paywall
direction
myself,
do you
but I'm
need? It's
sure
so
I'm
obvious
aware.
how to breastfeed. You put the baby up to your nip,
It's actually harder than you think.
and then it clomps on. I know I gave my mom hell. Apparently, she could
Yeah.
only do it for like a couple weeks. And
Yeah,
then
both my kids were difficult with that.
There's a book called The Lost Art of Breastfeeding, because during the 70s, the 60s, 70s, they started, using bottles, and people, women started to become free from getting pregnant with birth control, free from having to feed their babies with the breast. So they mechanicalized everything, and you got the birth control, and you got the baby bottles now,
Well, women
So-
were using baby bottles like even in the 19th century. They had
Yeah, whenever they invented the latex or whatever to make the nipple, but babies were getting sick, I think. Oh no, that was an episode of Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. The baby got sick from a dirty bottle because they weren't properly washing it. Okay, thanks. Bye, guys.
I got a pump, but she don't know if she has milk or not. Cause like she's got 4 sisters, and 2 of them were able to breastfeed, and the other 2 never got milk. So I guess a lot of women don't lactate.
That's tough. It could be down to her health or some other factors, or issues with the breast. But I mean, it seems natural enough or normal enough. But and some of them can't produce enough, though. That's it too. Like some of them just. But that's, I think, is a health issue. Maybe they're not eating
What I hear.
well.
So like the first few days or weeks after you give birth, the titties produce something called colostrum, which is like a yellow goo.
Mhm.
Like, it sounds gross and it looks gross, but it's supposed to be like amazing for kids. It's filled with nutrients and stuff.
I mean, yeah, it seems right. I don't know, unless you can't do it. But I know it can be hard. But I don't know. I'd be trying if I had a little one. At
We're gonna
least,
try, because that Enfamil is expensive as fuck. Like,
yeah,
a
and
little can is like
healthier
$40.
for the baby. It helps them with so many things. Like children who are breastfed just are so much stronger overall, and they have so many less problems. They're less likely to have allergies and all kinds of things.
Yeah. The only thing is, you can't do it if you're gonna be drinking and partying.
I don't drink and party. I did have a cocktail at brunch yesterday. Had a little coffee cocktail, and I didn't even get tipsy. I maybe got a little bit warm, but it didn't. It was strong too. Maybe I'm stronger than I used to be, but that was it. That was like, I don't know,
I got these
maybe one or two
kratom
cocktails
gummies.
later. Kratom. I have some kratom. I
I
don't
got-
really take it though.
These are
They
supposed
make
to be like
gummies
super
now.
strong.
They make
Yeah.
gummies for everything now. Because when I had kava before, I went to like a restaurant and they served it to me in this bowl, and you had to sip it out of the bowl, and then like it was like drinking weird dirt or something.
Did it get you like a buzz?
No, but it kind of numbed my throat and mouth, and I'm generally pretty relaxed, so I didn't feel any kind of like super relaxation. I'm not really a stressed out, high strung kind of person. Like, I like to be stressed out. Like, that's fun for me. I don't, like I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
kind of me
Not
too.
anxious.
I operate like best in like super high stress situations, I guess.
I don't know if I operate best, but
Especially
I just,
financially, like with financial business shit. Like I always have done best where I'm like, well, I'm gonna put myself in a position where I could lose everything if this didn't work.
I remember when
And
you
it
used to have
seems
a
to have always worked out.
plan B, which I'm so glad you don't anymore because you have kids. Just like, if this doesn't work.
Jess is having issues, I think. Maina said
When
I
that
drank
COVID first
3
happened,
six-packs.
with the SBA loans, they were giving out like candy. I was like, well, if I lose my ass, I can get like a $3 or $4 million loan and just never come back to America.
That's right.
Maina, that's like 18. That's like 18 beers. How could somebody even drink 18 drinks in a day, let alone 18 beers?
I've seen some guy in here do it before.
Oh man, they've
I've
thought
seen
of
a
it.
man
Makes me
drink
sick.
18 beers.
Who?
Just an old friend, but he died.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh god, that would make me so sick.
Yeah,
I don't
he
like
died,
beer. It's
but
nasty.
he couldn't stay
died.
dead.
Girls shouldn't drink beer anyway.
Not when the world still needs Jesus.
Yep.
I could actually crush like a bunch of beers right now. I'm in the mood. Especially with the snow coming in. It's like, well.
Yeah, you're getting snow. You and Jess are getting snow in your areas. We won't get snow until Saturday here.
It hasn't started yet, but it was supposed to start tonight and then continue on tomorrow.
Yeah, I know what everyone's talking about in the news is these fires in South Carolina. No, we're getting snow. They're getting fire.
There's fires in South
You mean
Carolina.
LA?
Oh,
South
my
Carolina
goodness,
or LA?
it's insane. It's one of the worst wildfires like in modern history.
What are you talking about though? South Carolina or LA? Because you said South Carolina.
LA's in fire too. But
Yes, LA.
Yeah, it's LA for sure. That's what I'm seeing on the screen right now. But it says live coverage of fires in Southern California as the headline, and then it says Los Angeles at the top of the screen. So it's got to be both. I don't know much about Cali though.
I thought you said South Carolina.
Oh, I meant to say. Oh, I'm sorry. Then that was me. Sorry. It's South California. Yeah, sorry. I'm tired and maybe getting sick. I don't know.
Well, maybe now they'll be like, well, let's give us homeless people like $1,200 a month. We should clean out this underbrush that's like everywhere, so this never happens again.
I don't know.
Because
know,
they
but
could
it's
prevent
crazy.
all that if they would like clean up all the underbrush.
there's there's incompetence on so many levels with this. It's like
Have to rake the forests.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have happened under Trump. I'm just kidding.
If they're like, we don't have the money for that, then
Trump
it's like,
was
why?
in charge of California instead of Gavin. It'd probably be like the most advanced economy in the country.
Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about Elon though? Like,
progressives.
people are starting to get mad at Elon because of this H-1B1 stuff.
I don't care about that. But then again, like I like immigrants.
Yeah. No, I it's not that I don't like them, but he's basically, I heard he's been hiring like Indian people he can pay less.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's not cool.
It's like, who wouldn't want to take advantage of that though? Like
I shared a
your
video.
lawn mowed. Oh, sorry.
I shared a video earlier, Yoda, about like nose sizes. You might want to go back and watch it. It wasn't really bell pepper nose exactly, but they were saying that you
Being a
can
sad
determine a man's what's
Oh
the word
my.
I think
His Majesty.
his
Like
All right, Clay, what do you think?
Penis and nose correlation? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, they were saying like there's some sort of correlation, but I didn't really watch it. I just put it on while my groceries got delivered, so I had to go. So I was like, oh, I'll put this on for the chat.
So
you
what
know,
is the correlate? Is it like the bigger the nose, the bigger the, or is it?
I don't know. I
opposite, or
wasn't
what?
watching
Is that why
it.
Jewish guys are so big?
I wasn't watching it. I don't know.
Everybody came up and turned sideways.
Can somebody
so
in
we
the
could see
chat
our
explain what they
sizes.
said?
I'm not doing that. I'll be in trouble.
Why you got a
Oh,
big
man.
nose?
Latin
I don't know which one has a bigger nose, me or Clay. Clay and I are both
I-
Jewish though, but he got it from his dad's side. I got it from my mom's side. I'm only 4.5%.
Yo, I'm like literally half Jew, and you're
Is
only
that
like
why
a little
Clay is
piece.
always calling me Ashkenazi and such?
Yeah. He tries to sniff him
Because
out.
I'm the
not
same
even
as you. I'm like Jew. I'm Jew and Irish.
Gyrish?
And if you're black Irish, then that means you're a Jew.
Jehovah Gyrish.
What is that flying rat you got behind you? No, I'm just kidding. I love your pigeon.
Is that a pigeon?
Yeah, he's got birds.
Hi. I love pigeons.
Look,
They're
Nathaniel, he's got a pigeon. See
Now,
it?
Kith.
I think
He's
so.
got a pigeon.
We have a
Look,
parrot,
Clay,
a pigeon,
hey Clay,
4
my
ducks,
son wants
and
to see
like
the pigeon. Here, hold on.
I
I'll
don't
change
know.
cameras.
I didn't watch. So
Hold
I
on,
don't
I'm gonna change cameras so you can see him. Look,
Look
see
at
him?
what a cutie. Oh, hi.
Here.
Hi.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you train a pig?
Is it mean? It's like trying to peck you.
No, he's like playing.
Oh, is he? Does
He
he
actually
ever
goes
say really
outside.
mean stuff to you?
Mateo.
Does he tell you you look like a character from Sling Blade?
Who do you think I look like from Sling Blade?
I don't know.
Billy
you look
Bob?
Like you look like you could be Billy Bob's big brother.
This is our
You
other
gotta be
bird.
real nice. I like
But then
them
we
French
got
fried
our-
taters. Yeah.
We got
Dog.
John was it John Ritter?
Oh, look, he's got another bird.
Yeah.
Hi.
He's older.
See him?
He's like older than a lot of people.
You don't like the fun.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he's
so cool.
41.
Birds are so
Does he
fun.
say
I
bad
love
words?
how emotional birds are. They're so
No.
sweet. They don't hold
He's just
back
some
their
bad
feelings.
words. Whatever was like.
Does he ever imitate like your phone's ringtone and stuff?
Oh no, but he'll call a cat. We've never had.
Stacy.
Yeah.
But he'll be like, "Here, kitty, kitty," like that. It's
Yeah.
like- that's kind of funny.
Do the birds know
He's
not
so
to
old.
like?
I don't know if he could pick up.
Does the pigeon know not to crap on the furniture?
No,
no.
it shits like
The hesitation.
once every like.
That would drive
Yeah,
my wife
it don't. It
crazy.
shits. I don't think any birds can, but it don't shit all over. It shits like maybe every 3 hours,
Really?
and it's pretty dry, so she'll usually clean it. Because I told her, I
Yeah.
was like, if you want this fucking pigeon in the house, like I'm
Just
not
follow it
cleaning
around with a spray bottle and a napkin.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like dry, so it's almost like a pellet or something. So it's not like a wet. It's not like wild city pigeon shit.
Excuse me. Dude, you're knocking all my stuff over.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My son's over here tripping over everything.
Tripping.
I didn't push you. I was trying to help you move over there.
I was wondering like who was having the people in the background.
That's my
But we've
kid.
all figured it out. That's cool.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Dude, I've been off like all week.
Is that all your
and
birds?
I'm
Just
so
the two?
bored. Yeah, but we got 40 chickens and 4 ducks.
I got an
But,
acre.
you know, they're
Like I live
outside.
on an acre in the suburbs, and I thought about there's a spot between the garage. It's about maybe 5 or 6 feet wide. Between like the privacy fence and the garage, I thought about turning that into a coop.
Chicken.
Have
You would.
a chicken run.
Is your yard? Is it fenced in?
It's not fenced in enough. I would have to build some more privacy fence.
I'm
But I thought
sorry.
about
The
making a
cool
run
thing
and
about
having like 5 of them because it's like a 4-car garage. It's like 2.5 car lengths back, and then
yeah.
it's like 6 feet wide. So I feel like that'd be enough space for like 5 or 6.
Yeah. The cool thing about chickens is they're like we let ours free roam,
Yeah.
and especially spring and summer, you don't even have to feed them. They just find crap to eat, like bugs and seeds and stuff.
And they come
And then
home
all
and
our
give you the egg.
scraps. Yeah, we throw out eggshells, like potato peels, stuff like that, and they just eat
Are you in a
everything.
neighborhood or are you on a lot somewhere?
No, I'm in the country.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're in the suburbs, so
yeah, we're like full country where like we could raise hogs and like whatever, you know.
do you leave a dog out there with them to keep them from getting eaten?
During the day, that we got 2 dogs and they'll be outside most of the day. But I like shoot like everything that comes through my yard
I'm
basically.
not surprised.
So we don't have too much predator problems. Cause my
If you shoot
livestock,
a
you know.
groundhog, will you eat it?
No, but I wouldn't shoot a groundhog, but I would shoot shit that kills chickens, like bobcats and
Yeah.
coyotes and stuff. Hold on.
Yeah, you're not
There's
eating those. They're
I
gross.
don't think
Dude,
Yoda.
this is a
I don't
bobcat,
Ooh,
but I
it's
killed
bobcat?
I killed like no bullshit, like probably like 30 to 40 coyotes a year.
Wow.
And then since I've lived here, I've killed like 6 or 7 bobcats.
Wow.
But
Where are
they're
you?
Whoa.
Kansas.
That's
There's
cool.
another one.
They're so scary. Have
that
you seen the video
I
where the
shot
guy
the
is
next
playing
day.
with a bobcat? It's like a tame bobcat, and the dog's eyes are getting really big.
Oh yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I have.
I don't think Frederick was upset about my video, Yoda. I think he felt good about it.
Here's some of our. I'm looking at pictures because I know I got pics of me holding dead coyotes.
Yeah.
But that's like.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Some of the
People think
chickens.
that hunt. Is that your security camera? Is that your security camera or something?
No, it's just a picture she took of.
No.
Here's a tuna I caught in Mindanao.
Nice. You ever spearfish before?
In Michigan, I use sucker spear when it would spawn, but it's not like diving spear. It's like more like gigging, you know.
Yeah.
And then bow fishing too. Whoa. Yeah, chickens go shit. They got a. If you got an incubator, that'd be the way to go.
You're like
If you're
glitching out.
Hold
Sam.
on, don't-
Is he glitching out for you guys?
Yeah,
Hold
his
up.
audio's been glitching.
Yo.
Am I?
You
Yoda,
need to get a
I
real mic.
abide that comment.
still glitching
that
out?
comment's not the way. Yoda, don't say P-word lips in my chat.
Positive
I
lips?
just opened out.
That's not what he said.
Oh.
Please don't say the. Don't say that.
Petunia lips? Tulips?
I'm not gonna say it.
I know what it is.
We all saw it.
Dude, you should get an incubator.
Oh
Huh.
gosh, they can't get.
I'm having another bottle of hydro water.
Got Gatorade, trying to get some electrolytes in. Trying to fight off whatever sore throat I have.
Oh dear.
Talking about? I didn't do nothing to you. I reached down to pick this up, and my dog jumped like I was like as if I've ever done anything.
Oh, the dog.
This is really good stuff.
Mina, don't you go asking. You know exactly what was said.
You
Everybody,
better watch
let's move
out,
on.
man.
Joanne.
Let me
know
ask
when-
one of
they
my
know when you're
party
looking.
questions. Okay,
That
let's
look.
see.
Does she ever just kick you in the shins?
Yeah, so she's. You know how it.
Yeah. Does she? When you make her really
Throw
mad, does
shoes
she
in.
make you? Does she pour rice on the floor and make you kneel on it?
That her parents. Her parents did it with rock salt. And
oh my
god. She's like, yeah. When we would get in trouble, they would like rock salt on a tile and make us kneel in it, and then stack weights like books and stuff on our arms. Like it's terrible. What the fuck? She's like, every time we would drop the bus, they would like, whip us in the face.
You're still glitching out, man. You need a good mic.
Maybe it's just
I'll send you a microphone
microphone
because I know you're poor.
You want a dog?
This one normally works good.
It
I'm gonna
never
try
works
my
good. You
earbuds.
come onto my
Kind
stream,
of-
I always tell you the same thing. I'm like, dude, what is going
He's
on? Join
kind
the
of like
computer.
mentally handicapped, but he's really nice.
Who?
He's trying to give away his dog.
I'm
Mina
joking. I wouldn't do
won't
that.
let me.
No, he's a good boy.
Yoda, Mina is not going to let me give
He's
her a wrench. I
expensive.
gave her a wrench and she complained, so I took it away.
What are you trying to throw it down his throat for? He almost just like dropped it into his throat. He's a good boy. Who's a good boy? Yes. He's a good boy.
Does it still sound bad, or does it sound better now?
I think it sounds better now.
A little bit better.
I'm using my headset, or earbuds.
You think it's just like your Bluetooth? Do you have too many apps open on your phone?
It could be that, because I do have.
Yeah, if you're buffering apps, it might be messing up your Bluetooth.
Oh,
Is that
that's
iPhone or Android?
Mina's getting timed out for 10-second intervals. That's funny.
Oh, it got worse.
Yeah, now we can't hear you.
That's what Benji thinks about it. He's looking at you judgingly. What's he doing? What is it, boy? Who's a good boy? Look, he's doing the lip thing again. His lip gets stuck.
We can't see you.
Yeah, you're black, Jess.
I'm black.
And not in the good way.
Yeah.
How dare you? Can you see him now?
No.
Weird. I don't know what's going on with that camera. Can you see me when I switch to my camera?
What can I do? What can I do? Mina is not going to let me give her a wrench. She only got timed out for 10 seconds. Everything's fine.
Don't let your mods bully you. Don't let them do that.
I
What
mean,
about
I
my
tried,
quality now,
I
Dan?
tried to
Is it
give
good?
Mina a wrench and she just flipped
Hold
out
on, I'm gonna
about
come
it.
back.
Okay.
Still some shit.
It's tough, you know. I mean, I have a lot of mods, you know. There he is. What up, Jess?
Now we can see you. Puppy cam.
Where'd the dog go?
Put him back. We require a dog.
Look how there's a little outlet there to plug in your dog.
There we go.
Aw.
Good boy.
Aw.
Who's a good boy?
Why are you trying to give this dog away?
Snackies. I'm not trying to give him away.
You're just saying that?
He's old. He's just old and kind of slow.
What up, those zealots den?
He was fat for a little while, but we got him on better quality food.
What am I missing over here?
Both.
I'm
Matthew,
hanging in
both.
there by a thread, man.
I'm dual streaming, dude. I'm on Gangsters and Terri Stream at the same time.
Oh snap! You're showing them both love.
There was live. Who did we lose?
I did a short stream today where I played
You
chess
see,
and talked about
you
the
threw
Orthodox
that
Catholic
right in
Union.
front of him, and he can't find it. He caught it in the air. Yeah, he can catch stuff out of the air for sure.
Nice.
Gangster, say hi to all y'all.
What up, though, gangster ghost?
No kid.
Throw it. No, throw it
What
up.
are we
Throw
talking
it
about
up in the
over
air.
here?
Up in the air. Benji, look. Benji, look.
We're talking about a lot of different things.
Terry, I see you had the Ortho Bros drop in.
Throw it up.
What are the ortho bros?
Hey, you're giving him too much, buddy. That's
Daniel,
enough.
And they used to have Sandman, but he seems to have schismed.
Schismed.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever see Sandman again after like I did my last stream where I was talking about the reunification of the church. He might be like, "Yep, Daniel's evil." I knew it.
Well, it didn't help when you were in the Zealous then joking with him either, I guess, huh?
I'm sorry, but if you schism with the entire church over calendar stuff, it's a date. Like it's really not that big of a deal.
Old calendars are with the OCA. I went to an
know,
old
but I
calendars
don't-
church
but-
on Christmas.
But what did they schism on then?
They didn't schism. So like there's old calendars in the SCOBA, but what he's talking about, and he honestly seems like he goes from different parish to different parish. So I don't think he has a home one, but he does not believe that baptisms, Trinitarian baptisms, have any grace in them, and like. You know, that's not what the church agreed to, and I don't like that, man. I don't like that. He basically, what the implication of that is that I basically have a false baptism, and I'm screwed.
You have
know?
a false baptism, and you can't even be rebaptized anyway.
Yeah, it's now too late for me.
So
'cause I
you're
got
just
chrismated.
screwed. Like that's a ridiculous way to feel about Orthodox Christians.
Yeah.
Like, why would the church allow you to do it wrong if it was the wrong way?
Yeah, and Saint Basil
Unless
talked
they were
about bringing
schismed
people
already.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
What was that?
I don't know. It's weird.
That's like a little fluttering.
It's his butt in the camera.
I think your baptism is valid, Daniel.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you.
That was me. That was me.
No, David.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Terry. It's like, no,
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody
I'm
out
sure
there.
You're all
except for
very
David.
nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Hey, Nathaniel.
I mean, what makes the baptism valid?
So for most of the church, unless you're in schism, it's done in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You know, that's
Right.
Great Commission. You know, but he's saying like if you weren't baptized in the Orthodox Church, it doesn't count. And it's just like, man, that's not my fault that I was baptized when I was 6 months old as a Methodist. Like,
yeah, if you're baptized,
Another
if you've
thing,
been
you can't self-sacrifice, so someone else has to do it for you.
Yeah, I was already baptized twice. I'm not getting baptized like a third time. And both those times was in the name of the Trinity. Like, I'm good. Like, okay, if it's supposed to be 3 times, then, well, I missed one, I guess. I don't know.
I think God is there during these sacraments, and there's people. There's already precedent that even laity can do baptisms. You know.
At least I know my kids aren't going to go to hell because they were baptized properly.
And they go to a Catholic school.
Yeah, shut up. Look, they go to a Catholic school, and I hope that they're nice to Catholic people as a result, and not those kind of ortho bros.
Amen.
You know. But he.
If I wasn't nice to Catholics, then I wouldn't be friends with you.
Yeah, no one would want to be friends with you if you weren't nice to Catholics because that's all you're ever around.
Also, bro.
The same thing is, so it's like that's my big thing is like in the West we have a different circumstance, and like imagine if we were telling all the Protestants and Catholics like you guys are all going to hell, you know.
Hey Nathaniel, can you stop? You've given him way too many treats. I know it's just beef liver.
Is Matthew a Catholic, Terry?
Please
No.
stop.
Matthew, we're saying the exact opposite. We're saying that we have grace for our brothers in Christ.
Yeah, we have grace for Catholics.
Oh, dang.
I mean, they still need to get rid of the filioque way, but I'll let it slide for now.
Well, and to the Protestants too, we have grace too, you know.
Come on up, Matthew. Since you want to talk mess in the chat, why don't you get on up here?
Like, we have so many converts.
Damn, Terry calls her
Is the alpha male coming?
Somebody come on.
Is the true alpha male coming?
Who's the true alpha? Oh, that's right. He called y'all beta. I forgot about that.
Oh, very,
Come on,
nice.
true alpha male. Come on up here, man.
He's driving and he's getting ticked.
You're getting ticked.
Getting ticked is
Maybe
for
you should
beta.
try dying to self like a real man.
Do this silent prayer, Matthew. Go forgive your mother again, Matthew.
Oh, are you mad at your mommy?
Everybody's mad on their
Did
mama.
your mommy make you mad?
Everybody's mad at their mom.
It's not
Have
an
you
ego
forgiven
thing.
Mom?
See, Sal, I'm just saying that because David is our friend, and I'm just teasing my Catholic friend here.
And AJ.
Have you forgiven
Right? And AJ. Yeah. Are you offended, David, by my joke about the filioque?
No.
He doesn't care.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Catholic.
We Catholics and Orthodox, we can joke around. The Protestants, they take it so serious.
Yeah.
Not Terry, though. And she likes the Pope and Mother Mary. God bless Terry.
Amen. That's right.
I've been meaning to do a Bible study on Hebrews on my channel. If you're
I don't
Orthodox or AK is
all the
interested.
popes. I like Francis.
Yeah, and we like that. You like that.
He's all right. What else?
I could warm up to him depending on how things go.
And you know what else?
I like,
Even today, I was warming up to Bartholomew when I was reading more of what he had to say about ecumenical, stuff, and I was just like, you know what? Maybe I've been basically told.
I don't think there's any reason to not like
Daniel, that's the idea, brother.
Yeah.
Nice to see and graceful. And just from a Catholic who hears a lot of stuff about the Pope. The only advice I would give you is to treat your elders with grace and charity, and what they say and what because we learned that with the Pope because
yeah, Matthew, she's everyone's mom.
Check into what he's actually saying. Don't just listen to what people are saying.
Your
'cause
mom,
you learn with
too.
the Pope, people can misinterpret what they say or change the gist of the message. We see that in everywhere, politics and everything. So yeah, always check into what they're saying, and try to give them a little grace and charity.
Did someone make a bang sound? Are you okay?
But I do like to hear that about Bartholomew. It saddened me when I heard you guys took him out of your prayers. So
Yeah, and so I was
like to
basically
hear
taught this guy's like a heretic, like we don't like this guy. But I'm starting to read what he has to say and what Pope Francis has to say, and I'm like, you know what? I don't really disagree with what they're saying. Like, we really do need to. We're called as Christians to reconcile with each other.
Yeah.
How are we going to do that if we don't talk?
Well, you know what I was
Amen.
watching today? I made a short about it, but I like on Twitter, I saw people are like freaking out about Trump and Obama talking to each other at Carter's funeral.
Oh wow!
And like people are like, oh, he shouldn't talk to him. And then the other side was like, yeah, he shouldn't talk to him. And it's like, they're just people being people. They're at a funeral. They're sitting next to each other. They're probably going to talk to each other.
They're in
Like,
this
who cares?
extremely exclusive club. I mean, there hasn't even been 50 presidents of the United States.
Like, it's just so dumb that people think that, like, who cares?
Yeah, I feel like if I was the president and like I talked to another president and I was at the funeral of a president, like I would be changing my attitude,
Yeah.
Cordiality, yeah, you'd be more cordial.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah.
like about Trump is he'll talk to people.
Yeah. And
That's
like
the quality you
like
want.
that one senator or whatever that got sworn in by Kamala and her husband wouldn't shake Kamala's hand. I'm just like, why?
I saw that.
Like, who cares?
Yeah.
That's so petty. Like, it's just not worth it. Like, be classy.
Trump's got such big cojones too. The stuff he does, he's a brave man.
Yeah.
Why would it? What a real Christian.
Oh, look, we got another Bruce in here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh, I wonder why.
I wonder
would?
why. Maybe because you should humble yourself.
The prayers of a righteous man are efficacious.
But yeah, it's also their tradition, Golden Rule TV.
Scripture and verse, please give it to us.
When two are gathered in my name, there I am.
I'm gonna need
You
that
know,
scripture and
you got
verse.
you got the priest, you got Jesus. And Jesus actually forgives you of the sins. The priest is just there as a witness.
true.
Yoda is so bored. Look at him trying to stir up mess between Mena and Latine. Mena was.
So I've heard some stories of Protestant pastors who have tried to fulfill the scripture of confess your sins to one another, and I've heard some horror stories. One pastor said that they used to pass the mic around from congregate to congregate, and then they would all say their sins. But after a few weeks, that didn't work because some of the other parishioners would gossip and stuff about the sins they were hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
So they're like, how do we fulfill this scripture, but do it so that people's sins aren't being told around town?
Yeah.
I mean, though, sometimes there are some people that get really into their testimonies at church, as it were, and they tell all their business, and I don't think that's appropriate either. I don't want to hear about all of that. It's nice to know, I suppose.
The
but,
dark days. So
I don't
everyone's
need to
dark
hear
days.
about how you did this and that and the third, and that's great and all, but I do think it's a little bit inappropriate, and I do think if people want to have those conversations, it would be better to do it more in private with somebody who's qualified to counsel them. You know what I mean? If you want to get it off your chest, I'd rather go talk to a pastor or a priest or somebody who's speaking to me directly one-on-one. I don't want to talk with a group about oh, I did this sin. Did you all see the video?
Go ahead.
Sorry, there was a video I saw earlier this week of a 16-year-old girl who got knocked up out of wedlock, and she was brought before her congregation by the pastor, and she had to apologize to everyone at the church. I don't know what to think about that.
No, that's terrible.
That's brutal. That's traumatizing.
I know. I was oh, I don't think that's appropriate.
Makes you not want to go back to church, I bet. I bet she'll never want to step in there again.
And she started crying. And it was it's bad enough everybody's going to be talking about you anyway once, your little belly starts showing. But man, we lost Clay. He popped in back, but then he just dropped off. Maybe he'll come back.
Big Clay stud. Hopefully he's dressed when he comes on Terry's show, huh?
What?
I said hopefully he's dressed when he comes on Terry's show. Clay likes to shed some skin.
He was shirtless today.
He pretty much always is.
Is his house just really warm or something?
Yeah, he keeps it really warm in his house, and he just prefers to not wear a shirt when he's inside. I used to work with people with intellectual developmental disabilities, and I remember I was with this one family, and everybody, including the parents, well, except for the mother, but the dad and his boys that were on the IDD, they all didn't wear shirts. It's only when they went out in the community would they wear shirts. So it might be a sensory thing.
Mena has to tell me that she wants a wrench. She has to ask for it of her own accord, because when I gave her a wrench before, she B-worded and moaned and complained. So, if she wants it, she's going to have to come and ask me directly. If not, she's going to have to take the heat. Chris says, I don't wear a shirt when I shower. That's probably normal, right?
That's pretty normal.
I don't know whether it's normal or not, Chris.
I got to admit, I like these chill and peace streams a lot more than some other ones.
The chill streams?
Yeah, and Daniel had a peace stream. That was a fun one, too.
Oh, right.
Today was about chess.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
Do you play chess, Terry?
I have played chess. I don't play it regularly. I don't know.
Terry's birthday, Daniel. Did you say happy birthday?
God grant you many years. God grant you many years. God grant you many, many, many years. There you go.
Oh, man.
It's the Orthodox way of saying happy birthday.
That was beautiful. Hallelujah.
That was nice. Thank you. I think you're the only one who sang to me too for my birthday.
Oh, you didn't do a cake or anything? No cupcakes, nothing?
I'm gonna do a little gathering tomorrow. Have a few
Hopefully you get
people
some
over.
songs.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, Yoda loved it.
Man, that would be an Orthodox birthday would be fun, huh? You got the whole everyone singing that. That sound like glorious.
Yeah.
And they swing the little thing with the incense in it.
Typically we do the many years at the very end of the service. Sometimes we do in the fellowship hall. Actually, we did many years today when my spiritual father came in and he blessed my house, well, this apartment, and he did a memory eternal for my mother who reposed, and then at the very end of many years. Yeah.
Good one, He Black.
He Black's going to be a Catholic soon. He's looking into
12:35.
He was asking Sion in the JLP chat today about the Ethiopian Orthodox churches. He said they have them in the area he lives. I won't dox him.
Yeah, I was about to say the name of my parish, but at my parish, we have a lot of Ethiopians and Eritreans, and they have such good food. I love that they're part of it.
That's true. Ethiopian food is amazing. I've been craving it for a while. Like there used to be a place down near me that had it, and now I have to go all the way out to North Portland to get it. It's a drag.
I heard that's where Jesse Lee Peterson came up with "What a Mess" the first time he looked at Ethiopian food. What a mess!
Amazing.
It's so nice to eat with your hands too. It's so delicious. You know what? Maybe
Yeah, then he tasted it, Daniel, and he's like, "Amazing."
What was I?
What's up, Clay?
Yeah, Clay, you're in your rare form right now.
What, on the computer?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Special room. I've seen a lot of things happen in that room.
Yeah.
You look like a call center guy.
Yeah, I feel like one too.
Still got your Christmas tree up.
Yeah.
I got mine up too. Represent, Clay. Us Catholics.
I was
we hold
thinking
it down.
this is my first year I put lights outside, and I was like thinking like I should just fucking leave these up all year.
Why not?
You know, just unplug them.
Celebrate nativity every single day.
Because I went through so much shit to put them up, where I'm like, man, I just leave them up, and then next year all I gotta do is plug them in.
That's a good idea.
And it's like typical for my area, where people are like, you know.
So what's with the Pope wearing the fish hat? Says Golden Rule TV.
He's a fisher of men.
All right, that makes sense. Do you have
It's
any
like-
other questions, Golden Rule?
It's symbolic.
Yeah, he's a fisher of men. All the bishops wear them.
I think one of the cool miracles in the Bible was during the temple tax, and Jesus had to pay the temple tax, and he told Simon, he's like, "All right, we don't want to offend them, so go ahead and cast a line into the ocean and just pull up your first fish, and it's going to have enough money to pay for our temple tax."
I can't believe he said that to her.
Oh,
another
tar
thing, I
baby.
think that-
Oh.
Hey Daniel, I think there's some papalness in that scripture. I do like that scripture.
How much money to block Yoda?
Notice Jesus paid Peter's.
I'm
Not
gonna have
all
to
the
think
12.
about that.
Can I get an amen, AJ?
Amen.
Hey, who knows? Maybe you'll be the first among equals again for the Orthodox.
Is AJ Sandman?
AJ's Catholic.
Yep.
No, it's a Sandman. That sounds just like Sandman. Is it?
Well, hello, Clay.
Didn't you say he's been giving you shit because you were not rebaptized? So he's like, you're not even real.
Yeah, it kind of went that way. And what was sad about that is like we had one stream where he like brought it up, And then he like emailed me separately and was just like, sorry if I caused any contention with that. I won't say that again. I said, thank you. And then he went again and he was just like, that's going to be my main thing now. I'm just going to point out that like your baptism isn't legit. I'm like, well, that's not what my bishop says. And I submit to
Did
authority.
he say that, or was that the implication?
That's what I was talking about. Orthodoxy, though, like every single parish is so different. So there's like no structure. You're almost like non-denominationals.
Well, their church is in schism if he even belongs to a church. It's
Yeah, but
very
then what
possible
about-
that he just goes from parish to parish, whatever one he likes.
What about Sam's church, where he's like, "Oh, we do this so different." Like,
Okay, now Sam's church, I know for a fact would
Sam?
not accept my baptism. Yeah.
Who's
Yeah.
Sam?
Yeah.
one of our buddies.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. And
He's the one who made me realize like Orthodoxy doesn't have a good structure, because when Dan first got into it, he's excited, so he's telling us every detail, and Sam's like, "Yeah, that would never happen in mine." Look at that.
Yeah, but I also had some misunderstandings. Like I thought I could just give a full
just-
confession, like, and then just get become catechized. I was dumb.
The bird just
We
landed on
live
me.
and we learn.
You live and you learn. That was an embarrassing one, though. I tell you what.
But it's like, you don't think it would be, if there was some kind of hierarchy like Mount Athos or something, where they told every parish like these are their basic ground rules.
Well, yeah, so we have a synod, and the one that Sam goes to is out of communion with us. He's actually in schism. So technically speaking, he's not part of the Orthodox Church anymore. But they won't tell you that. They'll say we're the ones that are in schism. But that's the thing. There's purists out there, like the old believers, that are just like, we're not going to go any further with this. Like they just don't believe in any progress at all, and they sort of.
Oh,
They're
well,
like-
to be fair, maybe they're like sedevacantists for Catholics.
Right. Yeah, I think Catholics have their own version of this, Clay.
We have people who don't accept the Pope, but they still call themselves Catholic. But
Exactly.
Yeah, like every Orthodox in Greece, because it like from what I gather from that one guy, and then also Russians, like they call themselves Catholic even though they're like what we would call Orthodox.
Yeah, we joke about that because us Catholics like consider ourselves Orthodox as well.
Yeah. It's a name. It's a title we give to each other. We also call each other apostolic.
The thing that attracts
Like,
me
so as
about
Catholics,
the-
we would say we practice the Orthodox faith. Like we're the Orthodox. That's how we would say it.
It means correct worship, basically.
Right,
Everybody
right,
should think they have correct worship, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because I actually use that because the Catholics the majority. So I say we're the Orthodox version of Christianity, and the Protestants are heretics. But because heterodox, so that anyone who's not Orthodox is heterodox.
Yeah, heterodox is different than heresy, and I think that's extremely important in the conversation to continue. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know that. You want to clarify that?
Oh, absolutely.
I thought a
So-
heretic was someone who practiced heterodox practices.
No, it just means different type of worship. So hetero, just like heterosexual, it has a different.
What you call me? No, I'm just kidding.
Heterosexual? you should want to take that title.
The other thing though you got to remember about a lot of these religious guys in these streams, so like I'll be bored at work and like look at YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
These people are always on, so they're obviously not like very involved in their church, because how could they be if they're always online? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, who are they to like tell people anything when they're like, it's like, bro, you don't go to church. When did you go to church? Like,
Well, like
Easter
people
or
like me and
Christmas?
Daniel will be like, "Oh, we just got back to church."
Yeah.
Come on up,
And this is
Seesaw.
what
Give
we
us
learned.
verses.
Well,
What's the
not you
difference
guys,
between
but like
heretic and heterodox?
certain ones, dude. Like, I'm a truck driver, so I like screw around on my phone while I'm working. And there's certain people that like, no matter what time of day, they're just always on, talking about the
Yeah.
same shit.
And they don't have enough people to make it their day job. You saying?
Yeah, it's just like, dude, it's kind of boring.
Wait, do y'all pray to Mary or not? Stacey says you don't pray to Mary.
I pray to Mary.
We
What's
pray
wrong
to
with
Mary,
that? I thought you
but we don't worship her, but
don't
we pray
worship
to her.
Mary.
did. We ask her to pray for us.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So pray
No,
just means
an hour
ask.
of our stuff.
Pray literally means ask in Old English. It's just we kind of lost the meaning of it.
So a cool little thing. I was reading Tobit. Do you guys have Tobit, Daniel? You guys have Tobit, right?
Yeah, we got all the Bibles.
So I know the Protestants
the
don't have it,
Bibles.
but in the book of Tobit and Sarah were praying, and then Raphael came as a person in life and helped them. And Raphael said that he told Tobit and Sarah that I heard your prayers and I took them to the throne of the Most High.
Yeah.
So that was a saint, an angel saying that he heard their prayers and he brought them to God, and then God sent him to help them. I know it's not in the 66 book, but I found that when I read that, I was like, oh, that's an angel actually saying that. Wow.
Revelations also has the intercession of the saints, like with the incense of the saints. It's like, who else could that be? Because like everyone's been killed, and they're like all like, when is this going to end, Lord? Like. And it's just like, oh, then the angels brought forth the incense of the saints.
Yeah.
And there's also these like elders, they had to be reposed,
Cecil has a question about where is that in the Bible to ask Mary to pray for you? But I don't know, like, isn't it the same thing as asking like you all to pray for me?
Correct. That's how we look at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like asking any other saint.
But I would say to Cecil that the Bible does say that all generations will call her blessed. So you should put Blessed Mary in front of her name. Put some respect on her name.
Mother of our Lord.
The Catholics, we bury like statues of Mary in our yard, and it's supposed to be good luck.
Saint Joseph.
Really?
I heard Saint Joseph. But probably Mother Mary too.
The thing that draws me to Orthodoxy over Catholicism, especially now that I'm going into fatherhood, is like you don't hear about too many kids getting
Don't
blessed.
leave, Clay. Don't leave.
Well, it's like the elephant in the room. It's like you always hear this shit about the Vatican trying to cover up these they'll move these priests to like third world
No,
countries.
that's 20 years old. That hasn't happened in 20 years.
That
did happen though.
That happens in every church.
Yeah,
I
Baptists
know,
do
but
it
it
too.
seems the
And
thing about
so do
Orthodoxy
schools
is
and politicians.
From what I've noticed, Orthodoxy encourages their priests to be married. Catholics forbid it, and a lot of gays will like turn to priesthood because their parents are super religious, like especially in third world countries. I've seen this a lot in other countries. So it's like if you're gay, your whole family will disown you, so they become a priest, and then they, molest boys.
Well,
That's
if you
not
go
like
Orthodox,
boys.
me and AJ will disown
Well,
you. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
It's not like they're guaranteed gonna do it, but it seems like a bad idea. Like, let's take this young man who's forced to be celibate and then put him with a bunch of young boys.
Well, I do just want to say
Yeah.
there are rites in the Catholic Church where priests can get married. That is forgot. A lot of people forget that, but
You know where that's from? That's from the Eastern Rite. That's because there was a reunification of some churches.
St. Paul said he'd prefer you be like him, but it's not necessary.
How is she dead? She got assumpted into heaven. And anyway, nobody who's a Christian or a believer is dead, really.
Yeah, we believe in resurrection.
Nobody dies.
Come on, Adriana. You sound logical, Adriana. You know this.
Defeated, Adriana. None of the saints are dead.
Also, not all priests are gay, but I'm just saying that, like,
not all.
Certain places, like if you're gay, your whole family will cut you off and disown you. So it's like, I feel like those places, those people are like, oh, be a priest.
What is the proper response to it? I mean, I don't think people should like cut off, people because they're in error or sin, but like, you don't encourage it.
Yeah. You're supposed to just be like, listen, like, you just haven't met the right woman yet.
Yeah.
No,
Get an Asian wife. Nobody's gay enough for that.
You just haven't met the right girl.
I don't think that's exactly right either. I mean, because the sin isn't the homosexuality. That's just a manifestation of the sin. The sin is a much deeper problem than that. Like it's either going to be an issue of anger or pride or some other thing, and then the homosexuality is an outgrowth of some other deeper indwelling sin, and that's
But
what
then you
needs.
have to wonder, like, are gays? Is being gay a choice? You know.
That's what I wondered too.
Every relationship you get into is a choice.
Because like, look how many men choose to be gay in like the correctional system. You know,
that's the biggest
so
one that
like,
shows. Yeah. Because I remember watching that with my friend in college. We were watching this one night, and it's like these gay people in prison. They're like so gay in prison, but as soon as they come out, they're straight again.
Same with women, because it's like
that's a
when that's all
safety
you
mechanism.
have.
Maybe. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't think it's safe. I think it's that you're like horny as hell. And you're like, well,
Yeah, you're like
that's
any
all I
port in the
got.
storm. Yeah.
I gotta play the cards I was dealt.
I saw the longest, yeah. Some guys just play the cheerleaders.
You know, one of my brother-in-law, the one you know, worked at the jail and was telling me they had like, so there's like a woman's unit, and they would have like chicken leg night where it's like chicken legs, and the women would like steal all the bones and like use them as dildos. And I'm like, man, that's pretty bad. It's a good thing I didn't get a job there because I'd be on the news.
We're all
I'd be on, like,
How
I'd
is
be I'd be on the front page of the Detroit Free Press because they're like all these inmates wound up pregnant.
Oh, Detroit. Oh, I 100% believe it once you said Detroit.
Yeah. Because he's telling me like when he was like working, these women will like cat call him and shit. I'm like, damn, dude, that's crazy.
Hey, Daniel, do you know you know a lot about some Orthodox saints?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. You'll have to come on. You'll have to come on the Zealous Den one time. We're interested in learning about saints.
I'll do post schism saints because those are the ones you don't know about. Like we share so many saints from the first 1,000 years of church history.
Yeah,
So,
no, 100%.
like Seraphim of Seraph, I love him. And
Esau.
Catholics are freaks.
Clay's a freak. Clay's a freak. Not all Catholics are the Clay.
No, dude, I'm
and he might
married.
go to Orthodoxy. He might go to. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Are you married, Zealot?
No,
If you ain't,
no.
if you ain't married, if you share your screen right now and go to your browsing history, I guarantee you're a freak.
No, I've actually
Go
since
to-
I've been Catholic,
go
I've
to
been
your-
able to quit pornography.
Pornography
Praise
is from
God.
the devil, Clay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then
I
why do you
struggled
all
with
watch
it until
it?
I became Catholic.
I don't anymore.
Dimphina.
When I was a sinner, I did.
I prayed to Dimphina once.
You watch it too. Shut up.
It was
No, I
crazy.
don't. That would be
Maybe
way
it's
too
just-
tempting for me. I had to be celibate.
You're getting old and you're like
No,
getting low
I
in
got a
tea.
candle of Saint Dimphina.
Until I get married, I can't do it.
Yeah, then what are you gonna do when you find a nice girl and you go to do it and you're like, boom, in 10 seconds and she
That's
never
something
talks
we'll
to
have
you
to deal with
again?
together. That's something we'll have to deal with in the privacy of our bedroom. All right, Clay?
Burn that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. But until then, I'm doing the right thing, which is hard to do. But oh, who's this guy coming in here with this sacred geometry?
Yeah, Chris Zero.
That's
is-
Sandman.
No, it's, I prayed to Saint Dimphina once, and it was crazy. So I got one of the saint candles. This was back when I was like an occultist, and I was doing all kinds of weird mess.
Yeah.
So I talked to a Catholic friend who was also like into witchcraft, and she told me about Saint Dimphina. So I looked her up. I like went on my way to find a candle. I set that puppy on fire. It was crazy. The fire was like whirling around like rapidly in the thing. It was like,
I actually had an experience kind of like that one time.
yeah,
but
it was.
I don't know if I put like lighter fluid in it by accident. That's what I explained in my head. I was like, I must have put
didn't do
lighter
anything
fluid in
like
this to make it do what it just did.
spiritual. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Well, Well, speaking of that, I found a bunch of Catholic-looking candles at like local Stop and Shop. They're like $1.99. They have saints and Jesus and all that. So I stocked up on a bunch of them, and then I had an accident. So I actually had my priest had to come distribute communion at my home because I couldn't get to the church. And he came in and he saw the candle on the table and he was like, "No, you can't have these." So I guess voodoo, some Haitian voodoo people take these candles and they do curses on them and then they sell them as Catholic candles. It's like really devious. I was like, no way.
It's really prominent. What is the religion? I'm sorry, but they have like correspondences. So they take these specific Catholic saints and they're like symbolic of their, I think it's the Yoruba gods and goddesses, and they use them as like a representative. Like the ones that have the qualities of these gods, that's who they pray to instead. So yeah, there are people that like take Catholicism and pervert it with that kind of like occultism, which is what my friend was doing. I mean, she was born and raised.
It worked. It's so sneaky because I saw her and I'm like, oh, that's a Catholic thing. Let me get it.
See, Sal, this is what I'm saying. You don't stop being Catholic. I mean, once if you're born and you go through your catechism, you either have to be excommunicated or like it's a process. You don't just stop being Catholic. Like you don't leave the church. It's like there's a process to leave the church. So when I say she's Catholic, that doesn't mean that she's like religious or serious about her faith in any regard. It just means that she has that experience. It's like a cultural thing. So like my mom is Catholic, for example, but she's not religious.
That's called a Catholic and I'm only.
Yeah.
Once you baptize Catholic, you are Catholic until you renounce it. That is true.
Yeah.
That's like
even if you're not a practicing Catholic, you're still technically Catholic.
So that's all I meant. That's all I meant.
Traveler of realities.
But yeah, that's so sneaky how they do that.
Well, I think it was a way of people getting around like keeping their religious practice, or not religious practices alive, but they're like,
under the guise of Christianity. Yeah.
Practices, yeah.
Yeah. Sneaky.
Damn.
Is Jeff Riggins here? Oh, hey, what up, Jeff? Shout out to Jeff Riggins.
I'm not sitting on my side. I'm sitting in a chair, but I was like reclined. So
Clay Money Dollar Sign. Welcome, Curse Zero.
Wait, I don't know what he's trying to say.
So Curse Zero, what's going on with you?
I exist.
Amen.
All right.
Nice. Oh, Golden Rule TV, did you ask some question that's so terribly important? Sorry, I can't. I'm trying.
Wait, that's a nice sweater you have in your picture there.
All right, here we go. Here is his question.
My Terri Strange sweater. Because it's got juice and stuff on it.
Let's get it.
Jewish.
It says "Let's get lit," and then it's got like a menorah.
I'm not aware of that.
A painting of Lucifer? No.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
These are some jack chick comments. I mean, he's getting it from the book because, like, I don't know what these.
Would you read that? The Da Vinci Code. He read that. Da Vinci Code.
I don't even think it would be that odd that you might depict some sort of scene that would have Lucifer in it and some sort of.
Oh,
like,
that's actually a good point, Terry. So we have a statue of Saint Michael. Saint Michael the Angel stomping on the devil. So that's
Isn't there a
good
paint?
point.
Isn't there like a famous painting of Eve in the garden and then Satan there with the apple and all that, like depicting that scene?
Yeah.
That might actually be in the Vatican somewhere.
Hey, what up? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Irish Republic is the main character. That's, oh, look at that. Nice.
Yeah.
Dang.
And it says
Daniel
on there,
got all the iconography. Look at all he got a collection.
on the shield it says Qui sui Deus, which means who is like God. Yeah, it's Saint Michael.
Amen.
What is up with that, Chris? Why would they put Lucifer in the Bible? That's crazy. These Christians. on real TV? That was just a silly question. Like, what are you talking about? Why wouldn't they have a depiction of Lucifer? Like, there's so many reasons why they would.
Yeah.
IDK, and IDC.
Well, that is a funny comment though, because he says y'all supposed to be Catholic. It's well documented. I'm not familiar with all the paintings on the Vatican. I don't spend my time looking at that. I don't. So you did catch me off guard there. I'd love to get over.
Everyone
it,
doesn't
though.
know everything, okay?
Man. There's a lot of creepy stuff in the Vatican. Okay.
Have you ever
CERN
seen
is
the
creepier.
basement of the Vatican where they have like over $1 billion in priceless art and filing cabinets?
Nice.
Because they don't have like room
And
for it.
other stuff we won't tell you because you're going Orthodox, Clay.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to get like the good relics, or I don't know what kind of cool stuff would you
be
have?
hanging
Like,
out on Berna Bush's channel too much. You're going Orthodox. You're drinking
If I become
Kool-Aid.
Orthodox, I'd like to have like one of the saint skulls at my house.
oh, those are so cool. Yeah. Death to the world.
This is like the jawbone of Saint Basil.
Dang. That's right.
In my drawer.
We got those, bro. We got those. Tell them, AJ.
You guys
We
took
do.
so many relics. Give them back.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Chris. I seen like a show where they were showing some, and it's like one-off, like original Picassos and stuff.
Nice. That's one reason to become Catholic, because then you're a part of it.
Tell them, Terry. Tell them.
Yo.
You got the deposit
Oh,
of faith.
dang,
You got
dang.
the deposit of faith.
I think they probably know what the aliens are. They probably know they're demons.
Probably.
No.
Did you ever
I
see the
don't think
YouTube video of the Vatican Armory where they've never gotten rid of? So when they get new weapons, they'll just like put their old ones in storage. So it goes like all the way back to like the Iron Age and Bronze Age.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. Do they have like
Yeah.
guns in there too?
Yeah, they have like flintlocks, bolt action, like Mausers, and then up until like modern like HKs and stuff.
Nice.
Because the Vatican has like their own
we got-
army.
Yeah, we got the Swiss God.
If you go on YouTube, there's a video. If you just look up like Vatican Armory, where they're like showing the collection, and it's pretty neat. They have like old longbows and all kinds of crap.
Yeah, those are the guys defending the Pope.
Yeah. Well, Vatican City is like considered its own country. It's
Yeah.
man. That's
As a
the
membership.
kingdom of heaven on earth, brother. That's the kingdom of heaven on earth.
I used to say it to people because people would be like, "Why learn Latin? It's a dead language." I'm like, it's the official language of the Vatican, and that's
It's
technically
not dead
beautiful.
either.
It's
It's
beautiful.
living in English and in so many other languages.
yeah, it's really not dead, and it's also lives on in nomenclature for science and medical stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah.
saying Latin things from mass to my Spanish friends at work, and they're like, "That's Spanish." I'm like, "No, it's Latin." They're like, "It's Spanish." I'm like, "Okay, but it's Latin."
Spirito
No,
Sancto.
I love Latin.
Latin is good.
Let's see. Even the Proddies pray in full communion with the Catholic Church every service. What?
Is that
Are Latin
Denominations.
Catholic?
Is AJ Sandman, Dan?
Man.
That laugh sounds.
You do
like
laugh like him, AJ. You do laugh like him.
Yep.
He has a slightly deeper voice, and he takes a little bit more time between his words.
So you quit talking to him ever since he said you're not.
No, I
a
didn't
real
quit
person?
talking to him. I don't know if he's still watching my stuff or if he's like just has to be away for a while. I don't know if he's upset at me or not. I think he might see that latest stream that I had and get upset, but I don't know.
I loved his reaction when he was talking.
Oh,
about
dang.
Greece,
Irish pub, don't say that.
and he had like this false sense of what Greece is like, and this guy's like, "No, nobody cares. We all just do our own thing, and put religion on the back burner." And you could just tell the disappointment.
See, a lot of these people, like when I was on, it was Gigi's stream actually today. So Josh was talking to Daniel about trying to ask him questions about the Orthodox Church, but then his own church. We asked him, okay, what's your church? He said the Church of Christ. And he couldn't even answer anything about the Church of Christ. So you have to ask these people, which church do you go to, so we can investigate your churches as well. Like,
yeah.
Well, he got mad because there actually is a Church of Christ, and he's like, "Wait, no, I'm not them."
There's a member of my congregation whose father was a pastor. Then he grew up in that church, and he has some interesting stories.
Is the Church of Christ the one where they're not allowed to go to the hospital? What is that one?
I don't think
so. That's the
it's a Christian church.
Scientists.
Oh yeah, that one.
There's actually a congregation near me that's of that particular denomination. I'm surrounded.
It'd be interesting to see like what the average lifespan is of them, because they're not allowed to go for it. Like if you have a heart
founded
attack
by a woman as well.
Yeah, if you have a heart attack or something like that, you're not allowed to go.
Birth. You'd have to give birth at home, and like that's really stressful.
That's a good one to remember if you don't want your kids getting vaccinated to go to school. You just say,
I remember during the I can't say the word of this disease moment, but I remember people like fishing for denominations that would write them up something that says, "I have a religious exception."
What do you guys think of Mark Zuckerberg getting rid
of
fact
he's like,
checking
guys, we're gonna bring it back to the roots. You know, the fact checker thing, it was too complicated. We regret it.
I'm happy about it though, because I'm like, man, maybe they're not gonna be so like PC now.
Yeah, everyone's
so
coming back to reality, brother. It's a beautiful thing.
Every time I'm on X, I'll just I want to check something, and I'll end up spending like 30 minutes on there because I'm like, here's a video of a guy getting beheaded.
Oh,
and then like it's just like so crazy. It's like old Live Leak now.
Live Leak like gave me trauma, man. I use that in the most lightest way.
And I watched like one or two, and now that's like 90% of the videos it'll show me on there is like people dying in like terrible accidents.
Yeah, it's like, here's a mass shooter from his perspective.
It's not that. Mine's like more like.
I was saying that to my sister. I've seen more people die on my phone in the past 5 years than in my whole life. When I was growing up, you couldn't see death on TV.
Yeah.
Well,
now the worst.
Back in the day, you'll just be scrolling through, and it'll be like somebody who died. It's the craziest thing.
I don't know how old you are, Zealots, but in the 90s, there was like a film that everybody wanted, and it was called Faces of Death, and it was like all the CCTV footage, like a compilation of people dying.
I saw that like website in the early '80s. Like they had a website.
No. One of my buddies had it on VHS, and I remember like watching it when we were younger. And it's like,
I remember after 9/11, there was someone who got kidnapped, and they did something horrible to him live on
yeah, they cut
TV.
His head off with a machete.
Yeah, and everyone wanted that. But I remember, so like nowadays, you just see that on like it'd just be another thing in your feed, and that was like a whole.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you saw that. I can't. Yes, I can't watch stuff like that. It's amazing to me. Or like the like police like cams and like things. I can't watch any of that stuff. Like
you can't help but make you think that it makes us a little less empathetic, or like you know.
Yeah, desensitizes you.
I mean,
bit.
I think it's good to stare death in the face a little bit, and it's normal to have a curiosity about it. But like, it's yeah, it's kind of disturbing the way it's like proliferating.
So nonchalant. Yeah.
Yeah, like.
What you should take away from it is like, stay out of Mexico and any country that's like predominantly Muslim, and you'll be good. Because it's like all those executions, it's always cartel or Muslim extremists.
Oh, Sal, that's terrible.
Well, then you have other stuff, like you'll just have like a paragliding accident, or like a skiing accident, or a boating accident.
Yeah, but that's not as like, that doesn't desensitize you as much as like watching someone like fillet somebody's face off.
Yeah, that's true. That's
you
true.
know, there's a film called Funky Town, a Mexican like cartel film.
To Funky Town,
and that's one of the most brutal ones I've seen. And it'll like mess you up, dude. just watching it. And then there's another
Man, I
one.
thought I was bad watching like Beavis and Butthead and South Park movies.
Yoda. Are you talking about those girls that got arrested in Orange County?
Oh, is that new one?
Yeah, it was funny. They were because they just changed the shoplifting laws, and they're like, "Oh, it's a felony now." And she's like, "What?" And this is Orange County. They don't play. Like they just went from store to store. Like they were in Ulta and like some other stores in this mall, and they just were stealing, because they had these laws where you could steal up to like I think $1,000 worth of merchandise and like pretty much receive no charge.
Don't get Gavin the Gruesome back in here, Terry. She'll be talking all about that.
Oh yeah, she probably is.
What a terrible idea! Like who would think like, oh let's get rid of like
You
all
know
punishments.
who would, Clay. You know who would.
Speak of the angel. What's up, Gavin? The gruesome Newsome.
Hey, I'm
she
back.
heard you talking about it.
I don't know what you guys were saying. I'm just joining because I think it's good that they don't get triggered when like people are like trying to tear them down for their religion. But I think it's really good in some ways that the Catholic Church has been so wealthy that they've been able to withstand wars, and that there's still evidence of Christ in the world still. When
Well,
during
what
World
was
War
cooler?
I or II, they could have been blown up. But and it's true, there's evil in every religion, and the thing is that that's why it's important to be able to have discernment so that you can protect yourself from the evil in the world, because people want to pretend and act like demons don't exist anymore, when we were talking earlier that Jesus casted demons out or whatever, made the demon get out of the person, or they negotiated with Jesus and went into the swine.
What does your thing say? Hold up.
It is nonsense to claim that one should respect all beliefs. Beliefs need to
Hold up. Sorry, I was gonna make it.
Beliefs need to earn respect. Some beliefs are irrational, immoral bollocks. I can respect your right to hold them without respecting the actual beliefs in any way. Ricky Gervais.
He's a comedian, and he used to be the manager of my favorite band.
What's your favorite band?
Suede. He managed Suede in like the early 90s. He used to be cool, but now he's just an atheist.
Atheists are lame.
They are.
It's like, how do you not believe in God? That's lame.
Oh, I just came out of nothing. I'm going to return to nothing. I'm so cool.
Adriana is claiming that the true church is affirming gay marriage, but it isn't.
The Orthodox don't, and also the Catholics actually
Yeah,
don't
the Catholic.
either. I've looked into it. Yeah, they don't.
What don't we believe? I missed that.
I really love the Catholic
Gay
weddings.
marriage.
They're always in a beautiful temple, Those are really pretty too. So I think they did a really good job of giving a physical temple on earth.
I like old music. They weren't popular.
Amen, Gavin. I love it.
And Gavin, there's also the Orthodox. They didn't need a military to survive atheism, communism, and the Muslim Turks. But I also agree that the Catholic Church
Yes,
is a
yes.
Well,
That is
AJ,
another. Sorry,
AJ,
yes.
didn't we have to come save them
To survive.
Yeah, you know what? The Orthodox
survive.
to survive the Turks was the Catholics.
I need to address this comment. I need to address this comment.
They tell it to you. I'm just kidding.
That was funny earlier.
Seesaw. First off, I like older music. I don't really like music that was popular when I was young.
Me too. Well, the music when I was young is older now. I like older and 90s music.
You sit there in your heartache.
How old are you?
36.
I want to tell you that I've been very blessed to have been brought up in a Catholic family where all of my family is Catholic. But even though I didn't choose to
So you're
practice
telling me
Catholic,
there's a chance?
I
No, I'm
didn't
just kidding.
choose to practice
I saw
Catholicism.
that. I saw that.
Catholicism
myself,
chose me.
but
That's that old. I
I
didn't choose Thug Life.
see
Thug Life chose me.
that it's very important.
What are
It's
you
very
talking about?
important.
Like the gray hair's been here. I've had gray hair since I was 18. What are you talking about?
And now she's 20. She just celebrated her 23rd birthday.
Yeah, exactly. It's visible all up in here, guys. Look.
Yeah,
Why people
from stress, too.
people saying anything about your beautiful hair, Terry, that God blessed you with?
Yeah.
You know, there are some people who have. I'm gonna have to talk over you for a second though, Terry, because there are some people unfortunate that they have leukemia. My neighbor just recently passed away from leukemia.
Sorry to hear
God
that.
rest his soul. Yes, and it's not nice to see children with no hair. So I think it's sorry. I'm not gonna cry, but it's it's just really silly and petty to make fun or say anything about your hair.
I get so emotional, baby. Every time I think karaoke.
Man, what the heck? No, he doesn't. That's not what
This is
happened.
not true. That's not true.
And
Yeah.
my neighbor struggled for a long time with the leukemia.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
And my cousin was
Me too,
a
Gabby.
Marine, and he died at the age of 26 from leukemia. I don't know if the vaccines that they give the military killed him or what, but
I knew someone in the military
that's
died
too
of brain
young
cancer.
to die.
Whoa. That's getting odd. Sorry for both of you.
Yeah, he was a really, really good person. Now he was an atheist, which was probably the saddest part.
What did he say? That you're gonna honey, you're gonna have to bring some
Cite your
evidence,
sources.
'cause this
Chapter
thing-
and verse, Adriana.
It's the Sudakins food issue
Come
or
on up,
whatever, right?
Adriana. Come on up. Get up here, Adriana.
That's what she's
Get
talking
out
about.
the chat. Get out the chat. You gotta get up.
But you got to actually read that document, and then you'll find out that they
Yeah,
don't.
Andrew used to think that too.
Yeah, I used to because
Yeah.
it was convenient for me to believe because I'm just like, yeah, these stupid Catholics, they believe in gay marriage. Orthodox. But it's like, once you start looking at people more honestly, you're like, they're not so different.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier, that it's good to, defend your religion, that, you guys enjoy practicing. Also, it's good to find common ground. Like, I kind of get annoyed with seeing people be like, oh, your church sucks because of this or this or that. But I think every church can suck in reality, because there is going to
Mine
be somebody
Mine
always
doesn't.
trying to bring perversion in there somehow, because misery loves company.
I was
Gavin,
so blessed
I
with my
thought you would
spiritual
like the
father.
church because Gavin the Newsom Gruesome hates the church, so I thought you would love
Well,
the
no,
church.
I love the church. I respect the church. I have family members that are still Catholic, and I love the beautiful weddings they have, the beautiful baptisms they have, the beautiful funerals they have. They really give beauty
To the
when
world.
the world is so ugly. You know what I mean?
Amen. Yes, agreed.
Yeah, it's very touching to see a funeral service in the Orthodox
Clay
liturgy.
put HNIC, and I got HCIC. You're funny, Clay.
We say something in the Orthodox Church when someone reposes. We say, "May their memory be eternal."
Amen.
In the Catholic Church, they say, "What comes around is all around."
No, I think we do the daily departed. We do the daily departed prayer, like in the departed.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm not trying to simp or anything. And I've seen channels with men with no shirts on, and there have been times when I'm like, oh, that guy seems like a G word, But this white man right here does not give me that energy. I don't feel uncomfortable with him having his shirt off because he seems so masculine. I don't feel
Aw.
like he's trying to be gay or anything.
I'm
you know?
not gay. Hey, Joanne.
Yeah,
Come
John, get over here. I gotta prove I'm not gay.
Your wife's got a beautiful name.
I'm not trying to like not wear a shirt to be like, oh, I'm masculine or something. It's to the
No, it's okay.
It's like my pajamas.
I'm just saying it doesn't bother me. I'm just
I was
saying it
explaining.
doesn't bother me.
I was explaining earlier that I used to work with people with intellectual developmental disabilities, and everyone in that house, including the father, didn't wear a shirt. And our guess was that it was a sensory thing. So you might be a little autistic, Clay.
Maybe.
But that actually kind of makes sense in the grand scheme of things.
I can't express myself because my shirt, it triggers me.
Well, no, it just doesn't feel good on you. If it's a sensory thing like that, where you're like, I like my house hot, you know, I like to feel like I personally,
Well,
I
I'm
like
married
to
some fucking chick from the jungle, dude. So she keeps it at like 85 degrees.
Yeah, but you did that beforehand too.
No.
You didn't? All right.
No, I don't like my shit 85. I'm like hot all the time.
Well, I just mean the shirt thing. Didn't you always like not wear a shirt?
Yeah, when I go to bed, I always when I'm at home, like instead of because I don't like pajamas, so I wear basketball shorts and nothing else.
Yeah, I like to take off my socks when I go to sleep.
But there's a lot of instances where I don't like when I'm mowing. I take my shirt off because I'll be sweating my ass off anyway, and I get a nice little tan going.
Yeah.
Just slamming beers, driving in circles on my mower.
Yeah, doing wheelies.
Yeah, no, I think it's just nice to see a guy without a shirt who doesn't also seem like he's being gay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't get the sense like that you're being weird. You seem totally normal.
Dan, take your shirt off.
I wouldn't go that far.
No.
Take your shirt off.
No.
Look, just let people be comfortable, okay?
Come here.
You know,
Oh, Jeff, I
talked
think
to
it's a little bit.
Joanne.
Hola, Jenny. Hola, Jenny.
Hola.
¿Cómo
Hey,
estás?
Jenny.
Hello.
Jenny. Jenny, hi, Jenny.
Hey.
Gregatron says he's a shirtless home dweller as well.
Yeah.
Yay, Greggy.
We're trying
I'm so
to get
excited that
the
they're
guy
gonna
in the
have a kid.
upper right to take his shirt off. So he's about to do it.
No, I'm not. No.
Just take it off.
No.
Oh, I was
Strict
gonna tell
orders
you
from my
guys
priest.
that-
I can't show flesh anymore on my streams.
I think we have enough.
But your
male
face is
stuff
white.
on display.
Don't
face is white.
don't like sexualize it, Dan. Just take your shirt off and act like it's normal.
That's
Yeah.
your
only
thing, man.
awkward
I don't
if
want to
You're
take
the
your
one.
one.
You're the one making it gay by.
It's true. I'm sorry. Sorry
Oh,
for doing
she's
this.
coming on up. She's coming on up. What up, though, Adriana? Flowers.
Hey,
Oh,
so
you know what?
I felt the need to defend my
Yeah,
position.
yeah. I just want to say really quick though,
Be nice
I
to
don't
our
speak.
staffers,
I don't
Adriana.
speak Italian. So since I don't speak Italian, I cannot trust what the media says that the Pope says. So I think that the media lies too much about what so and so says sometimes. So it's good if you can translate it because it might be misinterpreted or it could be propaganda.
Ooh, I love Gavin the Goose from Newsom.
There's fake news out there.
You're fake news.
Yeah, we got
Oh, we got.
Fake
got
news.
Kekistani here.
What's up, Riggs? How you doing?
Uzbekistan.
Oh, I'm doing amazing. How are you?
It is
guys?
nice seeing a man without a shirt on.
Amazing.
Why not? I'm not
Huh.
gay.
It's not okay to not be a homo in 2025. Out of pocket reported.
Being gay is not okay, but the Pope is okay with it.
No, he's not.
No cap.
He just said that to trick all the gays so they would expose themselves.
So you can do solve the problem, the gay problem. The
Priests
issue
are
with
going
the
to
gays.
expose themselves?
Did you see that thing where the I forget what pope it was, but he like helped the Nazis with their shit, and they were talking about
Okay,
charging them
so
after
what's
the war.
wrong with that? Why would you charge
Well,
that man for doing
no,
the
that
Lord's work?
proves because that was their whole thing. They're like, the Jews, we don't like them, but like these gays gotta
Whoa,
go.
whoa! You're on YouTube, partner.
Well, I'm just saying what they said, and then
Your door's no. That's what you said. Your door's gonna get kicked down, raided.
no, it's not because
Clay's half Jewish anyway. They
Yeah.
don't go after.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
They don't go
I
after their
gotta
own.
go. Okay, I gotta go, bro.
I'm
Goodbye.
like Terry. Me and Terry.
Oh.
Did I miss something? I walked away for a second.
Dang, I was muted. Riggs doesn't. He's.
But I thought,
He's a Jew
Jesus was a Jew, though,
He
so.
was, and technically, if you take the
Yeah, but
Eucharist, you're
Riggs
now
isn't
Jewish.
a Christian, guys.
See, I feel like the Israelites would be all the
Why?
Christians.
So is that why he ran away? Did the spirit
No, he's
compel
afraid
him?
of Jews. He doesn't want the Jews,
Oh.
Propagandize him. Once Clay was exposed, then he was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna get
Yeah, but Orlo's
He's scared zombie Hitler's going to rise from the grave
Or
and get him
Orlo's
straight
Jew as
tonight because
well.
we talked about the Jews
not-
badly.
Daniel
We are pro Israel around.
Wait,
here,
I don't know.
right?
Actually, I might be mistaking Riggs. No, I'm mixing Riggs up with Davey. Sorry.
And Terry
They
is,
basically
like,
think
pure
the
Jew.
same, though.
Do they think the same? I don't know. I haven't had a direct conversation with Riggs about the Jews.
The question
Terry,
of
do you mind if I share other people's channels like Zealot's Den?
No, I don't mind.
I think most of you guys have wrenches. You guys just need to comment in the chat, or else I don't know if you have a channel or not.
Hello.
But hey, Adriana wanted to say something, but you talked over her, so let's let Adriana have the floor.
Everyone talks over me. I get no respect around here.
She's like the Rodney Dangerfield of the panel.
I'm sorry, Adriana. I didn't mean to talk over you.
How dare you?
This rent's
I
too
think
damn
you're
high.
wonderfully funny. Go ahead.
No, I was just coming on here to say that in actuality, yes, the Pope says that it's okay to bless same-sex unions. You guys can say that that's not true, but it's literally true. So, yeah.
Well, from what I understand, it wasn't unions; it was people who are in same-sex couples.
He said that it should be legal. You think a Pope should be saying that?
What should be legal?
Well,
So-
gays getting together.
So
marriage.
basically, what the Pope said is that he can bless people who are gay, but not for being gay. He can just give you a
and he
blessing.
can't
No,
bless the
the
union.
Catholic Church. I mean, you can look it up. The Catholic
I just
Church.
did on Google.
He did.
I just
Well,
did.
He actually said this on the other
Well, what
stream,
I
and I
saw,
corrected him.
well, what I saw is that the Catholic Church now, at least the official position, is that they can have same-sex unions, but they're supposed to be separate. That's kind of like the view that they have now. That's what I saw.
No.
What do you mean?
So we don't accept gay marriage, and we can't bless same-sex marriages. He could bless individuals, give a personal blessing, but we don't bless their union, and you can't be a married gay Catholic.
So think of it this way: if you're a drunk, that's a sin, right? A priest can still bless you, but he's not blessing you being a drunk. He's just blessing you for other things. That was the
there's no gay. So Daniel actually thought this a couple days ago, and I defended the Pope, and he pulled it up and he read
couple
it
weeks ago.
a couple weeks ago. Yeah, and he pulled it up and read it, and he said, "Oh no, that's not what he said actually," which was commendable of him, as more people should do.
I can be wrong.
But and I don't. It is a common misconception, as Gavin the Gruesome said. If you read the news or read articles, I definitely see why you would think that, because they all are saying that he said that. That is true.
Yeah.
And he did say on a plane, he did make an offhanded comment a while back when they asked him about gay people. He said, "Who am I to judge?" But that's not him.
You're the Pope.
Well, Jesus is the judge.
Look, what it says here, it says Pope Francis has approved a Vatican Declaration Fiducia Supplicans. I don't know how you say that.
Right, which is what Daniel read.
That allows Catholic priests to bless same-sex couples. The blessing is not intended to be confused with a marriage blessing, and it should not be performed during a civil union ceremony. the blessing is intended to be for people who request it, and priests should avoid any confusion or scandal. And Pope Francis has called for the decriminalization of homosexuality, and they should have legal coverage like everyone else.
Oh, I would agree with that. It shouldn't
I'm
be
going
illegal
for a
to be
cigarette. Y'all
gay.
keep on bashing at each other.
Yeah,
You
and like what
shouldn't be
Stacey
jailed for
said,
being gay. I'd agree with that.
What
like,
about
watching porn is also like it's against.
so if you're a pope and you're saying gay marriage should be legal, you think that's something that
No.
Christ, a
Hold on.
follower of
No,
Christ, should be saying?
you might be so decriminalizing something, and so like not putting someone in jail and like and being okay
Well, we
with
can
it.
look at America. In America, same-sex marriage has been legal since like what 2008.
Well, you so
or
that you have
something?
to remember though, the Pope
But
is
you
in
wouldn't go
charge
to
of
jail. You
the
wouldn't
whole
go to
world.
jail for being with a being in a gay union, but you just couldn't get married.
Well, with all due respect, you have to remember when the Pope's talking or making a lot of judgments, America is like on the. It's a small thing in his mind. He's worried about Europe, Africa, Asia, the Middle
America
East,
kind of influences
South
the whole
America.
world, though. Like
And so
everywhere you
just
go,
because one place has good luck, the majority of the world, they'll kill you if you're gay. So he's probably speaking on behalf of like those people.
That's not
Like,
a
you
bad
shouldn't
thing.
murder someone for being gay, but also you can't get married as a Catholic.
No, one
Both
thing
of those can be
is
true.
making it. One thing is decriminalizing gay unions. Another thing is legalizing gay marriage. Those two are different things. You can decriminalize gay unions without legalizing gay marriage.
Yeah, so you can't. We don't.
And a pope shouldn't be saying that.
So
Got
we're not
You
okay
should
with
not
gay
be
marriages.
conforming to the world.
No. You're misunderstanding. We're not okay with gay marriages.
Sounds like they are.
I think the Pope is just saying that everyone is a child of God and that we have to respect human life.
No, not everyone is the child of God.
Yeah.
Well, even if you're gay, you're still a child of God.
What?
No, the Bible doesn't
Yeah.
say that. You have to turn to God to be a child of God.
Well, like Stacey said in the
we're all-
comments, even if you're straight and you watch porn, that's like also a sexual immorality.
Oh, watching
Like,
porn?
we're all,
Yeah,
we're
because
all made in
Hold
God's image.
on,
you're
hold
committing
on.
an affair in your heart.
Yeah,
The
no one is
prodigal
defending.
son,
No one is
when he
defending
left,
porn
he was
here.
still a son.
That's just a deflection. No one is defending porn here.
I'm just saying that like for sexual
So we're all
immorality,
children of God.
yeah,
When the prodigal son left, he was still his son.
like obviously they would want them to turn from their sin.
Can you look at women in public, or is that a sin? Like if she's dressed attractive,
You can't lust over a
after.
woman.
Yeah, you have to look at her like a sister.
Riggs, don't be lusting. Stop looking at
I-
women.
Yeah,
These are-
don't. Yeah,
these are
as
the
a
people
man,
that
you
they-
never look at a woman. Don't ever do that.
Don't look.
Riggs, weren't you talking about soaking like a couple days ago?
Was that Riggs that was mentioning that?
No, I wasn't talking about. I mean, I'm all for getting my wiener pruned up like your fingers when you take a shower for too long, but I'm not sulking.
Ah!
You're soaking, dude.
No, that was Davey that was talking about.
Someone was talking about it,
It
but
was
that's
Davey. Or
How
what
was
was
it me?
his name?
I've never
guys-
even talked
what
to
is
you,
soaking?
cuz.
it's like something these religious people do. You would probably like it because it's like
Oh
a
my God,
loophole.
see, it's dangerous. See, Chris almost died.
Yeah, don't if you even look at a woman and admire her hips and ankles, you going to hell, nigga. You fucked up.
Well,
Rap.
you're supposed to repent for it because you committed a sin in your heart.
Yeah, but everyone does that like daily.
That's why we have to constantly
Chris-
repent.
Chris
Like,
knows.
it's
It's
totally
like Medusa.
normal.
It's like
You
Medusa,
don't
right,
ever
Chris?
do
If
that.
you're not like checking out chicks every day when you're in a crowded place, like you're gay. You're probably gay.
No, that's not true.
That's what
That's
society
completely
teaches
true.
us.
It's like natural.
The
It's like
secular world.
The church tells me this isn't
a good
gay,
question.
buddy.
it's like
I
girl,
go
if you
hang
don't
out
want no
with
one
my
looking, you
partners.
wouldn't wear that shit.
Question. What makes a human a child of God?
By being
Being
born.
born.
Yeah, every
So
single
then
man
not
that comes in the
everyone
world
is a
doesn't like.
child of God. So then not everyone is a child of God.
Because once you concept, we believe it begins at conception.
True. Yeah, God made you. He loves you. He loves every single one of us.
So if you get aborted, if you die in the womb, those are all children of God.
He loves
You
all of
ever?
us, but that doesn't mean that everyone loves him. Only
That's
those that
true.
love
Oh,
him and
100%.
that
I
turn to
agree with you
him
on that. Yeah,
are children
absolutely.
of God.
So, what do you think makes someone? So, somebody has to what? Love God in their heart to be a child of God.
No,
Yeah,
they just
because
have to be conceived. So,
You just
because
have
like,
to
what
tell
was it?
other
What
people
was
that.
it? It was Joshua, I believe. It was before you were conceived. God knew us.
That's
Before
true.
you were in the womb, I knew you. He said.
yes, but you have to be born again.
No. That's how you become part of the body of Christ.
What does it mean to be born again then?
To be born, that's when you become part of the body of Christ and enter the church, and you're born
And what
again of
were
what?
you before you were born again?
A
You were
body
born
of
into
Christ.
original sin.
Yeah. The
So then
fallen
are
nature.
you a child of God?
Yeah, even the people born into original sin are children of God.
But what does it mean then to be a child of God?
To be born, to be made by God.
So just to exist, just be alive,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, and then you can join the church, and then you actually enter a relationship with God.
You were
Well, that's not
already
what the
in
Bible. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says, "For all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God." So what does
Yeah.
that make people that are not following the Spirit of God?
Well,
Lost.
They have their father, the devil.
yeah,
Exactly.
they have a different master, and a lot of times
Oh, so you
people
call
are
them? So you're
enslaved to their
saying they're sons of
passions.
Satan, not sons of God?
Well, Satan didn't
What
make
the
us. God made us, right?
God created us, but He gave us the choice to go against them or to be with Him.
So if you choose,
I got that from Sam Shimon, sons of Satan. You sons of Satan, not you guys.
if you choose to follow Satan, then you make him your daddy.
That's right, Terry.
Yes.
It's a cruel tyrant.
He
Yep.
is. He's not nice. The devil is not nice. He'll set
It's
you
really
up.
weird.
You know
for me.
those old cartoons where they have an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other is not too far from reality.
You ever made
It's
the
like
premarital sex?
the world.
Not
like
me.
the
You ever
world.
made the premarital sex?
Not me.
I know you haven't, Adriana, but asking the other guys with the picture, the glass thing. You guys ever made the sex? Or Daniel Newman, have you ever made the sex out of marriage?
You ever do that premarital sex, boy?
You ever got them premarital cheeks?
Before I joined the church, yes, I did, and I am ashamed of that.
God,
you should be.
Daniel, son of a bitch. You had one job.
I was confused.
The job is to make babies. Okay.
Like this
How many
society
babies
tells
have
you
you
you're
made?
weird if you don't lose your virginity at a certain point. You know. They're like,
Yeah, that's true.
You
They
grew
want
up
you to be
yeah,
ashamed.
then you grew up
They
with
want
people like
women.
Clay. Like if you're not looking at all these women, you're gay. Dave.
pretty much. Like what Clay's saying is like the secular world constantly in the ear of men. It's just
Yeah,
like
You
yeah.
can't
what
look
are you
and
gonna- you
appreciate
gotta
an
get 'em.
attractive woman. You can't
If
look
you
and
were-
appreciate an attractive woman. Like that's weird to me. If you go about your day and don't look at a woman you find attractive.
Me too.
I admire beauty, but I don't lust over them.
Yeah, lust
So
is
it's
different.
then if you were
Okay, guy.
Lust is like when you're undressing someone in your mind. you know?
And I do fall victim. I won't lie, but I don't rest in my lust.
That's very
Okay,
true.
yeah, like I don't sit around all day and I'm like, man, I seen that girl a week ago at the supermarket, son of a bitch. Like I just look at her and be like, man, that was kind of nice to look at. Appreciate you, and go about my day. Like that's not lusting. That's just women are attractive and nice to look at.
Well, you know what's happening in your
Noticing
heart.
that
and so
a
does
woman
God.
is beautiful is different than I think when we're getting into territory of coveting her.
Exactly. Because
What
you can
is
say
that?
like your mother is beautiful or your sister is beautiful without lusting for them.
I would
obviously.
never
That'd be
say
incest.
Yeah, but Dan and Zealot, when you're out and
Well, I think that's
You
weird.
don't know
Brother.
what Briggs' mom looks like.
Yeah, why wouldn't you say that your mother's beautiful?
I would never say that.
Why not?
What?
You know, it doesn't have to be physical looks. You're always referencing in beauty.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that's why I call her a
Because you
mom, which
had it
entails
before,
she's a
no?
woman. So her physical beauty's a different attribute than being a woman. That's what I would say. That's my mom.
Before.
Your mom who can be a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
No, I only look at women in the physical. Personally.
That's the only way you look at women?
Only way? Wow.
That's crazy, dude.
But,
So that means like by
Well, that's why you
definition,
need the Mother Mary to teach you how to view women. It's a beautiful thing.
that might make some women in the room uncomfortable if that's the only way you can look at them.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm completely open with that. If it makes them uncomfortable, it's not my problem. That's how I view them. It's okay.
It's natural. It's natural to be like, you're an object.
But I can appreciate the things my woman does for me too. But ultimately, if she wasn't a woman, that's the only reason I talk to her is because she is a woman. I could talk to my homeboys if I didn't want to beat box and get the same thing, if not more, from social interaction.
Don't say it like that, Riggs.
Okay, so I can make love with my woman, but I can't make love with the boys. It wouldn't hit the same. Is that better? That's a more friendly version.
The same. If you're hanging out, like, who wants to hang out with a woman if you're not banging her? Like, it's like we have.
I'd rather hang out with a girl I couldn't fuck than the homies I could.
Yeah, that's true. But I'd rather hang out with, like, if we're not banging, like, I don't want to hang out with some bitches and like go to the mall or something and talk about bullshit. It's like I'd rather be drinking with my buddies.
Yeah, but that's different. We're talking about like when you just see women in the natural environment, like when you're at a store or when you're working at the same company.
If there's a woman though, you're saying you don't ever look at them, but I know you do. If
I'm
there's
not
a
saying
girl,
that I never sin. I'm
If
just
there's a
saying
girl
that
Hold on. I'm literally jumping in. You just took a woman from being a toy to being an animal by stating watching a woman in her natural environment. Now I'm shutting up again.
I didn't say in her natural environment. I said in the natural environment, as in like places that
It's
you already
still
go.
the same thing.
No,
If
like
they were wearing,
in the
like, a
course of your
tight-
life, you are going to meet women, whether you go to the grocery store, whether you go to work, unless you work in a job that only has men. There are going to be times when you encounter women in your day-to-day life, right? And the natural environment is what I used.
Come on, get off.
Yeah, but you
If
got to
they're
look at
wearing-
them and appreciate them.
I didn't say in the wild, you know.
if they're wearing like tight leggings, you don't like look at their ass.
Also, I've heard. What do you guys think about this? I've heard some people say that they will not discuss religion with someone who is not a Christian. Also,
We're doing it
That
right
ain't gonna
now.
get you very far.
Man, that happens with me all the time on these streams.
I mean, isn't that what we should be doing, though?
Yeah, I mean, what?
Why do you
don't
think I
know.
just sat here with my arms crossed while everybody was batting at each other's face, bro? That's all I did. I just sat here and
Chris,
laughed.
Chris, you can. Yes, he can. That is completely illogical. What are you talking about?
Well, if you're sitting with your arms crossed, that's the defensive posture, or you're upset
I'm
about
not
something.
defensive. I'm not. My arms aren't even like. I'm just saying, like they were like that before.
No, him. He said he was sitting there with his arms crossed.
Yeah, I think she's referring to this comment down here.
Sorry. Yeah. He's,
Whoa! Whoa! I just read that.
Yeah, which I don't know who would believe that.
yes.
If you're married though,
He tried quoting the Bible about it, and it's like, yes, you are supposed to like, if you're married, you know, do it, but you know, that doesn't mean that you can't force someone to do it. Which
Yeah,
would
because when you
be-
get married, you ain't having sex no more. So
What about-
well, that's
what-
why you
so-
don't do it before you get married, so that you build up all the anticipation, so that afterwards you do it then.
Do anyone believe that?
It's the
Yes.
natural order of things, man. That's how it's supposed to be.
You've already premarital sex, Daniel. Your opinion is valid.
Hey,
you already made the sex premaritally. You reek of it. I can smell it through my headset.
Well, why is she saying no, Cecil? Like, come on, there might be a legitimate reason that she, you know.
Well, the cool thing about the Catholic Church is then you could take it to the church.
I mean,
and they would explain
like-
to her.
Yeah.
Also,
You can tell the whole
like,
church
you're
that you're
supposed
not
to make
having
him
sex.
work for it, Cecil. You're supposed to make him work for it.
Yeah, well, because you can't divorce her, so you have to tell the church she's not fulfilling her wife
You
obligation.
can't just be like, oh yeah, you
That
gotta be
she
like,
swore she would
Well,
in
but
front of
that's
the
only
church.
that's only
and
if she
in front of God.
submits to the that's only if she submits to the authority of the church.
Well,
Women
that's
today
what you do
submit
when
to the
you're a
authority
Catholic.
of the
Well,
government.
Well, that's what entails being a Catholic.
She
He
could
could
be
do the same thing to a husband if the husband wasn't fulfilling his obligation as a husband.
Oh my gosh. I don't even.
That's the beautiful
You
part
know
of
how
the
many
church.
women are out here not getting it from their husbands, and then they get cucked, and then they get in my chat and they complain about how their wife cucked them, and it's like, you know,
I think
you
that
don't
that
know.
should be between a man and his wife and no one else's opinion.
I agree, but you know, they be talking about it, so you know.
Okay, so serious question. I had a wife and she made the sex with another man. How do I proceed?
You mean
She
she
had an
cheated on
affair?
you?
Yeah,
You
she
mean she
cheated on
cheated
you?
on you?
No, fuck. I've never been fucking married, but I'm laughing at like you take it to the church. Like the church doesn't matter. She's gonna take you to the States and ream you, son. Your priest or whatever ain't gonna do shit. Your life's gonna be fucking miserable because you're gonna take a fat L.
Well, that's kind of what I was
Well,
saying.
you just have a red pill attitude. First, you can get a prenuptial agreement.
I have a realistic attitude. Those also
Second,
get
you could
thrown out
find
in
a
court.
nice, God-fearing wife. There's a lot of steps you could take to prevent that measure.
How long you been married?
I haven't.
Then you can't find them.
Can't find what?
Jeff Riggs, are you red pill guy?
I'm so red pill. I'm damn near black pill. Probably wrote myself in the closet.
No.
before
Black
work.
pill's a step up from red pill. Then you get to the white pill. So you want to get to the black pill from the red pill. I was where you were before.
We're being realistic though. You're a man that knows everything, and the
Women
good women
are
to
far
get,
more
yet you
likely
don't
to
have
end up
one.
in poverty after divorce.
Well, I don't really have I don't have the cash or the.
He takes
in
what
their
she
defense.
helped you build.
You know what?
If he takes half of what she helped you build, that's on you. Okay. If she takes what you didn't have before you met her, or takes half of it, she earned it. Okay, fair and square.
No,
But
I think
most
that's
women end
fair.
up in
That's why I don't
poverty.
get married.
Most women end up in poverty after they're divorced. So acting
Well,
as
yeah.
if divorce isn't bad for women too is nonsense.
No,
and all
it's
these
horrible
guys
for
online
women.
bitching about how their wife divorced them and took their stuff. They didn't have shit before they were married.
Yeah, and then no man want their divorced ass.
Oh, it's so irritating. Like these men didn't have a house before they were married. They didn't have anything. She built him, and then
Then that's fair.
Their marriage dissolves.
What if they
which is-
did though? What if a guy had everything and then he got married?
Well, then he
Should she
wouldn't get
anything?
married. Then he wouldn't get married. Let's be
Most
realistic.
men don't have
Then he
anything
wouldn't get
until they
married.
get
Because
married.
if
Most
with your
men
logic though,
don't
if she
have
helped
any
him
wealth
build all
until they
that,
have a woman by their side, and
But
that's just
why is the assumption that if a man built something during his marriage, that it was the wife that helped him build that? Is it
most
possible
men
that
don't.
she
Most
didn't
men
help at
don't
all?
do
She was
anything
just
if
married
it's
to
for
him,
women.
and
Oh no!
she just
Behind
happened
every
to
strong
build his
man
stuff.
is a strong woman. Amen.
but you just said like most women after a
Don't have
divorce.
anything because they don't. Having a wife forces a man to become actually responsible. Having a wife and kids forces a man to actually earn money.
But that
Most
doesn't mean
men
that she
don't do
worked
that
for it.
until they
By that
divorce.
logic, then just her existence made him work harder. But it doesn't mean that she worked for it. And then
Yes,
she
she
just
did.
take
He
it.
wouldn't have made that money if she wasn't by his side.
Well, then why would she end up in poverty, like you just said, after the divorce? if
Because
she's
a
so
lot of
good?
women don't get their names on their assets.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
that's
more
because
so,
they didn't
even
buy it.
married men make more money. Married men make more money on paper per year, but they also spend vastly more than a single man.
Because
So
wives
whether
love
she
spending
built
money,
his
brother.
empires, meh. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, this is fun. Are you guys having fun?
This is fun. I'm having fun.
This is so entertaining to me. Yes.
Clay, I'm really glad you got married.
We have
There's a book. There's a really
How
good book.
your background, Clay? It was so nice. Now it looks like
It's my old
Zippy's
gaming
den.
rig.
You look like a frat boy now.
There's a really good book you would like, Terry, and it's called "Women Choose to Earn Less" by Gavin McInnes.
I know that women choose to earn less.
That's
When you
so
get married,
misogynistic. How dare
when you
you?
get married, though, like you are working. Being a wife and mother is work.
Sexism.
Well, it's like it explains a lot of this. Like most women, like men naturally are gonna do good. Like every single guy I know my age has their own house and has like a new pickup truck or a new car. So it's like
Terry, you
women
haven't done a
shouldn't be
promo
entitled
in a
to any of
while.
that.
What?
You gotta promote your Venmo or
Correct,
whatever,
Clay,
your
correct.
Patreon.
I do. I got it right there.
Oh, okay, good. I was
The only way.
Cash out. Cash out me outside.
Ding. How about that?
I know women that have good jobs, nurses, whatever, physicians, assistants, and somehow they still always broke. You put a man in that position, he would never be broke.
There is women that earn good money and can manage good money. They're just like few and far between.
Oh yeah, I mean, but you know what I mean. We got to operate on reality, not the
Because
fucking
like
three
so
in
many
the
women,
corner.
they watch the like white American women. They watch the Kardashians and they have this false sense of like what life is supposed to be, and then they rack up the credit cards and everything.
That's right, Matthew.
They spend tons of money on like a designer bag.
It depends on the relationship you have, because I
don't
know there's a lot of
know.
women that are really good at keeping the purse, actually.
Well, I'm talking
And-
about single women.
Keeping the purse.
I'm a single woman.
Yeah, keeping the
I don't blow
purse.
my money on designer purses.
Well, I don't mean a literal purse. I just mean like dealing
like-
with
No,
the
you
money.
you strike me as a dude that you would trust your girl to pay the bills and do everything on time.
Well, some
be like
women
Hoss.
actually take on that role. It's like
I'd
a
be like, Hoss, I give her my whole check and she gives me $20 for the
You
year.
seem like that. You seem like that
Women-
kind of dude, bro.
Some women make good partners and can help get things done, like pay some bills, but that's when you have to have discernment and know if you can trust your wife, because I've heard
Depends on who
some
you marry.
people say that their mothers would go spend their rent money on fur instead of buying the children food or paying the rent.
That's wild.
Oh snap!
That's terrible.
Or you can
Oh,
just
snap.
spend $500 to $1,200.
California's crazy, Gavin.
A robot wife that'll do anything for you for the rest of your life, and that's a hell of a lot cheaper than any other woman.
I don't know of any
Hey,
women.
who is that? You sound like a New Yorker.
I don't know of any women that admire the Kardashians or see them as like anything but total like.
Oh, I can't wait till they're out of the limelight.
You might be
Maybe it's just
old.
because I'm from Portland as well. So like that kind of lifestyle is seen as really fake.
Are you a millennial?
Hell yeah, I'm a millennial.
So like when I was single, dating.
It's awful.
Oh my god, yeah, like all these women, because I was like actually trying to find like somebody to marry and have kids with.
Yeah,
After
right.
I got done,
Clay.
no, I was, and it's just like, man, these women.
And you kept like having sex with these women, and they were showing the to me.
Well, I was, but it's like that's what a normal guy does. Is like you go out and you go on a few dates, and then you could quickly realize like if we're compatible or not. And
Yeah.
You
it's
just
pretty
striking out
bad.
left and right until Joanne.
I wasn't striking out. Like I was getting laid. I was.
No, it's he's talking sexually compatible.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm talking like relationship wise, because like so Riggs hates you would understand, but I don't think you guys would. But like a lot of girls, you'll bang.
Right, right.
You never want to like wife them up because you're like you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's just for fun.
Like, you're
Yeah, it's
only-
just for
you're
fun for the
literally-
night.
Yeah.
Facts.
Like-
Thank you, Clay.
You know?
Like,
Thank
I
you,
can't-
Clay.
Don't you
You know?
think that you're like, though, as a man, like contributing to her being degenerate by sleeping with her when you have no
No, because it's
good intentions for
like
her?
being a whore doesn't make her a piece of shit. It's like her whole life is in shambles. And she's
Well, I tell you what.
Why are
Have you
you?
guys ever heard of the Madonna?
Why are
whore
you
complex?
risking getting a woman like that pregnant?
Because I got a good pullout game. I'm not.
I was
like,
gonna say,
never-
pullout game
you
strong.
never- You never like I never thought in my life like, oh, I'm scared I'm gonna get her pregnant. Like,
Have you
who
guys
does
ever
that?
heard of the Madonna horror complex?
No.
Oh,
Exactly,
here comes the
we
red
do.
pill
It's
bomb.
basically this theory of how men love to sleep with whores because they're very arousing and very good at sex, but you can't love them because they're whores. And then there's the Madonna, this pure virgin woman that you are able to love, but she doesn't arouse you as much as the whore. So it's like this
Yeah.
constant complex
I'd argue if you're a sane man,
if
you
you
can
just
love
forgive
women or
your
you can
mom-
understand women. You either love women or you understand them. You can't do both.
Or you could just go and forgive your mom.
How do you love without understanding?
Spirit of anger will be removed from you.
My man Riggs, you got a point
And
right
then you
there.
can have a normal relationship with a woman.
At the same
Nah,
time, though, like, what kind of freak gets married in 2025 without sleeping together first? Because what if you did that and you end up with a guy who's
I'm not
like
gonna.
the worst?
I'm
Or
not.
what
She
if you
has
end
to
up with
be
a woman
42
who,
years old. That's why she
Man,
does
I'm
it.
telling you right now, if I don't know what bitch you got, we ain't going we ain't going no paperwork, no nothing. If I don't know about your bits this day and age, you want to know honest truth, real shit. Real shit. This day and age, if I don't know what your bits look like, we ain't doing nothing on paperwork.
I know.
No bullshit. No bullshit.
It's not
This
the
world is
orthodox
so
way,
fucked up
guys.
this day and age. No, this
Not
world
the
is
way.
so fucked
About
up
a
this day
woman
and
being
age. Terry can have a
transsexual.
dick, but I'm not saying anything wrong. But I'm just
what you
saying
gonna
bullshit
do?
right now.
I agree with that too. What you gonna do, zealots? If like you meet a nice Catholic girl and you get married and you go to do it and she's got like a big dick.
It's not gonna happen.
First
I
off,
could get an annulment. I could get an
Like, you're
annulment.
like,
you're
she's just got-
pretending. Then your marriage would be annulled because
Yo.
of your false pretenses. For one.
Or
Us
what if,
Catholics got an answer for everything, brother.
what if you meet a girl?
You can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Like, it's so obvious. Nobody really passes.
I don't know, some of these ones on TV, when you see them, you're just like,
Yeah,
"Damn,
they're
I
on
would've never
TV.
guessed."
You see them in person, they look like a freaking dude.
Yeah.
They sound like a freaking dude. They smell like a dude.
Sexual compatibility.
That's your
Sexual
American drag
compatibility
queen.
is
You need to go overseas and see them Thai boys.
Well, this is why you don't. This is why you don't go to Thailand for a wife.
But what if you get married?
Everyone knows you go to
Everybody's so
Ukraine.
Americanized with their thoughts and shit and don't know what's really up.
What if you got married to a chick and she was like the worst lay ever, never got wet, never wanted to do it? and
Sexual
always said no?
compatibility is a liberal cope.
You know, there's
I
so
don't.
many
If you
variables.
are, if you've been chaste and like not obsessed with sex, like, and you go into a marriage, even if the sex isn't like good, it's gonna be good.
It's like, sex is like pizza,
People
right?
who have less sexual partners report having better sex than people who have many.
Yeah, because those that have slept
Yeah,
around,
people
they're
with high
always
sex
comparing.
drives report ...
They're
versus
always-
people with low sex drives. There's a report for everything.
Yeah, but if someone
I don't
doesn't
think
want to
it's
have
right
sex
to have
with,
sex outside of marriage. It's
The
But
only
you ever
reason
made the
why people
premarital
believe
sex?
the only reason why people believe in this whole sexual compatibility stuff is because they have slept around. So they have built all these experiences, all these, traumas of, oh, this guy, or for example, for women, oh, this guy, he was bigger, this guy was smaller, or this guy was taller, this guy did this and did that. And so in the mind builds all these memories that you just can't erase.
Yo.
So sexual compatibility is just something that promiscuous people believe in.
I believe in it for
I do
what it's
too.
worth.
Yeah, because you're promiscuous, my friend.
I'm not. I've been in a long-term
Also-
relationship for damn near a decade.
Well,
That's
you might
sad,
not
though,
be
if you don't have
promiscuous right
children. You're
now,
supposed
but
to be making babies and
Oh,
babies and more
snap.
babies,
Got him.
and then you're supposed to raise them in a very based way.
love is like a
And you're supposed to.
Got him.
Also,
I don't understand why a woman would stay in a sexual relationship with a man for 10 years and not like have any sort of like.
because they're waiting for him to
Oh,
propose.
snap, man.
I'm not trying like
Get
to
out
me.
of this
It's,
one.
maybe
You
'cause
got to
she's
put a
like-
ring on that, Riggs. You got to make some babies.
it's like really. I mean, to me, it's like
She got
Women
bold.
really hurt
I have
themselves
no
by giving
idea
it up too
like
quickly.
their value. Like, I mean, a woman like just giving herself away for nothing.
They do
Relationships
it
are
like
just
clockwork.
Oh, yeah. Then you
when they're
pass the
young.
time looking for a man. That's
relationships are
tough.
just liberal propaganda. Relationships are just glorified hookup culture.
That's what I always
I
say. If
agree.
it's
Oh,
a
for some
girlfriend or a
people, you mean,
fiance, you
Adriana?
can cheat. If you're not married, don't. If you're married, don't cheat. Anything else, you could cheat because she's probably going to too if she get the option.
Youth is so valuable to a woman.
But Jeff is like, if you've been with her for like a long time, but is she Catholic? Is she Is she white? Is she Hispanic?
I got
What's
a
her
hybrid,
religion?
and she was raised Catholic, but black Mexican.
Okay,
She's raised
but
Catholic though.
she's a black Mexican and she's a Catholic.
Correct.
That's right, Chris.
And she
It
has the
does.
6.
It really does.
And she has the 6 with you.
Oh, we're
And she does
making
the
nah.
Yeah, she
I've never
brings it
made
up
this sex.
whenever he wants. He said.
I seen her.
I like the
change
sex.
one time. I seen her in her panties one time in 2 years. That was enough for me. I couldn't take it.
That's so
That's
pure
probably
of
why
you.
you didn't. She probably didn't marry you because she's like, this guy won't poke
That's
me.
right. That's
Yeah,
right.
not even in 2 years have we made this sex. Not even once.
She's like,
Damn,
this
that's
guy
very
won't.
holy of you.
I-
When are you
Okay,
marrying her?
Adriana. Adriana,
Probably next
Shout
week.
out to the
Probably get married.
virgins.
you guys, do you think that maybe the woman doesn't want to marry you because she doesn't need to marry you because she doesn't need you? She only gets the sex from you.
Do men actually worry about what? Like, I'm not remotely concerned with what any of her needs or what she gets. Like, as long as I get mines, I'm running it.
That's
You gotta-
some cold
you gotta-
shit.
You got to
Well,
remember.
as long as the feeling is mutual.
you
Well,
gotta
exactly.
remember,
Hey man, why be poor together this day and age? Be poor alone.
the truest thing ever in dating culture right now is women choose who they fuck and men choose who they marry. And
Dang.
you know, no
Yes.
woman ever is gonna be like, "Oh, I'm not gonna marry you," unless you're like have absolutely nothing to offer.
I've turned down proposals.
That's me.
But it's probably
I
from guys
got
who have
turned
nothing to
down
offer.
twice.
If
Are
it's
you
some
saying
guy who
that
had a bunch of
men
money-
can marry whoever they
Or
want?
men that I didn't
Well,
love.
no, but like a woman could walk down the street and by the time she gets to the end, she could find 10 dudes to fuck her. And it's a lot harder for a guy.
Well, yeah, that's
But like most women have such a challenge finding someone to marry because like most men can see through their bullshit and they're like, yeah, you're only good for one thing.
Thus, they get the pump and dump routine.
Yeah.
I'm on my dating apps and just get the brakes beat off them, some skeet down their gullet, and no call.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't
Hey,
see why
but
people.
you know what?
Bullet.
Skeet down the gullet, baby.
Well,
batter
in,
down the
in
throat.
women's defense, there's a lot of guys who can fake competence with confidence, and girls fall for that.
That's
Hey, you
true.
guys, so this is my theory. The woman is using rigs for sex, right? She's controlling if she gets pregnant
You
or
ain't
not,
asked
right?
me
If
once,
she
Chris.
accidentally gets pregnant, she's going to control his wallet and his seed.
I had
No,
a
if she
cousin that
accidentally
did
gets
that.
pregnant, she's gonna go pay $200
Chris
and
is
get it taken
lying.
care
Chris
of.
is a lie.
She's gonna get Scott Peterson.
Yeah.
That's not what a Catholic would say, Clay.
Don't say
Yo.
Scott.
That's how
Who's
they
talking
are.
about
Human
Scott
being.
Peterson? I said I'm gonna
That's
scotch and go
murder.
talk to Peter.
Guys,
Well, that's
I'm
how
not
women
joking. The sex dolls are not blow up dolls anymore. They're AI enhanced and they're $500 to $1,200. That's cheaper than any human on the market, bro.
That's what I'm afraid is going to happen to this society.
Yeah. That, what,
No, I think
Guys,
there's a lot of
go-
the young,
get your sex
the younger
bots ready.
generation
Guys,
seems to be
just
having a
leave-
little more
leave
head on
people
their shoulders than we
People
did.
don't want to fuck with people no more.
let them F their robots. I literally don't care. At
Nobody
least-
wants to fuck with anybody anymore in real life. Just admit it. Fucking admit it, humans.
I'd
fucking
mess with all
I
you
don't
guys
know
if you were
about
here in
that.
person.
I don't
I'd
think
mess
that's
with all you guys. I just can't get over to your houses.
The thing about sex robots, Terry, is like if they come out with them, there's gonna be a male version for women too.
Thank you very much for making sure I was talking to both sexes. Clay.
You know,
the robot thing.
they'll probably be released at the same time.
I'm not. I don't.
Trust me, if you have a toy, I'm sure it'd be a lot nicer to have
So
something.
with how
called-
easy you said it was for them, Clay, why would they need them?
Because if they're like, oh, I want to be pure.
Yeah, it would be
You're
safer.
not pure if you're
It's not-
jumping on a robot and riding it to who knows
I don't
where.
know.
Like, that
I don't
is-
see anything in the Bible about robots.
That is not a pure woman.
No, it says that that it says that is designed for giving life and
Honestly,
for
that's
love
worse than
and
having
there's
like a sexual.
self-injury.
to me that seems worse than fornicating, like having sex with a robot. Like,
I mean, it's not sex if it's with a. It's not sex though. It's just masturbation.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
basically
it's still
masturbation.
like to
Masturbating, fornicating.
but there's something so perverted about it to me in my mind. There's
Did
something.
you wake up with a morning wood and it was a sin? My wiener's hard, sin.
Oh my God, what came out?
You gotta read the Psalms, man.
I don't have to read shit. Like I wake
Riggs
up, my
needs some
dick's
songs in
fucking
his life,
hard.
Daniel. Riggs, you need some proverbs.
Sounds like you need some testosterone in your life. If you ain't waking up,
You
with
get
a
so much testosterone by
hate-bringer
not doing
hard
that.
on.
Amen.
Yeah. Gang. Hey, Chris, retain gang.
Retaining anyone that wants to talk about retaining, I will tell you right now, it's a joke. You will not be jumping buildings in 2 months.
Oh, I've already jumped a bunch of buildings, actually.
Well, you
We
had
just need to
premarital
retain our
sex. You're
borders.
irrelevant. You're irrelevant. You
that
made
was
premarital
before I
sex.
came to the faith. I was
Exactly.
Don't let him
That's
shame you, Daniel.
cleansed.
You've been forgiven. Don't let him
That's,
shame you.
that's the
I had a
problem
full
with the
confession.
faith.
That's a
It's
non-believer.
cop-out.
That's the devil
It's a
holding the
cop-out.
past against you, Daniel.
It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out.
We just need to retain our borders, okay?
The thing about retaining for men is you're gonna like greatly increase your chance of prostate cancer, and like enlarged prostate.
What do you get from retaining? I wake up, I want to bust a nut. Either my girls are not. Either way, I'm gonna beat my meat and I'm gonna shoot knuckle ropes and I'm gonna go about my day, crush my fucking
real
work
men,
day.
so
Let's
most
go.
men would say that's weak to give into your fleshly impulses.
Yeah,
Because
playing
then you're
with your
just like an
wiener and
animal.
having sex is so
I
gay.
think the
I didn't say
medical
it was
field,
gay. I said it
medical
was weak.
field lying to the people, okay? I think that there's a lot of propaganda that the media want us to believe, that they
Gavin's
straight up
spreading it.
lie to us because they think we're so stupid we're going to believe everything. Just like they used to say eggs were bad for your health. They used to tell us eggs are bad. Don't eat eggs, remember?
Sunshine is bad for us too.
I remember a doctor telling me that you had to masturbate or else it would like hurt your prostate or whatever.
Yeah,
That's a
well,
lie. No, I looked it
guess
up.
what?
It's not true.
Go
It's
to
not
the-
I
true.
remember when they were
Okay.
trying to say eggs weren't good for you and they were super cheap, and I'm like, I'll eat all the eggs. No one else.
So if
wanna
a
eat
guy
eggs.
has sex 2 times a day for a week, like somehow you have an advantage, or he's just gonna die from fucking sickle cell anemia, or
No,
what the fuck?
neither is going to die, but you're like an animal. When
Okay,
this
so it's a
becomes your
joke.
passions.
Okay.
You know, if you were
It's about
married right now,
mastering yourself. It's about self-mastery.
So you ate
Discipline.
food,
And you know
you're
what?
weak.
In the
You're weak.
Bible,
You
it
ate
says-
food.
No,
If
let me
you're a
It's just like
glutton,
sex.
You
if
also
you're a
have
glutton,
fasting.
you're weak.
hold up.
We got fasting too.
Hold
if
up.
you were
Let me
married right now,
I'm
you'd
I'm
be
gonna pull
beating up
something
her
up from my
guts.
radical feminist days, y'all. That might surprise you. This is a blog called Trust Your Perceptions. And she did research about the Y chromosome. Do you know every time you produce sperm, you're recreating you have to recreate the Y chromosome and it has to copy itself. This is why when men get older, when they have boys, they're more likely to have developmental disabilities because their sperm is degraded over time. So the more men masturbate, the worse it is for the next generation. And I think this is a big part why men are weaker now. in their
How is masturbation
and in the
a
Bible,
role
it
in that
says
versus
God does
age?
not want you to waste your seed.
Don't spill the seed.
Ricky, you know you'll go blind and get hairy palms too.
And this feminist, like, she's crazy, but when she did this research on sperm and the Y chromosome, man, blew my mind. So I'm gonna pull this up and put a link to it in the chat.
That's who I want to listen to. The woman that probably looks like a man and eats pussy for a living. That's who I want my judgment
I
for
knew
being
her.
a
I'm
man.
the one who helped her put this online. I know her in person. She's a feminine woman.
Chris, you see that? Chris in the chat, you see that, brother?
She's a cat lady.
He
But
watches
she
Andrew
did
Wilson. He watches
research.
Andrew Wilson.
She knows how to do
Andrew
research.
Wilson.
And you can read the studies yourself. She gives all references, so you can go read the studies yourself.
I'm not a study
So
guy.
it kind of makes sense why that would happen, okay, Terry? Because when men finish, they get tired and sleepy, so it's like sucking all their life force out. And that's why that men in the olden days used to use more of their brain power to like invent things because they weren't busy like
gooning.
All right,
Prostitution's the oldest Prostitution's the oldest career in the books. You telling me men back in the day were busting nuts and still doing what they had to do just like now? You guys are wild. You think you shooting a load and your life is ruined. I'd argue if you were getting beating more box up and having good time with a woman, chopping it up, maybe over some dinner, whoop-de-whoop, you do the chicken bok, then you make the sex, your day would probably be better.
That's why I think you don't like sex.
I do gotta ask you though, and not even to sound like a prude, but like, surely your mother or father have taught you not to like speak like that in front of women, no?
Yeah.
That's a little obnoxious.
I would say that I've reached the point where women aren't angels anymore because I've seen the best and the worst of them, so I don't sugarcoat anything. I don't care.
That doesn't answer the question.
No, my parents raised me well. I just don't give a shit.
So you just lack dignity. Like I'm not even trying to be a prude or like disparaging, but
no, I lack dignity and I'm a shitbag. I lack dignity and I'm a shitbag. Keeping it a buck with you. I'll be honest with you.
Up to it, yeah. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pussyfoot it and be like, no, I'm holier than thou, whatever. No, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say, and people like it or they don't. But it's all good. We're all still here chopping it up. But yeah, I'm gonna run it how I want to run it. Been doing
Being
it for
honest and
37
nice
years.
are two totally different fucking things, bro.
Yeah. You guys are wild and.
I don't know if we're ever going to know the real truth.
Is he in your chat usually?
I don't know if we're ever going to know the truth about the old man sperm causing autistic children to be born, because I don't trust what the big pharma has been doing to us or what the government has been making the farmers put on our food.
I didn't say
or in our
autism. I
food.
said defects.
Yeah, defects. But also I've heard of autism.
How do you know it's not that shit in the water turning the frogs gay?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That the government in the United States forces the farmers.
Sick and tired of this. Hey, don't get mad because you can't say the word
I'm trying
gynandromorphic.
to pull up the exact blog post. She doesn't have the most coordinated blog, so I'm going through her post to find the exact one that has the information in it about the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome has to copy itself. Like I said, this is just research that they found. Because it copies over time, it degrades. So every time a man produces sperm, if he's coming multiple times a day, all right, just excuse my language, but if he's addicted to porn, in front of draining himself multiple times a day, he's degrading his seed.
Because it's spiritual and physiological.
Yes, I mean there is a spiritual component to it, obviously, but like physically, that's what's happening.
Because of spiritually, Terry. It all comes from God
Everything is
originally.
spiritual. Everything is spiritual. Like but like there's
Our bodies
there's
are part of
physical
that, yeah.
evidence of it, like that they found through research and study on semen. So
The other way to look at it is like the cloud of witnesses are always watching us, and Jesus Christ is always watching us. So like you got to be careful about what you're doing. They see everything.
And we need more Catholic babies.
This guy is not going to make no babies, bro.
I got two. We need more Catholic babies.
you
I
know
gotta
what?
find a nice Catholic woman.
You should not convert just everybody, because some people, I don't know, is it in their DNA that they're, a little woo-woo?
Nobody is addressing Clay's background here.
It's Hunter Biden smoking crack.
I was gonna say I seen a crack pipe.
Yeah, that's Hunter Biden.
You never knew till you heard that crackle when you really smoked it before. Y'all ever smoked crack before when it crackles?
When you blow
I
out.
haven't. I've had to kick a crackhead out of my buddy's house though.
It's like ripping one of those vapes where it's just a massive cloud and your ears start to ring.
Blowing the dragon clouds, ear ringing.
Yeah.
Y'all ever try some drugs?
Chat Tard asked a good question. If Joe Biden is a Catholic, the Catholic Church, what's it called? Kicked him out. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah,
we definitely shunned him. Nancy Pelosi too. Chata, why ain't you up in here? We got room for one more.
Yeah, I'll get out of here if you need more room for one
No.
more.
There's enough for 10. I guess.
One more connector.
You preaching tonight, Gavin? You
Or
can't
11.
believe it.
Not 10. What is that? Oh my gosh! Don't show that,
The
man.
poisonous mushroom.
Oh, jeez.
That's the beauty of the computer is you can like have all these backgrounds that is awesome.
Rest in peace,
I forgot I had these. Remember when you had this and you got so mad and you forgot and he's like, the Buick. Why you got
delete
the
it?
Oh, excommunicate. Can we just have a moment of silence, you guys? And let's give thanks to the Lord that Joe Biden has been excommunicated from the religion, and Nancy Pelosi that she's been excommunicated from the Catholic religion too, because they are pro baby deletions.
Yo.
May they repent and come back. Amen.
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 I already knew who you was, Gavin, so you didn't have to make sure I knew who you was.
Yeah, that was nice that they did that because people were we were getting a lot of grief for Joe Biden doing that. And then him like, I'm a Catholic and I'm saying all this crazy. You think the Pope says crazy stuff as a Catholic? What about Joe Biden?
Oh my gosh! Play, cut that out.
I have so many.
Mana was on earlier, wasn't she? Or was she just in the chat? She's good people. You got some good people. You got some good people in your chat and on your panels, Terry.
They're fun. I don't understand. Mana, are you saying that you smoked pot? What's going on?
I think he's saying you smoke crack. Oh no, the first dupe.
What's wrong with smoking weed, bro? I've already packed my pipe 3 times since I've been sitting down here.
Bro, I'm gonna take a bong rip, partner. I'm about to take another bong rip too. Hats off to you. Let's go.
You smoked 3 times since you've been up? It ain't
What are
working.
you talking about, lady? I smoke 4 ounces a month. What are you talking about, lady?
Is that a lot? It sounds like a lot.
That does sound like a lot.
You bad.
It can be used as a medicine.
12 grams. Thank you very much, sir. It's the only way I can deal with most humans.
Y'all ever
Why don't you-
marijuana?
You take a bong rip burning bushes, Daniel.
No, I don't.
Take a bong rip.
I don't have a bong.
Daniel, where are you from?
Take a rip. Take a rip of that vape you got.
All night long. All night.
Who cares about them monks on Mount Athos calling it the devil's herb?
Devil's lettuce.
generally
That's the devil's
curious,
lettuce.
Daniel,
People have
where
a
are you
medical
from,
card
bro?
and they use it just ever so often.
Daniel's from the Massachusetts, New York.
I'm on the Northeast.
I love my
Northeast,
plants
so
so
you're
much.
out in New York.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're in New York, and the other, the
Terry
Catholic,
got
I don't
red
know,
pill.
church window guys.
I wouldn't say
The
I'm
church
red.
window. I'm a Bostonian.
He's from New York. I'm actually from
got
Pennsylvania.
Christ
I'll tell you that
pills.
much.
She got
I got
that's red pill.
Yeah, I'm
My
a Bostonian.
My Lord came and said, he found me. He was like, "You're straying, girl. Come back to the flock." And I was like, "All right."
Yeah, Terry's an
Feminism and
amazing
hating
story.
men's the
He
same
came down
shit.
and smacked her
He did smack me a little bit, but he was
with his
also.
third leg.
I needed it. I needed it though.
See, if you went on Jesse Lee Peterson show before, he would have been like, "What a mess." But if you go on now, he'd be like, "Amazing."
I don't want it though. I already get on there enough.
I want to get on there so bad.
I
He
mean,
just had a
I
new
call in.
episode.
That's enough for me to call in and talk to him. I'd really rather not. Like, what am I gonna talk? Like, I'm humble. I don't want a bunch of people's eyes on me. You know what I mean?
I like
Yeah.
his comment.
Well, you'd ace it because the whole thing with him is if you know what he's going to ask you, you can answer him. But these people don't watch your show before they come on. Like he's going to ask you if he forgave you, mother. He's going to ask you if you need more white baby.
I've already talked with Jesse about forgiving my mother. I called in and talked to him about it.
Oh, you have to show me that episode. You have to send me the link.
I have to think. Like, yeah, I went. It was back last year sometime. I don't remember what day it was. I mean, I called him last week to speak to him.
Did you get on the
What's
phone?
up?
Yeah.
What's up with the title of your streams?
Oh, because when I started, we watched some videos about passport bros and then gold diggers.
Oh, you want to talk about Passport Bros?
Yeah, let's talk about it. Come on.
Nice.
What are your
I think
thoughts?
I think it's. I see why everyone does it because Western women are tough to deal with.
You know the internet exists, right?
Yeah.
You know the internet's real, and abroad in the Philippines get subjected to the same shit the girl in the West does. If you can't get a girl in your own home country, you're gonna get tricked and played when you go somewhere else. 100%.
No. So the whole thing with the passport bros is the value.
Well, if you just want to pay for box, you could pay.
No. They're not paying
Okay.
for box. They're paying for
A lot of
traditional women.
A lot of it is tourism, though. A lot of it is.
Ask Clay. Clay knows a lot about what we're talking about. Ask Clay.
Yeah.
I mean, I seen Clay's girl. I seen her. She looked like she's from the Philippines. I seen her pop up.
Yeah, so technically Clay's a passport bro.
I literally am, dude.
No, technically Clay has more than half of a fucking brain.
There's a difference
Why
when you can
didn't-
get
well,
play
so
here
let's ask
and
Clay.
when you can go
Let's ask
overseas.
Clay, why didn't you just go get some like nice 20-year-old from Arizona State or something? Why did you go abroad?
Because I was like, I could send some money and they just send her here.
Who would have guessed going to Arizona State University is a bad place
just
to
kidding.
find a wife?
Terry, like that video,
What?
that video that you showed earlier of the passport bro, the old white guy that he brought his young Filipina wife here, and then she divorced
immediately
him.
left him.
Yeah,
When
she
she
left
was-
him.
I watched 16 Leo. He covers all
He
that.
took the house and everything, and the guy is like, acting like the victim, and it's like, dude, what did you expect? Like, seriously, you think she
You gotta
loved
be a
you?
dumbass
She loved
if
your
you're-
crusty ass for you. A young woman is in love with this old divorced dad. He's like, no.
Good
she's-
news is he still nutted down her throat and beat the brakes off her.
I mean, he
so
had
any other
kids.
man's
He
gonna
had
be like,
kids. They had kids.
man.
They had
If
kids.
I knew
Now,
your middle
she has
name,
the
I would say
kids,
it, Riggs.
She
Hate
has
you.
the house, and now she's talking, bad about him. And it's like, these dudes, they go to these places, and they think they're gonna love you for you. I mean, it would be nice if that was true. They're not gonna love you for you.
Yeah, but you got to be a
Oh,
dumbass.
he came up. Guess who joined in the chat? What's up, Matthew?
What's up? I just got off work.
Nice.
Are you the one who was freaking out earlier? While you're driving? Someone-
Yay,
yeah,
Matthew joined. Hi, Matt.
Someone couldn't get on. They were busy working. Was that you?
Yeah, that's me.
We
Welcome,
got
brother.
10 on stream. Congrats.
It's a full house. Hit that like button, everybody.
Yeah.
He black in the chat. Yes, I am.
It's so
Mexican.
rare that Matthew
have
gets
you
to
been
join
listening?
us. So yay.
Have you been listening? Are you on
Yes,
team
man.
Rick and Clay, or are you on team Catholics and Orthodox?
Wait, what?
And just so you know, Adriana, without the Pope, you have the Orthodox. If you don't like the Pope, if you think Catholics are heretics, you could always go Orthodox.
You gotta stop doing that to your voice, brother.
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh, I wanted to say another thing that's
Okay,
very
time's
important
up,
about the
bye.
Catholic religion. That the Catholic religion, was preserving marriage, and the stupid, big, fat, dumb king was like, I'm gonna go make my own church because you guys won't let me divorce her.
I killed three of
and then
my
he started
wives.
killing
Why don't
his
you
wives.
accept it? He literally killed his wives.
Yeah, we don't play with divorce, us Catholics. We don't play.
Chopping some heads.
Yeah. Now the Orthodox will accept one divorce, but it has to be a very, very big thing. Like basically, it has to be adultery.
We take our covenants very
Okay,
serious.
he killed 2 wives. He killed 2 wives.
Okay.
He killed Anne Boleyn and Catherine. Oh gosh, what's her name?
Oh, you got a black
The
cat.
fifth one. The fifth
I mean,
one.
remarriage isn't biblical, anyways, unless
What's
you're a
the
widow.
cat's name?
My cat's name is Nero.
Nero. He burned Rome.
It's not the
No,
real
he
Nero.
didn't. He didn't burn.
Allegedly.
The original Antichrist, the first one.
No, man, that's such a lie about Nero too, because he was better when he found out he was out of town when the fire started. He rushed back to home. Unlike Karen Bass in LA. Anyway, sorry. I
I
hope
don't-
her career is over, just like Gavin Newsom's.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom's got to get out of here. He's killing everyone. He's got blood on his hands.
Is he the guy who's in charge of the wildfires? Did he cause it?
Gavin
he's
the
the mayor
gruesome
or the-
Newsom. Gavin the Gruesome Newsom is responsible for taking water away from all of California.
That's what Trump said. I didn't actually read the whole thing. I just saw the headline, and the libs were pretty upset. They're just like, he's blaming Gavin for the wildfires. Rah!
Nero was immensely.
Gavin, I'm sorry. Gavin Newsom changed the California Constitution and placed himself as the
king.
Beyond, he gave himself powers beyond what he's supposed to have.
Yo. He thinks he's the king.
Freaking
libs. Oh my god. We still
He's
talking about
actually
voted
being
for him.
a dictator to us.
California wanted him.
What doesn't have to do with it?
You can move to
No,
Boston.
California did not want him. They are cheating.
Well, they voted for him.
Obviously, they're not. They're letting the social workers vote for the mentally disabled adults. The social workers are actually literally filling out the ballots for the disabled adults who really should not be voting at all. They're basically cheating.
Apart from that, they had that big recall election. They tried to recall.
No, actually, a lot of people a lot of Californians started voting red. So, but there's still a lot of retards out there.
There are a lot of, mentally disabled adults and a lot of people who don't know any better, who shouldn't be voting or anything. And
I mean,
also,
everyone's allowed
they
to vote.
send
You can't say they
ballots
shouldn't be
to
allowed to
every-
vote unless you're a woman.
They send you ballot for
none of the
voting,
women
I
should
think
vote because that
even-
would probably fix everything.
So they're sending ballots to everybody, though, even if you didn't actually register to vote. I think if you apply for an ID, you get sent a ballot.
Hot take. I agree with you, Matthew.
What? No.
You don't
y'all
believe in
need
women's
me
suffrage?
voting here in Oregon. Y'all need me voting here.
No, you don't, because just because you might not be retarded, there's probably 10 other women that are retarded.
Well,
swear
as
to God,
Orthodox,
here
you should
in Oregon,
agree with that, Daniel.
I meet way more consistent
What, that women shouldn't vote?
The one vote per household, the
19.
man of the household gets to cast
way
the vote.
more.
He can ask his wife and what their input, but he casts
Well,
the
it
vote.
used to be that the wife would vote for whoever the dude voted for, but nowadays women, they're the ones that are getting all the say. It's like a matriarchy now, and how with public, they make the guy look like an idiot and everything, including TV, movies, commercials. Now it's just like everybody thinks the dude's the idiot, so they just vote for whoever they want.
All right,
And then now
if I'm
that's
gonna,
what women are
if I'm
doing.
gonna have my vote taken away, I better not be paying no taxes.
Terry, would you agree with this?
All you need to do is get married.
Terry, would
All
you
I need
agree?
to do is get married for what? To not pay taxes?
Then you could vote.
What?
Get married.
I
That way
can
you at
vote
least have a
now.
man.
I can vote now.
Single women should not vote.
You're in a little fantasy world where I don't have a right to vote, but I do, and I'm going to exercise it.
I mean, you have the right to vote because of women's suffrage, but it doesn't mean that just
and I
because
do
it
be
happened doesn't mean it wasn't a mistake.
And I do
Like,
be suffering.
it's obviously a mistake. Look at where we're at.
Terry, would you agree with this, Terry? Believing in the female vote is feminism?
Ooh.
I don't care. You can call me a name. I don't care.
I don't say to insult
If I
you,
have to
Terry.
pay
I'm asking. It's not to attack you. Like, I just want to know what you think. Do you think
That's a good question.
believing in the female vote is feminism?
I don't know. I don't think no, because I think feminism is an ideology.
But a little known fact is that majority of women didn't want the right to vote. It was men who pretty much voted it in. Because the women were.
And
I don't know
you
about
guys,
that.
women
You
were
guys, I
voting
think that
many
women.
Because you got to remember when because the reason men had the right to vote is because they had the responsibility to have to be drafted into the. So the right to vote came with the responsibility.
I mean, if black people
I
can
think
vote,
that
women
many
should be able to
women
vote.
back in the day didn't know how to read. They didn't know how to write, and they often didn't go to school. And so for them to be given the right to vote, I think they felt like they knew it was going to be a responsibility and a burden they did not want to carry.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I
because
think
back then
what
they
it
want-
was
they didn't
all
want
the
women to
married
get
women,
drafted.
all the married women, the ones that didn't care about voting, They were busy with their families. It's all the ugly single women that have nothing better to do to make everybody, oh, now we got to have women voting
Why are you
because,
calling them?
I should have a voice.
Why are you
No.
calling them ugly? What are you talking about? You don't have to be ugly or pretty. Has nothing to do with
Ugly
marriage.
could be their personality too. Like
Okay.
it could
Prohibition
like
is the
a
main reason.
toxic person. Like if you're an
Masculine
unhappy
women.
person, you're not going to have a man.
Maybe you mean masculine women.
Yeah, masculine women. There you go.
Yeah, so unhappy women, same shit.
I think it was actually like prohibition that caused the women's suffrage movement to go forward because men weren't going to make alcohol illegal on their own. And like the church was behind it, but like the people in power were never going to make alcohol illegal.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it's a good thing to make alcohol illegal, just, my point. But women were tired of like men coming home and like being drunk. Like
I think that was a move by just money. That was just all influenced by money.
Yeah, because you get women out of the home, you get
You
them
can
to
tax.
work,
You can tax
you get more
white people too.
taxes,
Yep.
you get more
Yep.
taxpayers, you get
But
more
women
broken
were already
families, and then the state profits from divorce. So yeah, it's follow the money. This is all about profit.
Yeah, and if you have a couple though, like you get to vote twice because your wife is going to vote the same as you.
But women
Yeah, if
were
you're together, you're going to probably be on the same page.
Yeah.
women were already working.
It'd be a better idea to make it where
We
you
also
can't
need to get
vote.
rid of property taxes and income taxes.
Do you like
a lot
the
of
fair
states
tax
are
or the
actually
flat tax
changing
better?
that now. We're Louisiana's about to lose state taxes.
Well, we're getting rid of things. Let's get rid of Gavin Newsom.
I think it'd be good to not vote if you don't pay income tax.
No, because income tax is theft. I don't think we should base it on that.
Well, I'm saying like people who don't pay income tax should not be able to vote.
If I have to pay for all the stupid stuff the government is spending my money on,
Right.
I have a right to vote.
Yeah, you got like
No,
you get
I don't
taxed
think
in
that's a
different ways.
correlation. What it should be is
Why is my money going and I don't even have one vote say in it?
no. Do you have a job? It shouldn't be. Do you pay money into the system? It should just be. Do you have a job? If you're
Yeah, but
employed,
if
you
you
get
have
the
a
vote.
job, you're gonna pay income tax. So that's the way to tell if you're actually employed is like look at your W-2 or 1099. Like,
I
look
mean,
at
you
your
can
tax
you could record whether or not someone actually has a job without knowing their income.
Well, that's like usually the definition. If you work for some Mexicans, and get paid cash, and you go to a bank and try to
That's
get a loan,
me. That's me.
You try to get a loan, they're gonna say like you're not employed, but they're gonna.
Well,
the
if
first
you
thing they're
weren't
gonna
worried
ask
about
is,
taxes, you wouldn't be needing to worry about people getting paid cash.
Well, I don't worry about that, but I'm saying like most people who don't pay taxes don't work, and they shouldn't have a say in the
Everybody
system.
who
And they
buys
probably
things
don't
pays
make
taxes.
very much money anyway. If you're getting paid cash, you're not getting paid that much.
And then if you get paid cash, you shouldn't really have a say because you don't contribute to the system. So it's like
Chris,
That's like saying you should
Hey,
be
I
in
have
the
another
military
question.
to vote.
So that people are sorry.
yeah, but
a
if
lot
you're
of
in the
people are saying
military,
that
you pay
men,
tax.
that able-bodied people should not be allowed to get food stamps, right? But right
Yep.
now they're still taking money away from you to give people food stamps. So should a man who has been laid off and can't find a job because he's white be denied food stamps?
No.
Oh well, no.
He's not getting denied because he's white. He's getting denied because he's shown that he's had a work experience. So then, like, unless because there are white people that are on welfare. Like, I know a lot of them. It's not about that. It's just about, are you a douchebag or not?
It should be like limited though if you're able-bodied, just like unemployment is. Because if you get
And they're
unemployment,
taking jobs away from Americans, though, and giving it to foreigners. So it's going to be harder for actual Americans to find work.
Oh,
Well,
see,
right
no,
now,
that's actually true.
it's still-
Not only that, but then with the DEI, so like if you're a white male, like you're not checking any boxes, so you're gonna get someone else will get who's checking the box will get the job. Yeah, that's a thing.
And soon AI.
So Gavin
Don't
Newsom,
forget
No,
that
if
AI.
you don't have a job right now, it's
regulations in
because you don't want
California
one.
is starving
That's what I
people
agree
right
with
now.
you.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd also
Gavin
yeah, I
Newsom
agree with that too.
is at fault for causing jobs to go out of business in California.
People who
I
don't have
think that
jobs don't
that's
want
like
them.
that's like the media world. Like in the real world, if you are an able-bodied person, you can find a job. There's no reason you can't find a job right now.
I do
It's just
agree.
you have
But then the
excuses on
problem
top of
is,
excuses.
yeah, well, then the problem is you're not making enough. So then it makes people consider doing like,
You can make
other-
enough to live, but you're not going to be
right,
thriving.
right, yeah. And then it makes people either want to do scandalous things to try to make extra money or what have you.
Well, there are people that there's over 600 people that have been laid off recently just from one company shutting down 3 warehouses in Central
Well, then
California.
we didn't need their work.
That means that they're going
they're
to have
probably
to.
artists.
Can you
They're
shut
probably
up
people that
just a
don't
second,
actually
please?
make anything.
Hold on, shut
Well,
up,
you're
please.
saying California too.
This warehouse in my city is one of the few places where you can make enough money to own your house. But I'm saying that what they're doing to everybody is that they're causing the land to the market to go up, and they're raising your taxes. They're trying to get rid of us from owning homes, and they're trying to push us out of the job market because they're putting so much regulations on these companies that they can't keep up with these stupid, ridiculous regulations of being battery powered, you know?
Yeah, but if
Yeah,
you're an
there's a lot of
adult,
stupidity going on.
if you're a grown adult and you live somewhere where the economy's bad and there's no jobs, then you should move. You know?
There's a lot of moving going on, if you
What I'm
notice.
saying is our government isn't supposed to be putting all these taxes on us to try to force us to leave, is what I'm saying.
I know, but you live in California. If you live in California, like I don't think
what
it's
I'm
ever gonna
saying
get
is
better.
no, what I'm
I
saying
just
is
noticed your
that
background. That is
Did
so
I just
gay.
hear a train in someone's back?
do you know what the Battle of Athens, Tennessee, 1946 is? So there is corruption. Yeah, it's important to get rid of the corruption.
Yoda, I'm not posting your comment, the one before or this last one.
Gavin Newsom's mad funny. Not the real guy.
Gavin Newsom's cooking. Let
Yeah.
us.
All those people at the
There's
warehouse.
one more business that's a dairy producer in Lemoore, California that's destined to go out of business soon. And, you know, people in these towns are probably going to end up having to put their homes up for rent to Section 8 people and find other ways to survive. Like, I think that if people have homes and they're losing their homes, I've been encouraging them to rent their houses out if they can't afford to pay the mortgage. Rent them to a Section 8. You're guaranteed your money. Go somewhere else, find work, and then save your money, pay off the house, or just sell it or whatever. But they are trying to replace us, and it's not good to keep letting our politicians do this because it's the replacement theory that they've already talked
It's
about
not just
over and
it's
over
not
on
just Newsom.
Tucker Carlson and everything.
It's all the states with Democrats in them, like in all the female states, like every single female governor state or a state or a city that has a female mayor, they're all trash right now. All of them. They should not have women in leadership. Gavin Newsom's the only, like, he's pretty much a woman, but I mean, this is taken away from the attention of all the other females that are ruining the country or have been since like 2020. And we need to put that up I'm talking about women's suffrage, but I'm also talking about you should take women out of the picture for government, like completely, because all they ever do is make it worse.
You know what? You're right, because in doing with women's suffrage, all they're really doing is making women suffer because they've convinced the woman to think she doesn't need to get married anymore. They've convinced the woman to delete her babies. They've convinced the woman to, give your baby a bottle and
Yeah, and those
and
women are considered heroes. The people that promote that kind of ideology are touted in the media. So like, oh, she's so heroic. Oh, she's so brave because of this and that. And that's the way of the world now. I have like family members, and if I go to their house, all they watch all day long is, channel something news. And they just, the shit that I hear, the stuff that I hear out of the news every day is just basically just keeping people like in idiocracy mode. where everybody just believes the narrative. And it's more than you think, because I see a lot of people as I go to do my job, I'll see what they're watching on their TV when I deliver. And it's funny, they're all watching the same crap on TV. And you think that TV is going away, but it really hasn't, because there's still that aging community that's out there, because they're all, sucking the life out of my Social Security right now, which I probably won't have by the time I get old enough. But they're all watching that crap, and they don't watch alternative media. They don't go on the internet. They're not the people that we hear about on Twitter all the time while we watch the internet. They're just watching the lamestream media. So it's nothing's going away anytime soon. And that's why you still see people voting for the same stupid people over and over again, especially in California. It's got to be the worst out there, because like they just always vote for the whoever the news is telling them to vote for. It's not just women. The whole state of California is retarded. So is Illinois, and Louisiana turned red a few years ago. But
Oregon, Washington.
Yeah. Oregon's another one.
What do you think of New Hampshire, though?
What you got to say about Oregon? What?
They're all liberals, but you're
The majority of the state isn't liberal. It's just the Portland, Salem, and Eugene areas.
What do you guys
Hey,
think
Matthew,
about?
are you a Catholic?
No.
You got a strong Christian name, though, Matthew.
I'm going to make it Republican.
Become Orthodox.
You watch.
What do you think of the current governor of New Hampshire, who's a woman and a Republican, and pretty?
I thought you were going to ask me about my governor.
She's pretty based.
Women.
She's actually.
Would you rather a woman Republican or a male Democrat?
There's no such thing.
Ooh, that's tough. That would
Male Democrats are the worst.
What about that black
it
Candace
would
Owens?
depend on the woman, and it would depend on the man.
Candace Owens is pretty cool.
That's
Yeah, but I wouldn't trust her to run a government. She's.
I would. She's badass.
I like
She's a
Candace.
single mother. She doesn't
She's badass.
in that capacity right now anyway. She's
Yeah, or Tulsi
She's got
Gabbard.
4 kids.
I like her.
I mean, they might be nice to look at and listen to talk once in a while, but they shouldn't run a government.
Well,
You know what? I love Marjorie Taylor Greene though.
Yeah, and her husband's from England, so they got some
I
monarch
love how she
tendencies.
gets under their skin. I love how she claps back. I love how crazy she is. We need her.
I don't think the problem is like
Maybe
women.
for entertainment purposes.
It's not a woman versus man thing. It's like this progressive ideology.
Yeah, that's what that's what I kind of wanted to say too. It's like I don't think like taking away the woman's right to vote is going to help anything. Like this society is broken.
Chris, is a Republican woman female-minded though?
Yeah, all women are female-minded. You can't. It doesn't matter if you call them a Republican or a Democrat.
Well, what is
they're gonna still
female-minded?
have the same spirit in
They're
them.
emotional. They're emotional, but they don't have the same narrative. Because look how many like women.
I don't hate women. I just know what they're good at.
Look how many
And they're not
oppose
good at-
abortion. And these dumb bitches are like, if you're a woman, it's your right. But so many women I know are like disgusted by abortion and like all these topics that they're supposed to.
Oh, if I had
love.
done, I could.
There's a lot of conservative women out there.
Yeah.
And
I have a
they're
theory.
probably
I have a
married and
theory,
have
you guys.
kids.
Yeah, but they might.
Can I
wanna
tell you
run.
my theory? Do you guys think this sounds right? I think that TV is brainwashing people and making them more mentally ill by they're creating people who are more bipolar because they're constantly trying to get you to laugh, cry, get angry, and feel all these emotions. And people are watching hours of TV a day, every day.
Stacy,
Don't
come
watch
on.
the box.
What is this guy talking about? Magic the Gathering, or does MTG mean something else?
Stacey making a point.
Come
Be
on.
smart, ladies. You're playing chess, not checkers in life, ladies. Just remember that nobody's looking out for your best interest more than you.
Yeah, and it's in your best interest to get married.
That's true.
Oh, well, I'm glad you support marriage. That's good to hear.
And women shouldn't give it up before they get married. I mean, you know, as
Yeah,
when
they
I
give
was
it
a
up
guy,
too easy.
I didn't, you know, of course I wanted them to give it up when I was a pig, but like now
Right.
I'm like, you know, I really appreciate women that have kept their virginity. I think that's really cool.
In another life, I was all about getting it before I went into it, and I now see all the trouble it made.
Yeah.
So I can tell you from Yeah.
Rock on, Matthew.
It's nice that we can have our eyes opened to the devil's game because, yeah, it's destroying society.
When you were a left-wing feminist, Terry, when you stopped doing that, was it because you also wanted to have kids all of a sudden?
No.
Oh.
She saw the craziness in it.
Yeah, it was more that I woke up to the fact that I was going through the same hell cycle over and over again. Have you ever seen like depictions of hell, like where people just do the same thing over and over again?
Yeah.
That's what it was. I kept like repeating the same like crazy cycle with these like women's groups and like just being like angry and triggered, and I finally just kind of like woke up to that. And then I had a situation at work with my politics kind of coming out and causing me controversy. I had to have a disciplinary meeting where I got in trouble basically for not using they, them pronouns for one of my coworkers and not calling a young woman a man by male pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to have a disciplinary discussion, and then the fact that I had like this feminist content on my like media because I was a TERF, feminist.
You were a what?
They're disparagingly called TERFs, but like
I know TERFs, like the one who made Harry Potter.
Yes, I was in that vein of feminism, so I had some sense, like, and I was conservative about some things, anyway. But so that kind of got outed, and I had to kind of eat some humble pie and like kind of control myself while I figured my life out. Then the pandemic happened, and I just kind of like realized it was all spiritual warfare that I was under, and that I'd been like on the devil's side. But it had nothing to do with wanting kids. I don't even like, I don't know. I don't even like, even at this point, like, I don't even know. Like, I'm just open to whatever God has for me. Like, I don't think of it like wanting or not. Cause like, I'm just here to be a servant.
The only way I think most people change their ways is through pain. So like if society doesn't create the pain for the wrongdoing, and it'll just get worse. So like people were getting I'm not anti-gay. I just know that I know what's right is right. And so now that being gay is like being brave and stuff, people are not going to change from being gay or rethink their lifestyle, because now it's okay to go out and have lots of sex and do this and that and be a degenerate, and then go out in the world and never have to experience pain about it anymore, unless you get into a position where, say, maybe you have a health issue because of your lifestyle or whatever. You're gonna have to have some sort of pain in order to like grow at all. And I don't think that I think society's taken it away. Like, you know how they say like racism is bad, like, and how they say segregation was wrong. In one way, like people did not have to go through a lot of pain back when there was more racism and more segregation, because they were with like-minded people and they took care of each other, and people were, they would flourish with their own. And it's not that you had to go out and be hateful towards another group. It was just that you were already, self-segregating, because they still do it today. If you go to a city, you'll notice that in certain streets, it's all black people or all white people. People do that all the time now. They just call themselves, good people now. And they say that they're not racist or they're not for segregation. But I think a lot of people, they'd rather just put everything on society's problems instead of like internalizing their situation.
The link to join is pinned at the top of the chat. So look at the top of the chat. There should be a link if you want to join Glenn Lawrence. Sorry.
But I don't know, like you were probably going through something when you finally said to yourself that I need to change.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't experience that pain enough.
I mean, I went through pain though. Like, I was going through pain the whole time. I remember like so many periods when I look back of like my life at that time. I remember making videos about like feminist topics and being in pain while I sat there and talked about things. Like, it's amazing to me now, but I think people like, I was just so used to it. I didn't know anything else. And I was so deluded, and like my mind was so, I was so intellectual and into believing my thoughts as well. So like, I thought because I had this mind that was able to produce, like, I was able to explain ideas, or like, I don't know, like there were so many, this is too like the sin aspect of it too, because we brought up homosexuality before, and I talked about like
the devil is shared by the son and the devil, or vice versa. The son.
Tell us what the hell, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, where was I? Dang it.
Change the mood real quick.
The apple.
But my point.
You were able to stay in it probably longer because you were around an echo chamber of that kind of lifestyle.
And I had people that relied on me as a lead, a quote unquote leader as well, which kind of made it.
And that probably felt good to be in that position of leading. It was a thrill.
It was a thrill, but it didn't feel good. I hated it.
You were a leader?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was pretty well known, actually.
What, in the occult world?
No, the feminist.
Radical feminist world. In the occult world, kind of known, kind of like, it was more like.
That group of feminists you were, though, is that really like that radical? They're not the ones getting like hysterectomies and stuff, are they?
Who's getting hysterectomies?
Like all these crazy women, like I see them on X, and they're all about like
we'll never have babies.
Radical feminists, I mean, they may choose to not have babies, but they would abstain, or they would like be lesbians. They wouldn't, most radical feminists are like really critical of reproductive technology and also surgeries. And gynecology as they believe gynecology is like an oppressive system against women a lot of the time, and that hysterectomies are done as like a crime of violence against women in most cases. Yeah. So like they wouldn't get their womb removed. They would just choose to abstain from sex with men.
I see these ones on there getting like double mastectomies and all kinds of crazy shit. But maybe they're not feminists. Maybe they're just
a lot of that is like, I mean, you could see there's a split in feminism between like what's called like sexual liberalism and like the radical course. And that happened like way back. That's always been there, actually. So there's those feminists who believe women are always victims and that the patriarchy is like killing us. And that's the radical feminists. And then there's liberal feminists who believe that, you know, women are victims and that men are, and the patriarchy is killing us, but we respond to it in different ways. So one response is to like resist, or I don't know, like the sexual liberals think that like if women are just more, if they have the same freedom as men, supposedly, and women just treat their bodies and like try to live like men do, then they'll be free. They believe that women are gonna become emancipated and free by like becoming more like men. And then radical feminists don't believe that's possible. Their solution is to either get away from men, like separatism, or to like legislate against like violence against women, which they would define as like prostitution, pornography, gynecology, all of these things. So they would want to take the like arms of the state basically and use it to enforce like laws.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
It's crazy, and they hate each other too. Like,
so do they hate trans women because they're like, you're not a real woman?
Yeah, definitely. And that stuff that I went once, that's the thing that drove me nuts, was like once the trans thing started to really blow up, I was like, these men are pretending to be women. They do all this stuff to us,
especially
and
in
now
sports.
they're defending us?
In sports, it's like these people who try to argue that to justify them participating on like the women's division, it's like you are crazy. Like obviously a biological man is going to have like an advantage. You know?
Yeah. I mean, they don't believe they're okay. How do I describe this? So the difference in their perspectives is about like radical feminists would be like more Marxist in that they're strict materialists and they believe that reality is our experience is just, you know, based in their material world. The conditions that we are under are what create, you know, who people are. And then liberal feminists believe that who you think you are is who you are.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that like trans are just like the most misogynistic men in the world? Like they just want to be women so bad. Like they think they could just be better than women. Like that's the most misogynistic thing that they could do.
Yeah. And then the women situation, like women transitioning into men, like we never have to worry about them beating us and having like unfair advantages.
Nope.
No,
So it is
we
like a
heard
total one-sided thing.
too.
So do
Women
these people? So do these people also believe that it's important to leave the people with dementia on their own and let them think whatever they want? And Alzheimer's, if they think that, you know, they're 20 years old and they want to leave the nursing home and go home, are they just like for that? Are they like promoting, yeah, let the Alzheimer guy just wander around, you know?
I don't think they think about the Alzheimer's guys really.
I just
I
want to know
think-
why I can't go down to South Central and go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles and say, "What up, my ninja," without people thinking that I can't identify as a black man.
But for real, like a word, I don't know. It's so stupid. You could have no hate in your heart and say that word and still get, you know, shit thrown at you. It's so dumb.
Yeah, but those laws, are they not affecting people with dementia and Alzheimer's? Because I'm pretty sure that they took away like insane asylums or whatever those places were called for people who are like severely mentally ill.
What it's going to
Where'd they
lead
go?
to,
I've
what it's
been
going to
told that
lead
they
to,
just end up homeless.
what it's
Yeah.
going to lead to that I've seen like firsthand in Asia is it's going to lead to like people like pedophiles fucking kids. Because that's
Wait,
kind of how
what?
it is in Thailand.
Well, I mean, like they're already passing some laws. They're trying to like,
Because they're going to be like, love is love, all this shit. And then they're going to be like, you could identify whatever you want. And then like you can't draw a line on that. So you could be like, oh, I identify as like a 14-year-old boy. And then you
And
could go
also
like,
the trans thing that they're doing with children is sexualizing the children because they're giving these children sexual identities way
yeah,
before they've even gone through puberty. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
giving them drugs that
Kids
like
are
chemically
oblivious
castrate
to
them.
that stuff.
well, it's
I
like,
think-
okay, if they
yeah.
can't consent like to anything, you know, legally, right? Why are we letting them make decisions about chopping off body parts?
That's
If,
what I'm saying. That's why it's going to lead to, because they're going to be like, well, they can consent to this life-altering decision, so they could also consent to sex.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much what is
That's
the
what it's
push
going to
is,
lead
right?
to. Same
And
with
like,
tattoos.
the people behind it, like the people who started this, the sexologists that started it back in the day, were all
John Money?
pedophiles. Yeah.
Well, something changed at some point because I remember in sex ed, they would try to fear you out of having sex. Like, and they would do it in such a way that they weren't even really talking about sex, like in a harsh way. They would just say, "Oh, it's wrong," and then you would think that you would die if you started having sex.
Yeah.
Now
It's
it's
either
like,
you're going to hell because you did it outside of marriage, because the church didn't do a good job at teaching it either. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a sin, it's lustful, it's sinful, but then when you're married, it's okay. But then growing up underneath that, you're kind of like feeling weird about it as it is. And then now you're like, okay, you could do it now. So they didn't really do a good job marketing it or, you know, teaching about it. But then the school makes you feel like you're going to catch a disease just by thinking about it. and then it's just a real. And then now we're like, hey, everybody, go out and do it. It's all right. You could do all kind
Right.
of weird stuff. It's like one extreme to the next.
Right.
Well, hopefully this new administration is gonna end a lot of that crazy shit.
Wow, cool.
That's what I'm
Glenn
hoping.
Lawrence, you have like over 10,000 subscribers. I've never heard of you. I'm going to put
Oh,
your
yeah.
channel link in the chat if Terry's okay with that.
Of
Cash
course.
app her outside. How about that, somebody?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have floated a lot of the topics you guys discuss. I actually discuss on my channel pretty regularly. Anything from feminism to red pill talking points, biblical patriarchy, politics, Hollywood, because I'm in the film industry. So I kind of dabble in all different type of talking points around those areas. But thank you for having me on tonight, Terry. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining. Nice to meet you, Glenn.
The pleasure is mine.
And nice for being in the chat. Your comments were pretty interesting too.
Oh yeah. About wanting to go back to the whole like voting thing. I think we just need to go back to understanding that voting is not a right; it's a privilege, and you should have to meet a threshold beyond just meeting the age of what we consider an adult as the threshold. There has to be some skin in the game to some degree. So that means I would take away men's rights to vote too, because there's some stupid ass men that should not be voting. Just saying.
Well, the big talking point on that is also being a landowner.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
think a taxpayer in general, if you contribute to the system, then you should have a say, and if you don't contribute, you should not have a say.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that contribute that are dumb.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of landowners that are dumb too.
But it's like at the end of the day,
they're not as dumb. They may be dumb, but they're not as dumb. They're smart enough to maintain their land.
But
at the end of the day,
I mean,
if you're a taxpayer, it's your money and your money being spent. So that's why I think you should have a vote.
I know a lot of lifelong Democrats that they've just been Democrats their whole life, and they're going to stay no matter how corrupt it gets, no matter what they're doing, because that's just who they are. And they've built wealth over their lives. They have multiple properties, things like that. I know people like this, and I mean,
I think they're gonna die out though. They're gonna go extinct because it's now.
Everybody's gonna die out though. That's the thing. Everybody's got a termination point. Like this is just a thing. Like I don't know. Like what determines that? I do agree though. I think people should have to pass some kind of threshold of.
Well, think about it this way: like
competence as an adult.
When we vote, we are voting to put someone in a position that could send our young men to a battlefield and die. So when it comes to that, we need to make sure that those that are voting have skin in the game. We shouldn't just be allowed to elect anybody and then not have to pay the cost for it.
Oh, like when George Washington had to go out on the battlefield too, right?
Well, he did, yeah.
What are y'all talking about in the private chat here?
Civil service.
There's a Catholic channel that's talking about the Immaculate Conception and how the Eastern Orthodox are wrong. And I just came in there. I was just like, hey, we agree on a lot of stuff. I love the Mother Mary. She saved my life. Even though we don't agree on this, we should still have grace for each other.
Nice.
So, I hope it did some good.
That's always
I'd like
a fun
to know,
debate.
Glenn Lawrence, what does your channel usually talk about?
A lot of different things, from biblical patriarchy, different, understand. Like right now, I'm working with a couple people on a debate. I work with Andrew Wilson, and I had him debate biblical polygyny on my channel because somebody thinks he's a big biblical polygynist, and so we're kind of working on that concept right now, that talking point. Trying to.
I don't know what that word means. Polygynous. Sorry.
So it's basically a man that has multiple wives, like some of the older, in the Old Testament, you see multiple
Mother Mary.
People have had multiple wives,
for us.
like King David. Their argument is that it's still biblical. My position is that it's not. and they're trying to prove their positioning. So I had one of them come debate my friend Andrew Wilson from the Crucible on that, and we're kind of just toying around with that topic right now, just trying to get people riled up and get people engaged in the conversation. But
I do not support that.
neither do I. I don't support the concept.
The king suffered
are
from that,
right? They are ghetto.
Well, I mean, then you have each woman could have her own strength, so it would take off the slack off of you. I mean, if you don't want to cook, let her be the cook. You know, let the other.
Look.
Why not?
Polygamous communities never work out. It's ghetto.
Thank you.
There's like children selling. They're all like welfare queens. I'm not.
There's no accountability there. There's no
Plus,
accountability, and from
marriage is supposed to be about two people becoming one flesh.
Yep.
I know, it's just fun to think about, though.
Well, it's so here's the funny thing about it is it's an interesting concept because you see it being permitted in the Old Testament and then it not being mentioned in the New Testament.
Yeah.
And so it's a interesting debate to hear people get into, right? Because you could say, well, yeah, if God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, why would he permit it then and then not permit it now? Like, it's interesting to hear these people's theories. I say, why would you want to complicate your life with more than you're necessary? You know what I'm saying? Like, one life is just difficult enough to manage.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good point.
But in the biblical perspective, there was a king or somebody who ended up having problems with that because then his children started killing each other, right?
Well, King Solomon was the one that had the most wives, right? And he did that through peace. Like he did the whole multiple wives thing to keep his enemies,
at bay.
Yeah, because like, well, you can't kill me now. Like I'm your son-in-law, so it's like, that was his way of doing it. King David, his father, he actually ended up also being a polygynist. He was given all of Saul's wives, and his sin was actually having an affair with Bathsheba. So it wasn't the multiple wives that was his problem, his sin. It was him having an affair that led to one of his soldiers' death, right? So you could see it being permitted back then, and that's always makes it really interesting when you
I've heard this interesting argument that like there was no proper priesthood in the past, that there was an inferior priesthood, so like their marriages didn't even count.
See, that's even wilder, because then if that's the case, then when David had the affair, right, when God was correcting him or disciplining him, it was because he's like, when he came to Saul, I think it's in Samuel, 1 Samuel, when he's like, I gave you all of Saul's wives, and like that was
if that wasn't enough, I would have gave you more. Yeah,
exactly.
But you had to take this man's wife. What's wrong with you? Yeah.
Yep. So I think the argument is sound, to at least bring it up to question, right? Like, because you could say that God blessed David, right? Why would God bless David as he is continuing to live in sin, if it would be sinful to have multiple wives in that sense, right? Why would he continue to bless him in that sense? So I think that it's a good debate to have. I personally don't agree with it. I don't think it's the original blueprint that God gave us. I think it's a perverted version, and anything that's perverted is not ideal, and it's not going to be, it's not going to be as fruitful as what God intended.
Yeah, one man, one woman, one flesh.
And all you got to do is watch Sister Wives, because if you watch Sister Wives, you'll see how it goes down. And I tell you, that show's still running, and it's getting worse and worse. One of the kids transed out. One of the kids has killed himself. The father has, and this is really common in polygamous communities, that there's very little connection between the father and the children. So it's very similar to being like a matriarchy, in that the kids don't get the proper love and discipline and guidance of a father. And especially this is a big problem in Muslim communities as well. Like the boys do not have that their father's not in the home, like really. The mother is running everything and the father comes by like once every few weeks. It's not proper way to raise children.
Would you think that it's do you think this topic is a salvation issue though?
I mean, and I think too, like in many ways, like even when the Mormons first started practicing polygamy, a lot of it had to do with the fact that it was like the Civil War and there were less men. So it was practical for, men to take on and it was Christian too, to take on responsibility for, orphans, widows, in this way. So I don't think it's necessarily a salvation issue, no, but I don't think it's an ideal blueprint. And I don't think like Christians who are interested in like establishing God's kingdom, when we have the abundance and the ability and resources to have regular marriages and real marriage, like why we would have people in these situations,
No,
like,
I agree with you. I just was wondering if
in order to do that, I think you should get married to one person in order to have a marriage. And then like, let's say we go through a war or something horrible happens, and then you take on an extra wife as like, a charity. Like that's different.
Well, here's the question. So let's say a man is polygynous and he has multiple wives, and then he comes to the Lord, right?
Yeah,
he's married to multiple wives. Yeah, I know. And so should he divorce his wives that are not the first wife? And is he not responsible for? It's an interesting question.
It is kind of interesting.
I mean, I think he's responsible for the families he's created, just like if you were a baby daddy, before you come to Christ, you're still responsible for that, child's upbringing and,
But would that be considered letting a man separate? In his eyes, maybe what God has joined together. Or is this? I just find I think that whole argument is fascinating, because it's like, what if it's not a salvation issue in the sense that, this person that is a polygynist that finds Christ is not going to go to hell if he maintains his relationships. But I would say maybe adding on to his relationships, if he tried to take another wife, that would be wrong, right? That would probably be the sin.
Yeah.
The priest wouldn't bless that.
Yeah. And I find like Orthodoxy has a very unique way as approaching to these things compared to like Catholicism or Protestant, denominations. Orthodoxy looks at it from more of I want to say a practical standpoint. Is that the best way to look at it?
Yeah, like what are you stable in? Like a priest.
Yeah.
If you became a priest, you wouldn't be able to get married. But if you are already married, then you're allowed to keep your marriage. So like every priest gets married before they become a priest.
I mean, that's smart.
They want to have kids, yeah.
You don't end up, struggling like Catholics did.
Yeah. I mean, if you're like a monk or a bishop, it's a different thing. But yeah, priests, we like that priests have families because they can identify with other family men and know what kids are and like wives and like understand it, like because they're one of us.
Yeah, it would be hard to kind of discuss or counsel individuals about family life if they have no experience on family life.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on most churches now have what I call Diddy insurance. They have the diddler insurance. They have insurance against acts of like SA and stuff like that. Like I was just made aware of this about churches having specific insurance to cover litigation for those type of acts.
I don't think the Orthodox do.
Is it through the Catholic Church or is it through another?
They're through regular like other church insurance companies, like establishments. It's like a third party. Some states actually require it, from what I understand. Some states actually would strongly recommend it.
Well,
I think it's pretty sad to think that that's something that you would have to get insurance for.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
But I also think it would be very sad for a church body to go like totally broke because somebody that they trusted and hired to work for them abused that trust. Because
Yeah.
the church,
because
like,
they, look what
let's say
happens
you
to the
have a
Boy
youth
Scouts.
pastor. Let's say you have a
The
youth
Boy
pastor.
Scouts no longer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, there's still the Scouts. The Boy Scouts have changed their name to just the Scouts now, and they allow both boys and girls and elemental P.
There's still Girl Scouts though.
LGBT.
That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
There's Scouts and Girl Scouts, but there's no.
Well, I mean, let's
Boy
face
Scouts.
it. Boy Scouts like kind of got the shaft when it came to like donations and support. I mean, they sold popcorn and mulch, and we all know those Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies were the best thing ever.
Oh yeah. People look forward
So
to
like
that.
they were selling cookies, and we got kids selling mulch. Like
Mulch,
yeah.
It's
Like,
crazy.
we
I have
didn't
no
care
need
about
for
Boy
mulch.
Scouts as
I live in an
bad.
apartment.
We never, like, nobody ever bought that popcorn. I wasn't a
No, I
Scout.
remember walking out of like the store and like getting hit up by both of them, and I told the Boy Scout, "I'm like, sorry, man, like nobody wants popcorn." Okay,
For real.
Hey, but you guys aren't supposed to tell the kids that. You're just supposed to donate to them and, say, keep the popcorn, keep the change.
No, that'll be setting them up for a unrealistic expectation in life.
Got to learn sometime, huh?
They have to
I
learn.
mean,
that
don't you tell the
nothing-
parents
nobody-
that, not the
nothing
kids
gets
that?
anything for
I
free.
don't know.
Everything comes at a price.
I don't know. When I was a Girl Scout, we sold cookies, and it was a part of our learning experience, like really. So I can see for the Boy Scouts, fundraising is a lesson you're learning.
Yeah, the boys should have been selling spice instead.
They should have been selling
wing spice, barbecue
Flow throughout
spice.
the galaxy.
What they should have been selling is labor. They should be selling work. They should be able to go cut lawns and, paint.
Install some sprinklers.
Yeah, something. Use that handy dandy pocket knife that you got, for some use or something.
Give
go
them
start a
an
fire.
electric sawzall.
What are you guys' thoughts on the state being out of marriage? Or
What's
that
that
if you're
mean?
not,
The state being out of marriage.
let me rephrase that. I'll tell you what I think. I think the state needs to get out of the business of marriage. I think this marriage should be back into the hands of the church. And I would say if you are not a Christian, you shouldn't even consider getting marriage. Why practice a sacrament when you don't even believe in the faith?
Do Muslims believe in marriage though? I think.
Yeah, all those married atheists.
Seriously. I mean, like, why would wouldn't that be encouraging? If you're encouraging two secular people to get married, aren't you encouraging them to sin if they're secular?
Yeah.
So that's not a good thing, right?
I mean,
I don't know how you would do it in a society where in a Christian society you could do that, but in a world where what is the percentage of Christian to non-Christian
Right now?
in America?
See, but right now, you guys need to remember that there are a lot of people that are illegals and, that also are just foreigners who have permission to be here, who are married in a church in some other country, and then they come here, they say they're not married, and then they're collecting their welfare while their husband's in the house with them.
No.
Yep.
Oh snap, Clay! You
But the
missed
thing
out.
is, like, what is the percentage of people that aren't Christian that are going to try to get married?
I mean, there's still plenty of atheists
Yeah.
and non-believers that get married every day.
I
I mean,
think
Vegas
probably
has
around,
the whole drive-through marriage thing they got going on over there. It's a lucrative business.
I honestly think it's still better for people to get married if they're going to be engaging in like living and setting up a life together where possibly they're having children. Like
Yeah.
I still think
Socially,
secular
yes.
marriage- yeah, it's still better. Well, yeah, because if they're not, it's just people need to be tied up sometimes and like to their responsibilities. So I think it's still
Right.
society for them to be married if they're going to be having kids and stuff.
Because
See, but I'm
also, once they
confused
form
though.
that family, they might actually become a Christian at some point because they'll grow up, they'll start having families with lots of problems. They're gonna think about their kids' futures. They're gonna worry about their salvation. So maybe I don't think it should be something where we take it away from the state, because if that's the case, then they got to go to a church, be part of a church, just because they want to be married for the tax
Wrong with
benefits.
that? Well, no, you can
Yeah.
just get rid of the tax benefits. It
But I
wouldn't be
mean,
no
I could
tax
go to that
benefits
church.
if the state's out of the business of marriage, then you get rid of the tax benefits.
But you're also going to lose all those people that got married outside of a church and just went to the courthouse and then finally got into a family, and now they got skin in the game and they may become Christian because of that.
Well, I mean, think about this. Like, what the marriage and divorce is $1 billion industry, right? So the state profits off of marriage, but doesn't do anything to secure or promote marriage, like or healthy marriage. Or we have, you could get a divorce as easy as you can get your Starbucks. Today, like, there's no barrier. Like, there's no, like, a marriage license is something easy you acquire at the courthouse. It's a license. For your driver's license, you had to provide proof that you are able to pass the test, the written test. So there was some measure there that you had to meet there. Then you had
Only if you're a citizen, you have to prove that, though.
well, yeah, we're gonna get rid of all the people that are not citizens. I'm working.
Yeah,
on
they're
that.
going to be gone.
But I mean, if you think about it, a marriage license should be something that you have to prove that you are competent and that you guys have some level of commitment into the process, rather than just being able to go pay $25 to get a marriage license.
So a spiritual bond, a spiritual, what's it called?
Covenantal?
Where you, a covenant with the church should be higher valued than a state license for marriage.
I agree.
I think in essence it should, but there's still like this chance that, like a lot of people, if you want to get married in a church because your parents wanted you to, all you had to do was go and spend a few hours with a pastor or a priest, and pay the church whatever it is, and then the marriage counseling thing, and then you get the use of the church. But then it doesn't mean you're going to stay in the church after that.
Yeah.
You could do whatever you want.
What if there was like a 2-year, like, how to be married program before two people could get married? Like, maybe what if there was like husband school?
There used to be that.
There's a little bit of that in the church. Yeah. We still have that.
Like wife school.
We still have that.
And then there's like,
well, they had home ec.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in husband school, you have to learn how to be able to replace a toilet, do some like basic repairs around the house, and like
they used to do that. They used to train the women. They used to train the young women and young men on how to dress properly, how to not dress like a slob, how to run a home, how to have a nice kitchen, how to use the kitchen, how to sew
Well, you had Boy
clothes.
Scouts and Girl Scouts, the traditional ones, where if you were a Boy Scout, you had to learn how to come in presentable, in uniform, and you had to, be attention to detail. You had to learn skills. I learned how to do plumbing when I was 9. I knew how to do like there's all kinds of things Boy Scouts did for boys, and especially boys that didn't have fathers, because now they got other fathers that are helping them. And that's that's the whole weird thing, is because I'm trying to remember back, is we didn't have any black kids in my Boy Scout troops, or even any of them, because you would go to like this huge Boy Scout event with all the different troops there. And I remember that blacks were always left out for some reason. I don't know why, but like I saw that my friends who didn't have their dads in the picture, they were there, and you could tell that their moms just really wanted them to learn through, like, my dad was a leader, and you learn about those things. And Girl Scouts had the same thing. Like, yeah, Girl Scouts don't get to do the same things Boy Scouts do. And that's why a lot of girls would say that Boy Scouts is more fun, because you get to go out camping and this and that.
Yeah.
But they learned that you should learn how to be a lady in Girl Scouts, and they should be on their own. They shouldn't be mixed in with the boys. And
right, no co-ed school, right?
I'm all for that too. I think that we should do that as well. But I'm just thinking, like, okay, before two individuals get married, they should have to go through some course, and that course should be able to put them through some of the most stress, like difficult situations as individuals, as a man and as a woman, like what they would have to deal with in the home, but also as a couple. Like maybe the scenario is like, oh, you're having a job issue, or you have to move. Like, how you guys manage this, problem? Like, just have them have to put them in situations where they have to work through some of these setup or these fake problems to see how they will be able to work on conflict resolution. I just think that's important. I think that we kind of set people up for failure when it comes to marriage by just kind of like letting them get married and then expecting them to make it without any lessons to help them.
Well, even slow people used to be able to make it in the United States because there were jobs available for them. They could go work in the fields, work what's it called, an entry level job, and they could make it in life and have a family. But now all those jobs are being given to the who's.
Well, are they really given to them, or is it that people think that they are better
They are.
than
They
the
are being
jobs
given to
that
them. They're being given priority. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. But yeah, they're being given priority. So like if
No.
you're on welfare and you apply for a job in California,
Mhm.
you get the job before other people who are not on welfare. So
Well, I
they
could see that because
incentivize that.
the goal would be to try to get them off the welfare, right?
But
Like,
it doesn't get them off the
well, I
welfare
know.
because yeah, it's a scam.
No, I get it because I live in LA, so I understand. Like, it's ridiculous out here. But
I do like the idea
How
of
close are the fires to you right now?
I had an evacuation warning, so I'm about like 20 miles or so away from them.
Are you getting out of there?
No, I'm
Is the
20 miles
wind
away. I mean,
blowing,
there's
like,
a
your
lot
way?
more. There's like millions
That's a
of
long
houses
ways
that have
away.
to burn down before they get to me.
Are you like still packing up stuff that you want to and
Oh yeah,
still
like I already
careful?
like I just came back from a film production, so I was like on the road for about a couple days.
Yeah.
And when this whole thing took place or started, and then I just got back tonight, and everything seems to be pretty good. Like, it's nowhere near where I live, so.
Gotcha. Well, I hope it stays that way.
Yeah. No, I had some friends that had to evacuate because they were living closer to Hollywood.
Yeah, we had a friend evacuate. Zenny's making up a whole story about it in the chat right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy how quickly, like, the fire just kind of engulfed certain areas.
Yeah, the winds are insane.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on when it comes to marriage? I saw somebody put in the chat like the problem is with no fault divorce. Now, if we repealed no fault, do we really think that solves the divorce problem? And the question is, do Christians lose credibility when speaking about promoting marriage when they have the highest divorce rate out of all religious groups?
Is that true for Protestants, Catholics, Orthodox? Do you know?
It's the umbrella. So Christian. So when it comes to Christian, it's Protestant, Orthodox, Catholics, and then all the different denominations of Protestant. I think it's at like a 54%. Evangelicals is at the highest percentage out of all the Christian denominations, but like Hindus have like the lowest, right? I think it's like
Muslims.
But we don't need extra of them here, okay?
No, not encouraging for extra of them here, but I'm wondering, does the Christian community lose credibility in advocating for marriage when they have the highest rate of divorce? So it seems like they fail at it the most compared to other denominations.
I just looked it up for Orthodox. We have a less than 1% rate.
Yeah.
That is insane. That's awesome. I love it.
Well, you got guys like Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson out there, leading the way.
Well, because Christian, you could just call yourself a Christian and you're a Christian. So it doesn't mean like societally, like your morals could be vastly different from any other Christian. So I think that it's just more of a degradation of like morality in the Western culture than it is a Christian problem. It's
Yeah,
more
just
of like
lust.
I
Well,
think
mean,
that
I get that this is all self-reported, right? And these are just based. The statistics are based off self-reported. You know what people label themselves as, whether when it comes to religion.
Well, and we're the biggest religious group in the U.S. as well, so
Yeah,
it stands to
you would
reason.
think that it would have a higher, but you would still think at 54% or something like that. It's you would think it would be higher because of population, but you wouldn't think it would be that high. You know,
Yeah.
you would think it would be a lot marginally lower. Now, there's some reports that say that those that are devout Christians that practice and are involved in their church community have a percentage of 14%, which is drastically lower, right?
Mhm.
But still, I would think that even 14% is still would be rather high amongst the religion that says that Jesus and the church relationship is the image of marriage. So if we represent the savior of the world and we're saying this is how he wants us to be, but we're the worst at presenting that image.
The devil's winning that game because it's easy for you. Like the easy way out would be, me and my husband, we went to church, blah, 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 and we lived the Christian life. And then things just didn't work out. No one's going to give us any issues if we get a divorce. I'll just leave the church. I don't have to see those people anymore. And then things are over with. And society doesn't make me feel bad about it. My friends and family will all be like, oh, you know what? Maybe next time, that kind of thing. So it's really like hard to say that Christianity is flawed. I think it's more of the society and the way that we've let our laws take over and become more of an impact on our daily lives than our spiritual life being important. I think it's more about like trying to fit in or trying to just feel good. And it's not about like the whole like if Christianity was flawed, it would have been like that
Well,
long time ago.
I'm not saying Christianity is flawed. I'm saying the way that it's being practiced today, or the way that we accept divorce for every other reason, in the world, other than just sexual immorality and abandonment from a non-believing spouse. Because those are the only two times in the Bible where we see divorces even seem to be justified or accepted, right? When Jesus talks about it in Matthew, and then Paul talks about it, I believe, in Corinthians. Outside of that, those should be the only two reasons for divorce to be taking place. But we see people getting divorced for all kinds of things. Like, you wake up next morning, you're tired of his stinky breath. You're like, I'm done with this. I did 7 years of his nasty morning breath. I'm out. It's like ridiculous reasons for divorce, but there's no issue.
Yeah, there should be more regulation.
Point to bring up though too is that a lot of the times people do not want to air the real reasons why they're getting divorced, especially in cases of infidelity. A lot of people will give other reasons because they don't want that out there either for their kids or for their community to know, because it's like humiliating.
Well, what's wrong with shame?
I mean,
shame is a good thing.
I agree, and I agree with Adriana's comment earlier that no fault divorce is not a good thing for society overall, and I don't, support it.
I think no fault divorce is not a good thing, but I don't think we could remove it. I think we should make no fault divorce mean no money. If you get a no fault divorce, that means you're not.
Oh yeah.
You're not getting any alimony. Child support is going to be determined. Make both.
Oh yeah, take that money away from those women, and those women ain't gonna leave and be like, "I'll do this on my own." Woman power.
Well, yeah, because don't you think our society has incentivized women to get divorced by giving them the opportunity to like get a come up? It's like, hey, girls, you could get the bag by getting divorced.
But the
You know?
reality is most women end up in poverty after divorce.
Well, that's the lie that we tell them that they're going to be able to come up and be successful and make this money. The reality is that they tend to do much worse than the divorced husband.
Or at least financially speaking.
Yeah. Well, that's if he doesn't self-delete in the process, because they have a 3.5 times higher rate than that.
I mean, the woman always has someone in line after that. They know who they're going to be with, or they've already found them.
Yeah, they have orbiters.
That isn't always the case.
Come on.
But they don't get married again, though. See, if you notice that
Women have backup plans.
Yeah, they have backup plans, but they don't get married. Men are more likely to remarry than women do, statistically.
I think that USA should have a backup plan. Like, I think that we should treat Gavin Newsom's entire family the way that they did King Nicholas Tsar of Russia.
I think we should just tar and feather Gavin Newsom, but
that would be great.
No, I mean, like, if he's convicted, if he's actually guilty, and if, how come our military can't go in the, how they do court-martial people,
Yeah, I'm just wondering, where is that bullet train?
Because he lost billions of dollars. He won't tell us where all the money is.
I can tell you where it is. It's put in this offshore account for his 2028 campaign.
It's for his new facelift.
It was when he runs for president in 2028.
He's not gonna win.
His career is over, baby.
Hey, you guys.
Gavin Newsom is over.
Yeah, I've been told that Gavin Newsom's a Chad, though, and that he's so great looking, and he has the great hair, and he's so tall and slender, and he's like the alpha male.
Well, I mean, he definitely does get a lot of female attention. I mean,
yeah, from women from The View.
I mean, Desperate Housewives like that look, I guess,
I personally think he's a beta hiding behind his Auntie Pelosi's political prowess. And, she's basically the one who put him where he is.
Oh, definitely. I think I wouldn't say beta is the term. I would say nice guy. And nice guys are the most dangerous archetype of men because they operate with the covert contract. They do the nice things in hopes that the woman will reciprocate the way that he desires. And when that doesn't happen, that's when you see them tend to lash out or tend to go, little crazy.
Like snapped.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the nice
Which
guys
is
are the
why
worst
he
ones.
also has the American Psycho nickname.
Mm-hmm.
But women do vote on how good looking a man is.
I mean, I do vote handsome, generally speaking. Yes.
See, that's another reason women should not vote.
Exactly. This is not American Idol. This is called American President.
Look, I did my duty. I voted for Trump. Leave me alone.
Now, do you guys think that women could be in positions of power like governors or senators?
No, I already talked about that earlier.
Women should be only in power as if she is a wife of a president. She should look pretty and be a good mom and be quiet and serve her husband and be there for him when he needs her. And also, they can be etiquette teachers and teaching women how to be ladies. They can be seamstress teachers or whatever, home economics teachers. But in general, women, children, whatever. A female child didn't go to school when she was little. She stayed home, and somehow they learned a trade. I don't know how they learned the trade, but they did not go to school usually.
So then you would agree that even the conservative female governors are just, feminists.
That's not natural, in my
Well, by
opinion.
rule,
for a
women are
woman
gonna
to be.
they're gonna rule with emotions, and emotions are not what you should be having in government.
She
So
should not
would you guys
be
agree that
in
there
those
are feminists
situations.
in the
So
conservative
mad
party?
when you talk about women that way, Matthew.
Do you think that that the females in the conservative party that are in power are really just feminists that don't like abortion?
Yeah.
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. So do you think that the females in the conservative party in office are just conservatives that don't like abortion?
It would really depend on.
Or just feminists that don't like abortion? Oh, I'm sorry. That was the term.
I mean, I don't think so because I think a lot of them would have other disagreements with feminists about multiple issues. So it wouldn't be just abortion specifically, but also I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman like through her own if it's natural to her that she ends up in a position where she can serve her community, like, and she doesn't have either like well, let's say like either she's her children are grown, and she's
She's gonna get old enough to outgrow her being a woman.
No, but I do think that there have been cases where women who are just naturally
I mean,
made a certain way have made good contributions, in terms of their governance. And I don't think God allows anyone to govern without his authority. So
that's true.
Well, if you do notice that every
think
time that there was a
there
female
are-
leader, biblically, that was never a good thing. If you read Isaiah
Mhm.
3, we see that it says that,
Dang.
your women rule over you, or your women are your leaders, and something like children.
Oh, shit.
And, you see all the horrible things that end up happening because of that aspect. So,
Yeah, women should. I don't think women should be there in a situation around the men, like especially in the battlefields, because the man won't be able to think properly. He's gonna be like, "Oh, my girl fell
So you're
down. I
gonna
have to
get one of
go
those.
back and pick
I
her
agree
ass
with that.
up," you know.
But like
Yeah.
historically, women were the ones when
That's me
wars
in
were
like 30
happening
years,
in
dude.
society running.
Yeah.
Yep, women have
So
the female
there are
rulers that
times
led.
when women have to step up and do things that
No, wait a minute. No, there are old men that aren't going to fight, so they're going to stay there. And we already have age limits. Like you have to be a certain age to become a leader. So you're going to have old
35.
men around. There's no reason to have a woman. You're going to have old men that are wiser, and they're going to be elected by an educated, well-moraled society, and women will be happier because of it. They're going to kick and scream right now because of all the crap they get away with right now. But I guarantee you, a woman who gets to stay at home because the economy's great, and now their husband is able to work a job where he can afford for the whole family, women are going to be happier.
I don't disagree with that, but I also don't think that things are always peachy, and I think life can be messy, and that there are situations where women have to go into certain positions when times are difficult.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever
And it's
faced
not-
that
it's
experience
not
in
ideal.
America, though. I don't think we've ever been in that situation in America.
Well,
I think
during
there's-
World War II, we had to have women.
Yeah,
take
in
on
the
work
Civil War as well. Like
they were never needed to be in positions of leadership.
no, but
Now
when
they
the
may have
They
had
were
to
in
go to
support
work in the
roles.
fields
They
or
were
like in like the factories during World War II, but they were not in positions of leadership. They were still being a helpmate.
They were nurses, and they were needed.
Yeah, they were helpmates to the doctors.
Caregiving is extremely important, and it's going to be
Absolutely.
like one of the few things the economy is still going to have after AI.
Right.
Yeah, I think that God created a hierarchical system, right? We see that in Genesis and in the the order of creation. And then I think we also see that when Paul references it in Timothy, a sin element, right? It wasn't the man who was deceived, but it was the woman. So I think we see that this structure here is that, you know, God put man in a position of authority to rule over. Woman is supposed to be the helpmate, not to have authority over men. And I think that it's supposed to be not in just the home, not in just the church, but also when it comes to our civil magistrate.
But
you know?
we are under the authority of some women, like your mother when you're growing up, and
yes, but you're a child, right?
Women are naturally. I mean, God's order is that women would be
Over the family. Yeah, in the family.
right.
Yeah, they're bringing up the
But
kids,
she's also the woman is also guided by the man.
But she's under the authority of her husband. So.
Right.
Mana,
So
you don't care. Quit trying to cause drama. Who's acting
Hey
like
guys,
she
there was
cares?
there was a woman, you guys, that was like she got fined or thrown in jail for continuing to run her business during the pandemic, and then she said, "F y'all, I'm gonna run for Senate or something," and now she's like running for office, and I think she won a seat. Do you guys know who I'm talking about by any chance?
No, who are you talking about? Who?
Okay, I'll look her up. Hold on. She was running her business during the pandemic, and they locked her up or fined her because she kept running her business, and then so she's running for office or won a seat in office. And I would say, like, for a woman like that who's scorned because they punished her for running a business, I think it would be better for women to strong women should be looking for strong men or backing up strong men and supporting those men so that they can be our leaders, because I don't think the women should be in an office like that in a powerful, dangerous position where we need strong men. And you know, if something were to happen, a woman can't. I don't know if the woman's going to be able to be strong enough to defend herself from men coming and attacking us, because our country is at risk of being attacked every day from criminals and other countries. In
You got
my
another
opinion.
MTG.
We never know. There's always an unknown there, and we need strong men. We need to build strong men.
Yeah, I
And,
think we
like,
have a
women
problem.
like her should just support men and not try to take the place of a man.
Well, I think we see that we're going to have that problem ever since Genesis 3:16, where it says, you know, where God's talking to Eve and saying that, you know, you're going to experience pain in child rearing, but your desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. We see like there's going to be this no longer harmonious union or, you know, interaction between men and women. We're going to see that women are going to desire this authority over men. And I think by putting women in the position of power, like in leadership, as in like the executive branch or even the legislative branch, you are only supporting that. I think it's the usurp of authority, or the usurp of authority. I forgot the word. I think that's dangerous to even promote something like that. I would say it's very it's very anti-Christ-like to put a woman or vote a woman in position of authority over men. Wouldn't you say? Because it's against God's plan.
Well, I will say I think we all agree that women should not be priests.
I agree with that.
Tradition.
Women
I
like to
found
get
it.
involved in drama. So MTG is having a great time getting involved in the injustice and the corruption. But the minute, if we started correcting things, is she going to step down and let a man do it for her? No, she's in this because she likes the thrill. And women, just because they're speaking conservative right now, does not mean anything. They're not going to make decisions that need to be made. And we were going back into the Bible, and I was trying to bring this up one time before, is that someone told Jesus, bless the womb that had you. And he said, well, you know, blessed art thou, because there's going to be a day when people say, curse the day that women bear you and curse the day that women nurse you. And that's right now. So you have like, it's overwhelmingly like the media is taken over by the devil. So now
We're
all these
in
women,
the end times.
yeah, we're instead of seeing, you know, a pastor or a church service or whatever, their church is now the church of Satan. So all they're going to hear is from Satan all day long. And if we try to say that women should not be in power, they're going to be like, "Oh, how chauvinist are you?" And then you're just labeled like an evil person when you're just trying to do it for the goodness of the country. Where you're saying these are the problems. This is how you get rid of them, and they're going to be like, "No, all those facts are wrong." And we got great women out there that can handle it. And no, there's reasons why you don't put women in combat roles is because they can't handle stress. They're gonna break down. They're gonna cry. Men cry, but
Yeah, men
they're gonna
cry
take
like
care of
babies in
business
that
right
situation
now. They're gonna
sometimes.
they're gonna make the right decision, and you're gonna leave that for later. You can cry on your own, but they're gonna make it so everything's about them. Not the victims and all that stuff. And it's gonna be all about the thrill of things when it comes to women leadership. That's why women cannot handle it. I'm not saying women are incompetent. I'm just saying that they're ruled by their emotions and they'll lose all rationality. And it's proven over time that women cannot be rational in stressful situations. So it's not.
Can I get back to the first point though, just to clarify, like Republican doesn't mean Christian.
Yeah.
And
Conservative normally does, though.
Not necessarily though.
No, I know. But I mean, in the traditional sense, the conservative was the Christian sect of the Republican Party. There was the Republicans, and then you had the conservatives that tended to be more biblical leaning.
Traditionalists.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, Adriana.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I found the information. Her name is Shelley Luther, former Dallas salon owner, jailed during COVID-19, wins Texas House District 62.
She was jailed. Wow.
In Texas?
She defeated Democrat Tiffany Drake Tuesday night, earning more than 75% of the vote to win in Texas House District 62.
I'm bringing up her on Google here. Here she
Yeah,
is.
she's pretty. Shelley Luther.
Oh yeah, she's gonna give them hell. Look at her. You can
Took
already
down the mask. Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask.
She looks like a Karen.
Oh yeah, she's gonna be giving
Hey,
them
you know what? I think Karens have a bad name, but I think Karens are the Catholics and the Christians and the mamas that don't want to be thrown into politics. They want to be at home with their husbands and children.
No, I think they just want to control their husbands.
I need to
Well,
see
I
your
think
manager.
too, when women get to a certain age, as well, because you can see she's middle aged.
Yeah.
She went through
Well,
menopause.
I still disagree about the Karen thing because the Karens are usually the ones that are being like, "No, honey, you can't come to the welfare office. You're illegal. Go home."
We agree
Well,
that
Karen-
Karen is a slur. Karen is a slur that's just used to punish women for speaking up when they say what's right. We all know. Who said that? I mean, and also it's a term used for women who are wilding out.
Yeah, for the wild
It's a
now.
thin line. It's a thin line. I agree.
Wilding out.
But women often get maligned as Karens when they're just being like, "This is crazy. This is wrong." Who left? Who we lose?
No, Karens are usually the ones that have been pampered to, and they have beta husbands that let them get away with murder, and now they think that they're the almighty. It's ridiculous how they'll come over and be like, "You can't do that. Let me talk to your manager."
Do we think that the church has had this had an influence on the way things are when it comes to the interaction between men and women in society?
Oh yeah.
What are your thoughts about the abandoning in the Protestant churches, the abandoning of a biblical patriarchy that took place in about the 80s?
So they got a lot of new women in churches and Protestant churches where women can be the pastor. You got a lot of churches that allow them to be part of the Bible studies where they're teaching the Bible study and all that stuff. So I think that in that regard, they're trying to be more socially acceptable, and they're not going back to traditional values. So
Would you think that's due to the exception of egalitarianism or complementarianism?
Honestly, I think a lot of it is due to fear more than anything else. A lot of Protestant churches I've noticed are so afraid of their dwindling numbers that they just continually sell out their biblical truth and understanding for what they think will keep people in their churches.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like
churches are going away because of that.
Yes.
Do you think that like the church has like a failed men? Like if the church like, do you think the church is welcoming to men overall?
Well, they're failing men ultimately because if they're dwindling in numbers and they're
there's the Orthodox Church just saying we are exploding, especially with men.
Yes, actually, this Gen Z, from what I understand, is the first generation of men who tend to be more in the church than the females in that generation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
First generation in 4 generations since the boomers, where we see more men in church than women in that same generation.
It's manly because it's a challenge.
Gen
It's a
Z.
challenge to be like disciplined and to like show up at these like regular intervals and like that. It's, you know, you have your prayer rules and you got your fasting, like you have your prostrations, you have like so much to work with your body, and like everybody there, it's like you wouldn't get a pass for like being overweight.
Well, could it be that,
although
you
no
know,
one would be
like,
mean to you, but like they would
I
be
think,
like,
I think the Orthodoxy like has this like standard, like threshold, like, hey, you want to be known as one of us, you have to meet this, and like it's like a challenge. Men love challenge.
It's
so
like
it's
legendary difficulty.
Yeah, it's like I've been to a few of my friends converted Orthodoxy. I'm looking into it. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'm actually planning on speaking with Father Josiah out in San Bernardino.
I love Father Josiah, patristic nectar. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. I reached out to him, so I'm planning on going out there and chatting with him. So it's pretty cool. So I see like the process. Like some of them have been going through like I think the catechism for like 2 years. You know, like before they got baptized. And I'm like,
for me, it was 1 year, 1 liturgical year. I wanted it as soon as possible, though.
Like when I got my degree from Liberty, because I was a youth pastor at one point in a Protestant church, I was like, it was, you know, got my degree, was a member of the church, easily went through leadership training, and the next thing you know.
Yeah, you in a couple of weeks you can be leading a group in a Protestant church, but with Orthodox, like you got to actually like be there a long time, and it's like a marriage. That's how they describe it. It's like you're courting the church for this 1 year as a catechumen.
Yep. No, I think that's
the males
really attractive to men is that like challenge.
Mm-hmm.
But are they what age group is this Gen Z?
So like these young well obviously they're
What are they, like 95 to what?
I think the oldest is like up to 27 years old.
Oh wait, no.
So they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
So
just got out.
I know when I was in my 20s, I was all about the women, right? And they basically pulled me away from a lot of crap because I would just always have my mind on a woman. Now, nowadays, they say that Gen Z males are having a tough time with women. So now they're going to have more time and less distraction. And maybe they're getting into the churches because now they're just like, screw it, MGTOW, I'm going to go do my own thing. And they do their soul searching and become churchgoers.
Yeah.
Well, I think they like the structure, especially when it comes like Orthodoxy. They like the structure that the Orthodoxy requires of them. It's like it's like what happened to, we used to have as men what we would call rites of passage, right? We wouldn't consider, you weren't considered a man amongst the other men until you proved yourself to be worthy to sit amongst the men, right?
Right.
So it's rites of passage. And I think with Orthodoxy, that's what they're doing. And it's really interesting. But we're also seeing some pastors that in like the Protestant sect like Pastor Joel Webbin from Right to Response Ministries. He is, pretty patriarchal. Pastor Michael Foster, who wrote the book "It's Good to Be a Man," he does has the same ideals there.
What
And I
about
think
John Harris? Are you familiar with him?
I'm not familiar with him.
John Harris, yeah, he's very big on biblical patriarchy and having men reclaim their natural status, and he's a Protestant pastor.
Yeah.
He runs a show called Conversations That Matter.
Oh, really? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah. Yes, I would highly recommend you look into him. He does regular content as well. And
He's not friends with what's his name? Driscoll, right? Driscoll doesn't like me.
No, I
Driscoll
don't
doesn't
think
like me
so.
at all.
I don't think so. I don't. I think I've heard him criticizing him.
Yeah, I make videos making fun of Mark Driscoll.
Oh my!
I'm gonna have to look it
A lot
up.
of people do. Wait, so has the church failed men? I have to say, my church. I attend an American Baptist church. Well, I'm a member as well. So
SBC?
Huh? No, ABC.
ABC.
American Baptist. But the majority of the congregation that's in attendance at least every week is male.
That's awesome.
It is awesome. But I do wonder about it. I feel like there has to be gender parity as well in the church. It's not natural, for churches to be too female or too masculine. I
agree.
I wouldn't say that we don't have many women. We do have a good percentage of women, but it is majority male. And it is, I don't know, I've appreciated having all the male leadership as well.
Well, I think the new age, we're seeing a lot of women more leaning to new age, like crystals and other kinds of weird stuff.
Hey guys, I got to get out of here. It's about to be midnight for me. God bless you all.
Yes, thank you for joining.
What was your name again? Is it Burning Bush guy?
Burning Bush's channel is my YouTube channel. Yeah.
Okay, you're leaving. Good night.
Yeah, I'm heading out. Yeah. Good night. God bless. God
Good
be
night.
with you.
Can I read something to you guys really quick?
Of course.
All right, good night.
It's from George Washington's Sacred Fire by Peter A. Lilleback and Jerry Newcomb, and Glenn Beck went over this with him. It says no longer a Christian. It says pick up most books and articles in Washington from 1932 or earlier, and generally, with a few exceptions, you will read about George Washington, the Christian. That began to change with the iconoclastic lead scholarship of the mid-20th century that sought to tear down the traditional understanding of our nation and its origins.
What is this comment?
So it was during the Reconstruction era that they started to do revisionist history.
I'm just kind of shocked at this comment. Thank you, Gavin the Gruesome Newsome. I'm just kind of sitting here and thinking this in a woman preacher bringing her son to church dressed in a skirt.
That's disgusting. What was worse is when they you guys hear about when they melted the purity rings to make a statue of a vagina.
I did hear about that.
And they gave it to what's her name? That feminist chick. That was horrible.
Oh, yeah. Who did they give it to?
It's it wasn't Margaret Sanger.
No, she did.
Yeah, she did. She was long dead. It was a Susan something. Susan
Sontag. Susan.
Started with her last name started with the S too. So.
Faludi. Susan Faludi.
No.
Not Susan Sontag. She did.
I forgot.
I don't know.
I was just like.
Now.
I was just like, well, there goes the Lutheran Church.
Yeah, the Lutherans, the Methodist.
Well, the Methodists were known as the Wesleyans, which were they had the first was it feminist in Seneca Falls. That's where it was held. It was held in the Lutheran church
Did they give it to
or
Susan
Methodist church.
Was it Susan Bromiller? I have some of her writings, actually. I've read a couple of her books. I actually read one of her books on this channel years ago.
I'm not familiar.
Do you mind if I read another article? I mean, what's it called? Paragraph?
What is it about? Yeah.
Oh, it's the Sacred Fire book.
Sacred
George
Fire.
Washington. It says, even Bowler admits that religion was important to Washington as a leader. For instance, Bowler writes, he saw to it that divine services were performed by the chaplains as regularly as possible on the Sabbath for the soldiers under his command. But shouldn't this lead us to ask why chaplains would be important to a deist? Bowler even admits there are testimonials of Washington's consistency in attending church. John C. Fitzpatrick's summation of Washington's church-going habits, which he examined carefully, seemed fair enough. Washington was a consistent, if not always regular churchgoer. They were saying that even though they're trying to do revisionist history, in this interview with what's his name, Glenn Beck, that the people who are trying to do the revisionist history don't even understand that they're reading scripture and don't even understand like the words that they're reading, and then they'll like repeat it, and then they don't even realize what they're saying though. Like they're not even understanding the language.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like he's saying he's a deist, but then why are they bringing chaplains?
Well, yeah, and I mean there
On
has
the
been
Sabbath.
a lot of people are trying to act as though the founding fathers weren't Christians.
Well, I could also see why he would, because even if he wasn't, he understood the morality of the more for the soldiers. They needed their spirits uplifted. Even if he wasn't a believer, he would still allow the practice of that if he believed that it was going to boost their morality, like amongst those fighting. So if they didn't think that, like if he didn't see any benefit to it, he wouldn't have done it if he wasn't a believer in himself. But it would,
and even the non-theists that are in the military, they have a chaplain around all the time. The chaplain, he doesn't do combat stuff, but he's around. But when you're in a situation where you need to speak to God, you're going to have him there. So a non-theist, they say that like people when they face like fatalities and stuff like that they cry out to God, and that's why they keep chaplains around, because and this has been on since like she said, Washington, is that like just because you're not there for God, God's waiting on you, so you're gonna need that, and you need somebody around that knows what they're talking about. And I'm not like an orthodox kind of guy. I don't believe that you need a pope or someone that you need to go to besides God. But I think that having that father figure kind of thing around could help, even though like I'm not really big on the whole middleman idea. I think it helps to have that, even if you're not a church going guy. Like I'm not, and I'm perfectly like fine with not having that around. But like young men need that. So obviously Washington probably saw lots of young men out in the field, and he knows that they're going to need that help.
That's a good point. Thank you. I think Nina's trolling with this comment.
Do you mind if I read another paragraph, you guys?
Yeah, I gotta hop off. I have to get ready for my show later on tonight.
All right.
But thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Look forward to.
Can you comment one more time in the chat? I don't remember if I subscribed to you or not.
Yeah. I will drop my link in the back chat.
I'll share it then. Yeah, if you put it in the back chat, I'll share it for the viewers.
No problem.
And I'm gonna want to get off of here soon, guys. So maybe you could go watch his show later. If you
Nice.
Hey, guy. What's your name again? Glenn or Larry?
Yeah, Glenn.
Glenn. Yeah. Who are you gonna have on your panel?
Tonight,
Yeah.
I am not sure if I am going to get who I expect to come on, but I probably will have Tom McDonald and Nova. They're hip hop artists.
I know that.
Come
Everybody
on.
knows who they are.
Okay, just making sure.
I don't know who Nova is. Come on.
Nova
His
is his wife.
girlfriend.
Well, his
Oh, they got
soon to be
married?
wife. They're getting married. I did a music video with him and Dax a couple months ago. So
Wow, cool.
yeah, if you ever watch the music video "Soldier" by Dax, you'll see me in there a lot. But Tom McDonald might be coming at the
You
end
were
of
in his video?
yeah. Look up the music video "Soldier," and you will see me in uniform.
Wow. You came here and talked with little people? That's nice of you.
I'm a little person myself. Well, I'm not little. I'm about 6 feet tall. So don't get any weird ideas. I ain't a midget. But yeah, no, I'm just a normal person like everybody else.
Well, do you have a minute to listen to this last paragraph?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Kitten is
Absolutely.
incorrect
I
on many
wanna- I-
fronts, as
I
we
wanna
will
hear it.
see throughout the book. For starters, Washington believed in God, referred to God by many names intended to honor him. Hundreds of times did, indeed, speak of providence some 270 times. And in fact, there are written records that Washington partook in Christian communion both before and after the war. Furthermore, the alleged deists wrote would have been quite marginal at best. Benjamin Hart notes that at the beginning of the American Revolution, 98.4% of the Americans claimed to be Protestant, 1.4 claimed to be Roman Catholic. Thus, 99.8% were professing Christians. This certainly corroborates Benjamin Franklin's telling observation published in 1794 on the faith of his contemporary fellow Americans in the midst of Washington's presidency. That's it.
Well,
Thank
thank you for that.
Oh man.
I appreciate that. I will
you.
catch you guys all in the next one.
All right.
Later, Glenn.
I have a good one. Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you all.
God bless you. Thanks.
God bless us, everyone.
God bless us, everyone.
Oh, wait. So Adriana and Seesaw were having a chat about why women want to lead men. Hold up. Let me pull this back up. I don't know why women even want to lead. I don't get it. Is it for attention, ego? I don't want to lead men. Laughing, crying emoji. Okay. And Seesaw said it was for the power, their ego, and loving attention. I do think that's a part of it, but I also think men are like
Men are weak too.
weak.
That's why.
And they want their mamas, and they want women to be the mama. If they,
Right, but that's the chicken and the egg thing.
yeah.
So
But it can often push women into that maybe wouldn't step into that if she's, because I've had men like trying to push me into positions that of where like taking on maybe more than I think a woman should.
yeah.
And I have to like delicately dance around that because like for one, I want to be of service and I want to be of help where I can, doing what I can. And then at the other level, I don't want to be usurping authority that a man should have.
That's you know what? Someone, I think it was Adriana, just brought up in chat something about OnlyFans.
Oh Lord.
And you know, yeah, there's like these women that they're coming out and they're trying to use their whole going to Christian values, and they're using this as like a way to get more attention. Women, they might not be able to become like mayor or governor or president, but they're getting this leadership thing through the simps that they have on OnlyFans, where they feel that thrill of like commanding all these men, you know, and then all of a sudden now she was digging it when she was doing it, but now she's got all this attention, so she's got to spin it somehow. So now she's becoming a Christian. She found God. Did you hear that whole thing? Was it Joel's show where he was doing that thing?
Nala, the
Yeah.
redhead.
Yeah, like
I don't think she's red hair anymore, but she had that bright red hair.
yeah. Now, some people were getting kind of frustrated that people aren't so keen on thinking that this woman is becoming a Christian and maybe she's coming to God, but like there's a whole slew of these OF girls that are doing this now, and it might only just be because of the attention they get. I really don't think that you're gonna want to put your stuff out on TikTok about you becoming closer to God. If you're really becoming closer to God, are you really still going to keep seeking that attention and validation from everyone?
Well, I do think if you've been publicly sinful, then you do have a responsibility to publicly repent. You know what I mean? If you've been like out in the public, putting yourself out there, being a whore, then you do, and you've found that that's wrong, and you still have a platform, you should maybe say something. I mean, I've done it here where I've like repented of a lot of things.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that
I don't want people to like think it's okay. I don't want to go out into the, I could fade away, and I have a small platform comparatively to like one of these women, but like, it's a delicate dance, but it's like, what is she doing now as well? Like, and
that's the thing. Like she doesn't have any skills. She doesn't have any drive to do anything else. So she's going to continue to do this social experiment where she makes money off of it. Like if you are truly an honest woman or an honest person and you found out that your whole life was a lie, and all of a sudden you're going through this spiritual thing where you feel God's love, are you really still going to be, like you say, it's for repentance, for doing your thing and trying to make it?
I don't know that that's the case with these women. I have no idea.
Because if you're truly coming to God, you don't want anyone's attention. I don't think you care.
True, but you may want to say something publicly if you have a large following that, what you were doing was wrong.
I mean, it's like when, like say you're at your job, you got a blue collar job, and someone finds out that you've been stealing company time. You're not gonna have that chance to sit around and try to like tell everyone that you've done something wrong and now you've seen what you've done. You're just gonna leave. You're gonna go away. Like there's no reason to stick around.
Well, it's because you'd be fired.
But I mean, but you're not gonna care what your fellow employees thought of you when you left. You're just gonna go.
That's true, to a certain degree, and also like it's just the circumstance. I don't know if I had like.
I don't think that she's being. I don't think she found God, is what I'm saying. I think that a lot of these women are taking advantage of men and their situation, just like they've been doing, and we're all like in this big perversion of social attention where we all have to have this attention. Why do you need attention? Like when you become like, when you wake up and you realize that your whole life you've been doing these things wrong, or maybe this recent string of things that you've been doing, you find out that you've been selfish and you've hurt other people, you're hurting yourself. I think you're just going to stop doing it and you're just going to go on with your life. And you're not going to have to like worry about what everyone thinks about you.
I don't think it's about worrying what people think about you to publicly repent.
Yeah, it is. Because why do you need to publicly repent? What does that have to do with your relationship with God?
You've been publicly leading people astray.
I'm not telling people I can't communicate my salvation to others. I can't save other people. So what's the point?
You can't save others, but you can tell them the truth.
Like if I give you, if I'm witnessing, does anyone convert, or all of a sudden they have salvation because of what I say?
No, but it may plant a seed that may grow.
No, I think it's through my lifestyle and seeing what I do after that happens. And they see that this man that overcame that, and now look what he's done in this past year. His whole life has changed, and now he's living the lifestyle of a person who's with God. It's not, oh, he just told me this,
You can hop on. I mean, time will tell, I think,
with these women, you know. Time will tell who they are. Time will tell us if they, you know, humble themselves and, you know, embrace a godly life, or if they continue to chase that paper and that attention and that glory, you know. But I do think, like, if I don't know, if I were in that position where I'd been like a video hoe online, and you know, I had like, I don't know, 20 million followers, and all these people knew me, I would probably feel like that I needed to say something.
You would feel that because you're still in your thoughts and your feelings at that point.
I don't know. I've heard that from other Christians, that you should publicly repent if you are in public saying things that are wrong or leading people astray, that you should repent for that, that you should course correct and tell people that you were wrong. Because I've seen it with other Christians. Like one woman was using female pronouns for a transgendered male, like, you know, and she became convicted that was wrong, and she publicly stated like that she would not do that again, you know, or that she, you know, understood that difference. And that was like a minor thing compared. Oh, I don't know. A lie is a lie. A deception is a deception. A wrong is a wrong. It's like,
yeah.
She felt from her faith that she should repent publicly from that. That she had a responsibility that so many people had heard her call a man a woman.
I think one thing is repenting publicly if you have led other people astray. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. However, when you use that to profit and to continue, you know, basically with the grift, like in this case that you guys were talking about, this Nala girl.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this woman did porn. Just her name, the fact that her name is out there means that her porn will be out there forever. Her story is out there forever. So just her existence on the internet means that she's going to continue leading people into her porn, whether she wants it or not. Maybe she wants it, I don't know. But even if she doesn't want that, just the fact that her name is out there, people are going to look up her porn. And as Christians, you know, we're also told to not lead others into sin. You need to do everything in your power to not cause someone else to sin. I'm pretty sure there's verses about it, that you shouldn't lead others into sin. And so when you have these really prideful online prostitutes and porn stars being like, I'm here to inspire others and you can't tell me what to do. And it's like, you did porn and I see no shame in you. I see no humility in you. All I see is entitlement. All I see is you asking for people to accept you and perceive you in a favorable manner. Where's the humility? Because I just don't see it. I think if these women were truly repenting, they would disappear. You can make a public apology, say something like, okay, everything that I did, you know, it was wrong. I was lost. I was without God and all of that, and then disappear. That would be a truly repentant woman. And yet that's not what I see.
I agree with that.
And if you listen to her repentance, it's all basically like, you know, hoopla, like my feelings this and my feelings that, and I feel pity and all this stuff. And it's all about feelings. It's not true salvation in my regard. Like, I feel like if all you're just doing is telling us a story about how God spoke to you and now you just feel terrible, and then you're just going to be like, now I'm going to go on this huge push now where I'm going to try to help others, when you're just becoming a child of God and all of a sudden you're now this personal savior for everyone. Like, that's just it's blasphemy. Because now
Paul in the Bible took like, I think it was like 3 years. Paul in the Bible, it took him about 3 years to study scripture before he went on to spread it. So you have even Paul, you have an apostle that took years to try to become better, to try to learn what is right and what is wrong. And even then, even after that, you know what Paul would say? He said, "I am not worthy of being an apostle." Even
Right.
after all of that, he still felt that way. And now, like I said, you have these so-called repentant harlots being like, "I repented. You need to accept me.
Yes,
You're a
JP.
bad Christian. You're such a bad Christian." Is that the Christian thing to do? It's like it's so entitled. Like, and if you point it out, you get other Christians being like, "Yeah, you're such a bad Christian. You should not judge." It's like, what is this Christianity that we have right now? This isn't Christianity.
Oh, you're talking about like revisionist Christianity where they don't want us to judge righteously?
Well, yeah, but that's liberal Christianity, basically, which is not Christianity, right? It's like, don't judge, just accept
Yeah, no,
everyone.
we have to judge. We have to be like, yo, girl, don't be trying to kill your baby.
You have to discern is what you have to do. Now, I won't have to be a person that goes out and goes like, "Hey, everybody, this person is a liar." You know, I'm not going to have to do that, but you can have discernment and say this person is obviously full of crap. Like this, you're just using this as a tool to springboard onto another platform in order to make more money.
Yeah, but then they'll say, "Oh, you're leading people away from Jesus by doing that." It's like these
Yeah,
people are already away from Jesus. What are you saying? I haven't led them
right.
away. They're already away from Jesus.
Yeah, because whether I judge them or not, they're still going to be in that position. I mean, they're just using it to their. That's why, like, again, and like politicians do it. You know, they'll be like, "Oh, now I'm going to go from far left to far right, and now I'm on your side, and now I'm going to." And then they get in office, and they still do the same crap that they were going to do anyway, but they just wanted your support. You know, so like they're just faking. They have this front that they're putting on in order to sell to you an idea, and then now that's why politicians, they could just call themselves a Republican or a Democrat and they're going to get votes because there's only one or two on a ballot, and you could say all you want during the like um, during the candidacy, but then once you get in office, you can do whatever the heck you want because you're making money. And these women that say that they're all of a sudden touched by God, like you said, they're going to disappear. If they were truly, honestly touched by God, they're going to see the error in their ways, and they're going to try to make it right, and they're going to work on themselves. They're not going to work on continuing the business, you know.
I don't know. Well, okay, let's compare it to another woman. You all know about Doreen Virtue, right? Doreen Virtue is like a new age. She was a very famous new ager that came to Christianity, and she publicly came out, and she had designed tarot cards. Actually, she had multiple decks that she had designed, and she came forward and began the process of basically repentance and getting her name off of those cards. Her publisher, she had to get severed from her publisher. She lost a lot through the process, though. She gave up her entire life that she had over. I mean, she ended up, selling the home that she had in Hawaii, and all the animals she cared for, losing that. And she does make Christian content now, but she doesn't really make any money from it. She just makes it to, advise people about deception and not falling into things. It's a testimony to, because her name is attached to all of these evil, wicked things, she wants a record of her repentance.
That seems more genuine to me.
I definitely think she's 100% genuine, because she's you can just tell. And she was willing to lose everything to be, to be found.
That makes sense. And she continued it, and she stuck with it, and now she's an acting Christian now, and she went from another platform, and she just used her experience in networking to continue on to become a witness, and she stayed with it. So now I could see that being a thing where somebody, they repent publicly and then they work on themselves. But the thing is, are you able to work on yourself and then just start, witnessing for everybody else like immediately? Or are you just going to be like aren't you truly just a baby at that point?
No, she didn't like there was a time when she wasn't making any content, and she was kind of like, I think working on her faith and her life, and she's it's been over years. I think, when did she come forward as a Christian? I think it was like 2014 or something that she was saved.
Yeah, so she went through a process.
Yeah, it was a long process. It wasn't like a day, and she definitely, I mean, she did make some videos about like, asking people to like burn her cards or like throw them away or things like that.
That seems more genuine.
Yeah, like she wanted.
The thing is, though, like with Adriana said,
The design, though, they're out there. She can't do anything about them. Like the kind of like the porn these women make, like they're printed, and you know what? There's all these bootleg printers and out of Asia that are printing her cards and stuff that she has no control over. She was able to sever with her publisher, but she could only do so much, and she had, I think, because her name is on these things and she has attachment to it, she does feel like she has to have something public as well. That's like, if people look her up or find any interest in her for some reason, they need to see,
That's like when the people show up to your channel and they're from back, they're the viewers from back in the day, and they're like, "I'm so disappointed. You don't hate men. What's going on?"
That happened today, actually. Tobias was in the chat and he was like, "I subscribed to you 10 years ago." Like, what the,
You're a Christian now. What the?
Yeah.
You had told us that you were invited to the hot seat, I think, with Jesse, right?
On the Fallen State. I was invited.
So have you reconsidered doing it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
Stacey, why are you psychoanalyzing me? What? I don't even know what ISTP is.
It's
She
a
likes
personality type.
She does that with everybody.
Well, I don't even know what that is. What's ISTP?
It's a personality type.
Intuitive, sensing, thinking, perceiving.
Okay.
That would be I think that's right. If I'm wrong, let me know, Stacy.
Because I'm not gonna go off and look up what it is. I just was like looking for a short answer. But I don't know. I'm not Googling it.
Golden Rule TV says Terry still hates some of us. What do you mean? I don't hate anybody.
Hate is from the devil.
Right.
I don't have anyone I hate.
I know there was something I wanted to talk about and I can't remember.
You want to talk about squab or barbecuing?
Probably. That Glenn guy had 1,000 questions.
I know, that was amazing. I was like, dang.
I had no idea he had muscles and could get women. I'm saying because some of the chicks in the chat were saying something like, I think Adriana said the guys who believe in the polygamy can't even get a wife, right?
Oh yeah, I said that.
That's possible.
I didn't get the impression he supported polygamy, though.
No, I don't think she was talking about him.
No, I wasn't talking about him. I was just speaking generally.
Yeah, because he wanted to talk. He was wanting to talk about that on one of his. I think he was describing his channel of things he talks about.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna try to be the devil's advocate for it, but I don't have it in me.
I've seen Sister Wives. I know how it ends.
It sounds
Right.
so like full of drama. Who wants that?
Yeah, that too. And then like also like there's no way you can't feel the same way about multiple people.
And I'm just thinking about the children. Imagine you're a kid and you grow up in a house where your dad has other wives and those other wives have other children and you're all like living together. How do you even manage that? It's so weird.
I mean, they're usually in a lot of poverty, and they're, the moms that aren't legally married will collect welfare, which is it's big taxpayer fraud, which is why the state of Utah goes after them so
Yeah.
heavily.
Saves a lot of money on healthcare too. Like they can get healthcare that they don't have to pay for. Like
Yeah,
food
but
stamps.
then the whoever the legal wife is usually like the favored one, or the first one, so her kids get a much better deal.
Yeah.
There's no way to be equitable with the children, and if how men feel about the mother, it does reflect in how the children get treated most of the time. Like when there's multiple baby mamas in a situation, like if he loved the mom at any point, the kids are going to probably be treated much better than if she was just a hookup.
Yeah.
It's just human nature.
I don't think it's even possible to be like, I don't know. It's more like a common sense thing. It just feels wrong. You know what I mean? From like a primal state that I'm not going to want to take care of this many women and have to protect this many children. I don't think you would, like, even an animal would only have so much in their litter before they know they're not going to survive the winter. So they're not going to have that many. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem right from the beginning.
Plus, I don't want nobody else sleeping with my husband.
Right. Even if you're not a jealous person, it just doesn't seem right.
No.
So, Matt, does it make you feel like if that was a situation you had to be in, would you feel like you weren't equipped to like protect all the children?
Wait a minute. The beginning of that, I mean, if I was in a position,
Yeah, like if you were in that
choice,
hypothetically,
like it
and
would have
you
had to
had
been
no
my choice to
choice.
be in that.
No,
So,
I'm
like,
just saying, like, let's say you were born and you're like, let's just say you're Osama bin Laden. Would you feel as Osama bin Laden that you couldn't protect all your children all over the world?
well, if I was him, I would probably have lots of guns and all kinds of planes. So I should be okay at that point. I mean, I'm selling tons of heroin to America at that point.
Nice. Bring back heroin.
Did you know, like, I'm one of those guys that is a veteran, and I'm not a proud veteran where I feel like I was like this awesome person just for like sacrificing myself and this and that, because after seeing the things over there where it's all like a charade, and a lot of those people out there, they had lives where they actually like grew crops and stuff like that. They had real jobs. But then when we were over there, the only real jobs they had were security forces and growing poppy seeds. Like, we made it more profitable for them. We caused the problems out there to begin with. And we were out there for over a decade. So it made me feel like if there are things that Osama bin Laden were dealing with, and then we got into it like Gaddafi. Like we put our hands in so many things. And when I say we, I just mean our government, because people don't really give a crap about things that go on across the ocean. We're just pulled into it for some reason. And they had to have, like, I'm another one of those conspiracy theorist guys where things have to happen for people to care. So they had to put this whole incident of like, oh, now there's terrorists and weapons of mass destruction and blah blah blah. So now we all get behind it, but it's all a lie. So like, I'm really all for Trump getting in and saying, I don't want any more wars. And the only thing is, did you see recently that Trump started saying that if anything happens, he's going to send all our troops to Hamas? Like if they don't give back all those prisoners?
Yeah.
He just said that. And I'm like, what are you doing? We were just saying how we didn't want any problems. And now you're going to tell us that we're going to send troops out there if they don't give us people? I mean, he might just be playing this as a strong hand, but like, don't say we're going to get into a war. I don't want that. I don't think that our kids need that. We're not prepared for it. We already got enough problems.
I don't know, but we have citizens.
Why are you clipping shit?
I don't know what she clipped.
She said she clipped the part where I said I sold a lot of heroin.
Dang it, Seesaw. Come on.
I think heroin means like a hero. You know,
Yeah.
like it's a female hero.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think I mean, he did say that he would be supporting like Israel in this fight against Hamas right now. And there are American citizens that are like being held as God, I'm tired hostages.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
if it
but
was
they might be dual
or-
citizens of America and somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't. I mean, even then, you know, like if I were taken hostage, I wouldn't want my government to do anything that they could in its power to get me.
yeah, they didn't really care during the Afghan pullout, did they?
No, but Trump isn't Biden.
Yeah, like that was just.
That was
It's-
horrible. That was humiliating, honestly. Oh, look who's here. What up, though, Greg?
Who is it? Who is it?
What is good, my people?
Good to see you.
Yeah, I made it.
What's up, Greg? We got to start talking Christian now.
So Terry was on before I went to work today.
And I'm still on now. And I told myself I wouldn't be doing these long streams anymore. But here I am.
Well, I started listening about 2 hours, 3 hours in, and then you're still on, and I'm off work. So it's been over 8 hours easily.
I put in a full shift today.
9 hours and 50 minutes.
Yep. Y'all better donate to Terri Strange.
Yeah, I didn't get one cash app, guys. Where my cash apps at?
Y'all better send a super chat.
Send me a super, send me a chat. Come on, guys.
Oh
I'm
my
working
God,
hard
you
for you. You see all the amazing guests I bring.
Please.
All the amazing.
Yeah, it was a
Please,
full
you guys, please don't let that poor black cat starve.
Yeah, Nero, my son is
Yes.
black. He needs food.
Man.
That poor
Good
kitty
choice.
have no teeth.
He doesn't have any teeth. He has to eat the pate version. He can't eat the chunky version.
Nero doesn't have teeth?
No, he don't.
What?
He's a gummy boy. When he bites me, it's all gums.
Not even his canines?
He don't have nothing.
How you got a toothless cat?
Because he's my baby.
Man.
Huh?
What are you feeding him?
He get wet food. Sometimes he gets chicken.
She chews it for him.
18 and 16 when they died, and they both had their teeth.
Well,
Yeah.
he had infections, you know. It was
Oh,
bad.
that'll do it.
Pain, you know.
That'll do it. The good old infections.
You should get him some veneers or something.
Yeah, you got to chew it up like a baby bird.
He's perfectly fine. You know, after he had the surgery to remove the teeth, I swear, 2 days later he was his old self. He'd been miserable for a long time, and then he finally was like, just. It was like, I don't know. It was amazing.
Does he have his claws?
Yeah.
Oh, at least he's got that.
Oh yeah. I want my baby not have claws and no teeth. That'd be sad.
All
Yeah,
this
they
time
wouldn't be.
I pictured Nero, I pictured a cat that had teeth.
Get back in
Just
shape.
to find out he has none. Poor guy.
The gummy boy. He still bites though. He doesn't care one bit. He gets or we'll be wrestling and he'll just like clamp down with that gummy little mouth.
You would think after all these great inventions they come up with, everything that humans get, cats and dogs get, you'd think they would have invented dentures by now for cats and dogs.
We don't need him having that. He can eat though without it. Like he's
Can you
okay.
imagine the bill? God,
Yeah.
dang.
And don't they tell you to brush your dog's teeth? That was like the biggest thing when I was a kid when I heard that. I'm like, you don't brush dogs' teeth.
Yeah, I
But
never had a cat have these issues before, but he had them, and it was like really devastating, honestly. And it was so expensive because actually, pet insurance will not cover dental. You
whoa.
can't get dental for
All right.
pet.
Good night, y'all.
Hey, good night, Matthew.
Well,
Thanks
I
for
gotta
coming
catch
on.
you.
Thanks for
Yeah, well,
sharing
good
all your insights.
Thank you, Matthew. God bless you.
night.
Night night.
Hi, Gregatron.
Hey. Hey, Terry, you got to put these people in the description box.
Oh Lord, I know.
Oh yeah, the ones that showed up, like the famous people, right?
Who
Yeah,
was famous that showed up?
Was
they,
with Tom McDonald and Nova.
I'm trying to think. Daniel was here.
what?
Glenn
Was it
something.
Clay or
Clay was
something?
here.
Yeah, he was funny. Okay,
And then Burning Bush and the Zealots Den.
you guys were talking about how some people will switch from one side to the other to get more clout, right? And I kind of agree with that. And the first thing I thought it was like Monica Lewinsky because no one knew who she was at all. And then she did the thing with the president. And now she's writing books and she's got a documentary on Netflix. And
There's a
Oh
documentary.
yeah,
she's a
she
famous
was
person
also
doing something wrong.
she was making money off that blue dress too, wasn't she?
Of course. So it's like, I don't think she was intentionally trying to be famous by doing it with Bill Clinton. But after the aftermath, 20 something
She
years
was put. I think she was put in that office, in that position, to pleasure him, not to work.
or to bring him down to make him lose his job.
I
But
think
you would think 20 years later, 25 years later, she still wouldn't be getting all these interviews, and somehow she kind of still is. What do you think about that? It's like you're famous for doing all the
I don't
wrong
think she was there to actually work, though. Somebody put her there for him.
she was technically an intern. I don't know like I don't know. Bill Clinton was a philanderer. So yeah, I love Simply Lemonade too.
good stuff right here.
Yep. I love lemonade. It's bad.
That's my
But
favorite beverage.
right on. I don't know what if she was placed there to take him down because he was a philanderer already. I honestly think she was just an intern that was inexperienced and she was kind of chubby. So in high school, guys didn't like her. And then the like most powerful man in the world is giving her attention and it went to her head. You know how it is. It's human nature.
Yeah, but in her position, like, could you blame her for doing the deed, and then could you blame her for being famous?
I don't believe that. I think she said that nobody liked her in high school.
She was fat. No guys were gonna like her when she's in high school.
Maybe
Even
she
if they
was
did
on
like
the
her, they
DL.
were
Maybe she was a secret
telling
hoe.
after high school. What?
Maybe she was a secret hoe all along, doing things like that since the get-go.
It's possible.
Maybe. I think she was just a sitting duck that, like, let herself be some low hanging fruit and like kind of became a public laughing stock because of it. And I think she's had a little bit of a redemption story, you know. She got her little anti-bullying campaign. She was living in Portland for a while, actually.
So you said she was a laughing stock, but at what point did she go from being that to a famous person? Like when you think Monica Lewinsky today, you don't think of a laughing stock. She's like a quote unquote powerful woman today, thanks to all these interviews and documentaries and
We lost
all this
Adriana.
sort of stuff.
I wanted Adriana's input about this. Oh well.
Yeah, Adriana, you need to come back up here, please.
She might
We
have.
need you.
I don't know. She's gonna go to sleep. She's a couple hours ahead, so she probably.
She's not gonna go to sleep.
Well, she might be going on Discord. Who knows? Come on.
People still got to take a shower and eat.
Well, it's like it's 10. Well, it's almost 10 o'clock here, and I'm gonna be out of here by 10 or at 10. At
It's
least.
almost midnight here.
And I think she's in the same time zone. So yeah. Have a good rest, Adriana.
That's why I say you guys rock. I don't know how y'all can sit there for that long.
Oh, she did leave a message that she's going
I know
to
you take your breaks, but still.
I had my groceries get delivered. I had to put those away.
Say what?
I had my groceries delivered. I had to go put those away.
Okay. Still.
I probably didn't eat enough today, though, now that I think about it. I've been
Why do you
sitting
say
here.
that?
I'm just thinking, like, I was planning to eat, like, something, and I probably had enough calories, but I did not have enough nutrition. Oh, well. It's all about the calories. I'm good.
But did your stomach growl today? Did your body tell you, hey, we need more calories?
It did growl a little bit, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to live. I got a little bit of reserve on me.
You won't starve to death.
I ain't going to starve to death. I'm good. I ate a donut on stream, so I'm good. That had to have, like, what, 300 calories or something in it. I'm good.
You have that miracle donut.
Adriana asked, what did you want to ask? I just was wanting to know your opinion about the Monica Lewinsky thing, but I don't know. Oh, dang it. See, Sal, who you coming for with that?
Adriana has been on fire lately.
Yeah, Adriana got the good points. We love Adriana's input.
Shout out to Adriana. Flowers. Shout out.
You go, girl.
We love
Yeah,
Adriana.
shout out to Adriana Flowers.
That's
She's
a fact.
awesome. Awesome.
True Talk on the Terri Strange channel featuring Adriana Flowers and Gavin the Gruesome. So you live in California, right?
Yeah, being homeless is tough in these streets in California.
That's what I
Gavin
meant.
Newsom wants us all to die.
So if you're homeless, what's that like now with all these fires and crap? Like, how are you even
Everyone's going to be homeless. You get to be homeless. You get to be homeless. You get to be homeless. And y'all get to be homeless.
It does seem
and
like
he wants
that.
to buy
I know a
all
lot
the
of
land
people are gonna be
and
made
send it to Xi Jinping and his buddies.
So is there a convention center or something where everybody's going for that type of stuff? Like an evacuation area?
Where's Joelle? What happened to Joelle?
People were stranded. They couldn't escape because they couldn't see to drive through, and they were like crashing into each other. And then people were abandoned. They were told to abandon their cars.
Right.
And Steve Gutenberg was trying to tell people to leave your keys in the car if you ever have to abandon your car, so that people can move the car out of the way. And to don't even think of it as though you're parking your car in a parking lot. Just leave, just get out of there and be safe, because it was really bad. Like, I don't know if you saw, but like it looked like Lahaina, Maui, where like the fire was blowing like tunnels.
Yeah.
Or what's it called?
That is somebody to steal your
Tornado
car.
fire tornadoes.
Right? I said the downside to that is somebody else could steal your car because the society is not honest.
Yeah. Although I don't know. I mean, like, I think it's when you're in that position of having to abandon your car, like, people are fleeing for their lives, really.
But still, you got people who would take advantage of a crisis and steal a bunch of cars.
That's true. And people's property and land and homes and all
And they'll
that
turn
stuff.
around and sell all that stuff and make a bunch of money because they're dishonest. So you can't trust people either way to do the right thing. Unfortunately.
This is going to be bad. This is going to be a bad one. I'm the silver lining is I think Gavin Gruesom's over.
I wanted Larry Elder to win, but they didn't want Larry Elder.
I know. Well, he
Larry Elder, I don't think he was trying hard enough to win. Do you?
I was excited about Larry Elder because I actually knew who he was. I was like, oh, I know that guy.
Oh, and also I heard that he did have enough votes. I did hear he did have enough votes, but that the people, the representatives, wouldn't basically acknowledge it or something.
Gavin Newsom's like the king of California, though. Larry Elder wasn't going to overthrow him. That dude.
He thinks he's the king of California just because his auntie is, a gang member with the mafia.
Exactly. He has all them people backing him up. Probably a bunch of
The
lobbyists.
Joe Biden gang, he's the fake Catholic in the house.
Like Larry Elder's big, but he's not that big. Like Trump only won because Trump is Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Against Hillary Clinton. You got to be somebody big to beat Gavin Newsom. I mean,
well, that he could, but the thing is, though, with that, he could destroy himself.
Yeah, now he can absolutely.
Yeah, he's going to destroy himself. Nobody is going to go defeat him. He's going to dig his own grave.
I think enough people see him now.
We'll just gently, lead him there.
Right, but go ahead.
I don't know how this continues. What about Karen Bass? That was astounding, being out of the country.
She's the worst.
And just her expression with that reporter. I love that it was an Irish accent asking her because they have those really sweet, honest voices.
Yeah.
What did that do? She's just speechless.
She should be ashamed of her damn self.
She didn't have a prepared statement that's the other thing to me. She didn't have a prepared statement, at least when she got the plane. She didn't think there was going to be reporters in her face.
Come on now. You would think she would have something. Just anything. Or just make a normal excuse and lie.
God said it. I want it.
Yeah.
Newsom is over if you want it.
I'm used to our government lying to us, but to not say a word at all, that's bad. That's even worse than lying. Because you couldn't even think of a good enough lie for us to fall for.
Or to show that you were thinking of us and cared enough to lie.
So you're a bad politician if you can't even think of a lie.
So, are you talking about when instead of addressing the issue, he wanted to blame Trump? Are you talking about that?
We're talking about the mayor when she was at the airport when that reporter was asking her questions.
Oh,
the
mayor. Okay.
You're looking crazy.
Should I pull it up?
Yeah, please, if you can, because I didn't see it. I thought he was talking about Gavin when he wanted to address Gavin.
She had a blank stare on her face like this. She was looking like she just saw a ghost. And she was looking like the reporter wasn't even there.
Because she's being told what to say, right?
She was told what not to say. Need to charge my phone.
It doesn't even seem like they were prepared at all. She has a whole team behind her. She's mayor of one of the biggest cities in the country, going through a crisis.
It's just outrageous.
It is.
It's wrong. It's so wrong. Okay, I got it here. I got the
But
video.
but check this out. It's not like Gavin Newsom is gonna make her in trouble. She's not gonna be punished or anything like that because their governor is a S head, SHI, you know what head.
Yeah, but I
So
think
she won't be reprimanded
no,
because
but
these people are on the same page. You know what I mean?
I'm just hoping her career is over. That's all.
The people have to vote her out. That's them both out. They need to be voted out.
All right. Well,
All
let me
right.
hit play. Oh shoot, it's on mute. Dang it. How is it on mute? Like, how often is it that you open up a video and it's on mute? That wild.
You know why it's
What,
on
what
mute?
the hell
Right?
is wrong
Because
with her
she's on
hair?
mute.
What is wrong with her hair? Is she wearing a rug?
While their homes were burning.
She's on mute.
Regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor. Have you no response to that? Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
He called her incompetent.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
Looking crazy.
No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Looking crazy.
All right,
And that reporter, he's being calm and peaceful. He's not like yelling at her, screaming at her. No, he's asking reasonable questions.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
But that alone shows her cowardice. Like, why would they feel?
She should not be allowed to run away because she's a public servant. She has to answer to the people.
But the people who voted for her, they can see they voted for a coward. Why would you want a coward to lead you? If you're in battle, you want the leader to be the toughest mofo on the battlefield. She's not going to be the first one on the battlefield. She'll be the last one. And that's who they picked to lead their city. And Gavin Newsom, same thing with the state. They picked the weakest, most pathetic, most pretentious fools to run their state. And my state's no better, to be honest.
We aren't really voting for him, Greg. There's a lot of illegitimate votes that are going towards Gavin Newsom and a lot of Democrats.
Yeah, we can't trust the electoral system as well. I mean, yeah, you were talking earlier about how they have caregivers voting on behalf of people who aren't even competent to vote.
I just don't
For those
get
that
it.
have
It's
caregivers, they
crazy.
probably are, but I'm saying like the actual social workers are actually the ones that get permission and they basically keep it on the books as they still have permission. I don't know how often they have to renew that permission.
But you know there are a bunch of people in California who knowingly voted for her because for the same reason they voted for Kamala Harris, because she's black. That's a fact.
And because she's a woman, and because she's
Yeah.
a black woman at
I guarantee you.
But if you look at the maps, you'll see that it's mostly like the large cities that voted for them, right?
Just think about that. That's crazy. And it's not like she's the first black mayor in the world. We've seen it before. So the first this
I
and
mean,
that,
was
like
she black?
Obama.
She looked white. She looked like she had a brown wig on.
I thought when I was younger, I thought Obama would have ended all of that stuff. When Obama was the first black president, I was like, all right, cool. Now we don't have to talk about this stuff anymore. Then years later, everybody's so concerned about the first black mayor of
But
this city. Or
is
the
she
first black
black though? She
governor.
looks like a Mexican lady with a jerry curl or
Maybe
something
she'll be
with
the
the
first black
light
woman
brown jerry
to
curl.
get like
I
tarred
just
and
don't get.
feathered.
I just don't get why that's still a thing today. When Obama had 2 terms, if he was the highest in the land, why do they vote based off color and sex when it comes to a mayor? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, they already got what they wanted with Obama. So why do you still vote based off of that?
I don't think people have gotten what they wanted. What they want is to completely overhaul everything and to make it so that they'll feel relieved and that justice has been served when white people are in the minority and we have completely inverted the structures that have existed over time. So since white people have been dominant race for so long, they'll feel good and happy, and white men specifically, once society is completely inverted and white men are in the minority.
Yeah.
Just in terms of representation in government and all kinds of things. That's what they want.
Which is ridiculous. I know
It
a
is
lady.
ridiculous because, don't you want the most competent people running things? And it's not that black people or female people can't be competent, or black female people can't be competent, but if that's what they're leaning on and they keep getting pushed forward because that's what people want out of them and not what they do and deliver, we're screwed.
They're only voting for her and people like her because they're black, not because they're competent and black. Like, the competency is out the window as long as she's black. That's all that matters.
She's competent at being black.
She's competent. No, she's competent.
Gregatron, do you have any family that are black though?
She's competent at being incompetent. But I know I have a friend in Chicago who openly said she supported Lori Lightfoot for the same reason. And I was talking about how bad Lori Lightfoot was. And she told me, Greg, I don't care. We needed a black woman in there. I'm like,
but do you have any black family though, Greg?
Well, let me finish this. I said she's a crook. And then my friend said they're all crooks. We might as well get a black crook in there. I'm like, what? You're openly admitting.
Was that a female or a male friend again?
A female friend.
Wow, man.
Why don't you cuss her out and tell her she ain't your friend no more?
Man, why don't you worry about your own country?
This was years ago.
Names. You nasty little skank.
This person hates Trump. What did Mina say? Hold on.
You're being mean to me.
Comments. In the minority, they want to. Crazy.
Mina's a little bit unhinged. It's not even going to get to that, Mina, because society will crumble before it even gets to that.
That's insane.
Then they'll be like Rhodesia with the hands out, come back, help us.
Yeah.
Come back, white man, and white man's going to give them the finger.
And they don't even see that their own culture is just trash. And those type of people who vote that way and think that way, they're the first ones who celebrate Black History Month about being black and proud and black unity and black this and black that. But when black people do jacked up stuff, fighting in the streets, shooting each other, they just turn a blind eye like it's normal. Like, why is that normalized? And then y'all turn around and celebrate Black History Month.
What
And
does
these
Jesse
black,
Lee Peterson always ask? What's wrong
what's
with the
that?
blacks?
Right. So how can you be blackety black on one hand, and on the other hand, you won't even acknowledge the chaos that the community is participating in? That's like the wildest thing to me.
I
It's
don't
like
know if
you're,
you can't be pro-black and like ignore that so many
yeah,
people are
it's like
still,
you're accepting all the good, but you're denying all the bad.
yeah. It's
Well,
But
Greg, just be glad that you don't have any black family members, okay? And
oh,
just
we're
be
all black.
grateful. Just be grateful
Didn't you
that
see
you're.
Brothertron? Brothertron. He's not called Brothertron because he's a biological brother.
Who
No,
said
he's
who
white.
said Brother
Greg
Tron?
is white.
I did.
Oh, I'm well, no, they call me N-word Tron now.
No, I was talking about when you introduced us to your brother on stream weeks ago.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, that nice white gentleman. Yeah, I remember him. You guys are really nice white boys. I like you guys.
that's funny.
Hi,
Yeah, he was
hi,
talking,
Mana.
wasn't
Get some rest, girl. You've been up a long time, Mana. Good job.
he? That's funny. Yeah, my brother has a YouTube channel. I'll ask him if he wants to be up here.
That'd be fun sometime. Brothertron.
He talks about movies. He does movie reviews and stuff. And he likes music. But yeah, I'm just
Normie stuff.
I got friends who think like me. We're just a bunch of Uncle Toms because we just see the truth
You
for what
sound
it
like
is.
you can sing some country music. When you said I got friends, I thought you were gonna start saying I got friends in lowly places. What's that song go?
I
What's the
don't think
rest
I
of the
know
words?
Something about the Oasis.
Yeah, that one.
that. I know the one from Fresh Prince. That how many of us have them friends?
Oh,
Ones you can depend on, friends. I don't know what song you're singing. Mm-hmm.
oh,
Yeah.
wait, there's lights flashing out there. What's going on?
I'll look up the lyrics in the
It's the
phone game.
police. It's a popo.
They might be banging on your door here in a minute.
No, they ain't gonna be banging on my door.
Well, if they do, you have an alibi. You were here for 10.5 hours.
That's right, and I got video footage to prove it.
That's right, 10 hours worth. Officer, actually, I was here the whole time. Thank you.
Hey, so
Here's the
Greg,
link.
do you know this song?
Have a
What's
good
the
night.
friends in low places?
Video, share and subscribe.
Think about that. He's like, sorry to disturb you, man. Have a good night.
Wait,
said what?
Greg, what'd you just say? I thought you were gonna sing the
No.
Garth Brooks.
I made up a
I got
scenario.
friends in low places.
No, I wasn't going to sing that song. I was saying the cops banged on Terry's door. Like, man, we're looking for someone. And then she's like, no, officer, it's not me. Actually, we think it is you. No, I was here for the last 10.5 hours, and here's the video proof to prove it. Then he's like, oh, sorry to bother you, miss. Have a good night. That's called an alibi. Oh, it's Georgia, Florida.
I think that's a female cop.
What the?
There's a female cop out there doing female cop business.
What up, Georgia, Florida? Duck Pond Nationalist.
AK Pinochet's helicopter. I like the new name. I don't like Pinochet's helicopter.
I like the Christmas hat.
I do. I like George Floyd in heaven celebrating Christmas with Jesus. That's nice.
It's Georgia, Florida. Get it right.
Sorry. My bad.
I'm used to saying that now. Georgia, Florida.
Who was it that said that? Was that T? Called him
Earl. That was Earl.
Was it Earl?
Yeah.
God bless you, Earl, wherever you are.
I told Hake to see if he could reach out to call him. Like to see if he could find the phone lines. Because I'm like, I know they got to have caller ID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, poor Earl. He probably did.
Probably. Because he definitely would be calling if he was still alive.
And had access to the farm. Maybe he got in prison. Maybe he got put in jail.
For what, though? Earl wasn't a criminal.
But he had anger, and anybody who has anger is two hoops and a holler from being Jeffrey Dahmer.
But you wouldn't be in jail 4 years later unless you, like, killed. Well, you can't say killed anymore. Unless you off.
He probably deleted a guy at the liquor store.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Isn't that ridiculous? You can't say KILL anymore.
Okay.
Where can you not say that anymore?
You know, on YouTube, when people say deleted now, and they don't say suicide anymore, they say death by suicide.
No, they say unalived.
Unalived. I hate that. Oh, it's so ugly.
They don't
Unalived.
say RAPE. They say R word.
Well, they don't say the R word. They say grape.
Oh yeah, grape.
I'm like, that's ridiculous. You're using words that rhyme.
R word is better than graped because grape just sounds like
grape sounds
the
like
same thing. It sounds like the same thing.
Fruit.
No, grape feels like groping, like you're feeling someone up, which sounds just as bad. Horrible.
Did anybody cash app you outside yet, Terry?
No, not one, Latine.
Poor
You
Black
haven't been
Katie gonna
cash apped in 10
starve.
hours?
What?
You haven't been cash apped in 10 hours?
I have been cashed out in 10 and a half hours.
Not once today.
Ridiculous.
People are feeling it hard. You know, people in California.
But
I understand that.
It's like, you know, it feels like we are a last world country here anymore. It's not no second world country, no third world country, no fourth world country. This is like beyond that now.
And
It's
yesterday
like,
was my birthday too, and they didn't cash out.
oh my gosh, yeah. Yesterday was Terry's birthday. How old are you
What
now?
a bunch of horrible people.
Gregatron sent me a little something
Oh, yeah, I did.
on Kofi.
Yep.
I was like, oh dang, he just gave me a donation, then he gave me a little more. I was like, that's nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he gave you a Christmas present too. That's so sweet.
He did. I know.
The only time I give women money is on their birthday and Christmas, or that's about it.
Your anniversary, right, Greg?
Yeah. What anniversary?
You know, you said you only give women money for certain occasions, so like their birthday, Christmas, and if it's yours and hers anniversary.
That's more of a gift. That's not money.
Because she needs to get her nails done, her feet looking crazy. You're like, go to the salon. I don't want to look at your nasty feet. Or
for an anniversary or in general.
I'm just making stuff up.
My masseuse last month, she told me this is our anniversary. I'm like, what?
Your masseuse told you that?
Yeah.
She was trying to get a tip out of you?
Well, this is what she said. She said, this is your 12th appointment because I go once a month. She's like, this is your 12th appointment. And I was like, huh, really?
You should have said, okay, well, I'm going to have to start seeing someone else then.
Right. No, I always tip her, like my barber. I tip my barber. If you're doing like a service,
yeah,
you know, like a super chat, it's no different.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't just give women money just to give them money. Not at all.
Well, why would you give them money just to give them money?
Exactly. They don't give me money. Shoot. On the strength.
Something.
I mean, I started collecting cans and working extra long hours, you know, digging through all that trash just to get one more extra penny so I could afford to cash app or super chat Terry. And yeah, save your recyclables.
Although I give my cans to my friend who saves the money and usually uses it for like gatherings and events. So it's all good.
Did you cash app her outside? How about did?
Me today? No, I can't.
Don't worry
Now
about
with
it,
the
girl.
fire happening, I wonder if people are going to start coming to my area and taking over
Yeah.
territory and getting to the cans first.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of displaced people and refugees from this situation. And we are. We're like, this is the thing. America is in such a freaking state. We have so many like citizens just like devastated, and yet they're getting shafted, and we're like taking in other people under the guise of like sympathy or pity. And it's like, meanwhile, these people in America, citizens who've lost everything, get nothing. Makes no sense.
Our government hates us.
It does. Well, we hate them back.
Whenever there's a disaster, there's no help for the taxpayer, we the people,
Because
the
they want to take
law-abiding
advantage of
citizen.
it.
But the illegals, they can get a 5-star, 4-star hotel on our dime. But when people actually need something, like for an emergency, an actual emergency, and then they said a lot of the money went to Ukraine. And
Oh
a
yeah,
whole
they
bunch of
sent
other
like
stuff.
firefighting equipment to Ukraine.
Yeah. I'm like, what kind of mess?
I
So
don't
if
think they
they,
should have been bringing those people here to the United States.
what people?
No, whenever a war has ever happened in the United States, nobody came to save us and take us to their countries. Leave those people there, please. Send them back.
They can figure it out. That's right. It's just a mess. Like, if you're still voting for Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom in the upcoming election, you really get what you deserve.
A lot of those people seem like low IQ and retarded, and
But I was looking at CNN just to say what they were saying, and it's like nothing about it was negative about those two at all. It was like, oh, Trump is blaming Gavin Newsom for the fire. So even when it's his fault or he's a part of it, they're still blasting Trump for blasting Gavin Newsom. They're
yeah,
just
but
finding another way to blast Trump
you
instead of
know,
blasting the people who are in that state. Like that's
George
CNN.
Soros. You did hear about George Soros going to buy radio stations next, right?
I don't think so. Refresh
They
my
can't buy up the JLP network, are they?
I just know that George Soros is supposedly trying to buy radio stations now.
I wouldn't be surprised. I thought his son was taking over because he's so old.
Supposedly, people like him are just patsies and just somebody they can blame, but they're working for other people.
Gosh.
The swamp is deep. The
We're gonna
swamp
drink
is...
again.
Say what?
Yeah, Golden Rule TV said something interesting. He said the next 11 days are going to be like really crazy. Do you think
Probably.
that has something to do with it? Like, I wonder about these fires. It doesn't make sense that there's even these crazy fires at this time of year, at how wet everything has been. Like, how did these fires start and spread? It doesn't, like, it's not fire, like, I don't want to say fire season because that's a myth as well. These fires shouldn't be happening like they do, but like usually they happen in late summer, early fall.
So
When
I don't. So
everything's dry, not in the middle of winter when everything's wet.
I was surprised that none of you guys mentioned anything about rumors of drones doing this to California.
Oh my God, do you think it's the Chinese?
It didn't snow
Who
at all prior to
knows?
this either, did it?
For all I know,
Oh yeah,
Terri,
Mount Baldy
it's
was
Elon
bald.
Musk doing it.
You think
No,
Elon Musk?
it's Gavin Newsom doing it. For all I know, it's Nancy Pelosi doing it. You know what I mean? It could be anybody.
Your boy Gavin Newsom got a brand new mansion. Brand spanking new.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Ricky Lake lost hers.
That's wild.
And he also put that home in an LLC in his children's initials of their first names. And you know what? I talked to some really interesting people in public recently, and I asked them about this. They were black and they had like, they had like jewelry. They looked kind of like gangstery, and I had a
Were they black
conversation with
Hebrew
them. They were
Israelites?
black guys, right? And they were like, they know that he's, crooked, but they also said he's a smart businessman.
Who's
Well,
this?
those things often go hand in hand, don't they?
Yeah, those guys that I ran into, they said that Gavin Newsom is crooked, but that he's making really smart financial moves. I don't know if
Oh,
they
yeah.
really understand that Gavin Newsom is actually screwing them. I think they did, but it didn't really seem like to bother them what he's doing.
A lot of crooked people are smart. That's how they remain crooked for so long. Because they're playing the system. They know what they're doing. Oh, yeah. He's like one of the best politicians ever when you think about it. Because he's so crooked, but he's so like squeaky clean and nicey nice.
Yeah, but the
He's like
media
Obama,
is hiding
kind of.
it though. The
He's
media,
like
like you were saying earlier,
yeah.
they're helping him by hiding it.
Well, he has so much power behind him with Nancy Pelosi, but he's like a white Obama with good hair.
That's a good way of describing him.
Yeah.
Ooh, you think he likes men too?
Why you got to go there with it? I'm saying him and Obama, they're both 6 feet tall. They're great speakers. They're good with people.
Slender, builds.
He's a people person like Obama.
Mm-hmm.
But the only difference is he has good hair.
Yeah, Obama loves the Larry Sinclairs with the good hair.
No, don't say that name on this channel. I don't want to get.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't say anything. That's just an opinion. A rumor.
He likes to eat eclairs. He likes to eat chocolate
he likes
eclairs.
to eat
Is
French
that what you're saying?
eclairs, chocolate
French
eclairs,
Jewish eclairs,
all kinds of pastries.
I'm not talking about rumors. I'm talking about reality.
pastries.
In reality, he's a great politician because he's a slippery snake. And the people love that. They would rather be lied to by someone like him than told the truth by someone like Trump.
But what a lot of us in California know is that he lies. The media is lying for him. Most people did not vote for him. It's like the social workers that are voting for all the disabled adults and then all these illegals. Like these illegals are able to go and get programs, like go to the WIC office or to the welfare office, and they ask them, are you registered to vote? And then they register them to vote. And then all they have to do is call them and say, can I vote for you, send your ballot for you? And then Gavin he's sending all these ballots all automatically without you requesting one to everybody's home. And all you have to do
is
mail it back.
possible. It's very well possible.
It's very, very crooked.
Y'all, I gotta call the stream. It's time.
Yeah,
It's done. I let it go even longer.
Well, thanks for having me on at the last minute.
I'm
That's
glad
cool.
you popped in. I'm glad you popped in.
Yeah. Well, I told myself if they're still on when I get off work, I'm gonna have to say something because that's some good work.
Hey, I got the week off. So I'm gonna have some fun.
Oh, well, that explains it.
I didn't have to work today. I don't have to work tomorrow.
Oh, good. Because I was listening to the Hake Report still, and then you jump on. I was like, wait, I'm not even finished yet with the Hake Report because I wake up late because I work evenings. So I'm always behind on the shows because I watch them from the beginning. And then you were on. I'm like, what the? Ain't no way she's on this early in the day. That explains it.
I called in today. I was like, I tried to call in
what did you
yesterday,
say?
but I ran out of time, so I had to like call back in.
Well, when you
Well, what
jumped
did
on
you
your
say?
stream, I was still listening to your call. I'm like, what the?
Nice.
Well, whose channel did you go to, and what did you say?
I jumped on Terry real quick, and then I was like, oh, you're talking to Terry.
Terry, what did you say?
I called the Hague report, and I think, what did we talk about? We talked about the racism test and like
The Irish.
trans stuff. He teased me about being Irish. What else?
Criminals and stuff.
Oh yeah, cops and robbers.
Oh yeah, that was a good part. Yep.
I noticed that like a lot of cops have the same mindsets as criminals, which is I mean, and to catch a crook, you got to be a crook.
That's an
You
interesting
think like a crook. You have to
topic.
think.
Or think like a crook.
one.
That's right. That's it.
So,
you know.
So I don't
Yeah.
know the law about this in certain states, but like if you're living in a box, I'm just kidding. If you're in a home and somebody's shooting
Girl,
at
you
you
trying
at
to
your
keep the
house,
conversation still going?
Exactly.
if somebody starts shooting at you in your house and they're outside your house and you're surrounded by like a gang and they're trying to shoot you in your house, do you have the right to shoot back at them, or does the government expect you to just hide in a corner and call the police so that they can come rescue you?
It depends on your state. But if somebody's inside your house, if you feel threatened, whether you feel threatened or not, if you're gonna shoot that person, you have to kill him, because if you don't, that person can escape and turn around and sue your dumb ass. So you have to finish. Well, you can't say kill, but you have to end them. Therefore, it's your word against a dead man's word. So then, when the cops do arrive, you can just say, "Oh, I had fear for my life."
But David from Ocala would shoot him in the kneecap.
You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to shoot it.
You should
And
shoot with intention, especially if
Yeah.
somebody's invading your home. I'm gonna shoot to kill.
you should.
Like I don't know who this person is. I don't know what they want. Like
Well, the argument was, well, what if they're just stealing a TV? I don't know if they're stealing a TV. They could be using that TV as a weapon to beat me and my family. The TV could just be a front. You don't know these people's intentions. Yep. Real quick about criminals. Have you seen Brooklyn's Finest?
no.
Okay. See if you can find that. It's about dirty cops and corruption and crime and gangster stuff. It's good.
Sounds good.
Yep. Brooklyn's fine. It's from like 2009 or something like that.
I hope to God, you know what? I wanted to pray on stream earlier, but yeah, like let's just have
Zenny was trying to jump on.
Zenny has never jumped into my chat, not once. He ain't never jumped in and been like, hey, he's always like, I'm eating, or y'all, like he's in the chat, you know.
There's not enough that food in the world.
Zenny's
All right, well,
like,
thanks.
is
I'll let
JLP
you-
on fire right now? I hope to God not. I hope everyone's okay. Like, I
Okay.
am worried. I haven't looked up anything about the fire since I've been on, so I don't know where it's at.
I gotta send JLP a super chat because
Yeah, and
they're
I've been going
working.
live. I've been
They're
going
still
live every night.
working. Wouldn't you think it would be like a natural emergency where no one goes to work for a week or something? Like COVID, they did stop the spread. That was 2 weeks. You're telling me you can't stop working for 1 week because of a fire that's affecting the whole state? It looks
I mean,
like.
they might have to. I think they just have the attitude that they're going to go until they have to stop.
They're just alpha males.
No, but I mean, isn't Gavin Newsom like actually doing nothing? He doesn't go to work for weeks, just like Biden, right?
I was gonna say you're thinking Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe never goes to work.
No, I mean like Gavin Newsom, all he does is like walk in his grapevine fields and goes to Pine all day and go to French Laundry restaurants with his buddies.
Well, he
He'll
does that
stop
with his
in at
hands in his
Nancy's.
pockets too.
He'll stop in at Auntie Nancy's,
I'll let you
Pelosi's,
go to
and
bed.
Yeah, I
he'll
gotta
get
go,
some ice
y'all.
cream. Good night.
Thanks, Fergatron. Good night, Gavin the Gruesome Newsom. What we say about Gavin Newsom? He will never be president. His career is over. And yeah, interesting to end on the bit about the fires. I really am just, I don't know what to say. Holding these people in my heart. It's real out there. I don't have anything profound to say. It's just frightening, and the way things have gone with other natural disasters recently doesn't give anyone much hope, But anyway, thanks for joining me on this super long stream. We had a lot of interesting conversations. Who knew that it would become as epic as it was? But I'm glad for those of you who've been here with me, keeping the chat going, keeping the talk going. I couldn't have done it without all of y'all. So until next time, good nights.